Chapter 1. Establishing rules. Since you are pregnant, you should resign from your job and stay home to nurture the child. You and my son are in a free relationship, and with your parents gone, we shall not require your dowry or betrothal gifts. Du Ruaw felt a wave of disorientation, jolted back to reality by the shrewd words of the plump woman in her 60s. Why does she seem so familiar? As Du Ruaw surveyed her surroundings, distant memories rushed back to her. This felt reminiscent of that summer 6 years ago. She checked her pockets and indeed found a mobile phone. Upon illuminating the screen, the date caught her eye. September 30th, 2024. Du Ruaw pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, that hurt. This is not a dream. She had been reborn. Reborn on the eve of the apocalypse. This summer had been scorching, with daytime temperatures hovering around 40 degrees Celsius. 2 months of relentless heat had evaporated the waters of countless lakes. Widespread water and power outages had created immense hardships for the populace. The suffering was ubiquitous, with people lamenting for the arrival of a cool autumn. Yet as autumn approached, the temperatures stubbornly refused to drop. What was even more shocking was that the following day, temperatures soared to a staggering 60 degrees, with nighttime highs exceeding 50 degrees. Within just 3 days, the death toll from the heat and water scarcity reached into the tens of millions. It was not until a week later that temperatures began to gradually decline, ultimately stabilizing around 50 degrees. All of this came without warning. While people cried out about the impending apocalypse, they were oblivious to the fact that the searing heat was merely a prelude to the true end that would quietly arrive in the darkness. The outbreak of a zombie virus spared no one till the apocalypse had arrived. In this new world, survival was a daily struggle, and hunger became a norm. The plump woman was none other than Jiang-Hung's mother, Li-Wan. After the apocalypse, Li-Wan would become a mere shadow of her former self, emaciated and frail, a far cry from the robust figure she presented now. It was no wonder Du Ruaw failed to recognize her adversary at first glance. In her previous life, Du Ruaw had met her demise at the hands of Jiang-Hung and his mother. I must lay down one rule. Our family has a tradition of only having sons to inherit. A son is necessary to obtain the marriage certificate. At this moment, the matron believed Du Ruaw's pregnancy gave her leverage, thinking she could dominate Du Ruaw, emboldened by the absence of her parents. She cast a glance at Jiang-Hung, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, wishing she could eliminate them both on the spot. But it wasn't the apocalypse yet, and she had not yet awakened her powers. For now, she was merely an unarmed pregnant woman. Feeling the uncomfortable stickiness on her skin, Du Ruaw found herself reminiscing about her fire abilities. After awakening her fire power, the sweltering heat would have posed no challenge for her. Having stated her intent, she attempted to rise and leave, but Jiang-Hung pulled her back down. What do you mean? What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Did you cheat on me? Jiang-Hung worked in the same place as Du Ruaw, practically spending every hour of the day together. His anger stemmed not from suspicion of infidelity, but rather from Du Ruaw's demeanor. The accusation of cheating was merely a way to assert dominance in their exchange. We always took precautions. You should know better than anyone why I am pregnant, Du Ruaw replied with a cold laugh. And as expected, a guilty expression crossed Jiang-Hung's face. She then turned her gaze to Jiang's mother, who was filled with scheming intent, swinging her crossed legs with an air of inevitability. Du Ruaw and Jiang-Hung were college classmates. During their sophomore year, her parents had perished in a car accident while on a road trip, leaving her alone in the world. It was during this vulnerable time that Jiang-Hung entered her life, showering her with concern and affection. By their junior year, Du Ruaw and Jiang-Hung had become an item. At 22, Du Ruaw was no naive girl during their intimate moments. Regardless of Jiang-Hung's coercion or charm, she insisted he use protection. Yet despite this, she still found herself pregnant. In her previous life, Du Ruaw had believed it was fate, as contraception was not infallible. Only later did she discover that Jiang-Hung's mother had advised him to sabotage their protection, ensuring Du Ruaw would be irrevocably tied to them. Although Jiang-Hung had an acceptable appearance, he was ultimately of rural origin. Their plan had been meticulously crafted, but Du Ruaw, as a modern woman, was not one to be easily manipulated. On this very day in her past life, having seen through their scheme, Du Ruaw resolved to terminate the pregnancy. However, misfortune struck before she could proceed. The apocalypse arrived. During the extreme heat, hospitals were overwhelmed by heat stroke cases, and when the zombie virus broke out, access to medical care became impossible. Though she eventually awakened her fire powers, which were formidable in combat, her pregnancy hindered her combat effectiveness, forcing her to rely on Jiang, who had awakened water abilities for survival. In the apocalypse, the extreme heat led to severe water shortages, and the zombie virus polluted remaining water sources, making those with water or ice abilities highly sought. Quickly, a group gathered around Jiang, who led them out of the city to establish a small base in a neighboring town. As the base grew, Jiang quickly attracted several women to his side, yet due to her pregnancy, Du Ruo still received decent treatment. By this time, she was already aware of the truth behind her pregnancy and had long since lost hope in Jiang, desiring only to give birth and escape with her child. When the first wave of zombies struck, Du Ruo went into labor that moment. Jiang's base was on the verge of collapse. Had he not been concerned for the child, he would have retreated long ago. After the child was born, upon discovering it was a daughter, Jiang wasted no time in retreating, leaving behind a frail Du Ruo and her newborn, still attached by the umbilical cord, along with a few defenseless ordinary people. Had it not been for her powers unexpectedly surging to level 3 just before her death, she would not have survived long enough to be rescued by those from a larger base. Upon entering the larger base, her child was regarded as a future hope and was provided for by the community. After recovering her health, she began to recklessly hunt zombies to enhance her abilities, participating in several defensive efforts against zombie waves. On the day of her death, an unprecedented zombie tide erupted, and the base she was in could not withstand the onslaught. Eventually, her powers depleted, and during a desperate escape, she encountered Jiang and his mother once more. In their hunger, they pounced on her, desperate for blood and flesh. Thus, Du Ruo was brutally slain by the very duo she had once trusted. In her final moments, she thought of her child, evacuated the day before the zombie tide, wondering if they had reached safety. Motherhood is a strange thing. She had wanted to terminate her pregnancy the very day she learned of it. Connection successful. Congratulations, host, on binding with a nurturing system. A melodic voice echoed in Du Ruo's mind, startling her. The system. She felt an inexplicable connection to something beyond her understanding, just as Jiang pushed her shoulder. Why mother is speaking to you? Why are you in a daze? As the dutiful eldest son, Jiang was naturally displeased. Truly, you were born without proper upbringing. You possess no manners whatsoever. Li Wan snapped, feeling that Du Ruo was challenging her authority. Today, she intended to establish firm boundaries with Du Ruo. Upon seeing the venomous expression on Li Wan's face, hatred surged through Du Ruo's veins. She abruptly stood, seized Li Wan's shirt at the chest, and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Not yet satisfied, she released her grip and raised her right foot, forcefully kicking Li Wan in the chest, sending both her and the chair tumbling over. Chapter 2. The Raising System. What the hell, Du Ruo? Are you insane? Touch my mother, and I will end you. Du Ruo's swift actions left Jiang stunned by the time he reacted. His mother was already on the floor, wailing. As a devoted son, he had entirely forgotten that Du Ruo was carrying his child, raising his fist, ready to strike her. Li Wan's apartment was a one-bedroom unit, and Du Ruo was conveniently seated near the door. After landing her blow, she spun around and dashed for the exit. Jiang, seated on the sofa by the balcony, was not quick enough to follow her. In his pursuit of Du Ruo, he stumbled against the coffee table, pain flooding his senses, nearly bringing him to tears. By the time he burst out the door, the elevator doors had just closed. Damn it! Du Ruo, you wait for me. Dare to touch my mother, and you are as good as dead. In frustration, Jiang slammed the elevator door, the sound echoing loudly. Inside the elevator, Du Ruo clutched her abdomen, a wave of fear washing over her. She had acted impulsively. Soon, a time would come when a lawless world would descend upon them, marking their end. They could not be allowed to meet their demise too easily. To end them swiftly would be a kindness. The community they resided in was a newly constructed studio apartment complex near the university city, consisting entirely of one-bedroom layouts. After the death of her parents, Du Ruo had no relatives left. She cherished the local culture of this provincial capital and decided to settle here after graduation, purchasing an apartment. After moving in with Du Ruo, Jiang Heng resided in the same apartment. Jiang Heng's father had passed away when he was very young, leaving him and his mother to rely on each other. After Li Wan suffered a severe fracture, her life became quite inconvenient. She rented another apartment in the adjacent building, moving in with her mother to care for her, while Jiang Heng relocated from Du Ruo's residence. As her pores relaxed, Du Ruo finally felt vividly alive. Recalling the voice she had heard earlier, she tentatively spoke, "System. I'm here, host." The Du Ruo scanned her surroundings, confirming she was alone in the house. "Host, please relax, I will take you to a special place." In an instant, Du Ruo found herself in a different location. Before her stood a charming little house by the river, and in the open space in front, a delightful panda was smiling at her. "This is the system space. Would you like me to show you around?" Du Ruo nodded. Having survived 6 years in the apocalypse, she had seen much, and though it was her first encounter with a system, she adapted quickly. The 2.5-story house was equipped with water, electricity, and gas, furnished with all essentials, even pots and pans. There's also a prenatal checkup room on the first floor. A checkup room? Indeed. I am the raising system, and the checkup room is designed for the child you are carrying. Inside is an automated examination chamber, so there's no need to worry about how to use it. Du Ruo toured the checkup room and, under the system's guidance, utilized the examination chamber. In just a minute, the results emerged. Viable intrauterine pregnancy, single fetus, 5 weeks and 1 day, healthy. The results matched those from the hospital earlier that day. Du Ruo felt a surge of joy. Since the onset of the apocalypse, hospitals had nearly all fallen. Such precise, prenatal examinations were beyond imagination. In her previous life, Du Ruo had suffered from depression during her pregnancy, constantly worried about the health and development of her child. Emerging from the examination room, the system suddenly presented her with a box. Before Du Ruo could inquire, it eagerly informed her, "This is the binding gift package." Upon opening the box, she found 3 vials of clear liquid, labeled Body Enhancement Liquid, 5 Elements Ability Awakening Liquid, and Mental Ability Awakening Liquid. All are free of side effects. The panda-like system transformed into a palm-sized creature, hopping onto Du Ruo's shoulder, speaking in an adorable voice. Du Ruo was delighted these 3 items struck a chord with her, especially the ability Awakening Liquids that, in her previous life, awakening her fire abilities had been fraught with peril, nearly costing her life on the very day of awakening. "I recommend you consume the Body Enhancement Liquid first." Trusting the system, Du Ruo swiftly drank from the vial. Immediately, a tingling sensation coursed through her body, lasting less than a minute. Next, the 5 Elements Ability Awakening Liquid. Du Ruo took the vial again and drank it in one go. The 5 Elements Ability Awakening Liquid. She had assumed it would awaken one specific element, but to her surprise, it awakened all 5. The 5 Elements abilities are essential for survival in the apocalypse, whether at home or on the road. Watching as she unleashed her 5 powers, Du Ruo joyfully picked up the system and planted a kiss on it. The water ability, in particular, assured her that she would no longer have to worry about sourcing water. Although there was a river in the system space, the sense of security it provided could not compare to the control of her own abilities. What she could command felt entirely her own, while the system seemed more like an external entity. Finally, after consuming the Mental Ability Awakening Liquid, Du Ruo gained the power to manipulate objects. Experimenting briefly, she found she could barely control small items within a 3-meter radius, one at a time. What I can offer you are merely foundational abilities. Subsequent enhancements and upgrades will depend on your own efforts using crystal cores. A competent mother must possess formidable strength to safeguard her child. After finishing, the system produced 3 sheets of paper as if by magic. These are 2 stockpiling lists upon completion. The host will receive corresponding rewards. One is a pregnancy stockpiling list, the other an apocalypse survival list, along with a list of pregnancy precautions. Each completed list comes with its own reward. I will let you in on a secret. The rewards are a top-tier miscarriage prevention pill and a base security system. Once consumed, the miscarriage prevention pill ensures that as long as the host remains alive, the fetus will encounter no mishaps. Furthermore, throughout the entire pregnancy, no pregnancy symptoms will manifest. The base security system guarantees safety within the confines of the base. Du Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly while pregnant, unable to do anything with her growing belly. Basic activities like running and jumping became issues. A slight misstep left her feeling unwell, and her ability to use her powers was severely restricted, leaving her fate in the hands of others. Such a life was one Rua never wished to experience again. She picked up the list to examine it. Pregnant women's milk powder, folic acid, baby milk powder, diapers, knives, sleep pants, belly binders, nursing pads, disposable underwear, a lengthy shopping list comprising over 50 essential items. For the first time, Rua realized the multitude of necessities required for pregnancy and childbirth, an endeavor that seemed rather burdensome. Reflecting on her previous life, she recalled that giving birth merely required a pair of scissors, a basin of hot water, and a towel. Diapers were a rare treasure, and formula milk was an even scarcer commodity. In a post-apocalyptic world, merely surviving while raising a child would suffice. The second list was densely packed with items, causing dizziness with but a fleeting glance. As for the precautions during pregnancy, they could be perused at a leisurely pace. Her current task was to stock up. However, stocking up necessitated funds. Rua lightly assessed her finances, discovering she possessed less than 30,000 yet. She owned two properties. One was a house bequeathed by her parents, and the other was her current apartment. She retrieved the property deeds and downloaded various loan applications, methodically exploring each one. Half an hour later, her bank account boasted over 370,000. The time was now 10 in the morning, and Rua needed to procure all the items on her list, along with the supplies necessary for survival, before the day concluded. The clock was ticking. Although the zombie outbreak was anticipated in a week, tomorrow's temperature was expected to soar to 60 degrees. Even with ample water sources, survival outdoors would be a formidable challenge. Even if one were to submerge in a river, it would be akin to a slow boil, inevitably leading to a fate akin to that of a hot spring dweller. Chapter 3. The commencement of stockpiling. Before embarking on her endeavor to stockpile, Rua recalled an essential matter. She needed to ascertain whether the items she placed into her spatial domain would retain their original state. In her previous life, there was a spatial ability user in a large base whose spatial time was perpetually frozen. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. Initially, Rua intended to conduct an experiment with a bucket of instant noodles. But upon noticing her intentions, the system transported her to the entrance of a place called the warehouse, stating, "This is an infinite warehouse. Time within it is suspended." Naturally, Rua was overjoyed. Suddenly, it occurred to her that she did not know whether the system had a name. So she inquired, "Do you have a name?" The panda-like system proudly lifted its head and declared, "Of course I do. I'm called Xiaomangwa." Mangwa, not just Mangwa, but Xiaomangwa. It emphasized this adorable, soft panda system introduced itself as Xiaomangwa. In the presence of such a system, Rua's youthful heart swelled with delight. "All right, Xiaomangwa. Please refrain from calling me host. Just refer to me as sister. A woman remains a girl at heart until death, even when bearing a child." However, Xiaomangwa voiced a differing opinion. "Can I call you mother?" it asked, blinking its big eyes innocently. Rua was momentarily taken aback. Her child referred to her as mother too. Unconsciously, she caressed her belly, reminiscing about her delicate and soft offspring. That a wave of maternal instincts surged within her, and taking a deep breath, she embraced Xiaomangwa tightly, showering it with affection. After a considerable time, Xiaomangwa finally uttered a faint sound. "By the way, there's also a mango orchard behind." That Akati managed to squeeze out this statement, fearing that if it did not intervene, it might suffocate from Rua's overwhelming affection. That Rua's interest was indeed piqued. However, she did not release Xiaomangwa, insisting it guide her to the mango orchard. Mangoes were her favorite fruit, and before the apocalypse, she would indulge in several daily. She not only relished eating them, but also adored their fragrance. Even when not consuming them, she would often take one out just to inhale its aroma. That scent would penetrate her very soul, intoxicating her beyond measure. Counting her previous life, it had been over 6 years since she had tasted mangoes. The mere mention of them ignited an insatiable craving within her. Yet, she felt a twinge of skepticism. Apart from a few blades of grass, she had not discerned any orchard within the spatial domain. Upon arriving at the orchard Xiao Mengwa mentioned, Du Ruo realized that what she had assumed was a vast expanse of grass was, in fact, a field of young mango saplings. Disappointment washed over her as she gazed at the diminutive mango seedlings at her feet. It would take at least 3 to 5 years for them to bear fruit. When would she achieve mango freedom? Sensing Du Ruo's emotional shift, Xiao Mengwa timely interjected, "These are various mango varieties. Although they are still in their seedling state, they could be accelerated into growth using zombie crystal cores." Upon hearing this, Du Ruo's vitality surged. "Excellent. I shall begin stockpiling at once." With that, she exited the spatial domain, changed her attire, and set forth with great determination. Downstairs from her apartment complex was a fruit shop she frequently patronized. So before commencing her stockpiling, she decided to procure some mangoes to satisfy her craving. At 11 in the morning, Du Ruo, savoring mangoes, arrived at a car rental agency. Fortune smiled upon her. Although no trucks were available for rent, the owner's relative was engaged in logistics and happened to be resting at home that day. After Du Ruo promised an additional 2,000 yuan, the owner promptly called to have a vehicle delivered. "Little girl, are you sure you don't need my assistance in driving? It's complimentary." The owner was apprehensive about letting Du Ruo handle the vehicle, fearing she might damage it, as it was their family's livelihood. However, 2,000 yuan represented a week's salary for him. Had Du Ruo not taken him for a test drive, he would never have felt secure, especially since he had not anticipated such a young girl would be receiving the vehicle. In response, Du Ruo pressed the accelerator. Du Ruo then visited a maternity and baby store, presenting her list to the sales assistant, requesting one of each item. Due to the volume of goods, the sales assistant smiled broadly, leading Du Ruo directly into the warehouse to gather supplies. After completing her purchase, they even assisted in loading the items into her vehicle. Once the final box was retrieved from the warehouse, Du Ruo discreetly stored all items from the innermost section of the warehouse into her spatial domain, leaving only the outermost items to ensure they would not be discovered for the time being. This was a chain maternity and baby store, and since there was another warehouse, the one she was in was not particularly large, she could easily store items from the entrance. The goods in the truck would be stored in her spatial domain once she reached a less populated area. Du Ruo repeated this process, plundering 2 more maternity and baby stores. By 3 in the afternoon, after consuming a top-tier prenatal pill obtained from the system, all discomfort from her hours of bustling around dissipated. She then entered a seemingly decent restaurant, ordering an extravagant spread of dishes. Since the apocalypse, she had not enjoyed such a meal. After savoring 2 dishes, she packed the remainder into her spatial domain, ensuring she could indulge over many days. She yearned to prepare even more, but time was of the essence. Although she had awakened her fire abilities and was unbothered by heat, starting tomorrow, temperatures would soar above 60 degrees Celsius, causing many shops to close their doors. Seeds for crops and the young of meat-producing animals would essentially stop being sold. Particularly with young animals, such high temperatures would likely lead to their demise. As for aquatic products, most perished on the second day of the apocalypse, with the survivors often being mutated horrors. They were not fit for human consumption. They consumed humans instead. With 300,000 yuan remaining, Du Ruo drove directly to the agricultural wholesale market in the west of the city. For seeds, whether vegetables or fruits, she ordered 3 packs of each. The owner, after discounting, stated a price, knowing she would covertly take a portion. Thus he had no fear of being overcharged. Having survived in the apocalypse for over 6 years, she undertook all of this without a trace of guilt. Du Ruo also visited the sapling wholesale area, purchasing an assortment of timber saplings, cherries, blueberries, apples, pears, pomegranates, various oranges, loquats, grapes, and peaches among common varieties. The common fruit tree saplings were inexpensive. Acquiring 10 of each of the 10 varieties cost her less than 3,000 yuan. "Mother, you can buy some fruits. The seeds inside can be planted in the spatial domain." Can that be done? Even with her limited knowledge, Du Ruo understood that germinating a seed was not a simple task. It can, as long as the seeds are alive, they will sprout. Upon hearing this, Du Ruo immediately turned towards the fruit wholesale area. She assumed the identity of the newly opened fruit shop owner, outwardly pretending to inquire about prices, while secretly acquiring some fruit from each vendor. Among them, she collected the most of her favorites: mangoes, cherries, cantaloupes, and sunshine roses, even amassing dozens of durians, collecting a little from each shop. She remained inconspicuous in the bustling wholesale market. After visiting several vendors, she found a shop with the most comprehensive selection of fruits and took 3 boxes of each. Fruits were not cheap. She spent nearly 40,000 yuan. After all the items were loaded into her vehicle, Du drove to Area B, where livestock and aquatic products were located. Upon exiting the car, she discreetly stored all the items into her spatial domain. Chapter 4. One word. Collect. Du swiftly surveyed the area. Besides the common carnivorous animals, she was astonished to find crocodiles, snakes, ostriches, and spotted deer. In an inconspicuous corner, she even spotted a peacock. The aquatic product section offered a plethora of high-quality, inexpensive seafood. Additionally, there was a designated area for selling young animals and various fish fry. Further along was the vegetable wholesale section. All of these items would suffer a loss of at least 90% by tomorrow. She longed to collect everything into her spatial domain to save them. However, such an act would undoubtedly attract attention. Wherever she went, things would be left barren. Even a fool could discern that something was amiss. She did not wish to be invited for tea while in the midst of stockpiling. With a sigh, Du settled for collecting a few pairs of each animal, adults or young ones. Both male and female were selected with the help of Xiao Mongwa. Rabbits, ducks, chicks, piglets, and fish fry were abundant, and with so many vendors, she could stealthily take a dozen without raising suspicion. However, larger animals like cows, sheep, crocodiles, and ostriches pose a challenge. Firstly, their size was considerable, and secondly, there were so few of them. After some contemplation, she decided that they were not essential, so she would prioritize purchasing vegetables instead. Vegetables were straightforward to acquire. She approached the wholesale cabbage area, requesting 2 boxes of assorted cabbages and asking the owner to internally notify that they required 2 boxes of all vegetable varieties. This is for a new supermarket restocking. She claimed. When Du settled the bill, she generously added 500 yuan, prompting the owner to become her personal shopper, calling out to the group, directing traffic, and even managing the payment, calculating the total, and asking Du to pay him directly so he could distribute the funds to the other vendors. How considerate! While the owner busied himself, Du took the opportunity to circle the wholesale area, visiting each vendor. She also gathered a substantial amount of various processed meats and seafood from the fresh section. As her confidence grew, she collected slightly more than intended. Upon her departure, the fresh section was thrown into disarray. Where have the 3 cattle gone? Where are my pigs? I've lost 8 slabs. What happened to my lamb? I merely dozed off. How did the lobsters that just arrived vanish? What about the 100 pounds of hairy crabs I was about to pack? Then she moved to the frozen goods section, where each vendor typically had only 1 to 3 varieties, while each had at least 7 or 8 freezers. Du traversed the vicinity. She emptied no fewer than 50 or 60 freezers. By the time it was 5 in the afternoon, the wholesale market was set to close at 5:30. That Du stowed all the items from her vehicle into her spatial storage and drove to Area C, where the dry goods and condiments were located. This time, she was bolder, collecting items as she moved along, completely disregarding the possibility of being discovered and causing a commotion that in truth, the items were modest in size and piled together in the wholesale market, making it quite difficult to spot them all at once. Rice, flour, oils, sugar, sauces, and various spices. In a word, she gathered beverages, snacks, all manner of side dishes, gathered dried vegetables, fruits, gathered shower gels, laundry detergents, shampoos, hand soaps, tissues, sanitary napkins, tampons, gathered. Essentially, she had plundered from every household. Time swiftly passed, and the closing hour of the wholesale market approached. Many vendors in Area B realized their goods had vanished, prompting a delay in shutting down. That in broad daylight, items had seemingly disappeared into thin air, leading the various proprietors to congregate and discuss this peculiar incident. As Du drove by, she noticed the large animal section was deserted. Without hesitation, she exited her vehicle, entered the area, and with a wave of her sleeve, collected all the cattle, sheep, crocodiles, spotted deer, and ostriches she had previously set her sights on, leaving not a single one behind. The stockpiling mission was well underway, with only pharmaceuticals, energy supplies, tools, and clothing remaining. The energy and tools were undoubtedly out of reach. As the store selling such items had already closed for the day, clothing was not urgent either. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, many would vie for such items. These goods were unlikely to suffer damage from the sweltering heat. However, pharmaceuticals needed to be secured tonight. Otherwise, with the high temperatures expected tomorrow, not only would they be at risk of being looted, but their efficacy could also be compromised, since the mask incident a few years prior. Pharmacies had popped up every 10 meters in the city center. While these pharmacies boasted a wide variety of products, their numbers were limited, necessitating a visit to each one to procure sufficient quantities of medication. Duruwa parked at a large shopping mall and purchased a sizable picnic cart from the supermarket. Naturally, she did not forget to pilfer a few items along the way. Those striving to survive in the post-apocalyptic world seemed afflicted by an insatiable desire for resources. Exiting the mall, she tore off a separate list of pharmaceuticals, health supplements, and disinfectants, approaching a pharmacy and handing the torn list to the attendant. Please prepare 2 of each item on this list. Why are you buying so much? The list Duruwa provided contained no fewer than 50 items, including Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid, honeysuckle extract, and various disinfectants such as alcohol and iodine, aside from a few adult medications. The majority were pediatric medicines, along with health supplements for pregnant women. Although none were controlled or prescription medications, the variety was such that it resembled a restock. This inevitably raised the attendant's suspicions. Dufa, having anticipated such a scenario, calmly replied to the attendant, "My mother cleaned out the medicine cabinet today and found that most of it had expired. My sister-in-law is pregnant, and my brother is away on a business trip, leaving me as the family's laborer. My nephew has been frail since birth, falling ill frequently, so it's better to be prepared. And since my sister-in-law is pregnant again, my mother and she are worried that this child will be as weak as the first. So they decided to start supplementing from the womb." After speaking, she couldn't help but flash a smile that conveyed a mix of mischief and mild exasperation at that moment. Duruwa felt she could win an award for her performance. The attendant, convinced, broke into a smile. After all, there were no special medications involved, and the more she sold, the greater her commission. Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid was in high demand due to the recent heat wave, but you don't need to stockpile so much. Autumn is just around the corner. That Duruwa expressed her understanding. "It's all right. I'll take whatever you have." Aside from vitamin B6, several other vitamins were on sale, with a buy 3 get 1 free offer. The attendant, being practical, helped Duruwa save a bit of money. These were all essential items, costing less than 4,000 yuan in total. With a cart brimming with goods, Duruwa could only pull it to an unoccupied area and discreetly transfer the items into her spatial storage. She then moved on to the next pharmacy, opting not to stray too far from the parking lot. Within the vicinity of a large shopping mall, there were at least 7 or 8 pharmacies, all of which Duruwa visited before moving to the next mall. She did not intend to hoard excessively. Having undergone physical enhancement and awakened her supernatural abilities, she believed her chances of falling ill were slim. In her previous life, her child had been robust from a young age, with few issues. Much of the supplies were primarily prepared for her friend Qian-Yi, as she planned to pick her up the next day for them to live together. The table was laden with an equal measure of meat and green vegetables. After 6 years of the apocalypse, she had not enjoyed a proper meal. Heaven knew how much she craved these foods. In the hours following her rebirth, her willpower was largely consumed resisting the temptation of these delicacies in order to stockpile for a brighter future. Exhaustion enveloped her, mentally drained, in the midst of the attendant's incredulous gaze. Duruwa devoured all the dishes on the table, then added more. Only when her once flat belly resembled that of a 4-month pregnancy did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks. Stealthily, she retrieved 6 digestive tablets from her spatial storage and downed a glass of chilled sour plum juice before rising to settle the bill. By the time she returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Having just finished her shower, she received a call from the police. "Ms. Du, this is the West City Police Station. May I ask if you visited the agricultural wholesale market in West City this afternoon?" Chapter 5. The police come knocking. "Yes, I went to buy some items." "Are you certain it was just a few items?" "Yes. Here's the situation. We need you to come to the station to assist with an investigation." "I am pregnant, and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. I can come tomorrow at All right, the Dura was aware that her last wave of acquisitions had drawn the attention of the police at that time. She had been the only person present, and the surveillance footage likely captured her nonchalant gesture as those animals vanished. Coupled with the parking lot cameras, it would clearly show her purchasing an excessive amount of goods, with her vehicle appearing empty several times. Whether or not this was shocking, she was uncertain. All she knew was that she needed to survive. If she did not take those items, they would either spoil or lead to her demise the following day. What a waste. Durois contemplated that she might not be able to receive money tomorrow. She would need to be cautious. The items in her spatial storage were in disarray. She only had time to store the inanimate objects in a warehouse while allowing the living ones to roam freely outside. Upon entering her spatial realm, she expected to encounter chaos, but instead, she found that a mud wall had been erected. Little Mango rushed forward, eager to take credit. "Mom, I've organized everything in the warehouse by category. I've also separated the animals, and the fish have been placed in the river. I even dug a pond for the seafood and filled it with seawater." Durois followed Little Mango's pointing finger and was overjoyed to see a large pond. She had initially planned to stay up all night organizing. She hugged Little Mango and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Thank you, Little Mango. You're truly a great helper." "But where did the seawater come from?" "I only collected a little seawater when I gathered those seafood." Little Mango proudly shook her head and replied, "I formulated it based on the seawater's composition." What a capable system indeed. Durois rewarded her with a hearty pat. "Mom, someone is knocking at the door." Little Mango struggled to speak. Durois paused, realizing that the knocking referenced the apartment door. She stepped outside the spatial realm, and a voice called from outside, "We are from the local police station. Ms. Du, we know you are home. Please open the door. The West City Police Station needs to consult you." Though they framed it as a consultation, it still seemed polite that Durois pondered for a moment and decided to ignore them. After several calls from the officers outside, seeing no response, one of the taller officers picked up his phone and dialed. "Video, West City, paranormal incident. Send it to me. If it's genuine, I will forcibly enter." Before long, the tall officer received the video. After watching, he wore a grave expression and dialed another number. "Lao Zhang, you need to bring the machine for unlocking the door to Jean Gouet apartment immediately. I'll send you the specific room number." After hanging up, the tall officer suddenly felt something was amiss. Durois' phone was located here, and the security footage showed she was home. If she hadn't suddenly disappeared, she must have known they were there and had heard his earlier conversation. If everything in the video was indeed true, did she possess other abilities that remained unknown? With this in mind, he quickly sent a text message to Lao Zhang. "Everyone except for the ones on guard, come here." Inside, Durois had overheard everything. She contemplated for a moment, retrieved paper and pen, and effortlessly scribbled a few lines, placing the note on the coffee table in the living room. Then she slipped back into her spatial realm. Having eaten too much today, she was unable to sleep and decided to start farming. She had prepared food for the animals. She was currently consuming her own stockpiled vegetables and meat. With limited supplies, once they were gone, they would be gone, so she needed to hurry and plant the seed she had purchased. Otherwise, she would soon face a shortage. With an abundance of seeds, Durois did not plan to plant them all at once. She would first sow the animals' feed and gradually handle the rest later. After all, there was an overwhelming amount of vegetation to be planted. Attempting to complete the task in one go, without any particular method, would require several days. That Durois busied herself throughout the day and, despite her efforts, had only managed to plant a limited number of seeds before fatigue set that moment. Xiao Mangwa, the small mango, spoke up at an opportune moment. "Mom, when the zombie apocalypse breaks out, you could enlist some zombies to assist you." Upon hearing this, Durois felt invigorated. "Is it possible for others to enter the space as well?" Xiao Mangwa shook his head. "No, but you can sign a servant contract with the zombies." Durois felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to invite her best friend to join her in this new life. She had also envisioned calling her friend into the space to hide in case of danger. "Does that mean my little one won't be able to enter in the future?" "Your little one is different. She can." After saying this, Xiaomong was suddenly recalled something and added, "When you capture zombies, remember to choose those that are intact and aesthetically pleasing. Otherwise, It may adversely affect your little one's physical and mental development. Duruwa was momentarily at a loss for words. Could zombies truly be considered attractive? However, she quickly acknowledged the validity of Xiao Mengwa's point. You are right. I must capture the handsome and clean ones. Half an hour later, Xiao Mengwa reminded her that there were new developments outside. Understanding that Duruwa was reluctant to go out, he kindly began to explain the situation that a group of over 10 people had arrived, one of whom carried a small box. The individual with the box approached the door lock. The door swung open. Aren't you going to do anything, Mom? Duruwa paused her planting, took a sip of water, and nonchalantly replied, It's not like they're thieves. What is there to fear? She set down her water, pulled out her phone to check the time. Midnight was fast approaching. Mom, they found a note you left. Did you inform them that the apocalypse is coming? I doubt they will believe it. That Duruwa was well aware that they would not believe it, which was why she had only written 2 sentences on the note. At 3 a.m. tonight, a drunken man will be running naked down the street, with a heart-shaped birthmark on his right buttock. At 3:17 a.m., a fireball will appear out of nowhere in the far north, flying towards the island nation and entering deep within Mount Fuji, causing an eruption that will result in countless casualties. Around 5 a.m., the temperature will soar above 60 degrees and remain elevated for a week. After pondering, Duruwa could only recall the incident of the man running naked and the fireball falling on Mount Fuji. The video of the naked man was captured by a resident in the community who promptly shared it in the neighborhood group. The image of the pale buttocks with a black heart-shaped mark vividly imprinted itself in everyone's minds, leading to lively discussions as for the fireball in the far north. It was later unanimously believed to be the cause of the rising global temperatures. The islanders referred to it as the descent of a celestial deity. Duruwa left such a note in hopes that the validation of the first 2 events would prompt them to take the final heat warning seriously. She did not mention the impending zombie outbreak, as it was not yet necessary. In her previous life, humanity had not yet discerned the cause before her demise. Without understanding the cause, avoidance was impossible. She only knew that the impending transformation in a few days was inevitable for all living beings on Earth. All living beings. The police searched the room, confirming that Duruwa was not home. They left 2 officers behind to wait, while the others departed. The 2 remaining officers were there to prevent Duruwa from suddenly appearing. Surveillance footage from the hallway confirmed that since entering her room, Duruwa had not left. Furthermore, all the windows of the apartment were secured with burglar bars. As for the police's actions, Duruwa, who had awakened her abilities early, was completely unfazed that, of course, she could go out and have a proper discussion with them. She chose not to reveal herself, knowing the matter was too bizarre to be believed. No matter how much she explained, they would only focus on the supernatural events of the day. Once they validated the first 2 claims, she could engage in conversation with them as a Chinese person. She felt a sense of national belonging. Although her abilities were limited, she still wished to contribute in some way. Xiao Mengwa mentioned that it was raining outside, that Duruwa checked the weather forecast, noting a temperature of 31 degrees. The following day was the National Day holiday, and it was also expected to rain. However, only she was aware that starting at 5 o'clock the next morning, the temperature would rise to 60 degrees in just 1 hour. The prologue to the apocalypse was about to commence. Chapter 6, Standards for Capturing Zombies. Duruwa managed to catch some sleep, and at 4:30 a.m., her alarm awoke her. Xiao Mengwa leaned closer. Mom, the police just received a call saying a high-ranking official is coming. Duruwa understood that the first 2 predictions she had made had been confirmed as true. Outside, Officer Li and Officer Lu sat upright, enveloped in silence, but a closer look revealed that their hands resting on their thighs trembled slightly. The information they had encountered that night had transcended the realm of reality, and it seemed as if something in their minds was beginning to collapse. Would you prefer tea or water? Who? A clear young voice suddenly rang out, startling both men into defensive stances. Standing by the water cooler in the kitchen was a girl around 7 meters tall, dressed in a Doraemon-themed loungewear. Despite the loose outfit, her graceful figure was evident, and her striking features rivaled those of top celebrities. Tiny moles at the ends of her left eyebrow added a touch of allure. It was Duruwa. They had seen her identity information, and her photo was displayed on the wall of the room. Both officers opened their mouths simultaneously, seemingly wanting to say something, but then held back. After exchanging a glance, Officer Lee spoke. Tea. Thank you. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Duruor responded. She prepared tea for the two men, who stood up to receive it, expressing their gratitude to Duruor, holding a glass of water. Settled onto the sofa opposite them. When will your superior arrive? Officer Lee replied. In no more than half an hour. After speaking, he opened his mouth again, appearing as if he wanted to add something but hesitated. Noticing this, Duruor took the initiative. Let's wait until your superior arrives to discuss it. She had barely slept for 4 hours and still felt fatigued, so she closed her eyes to rest. 15 minutes later, the sound of a helicopter echoed outside. 5 minutes later, the mayor of Jiangling City and the secretary of the municipal party committee took the places of the two officers. The 50-year-old Mayor Chi spoke first. Ms. Du, is what you said about the temperature rising after 5 o'clock and lasting for a week true? He had been awakened at 3:30 a.m. by a phone call. Initially thinking it was regarding a major incident. Instead, he was met with discussions of supernatural events, prophecies, and extreme weather. He had reprimanded the caller, nearly rushing over to have them write the core socialist values 100 times. Being a mayor was far from easy. He often slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster, only to be disturbed from his rare sleep by such bizarre occurrences. To his astonishment, the first two predictions had indeed come true. Duruor locked eyes with Mayor Chi, resolutely answering. Yes, is almost 5 o'clock. A noticeable temperature increase will occur. Secretary Chow interjected. The incident at the Western Agricultural Wholesale Market was your doing. His tone was assertive, though he did not understand how Duruor had achieved it. He was more concerned about another matter. What about those things? They're still here, intact, Duruor replied, not waiting for further inquiry. This is the ability of the spatial system. In 7 days, individuals with various abilities will emerge. She turned her gaze towards Mayor Chi. Mayor Chi, in 7 days, you will possess this ability as well. The base that had saved her in her previous life was the Jiangling base, established by the military. Mayor Chi was one of the spatial system ability users and also an elder of the base. Mayor Chi asked, in 7 days? What will happen? The information Duruor had revealed was scant and utterly astonishing. Duruor responded. We can discuss that later. It is already past 5 o'clock. She approached the balcony and opened all the windows that had been shut due to the rain. As soon as the windows were opened, a wave of heat surged in. Despite the heavy rain the previous night, which continued lightly, it should have been a cool moment. Mayor Chi and Secretary Chow hurried to the window, feeling the heat wave hitting their faces, their expressions shifting dramatically. Their phones rang incessantly. The temperature had surpassed 40 degrees and was still rising, 41 degrees. After hanging up, the two seasoned partners, who had worked together for 7 to 8 years, exchanged a knowing glance and made a decision. Secretary Chow turned to Duruor, gravely inquiring, how large is your space? Much larger than Jiangling City, Duruor replied. This is the current scale of the space, Xiao Mongwa added, and as her power grows, the space can expand even further. Duruor then took out a small rabbit from her space. The rabbit, which had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes, sprang up, and leapt to the ground. 5 minutes later, Duruor boarded the helicopter, accompanied by a dashing officer in civilian attire, who appeared to be over 8 meters tall, with striking and sharp features, a resolute gaze, and an abundance of masculine charm, his well-defined abs visible beneath his short sleeves. Mom, from now on, let's use these standard for capturing zombies. Got it? Duruor replied. My name is Zhou Yu. This rescue operation will be executed in collaboration with you. In accordance with the orders, I shall adhere to your commands throughout the entire process. Contrary to Zhou Yu's resolute exterior, the voice he projects carries a hint of gentleness. Rest assured, given your pregnancy, should you experience any discomfort, we shall pause our efforts at any moment. Medical personnel will be strategically positioned along the route to assist. Prior to the operation, Zhou Yu was fully apprised of all the background and circumstances surrounding this mission. Although it may seem extraordinary, as a soldier, he must comply with orders. Duruor, preferring not to raise her voice, simply nodded in understanding, signifying that the operation must not be interrupted under any circumstances, save for her demise. The first destination is the agricultural market in the west of the city. The helicopter landed in a spacious parking lot, and Duruor disembarked, boarding a waiting vehicle. The car swiftly made its way to Zone B, where their target lay, those predatory creatures. Other items would be collected and stored in the large freezer beneath the wholesale area. Most of the owners reside nearby or within the market. Some have already begun transporting goods to the freezer. Upon reaching the secured entrance of Zone B, Zhou rode in on a motorcycle, carrying Du Ruo with him. This wholesale market is the largest in the city, sprawling in size. Du Ruo had taken over half an hour to walk through it the previous day, and traversing it on foot was far too time-consuming. The motorcycle gradually passed one shop after another, as Du Ruo collected various animals into her space. The little mango in her space also busied itself, constructing earthen walls to categorize and isolate the animals. With freshwater fish tossed into a river and marine creatures placed in a pond, Zhou, riding ahead, remained silent. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the stark reality of the scene before him was overwhelmingly shocking. At that moment, his mind was filled with fantastical imagery reminiscent of a novel. During a lull between their departure from the Western agricultural wholesale market and their next destination, Du Ruo noticed Zhou's troubled expression after he received a phone call. Observing the beads of sweat cascading down his face, she inquired, "What is the temperature now?" Zhou lifted his shirt to wipe his brow and replied, "It is 43 degrees, and it is expected to surpass 50 by noon." Du Ruo asked, "What of other regions?" The provincial authorities and all surrounding areas have initiated rescue operations, while other provinces are likely waiting for the conclusion of an emergency meeting. The event unfolded abruptly, and it is probable that the meeting has just now commenced. Following this, the duo of rescuers fell into silence regarding the matter, for time was of the essence, and the tasks at hand were considerable. Aside from the Western agricultural wholesale market, emergency protocols have been activated in the livestock sectors of other markets. The animals were to be slaughtered, then frozen. Their subsequent destination was a breeding farm, extending beyond the urban confines. Zhou unfolded a map, displaying it to Du Ruo. "I have marked several medium to large breeding farms. Our preliminary route will take us in a circular path around Jiangling. Those farther afield have already had personnel dispatched for emergency response. Aside from the Western agricultural wholesale market, the subsequent breeding farms did not permit helicopter landings. Zhou had to lower Du Ruo from a rope." Chapter 7. Rising Heat Except for Bathroom Breaks. The rescue team experienced no respite at Du Ruo, and Zhou managed their meals and sleep aboard the helicopter. At T intervals, new helicopters and pilots awaited their arrival. The helicopters were stocked with ample ice to cool Zhou and the pilots. The Du Ruo, on the other hand, had no such need. Aside from slight fatigue, she felt remarkably well, regardless of the darkness of night or the oppressive heat. They pressed on without pausing for even a second. That be why the following day, as the helicopter soared overhead, they encountered countless animals succumbing to thirst, some having already turned into desiccated corpses. Vegetation lay wilted, while the parched riverbeds were littered with dead fish and shrimp. Frequent fires raged, and wildfires persisted. Fortunately, the trio aboard the helicopter possessed exceptional insight, and the unfolding chaos only hastened their pace. The losses at the breeding farms would escalate as time passed. By the fourth day, barring indoor farms equipped with cooling systems, nearly all livestock at the other breeding facilities had perished. The last few farms they visited, one being a cattle ranch, the carcasses of the cattle lay desiccated in their stalls. Du Ruo collected these remains, as they represented vital resources for humanity's survival in the aftermath of the apocalypse. In the dead of night on the fourth day, the helicopter descended at Jiangling Airport. Du Ruo and Zhou disembarked and transitioned to a high-end conference room within the airport. The air conditioning was set low, and the thick double-glazed doors effectively shielded them from the sweltering heat outside. Secretary Chow and several other officials who had appeared on television awaited their arrival. "You both have worked tirelessly," Secretary Chow remarked, a familiar face among them, with a flushed complexion and a fever patch on his forehead. Dressed in a tank top and shorts, he spoke in a soft, subdued tone. "Madam Du, the items you requested are prepared. I will not be coy. We are eager to know what will transpire next." They had gleaned from Du Ruo's earlier brief remarks that significant changes were anticipated in the coming days. Whether these changes would be beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. However, given that nearly everyone had exhibited varying degrees of fever since that afternoon, it was highly likely that the news was not promising. They required more accurate information to address the impending crises. They asked for why Du Rual possessed this knowledge. While they were curious, it bore no relevance to their crisis response. It was of little consequence. Du Rual inquired, "Is Mayor Chi suffering from high fever and delirium?" Secretary Chow paused. Yes, almost everyone was experiencing some degree of fever. They were present not due to severe fevers, but because theirs were mild. Du Rual nodded, confirming everyone is running a fever. This is an evolution affecting all living beings, as well as an unprecedented crisis. The fever symptoms will persist for 3 days. After 3 days, the majority will return to normal. A small fraction will awaken special abilities, and a portion will perish. At this juncture, Du Rual paused to pose another question. Are you familiar with zombies? As soon as the words left her lips, the faces of those before her shifted dramatically. Du Rual affirmed their suspicions. A portion of individuals will transform into zombie-like entities. However, they will act more swiftly. And a minority will possess special abilities, evolving progressively to become stronger. Their bodily fluids, when contacted by normal individuals, will result in the latter becoming zombified. That I need not elaborate. You are likely aware of the significant dangers they pose. Du Rual nodded in agreement. Having received confirmation, the high-ranking officials continued to inquire, how can we eliminate zombies? Du Rual replied, by destroying their heads. Within their skulls lies a crystal core, the source of their power. Their bodies are already deceased, unless utterly obliterated. As long as a head remains, they pose a threat. Furthermore, their bodily fluids will contaminate water sources and soil. Thus, the remains of deceased zombies must be disposed of properly. A high-ranking official interjected, by incineration. Indeed, Du Rual confirmed. You previously mentioned Secretary Chi's high fever and suggested he might awaken abilities akin to yours. Is there a correlation between high fever and the awakening of powers? A significant proportion of those with high fevers will awaken supernatural abilities, Du Rual clarified. Secretary Chow asked, and what of those with mild fevers? Most individuals with mild fevers are ordinary people. Zombies tend to manifest among those with poorer physical constitutions. The officials present appeared somewhat agitated by this revelation, recognizing a potential lead. Du Rual, however, doused their excitement with a cold splash of reality. This did not guarantee that those with weaker constitutions would not become zombified. One could not deny the chilling truth. Amidst temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, they felt a compelling urge to turn off the air conditioning. You previously stated that this is an evolution concerning all living beings. The high-ranking official regarded Du Rual with grave seriousness, nearly overlooking this critical point. Indeed, animals and plants will also undergo mutations. They will stand in opposition to humanity, as they have throughout history. Upon concluding her explanation, Du Rual produced a small booklet and handed it to them. This contains information regarding zombies and the mutated flora and fauna. This was a compilation she had organized during the past 2 days aboard the helicopter. One person's capacity is limited, and this was all she could manage. The high-ranking official casually flipped through a few pages, his brow furrowing in concern. He tucked the booklet away and pressed Du Rual. Is all of this related to the fireball that flew into Mount Fuji? Du Rual shook her head, genuinely uncertain. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, foreign internet root servers were destroyed, and even as various bases later established communication networks, obtaining news from abroad remained impossible. Particularly from isolated island nations, it was akin to a solitary isle. Due to this evolution, the oceans had grown exceedingly perilous, becoming a forbidden zone for all terrestrial life. Even before her demise in her previous life, she had heard reports of marine creatures having made landfall near coastal bases. The group acquired the answers they sought, and Secretary Chow, demonstrating keen insight, spoke up. We are grateful for your insights. Madam Du, we have prepared a safe residence for you, and the supplies you requested are available there. The Chilean Special Forces, led by Captain Zhou Yu, consisting of 7 members, will provide round-the-clock protection for your safety. Du Rual, now holding a substantial cache of resources vital for the future of countless citizens, understood the necessity of comprehensive, unwavering protection. Naturally, she declined to spare herself from unnecessary discourse. She revealed her fire-based supernatural ability. The revelation astonished those present, and Zhou Yu, typically a mere backdrop, exhibited a glimmer of fervor in his eyes, a yearning for power, he exhibited only mild signs of fever, making the likelihood of him acquiring supernatural abilities, as Durual had indicated, quite low. Durual was acutely aware that this was their bottom line. Laden with a substantial amount of supplies, they could not allow her to completely escape their sphere of influence. Once the matter was concluded, Secretary Chow personally escorted Durual to the underground parking lot to retrieve the supplies. Previously, Durual had struck a deal with Secretary Chi and Secretary Chow. She would undertake rescue missions, and in return, Secretary Chow would gather the supplies she desired. This comprised several diesel generators, a few solar panels, assorted tools, a recreational vehicle, 3 military off-road vehicles, copious amounts of gasoline and diesel, as well as a variety of books. With no particular categorization, more was better. With 3 off-road vehicles, 2 fuel tankers, and all the vehicles and fuel designated for her, the other items were stored within the vehicles. Secretary Chow handed all the keys to Du Ruo and then remarked, "As for the books, we are pleased that Ms. Du possesses such awareness. Books are the crystallization of human wisdom, a treasure trove of knowledge, and a source of enlightenment for thought. They are the bearers of history, the sediment of culture, and symbols of civilization. Therefore, we have decided to entrust you with all the books from the provincial library. Shortly, you may head directly to the provincial library. I've already arranged for personnel there, and no one will obstruct your passage." Aside from 1 off-road vehicle for transportation, Duruo stored all the items in her space. She expressed her gratitude to Secretary Chow and resolved to drive herself to the provincial library. Zhou Yu, suffering from slight fever, was not yet in a condition to be commanded by her. Despite possessing an iron will, Zhou Yu remained like a coiled tiger, ready to spring. Observing him, Du Ruo felt a surge of emotion. They were the guardians of the nation. Once the vehicle was in motion, Du Ruo lowered the window and addressed Secretary Chow. "Secretary Chow, remember to isolate yourself from your family on the 3rd day." In her previous life, she had heard Mayor Chi mention that Secretary Chow had succumbed to zombification 3 days later, immediately biting his sleeping wife. His elderly parents were not spared either, with only his 15-year-old son, Chow Ji, managing to escape. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chow's posture slumped and tears shimmered in his eyes. He understood Du Ruo's implication. However, after a brief moment, he regained his composure. 3 days remained, and much could still be accomplished. Zhou Yu, seated in the vehicle, could not help but inquire, "What about me?" The response was Du Ruo's silence. She did not know. In her previous life at the Zhongling base, she had never heard of Zhou Yu. Either he was not present at the base, or upon exiting the elevator and approaching the door, Du Ruo's keen eyes noticed that the electronic lock of her home had been tampered with. The door had been pried open, and a chill wafted through the damaged gap. Someone had invaded her home. Chapter 8. Du Ruo returned with the wild man Zhou Yu, a veteran of special forces. Noticed the anomaly before Du Ruo. He gestured for her to hide to the side. Stealthily moving closer to the door, he cautiously pressed the doorknob and pushed it inward. The lock was broken and could not secure, but something was bracing against the door from behind. He signaled to Du Ruo with his eyes and gestures, asking whether to force entry. Du Ruo had a hunch about who it might be, and she gave Zhou Yu an affirmative nod. In the next moment, Zhou Yu kicked the door open. The occupant was startled awake. "Hold on. The thief has arrived." Du Ruo stepped inside, and indeed, it was Jiang Heng and his mother. Du Ruo couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Who would be so miserly as to forego the air conditioning in their own home, instead breaking into someone else's to enjoy it? The truth was that 3 days prior, amidst a heat wave, Li Wan had finally relented and allowed Jiang Heng to turn on the air conditioning in their rental unit. Initially, she had only intended to run it for a short while. But once the air conditioning was turned off, the temperature in the room soared within minutes. They had no choice but to keep it running. In the middle of the night, Li Wan, anticipating a cooler evening, turned off the air conditioning to save on electricity. Jiang Heng, awakened by the heat, erupted in anger at his mother. Later, seeing Li Wan in tears over the electricity bill, he had a sudden spark of inspiration for a win-win solution. Knowing that Du Ruo would certainly have her air conditioning on, he thought, why not move in with her? As for the earlier conflicts, he reflected that Du Ruo had not appreciated his mother's words and had even reacted violently toward her. It was common knowledge that pregnant women often had heightened tempers. Du was carrying a child, and as a man, he needed to be magnanimous. If Du were to kneel and apologize to his mother, attending to her needs, he would forgive her. T2 in the morning, when Jiang and his mother, enduring the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees, arrived at Du's door, they found themselves unable to unlock it with their fingerprints or enter the password. Du had deleted his fingerprint and changed the password. He was locked out. Frantically kicking the door, he received no response from within. Yet, Jiang was not one to give up easily. The next morning, he returned with tools to pry open the lock. The matter of air conditioning was trivial, but reclaiming his dignity was paramount. The commotion he created was considerable. Some neighbors recognized him and chose to ignore it, while others deemed it inappropriate and called the police. However, the police were occupied with rescuing supplies and extinguishing fires, leaving no one to intervene. Thus, Jiang and his mother moved into Du's home, enjoying the comfort of round-the-clock air conditioning. Given that no one responded to the police report, the situation escalated significantly. Those suffering from the lack of water, food, or air conditioning turned their attention toward others' homes to survive. Evil thrived under the sweltering heat. Jiang had developed a high fever since last night, and in a semi-conscious state, he was awakened by Li Wan shaking him. The names Du and Wildman had pricked at Jiang's male pride. Struggling to rise, he was not surprised to find Du standing next to a man whose features rivaled his own. Against his pale complexion, the man's bronze skin exuded masculine vigor, with a voice both harsh and weak. He hurled insults at Du you are nothing but a whore. He then provocatively addressed Zhou Yu. This whore certainly hasn't told you she carries my child. Turning back to Du he continued, I knew all along you looked down on my background, despising my lack of wealth. Who would have thought that just 3 days later, you'd find a replacement? Zhou Yu, a mere bodyguard, recognized this was clearly a matter between former lovers and chose not to intervene. Nevertheless, he had no intention of leaving. He would not allow Du to slip from his sight, ignoring Jiang's outburst. He settled onto a nearby sofa, closing his eyes to regain his strength. I want unleashed a torrent of curses. You filthy whore, carrying my son's child, and still flirting around. You couldn't even open your legs for him. Hung, you must never take this woman back. Who knows how many men she has been with behind your back? Once the weather warms, we should take her to the hospital for a checkup. Who knows what diseases this whore might have infected you with? Du having just inquired about the Xiaomangwei system, was momentarily distracted. As soon as her question was posed, she overheard Li Wan's vitriolic tirade. She could not allow such behavior to go unchallenged and promptly slapped her twice. Her body had been enhanced, granting her significantly greater strength than 4 days prior. The 2 slaps sent Li Wan reeling, blood spattering from her mouth along with 2 yellowed teeth. Jiang naturally would not escape unscathed. Delivered a swift kick, toppling him to the ground, then seized him by the collar, dragging him toward the door. She could not allow their tainted blood to stain her floor. What do you think you're doing? You vile creature! Let me go. Du remained silent. She had no desire to waste words on trash. Dragging Jiang outside, she returned to pull Li Wan out as well. Then, she ventured back inside to fetch a dishcloth and a floor rag, avoiding their gaze as she retrieved a military shovel from her space. She first stuffed the dishcloth into the wailing Li Wan's mouth, then did the same with the floor rag for Jiang. Finally, she raised the shovel, lowered it, and raised it again, allowing 10 minutes of interest to accumulate. She shattered Jiang's 3 legs, crushed both of Li Wan's hands, left her with no teeth, and even extracted her tongue. During this, a neighbor next door heard the commotion and peeked out, only to quickly shut the door and lock it. Du surveyed the 2, now curled up on the floor and emitting low whimpers, nodding in satisfaction. In the days following the emergence of zombies in her previous life, witnessing Li Wan kneeling between Jiang's legs had ignited this very desire within her. Bah! A pair of disgusting creatures. She had not laid a finger on Jiang's upper body. After all, zombies had yet to appear, and one must leave a glimmer of hope. Having completed her task, Du dragged the 2 of them into the elevator and unceremoniously discarded them on the first floor. The dried blood on the ground made it somewhat laborious to drag them. Piled beside the hallway were her previous bedding items. Dua thought to herself that Zhou was quite attentive. Thank you, that you're welcome. Once inside, Durua turned on the faucet and vigorously washed her hands. Xiao Mongwa, activate the base security system and temporarily designate this house as the base. Understood, Mom. The base security system is now activated with a level 1 defense that IT can withstand level 1 zombies, level 1 supernatural beings, and level 1 mutated plants and animals. Earlier, while she had been distracted, she had inquired of Xiao Mongwa whether once the base was set, it could not be altered. If it could not, she would need to find a long-term residence elsewhere. Fortunately, Xiao Mongwa confirmed that changes could be made at any time. She had no immediate plans to leave the city center, as she still required a significant number of zombie crystal cores to enhance her strength. Knock, knock, knocked out at 5 in the morning. Just as Du Ruo had settled into sleep, she was roused by a series of gentle knocks. Chapter 9. The stand-in Xiao Ruo. Are you home? Xiao Ruo. Open the door. You dead woman. Are you lying dead in there? A series of knocks echoed through the air, their sound as feeble as a whisper, as if the person at the door were on the verge of fainting. Upon recognizing the voice of Qian Yi, Du Ruo hurriedly opened the door, pulling her friend inside with urgency. Yi, she exclaimed, her voice hoarse as she enveloped her in a tight embrace. Xiao Ruo. Why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? I brought some fever-reducing medicine. We'll feel better after taking it. Though she felt somewhat lightheaded, Du Ruo's fierce grip was a tad painful, yet the dampness on her shoulder made her reluctant to push her away. She had always known Du Ruo to be delicate. Just a minor scrape could elicit a cascade of tears. During their university days, they shared a room, and whenever Du Ruo had her menstrual cycle, she would lie in bed, tearfully begging for help to take a leave of absence or bring her meals. Undoubtedly, Du Ruo was beautiful. Her tears made her look even more pitiful, like a weeping pear blossom. Qian Yi had a cherubic face, standing just a tad shorter than Du Ruo. She appeared soft and adorable, but inside resided a strong spirit. Since childhood, she had harbored a belief in defending the weak, making it impossible for her to resist Du Ruo's charms. For 4 years, they had maintained a relationship characterized by one's indulgence and the other's playful affection. Last night, Yi had developed a fever and a slight headache. Awakening around 3 in the morning, she took some ibuprofen she had prepared earlier, which alleviated her discomfort. Unable to fall back asleep, she aimlessly scrolled through her phone, discovering that many others were also experiencing fever symptoms, which led her to worry about the pain averse Du Ruo. However, her attempts to call went unanswered, just as they had in the previous days. Unsettled, she tossed and turned in bed, ultimately deciding to check on Du Ruo before dawn when the temperature was still bearable. The heat was oppressive. After waiting for ages, no taxis arrived. Fortunately, their residence was not far away. She rummaged through the freezer, stuffing some frozen goods in her bag to cool herself down, and after more than an hour, she arrived as the sun began to rise. Don't cry, my dear. Qian Yi soothed Du Ruo softly. The Du Ruo began to sob aloud. Yi, filled with exasperation, scolded her. Why are you crying? If you're unwell, why didn't you call me? Do you have any idea how many times I tried calling you? The other day, you said you were busy. For the past 2 days, I couldn't reach you at all. I thought there was a power outage at your place. You silly girl, are you a pig? Didn't you realize your phone was dead and charge it? As Yi spoke, her eyes began to redden. I'm sorry for worrying you. The last time Yi had called, Du Ruo was at a farm collecting rabbits. She had only managed to tell Yi to stay home for a few days and that she would come to fetch her soon before hanging up. Afterward, with her phone dead and no time to charge it, she returned home, tidied up after Jiang Hong and his son, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. Although her body had been strengthened, she had been exhausted from the previous day's exertions and had completely forgotten to charge her phone. Yi, I miss you. It had been 6 years since Du Ruo last saw her, after the zombie outbreak in their previous life. All communication with Qian Yi had been severed. Yi could never have anticipated that Du Ruo was no longer the delicate Xiao Ruo she once knew. Yet, Du Ruo instinctively pouted playfully. Yi, you can't scold me now that I'm pregnant. We're going to be mothers. Yi froze momentarily before erupting in indignation. I'm going to kill Jiang Hong, that bastard. she made as if to storm out. Her fury was genuine. Du Rua's close friend, Yi had witnessed their entire relationship unfold. She had never thought highly of Jiang Hung, perceiving him as somewhat of a mama-s boy. During the rare occasion she had been with them, she often heard him mention, "My mom said," without fail. Beyond that, she simply felt he was unworthy of her dear friend, and no one else would dote on Du Rua as unconditionally as she did. Du Rua released Yi, but gently placed her hand on her belly. "This is ours. Didn't you always encourage me to have a child?" Before she could finish, Zhou Yu, lounging on the sofa, couldn't he help but interject. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with tears, and saline dripped from them. Dampening his thick lashes, he felt exhausted. After days of fatigue, though his willpower remained, his body was weary, having barely slept for an hour before being disturbed. He felt a wave of irritation. Observing the two women, he surmised that if he didn't intervene, they could chat for hours at the door. His deep voice startled Qianni, reminding Du Rua that another person was present in the house. "I'm sorry," that Du Rua quickly pulled Yi, who was about to turn on the living room lights to catch a glimpse of the man's true face, into the bedroom, as soon as the door closed. Yi excitedly whispered, "Rua, you're quite the player. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already changed him. The child in your belly Jiang Hung S, or someone else S? It's Jiang Hung S, the other one." Before Du Rua could finish, she was interrupted by Yi's loud exclamation. "What? Jiang Hung S? Oh my, what caliber of suitor is the other one? Could it be that infamous love-struck fool?" In the living room, Zhou Yu, the so-called suitor, irritably pulled a blanket over himself and turned toward the sofa, covering his ears with his hands. "That you're the one who's a suitor. Your whole family is filled with suitors. What nonsense about being love-struck. I've lived 30 years without even dating. How could I be love-struck? Damn it." At 5 in the afternoon, a well-rested Du Rua emerged from the bedroom into the living room. Zhou Yu, already awake and shirtless, was doing push-ups on the balcony floor. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on his bronzed muscles. "Wow, 8-pack abs." Du Rua's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's piercing gaze caught her off guard, prompting her to quickly turn and retreat back into the bedroom. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "I need to wake Yi up." "Yi, get up. You stink. Hurry and take a shower." Last night, when Qianni had come over, she was drenched in sweat. After their conversation, not wanting to disturb Zhou Yu, she had settled for sharing a bed. Yi felt sticky from the sweat, but Du Rua didn't mind, relishing the best sleep she had experienced since her rebirth. Unfortunately, poor Yi was too afraid to bump into Du Rua's belly, lying stiffly and taking a long time to fall asleep. Otherwise, she would have woken up by now. Once Yi was in the shower, Du Rua began preparing a meal. An hour later, at the dinner table, Yi mechanically chewed on the stir-fried meat. It took her quite some time to break it down before she hastily swallowed a mouthful of rice. Zhou Yu sat upright, his brows furrowed, as if he could crush a mosquito. Having mentally prepared himself for a long while, he finally set down the slice of meat he had picked up with his chopsticks. Du Rua and Qianni immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks in unison. "Good. Wonderful. It seems we have a cook among us." A small mango in the corner of the room timely announced the latest task. Delicious meals not only enhance the mother's sense of well-being, but also provide rich nutrition for the baby in her womb. They can ensure the child is not picky about food after birth, fostering a healthy appetite. "Mom, you need to improve your culinary skills or hire a chef," the mango chirped. Blushing, Du Rua nodded in acknowledgement and then took out her phone to turn it on. Opening her social media app, she noticed that the only pinned contact, E, had 67 unread messages. The last one, timestamped at 4:30 in the morning, was E threatening to come over and kill her. Most of the other messages were reprimands. She felt quite touched. After reading through them, she exited the app, only to find the most active group chat was the homeowners group. Messages flooded in, revealing a chaotic scene. "The government isn't doing anything for us anymore. I am parched, my lips are cracked. My girlfriend died from heat stroke, and no one is responding to my calls at my air conditioning is broken. I've fled to the subway station. My roommate has a fever of 40 degrees. Can you believe it? Who has extra water? I'll pay $1,000 for 100 ml. Who has fever-reducing medicine? I still have some food and water at home. Despair seeped through the screen that Du Ruo had no interest in the water group and was about to exit when Jiang Hung's message appeared below. Building apartment 802, there is plenty of water and food and all kinds of medicine available. Chapter 10. A bunch of scoundrels. I've been living here for a few days. Here are the photos. Jiang Hung sent a picture of Du Ruo's kitchen. The refrigerator door stood ajar, overflowing with various instant foods, while the water dispenser was full and a bucket of water sat untouched on the floor. Du Ruo couldn't cook and found takeout too expensive. Instant food was her best option, all of which she had stockpiled before. The ingredients she used for cooking today were taken from her storage. Although Qianyi, like Du Ruo, couldn't cook, she was particular about fresh produce. Having grown up in a vegetable greenhouse, she had never touched those instant foods. This is real. I took these photos last night. This is where I live with my girlfriend. Are you kidding? In this apocalypse, who wouldn't hoard supplies? I suspect you're trying to scam us for our kidneys. Protect your kidneys. 10086. Jiang Hung sent a sighing emoji. I just found out. She was quite the flirt. One person jested, my friend, where did you dye your hair? That green is strikingly vibrant. Jiang Hung responded, I couldn't stand it. We had a brawl last night. And even the door lock was damaged. Someone chimed in, brother, you're truly ruthless. The members of the group were not fools. It was evident that Jiang Hung was using others to do his bidding. However, the allure was undeniable that Du Ruo concealed her phone with a smirk. Temptation can indeed be lethal. Beside her, Qianyi nudged Du Ruo with her elbow, saying, Xiao Ruo, he's a real gem. Following Qianyi's gaze, Du Ruo beheld Zhou Yu, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular wrists, standing tall and flipping a spatula. The flames danced in the pot, releasing waves of enticing aromas. Qianyi, perhaps afflicted with his social bravado, asked Brother Zhou, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider my friend Xiao Ruo? Buy one, get one free. A big one for a small one. You can't go wrong with this deal. Qianyi's incessant chatter left Du Ruo scrambling to stifle her laughter. Zhou Yu, nearly spilling the contents of the pot, pretended not to hear. Soon, he prepared 4 dishes and a soup, placing them elegantly on the dining table that a series of knocks echoed at the door. Outside, a dozen men and 3 women surrounded Du Ruo's residence. Among them, a frail woman with bangs spoke up, beautiful lady, are you home? We came to buy some food and drinks and some fever medicine. Another slightly plump woman added, we'll pay double the price. Please, open the door. Saving a life is worth more than a grand pagoda. I remember you. You were also a student at Nanda. We are alumni. The Jingui mansion is adjacent to Nanda, where many students reside. A squinty-eyed man stepped forward, proclaiming, only a fool would open the door. Just as I said, let's kick it down. Didn't that green-hatted fool say, there's only one man inside? A mere waist hiding behind a woman. Most of these well-educated individuals hesitated. The plump woman remarked, isn't this a bit extreme? Look at the situation. It's the end of the world. We're standing at their door. Put away your pretentiousness. A gurgling sound interrupted the tension. The squinty-eyed man continued to mock. Huh. Do you want to hear the noise coming from your stomach? The plump woman blushed and bowed her head. After making his statement, the squinty-eyed man kicked the door with great force. With a loud bang, the door remained unmoved. In fact, he fell to the ground due to the recoil, clutching his leg and howling in agony. Ah, it hurts. I think my leg is broken. His body, already dehydrated, showed no sweat. Only the contorted pain on his face was visible. That 4-eyed guy. Have you not eaten? Let me handle this. A slightly stocky, bespectacled man stepped up. At that moment, the door creaked open. The base's system lacked soundproofing, and Du Ruo found their noise bothersome, deciding to deal with them before dining. Leaning against the door with a relaxed demeanor, she concealed her hand behind her, saying casually, my girlfriend has a high fever and is starting to convulse, and my roommate is also on the verge of collapse. The Du Ruo was unfazed. As temperatures rise, the government has indeed implemented measures. There's a large supermarket operating within a certain range at scheduled times. Not only is the air conditioning set to its lowest, but every individual can also receive 3 fever-reducing pills for free with their ID. A large supermarket is just a mile from Jingui Mansion, operating 4 hours every night. Although the convenience store in the vicinity is closed, the owner is willing to deliver if you pay extra. These people are naturally too lazy to brave the heat. Hoping for cooler weather tomorrow, we are willing to pay double the price. You eat so well while we are on the brink of starvation. Don't you have any sense of public morality? The door was ajar, and the enticing aroma of food wafted out, mingled with the cool air gurgle. A hint of spicy beef aroma lingered in the air. Duruo remained indifferent. She recognized most of the dozen individuals before her as fellow students from Nanda in her past life. Only the bespectacled man survived when she left this place. The bespectacled man was a graduate student named Shan Xing, who had awakened fire abilities in his previous life and became a core member of Jiang Heng's team. He had a peculiar penchant for pregnant women, preying on those ranging from slightly showing to nearly giving birth. He had caused the demise of many. He had also attempted to target Duruo several times, nearly succeeding on one occasion. It was only due to a moment of carelessness that she managed to burn him, allowing her escape that time. Jiang Heng was outside the door. In terms of strength, he could not compete with Shan Xing, and to secure leadership of the small base, he sold her out. Duruo took a deep breath. Continuing her count. 3. She then produced a military shovel stained with dark red blood from behind her. She had forgotten to clean it after previously confronting Jiang Heng and his mother. Just as she revealed it, Zhou Yu stepped out and took it from her. I'll handle this. You go eat it, Duruo. Pleased with the arrangement, welcomed a free bodyguard without hesitation. Leave the bespectacled man to me. Without further ado, she strode inside, already feeling ravenous. She surmised that Zhou Yu's intervention was motivated by the earlier remark about the worthless man hiding behind a woman that a bunch of societal refuse. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, they thrive on deceit and cowardice. Without a doubt, if a zombie outbreak occurred, these individuals would drive one to madness even more than the zombies themselves. Zhou Yu acted swiftly. He certainly did not kill them, merely dislocating their limbs, leaving them with some colorful bruises. Being a soldier by training, he refrained from using lethal force since the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Were it Duruo in his place, she would have sent them to the underworld without a second thought. Relishing the company, Duruo was not naive. She knew that the Qilin team was likely dispersed nearby. Should she kill, Zhou Yu would undoubtedly bring her teammates to capture her. She would never abandon Qianyi to hide alone in the space for 2 or 3 days. After dining, the three of them made their way to the corridor. She was set on confronting Shan Xing. Zhou Yu, without question, would follow. Qianyi wished to spend more time with Duruo, sensing a change in her demeanor. She refrained from questioning Duruo about what had transpired, knowing that when Duruo was ready to share, she would. Chapter 11. Setting an example, Shan Xing was stripped of his belt by Zhou Yu and bound to the corridor railing, his mouth stuffed with a foul sock. Though the corridor was slightly cooler than outside, the oppressive heat had him dehydrated within the span of a single meal, with blood from his cracked lips having dried. Duruo detested idle chatter. She removed the stinky sock from Shan Xing's mouth. You filthy scoundrel! Duruo did not allow him the chance to finish his words. She pinched his mouth, forcing it open. Then, with a swift gesture, sent a fire seed the size of a sesame into his belly. This was a skill Duruo had perfected in her previous life. Zombies love to scream, and when dispatching them, a tiny fire seed, condensed with a significant amount of fire energy, would be sent into a zombie-esque body, resulting in an explosive disintegration of rotten flesh. Though Duruo's current level of ability was not high, diminishing its lethality, this very aspect allowed her to derive greater satisfaction. The fire seed contained 80% of her fire energy and was modified to continuously roast within Shan Xing's belly. It could persist for at least 48 hours, slowly cooking his insides from the inside out. Shan Xing let out a wretched scream, his legs stiffening in pain, convulsing on the ground, while bulging veins throbbed on his swollen face. The terror of the unknown made his pupils dilate. He felt flames igniting within his stomach that he wished for death. Zhou Yu, standing silently, seemed lost in thought, observing coolly. Qianyi was astonished by Duruo's magical prowess. Has Xiaoruo become immortal? Duruo was quite pleased with her handiwork. She clapped her hands and took out her phone to capture the scene, sharing it in the group chat, setting an example. The incessant chatter in the community group came to an abrupt halt. Duruo put away her phone and asked the dazed Qianyi beside her, Now can I join you? Duruo was unwilling. Yet Qian-Yi had her reasons, so she proposed to accompany her. Naturally, Qian-Yi disagreed. In such sweltering heat, she would be crazy to let a pregnant woman suffer alongside her. I'll manage on my own. Otherwise, forget it. After all, it's just a beast. How could it compare to you? Duruo decisively declared. It's settled then. Upon returning home, Qian-Yi, having perspired profusely in just those few minutes, went to take a shower. Duruo retrieved several ice packs and 4 backpacks from her spatial warehouse. The ice packs had been collected during seafood stocking at the market, while the backpacks were conveniently pilfered from a mall, of which she had plenty. She placed the ice packs in the backpacks, which would help cool things down outside. She also prepared oversized sun hats and sun protective clothing for Qian-Yi and Zhouyu. Soon, the 3 of them took the elevator down to the basement. This time, Duruo boldly showcased her discovery before Qian-Yi. A military off-road vehicle appeared before them, without warning that I have a space that can store items. It will make moving much easier. Qian-Yi was once again left speechless. Space? Fire technique. Then she must have trained for hundreds or even thousands of years in that place reputed to be merciless. Treating all beings as mere fodder, it was not in vain that I'd spent so many years immersing myself in fantasy novels, envisioning Xiaoruo as the protagonist, taking a deep breath. Incredible! This is my best friend. I'm over the moon. Haha. The off-road vehicle raced toward the parking lot and onto the main road. There wasn't a single pedestrian in sight, only a few scattered accident vehicles rolling by the roadside, with faint signs of life inside. They had clearly suffered. As they continued on, the scene was reminiscent of those early days. Numerous vehicles were ablaze, leaves had all turned a desolate yellow, and with every gust of wind, they scattered to the ground. The 3 of them understood that those who had emerged in recent days were primarily those forced to seek refuge in hospitals. What they thought was a path to survival was, in fact, a journey into a microwave. Vehicles offered far less insulation than houses. The off-road vehicle driven by Du Ruo had been treated by Secretary Chow from the very start, with insulating film affixed to the exterior. Inside, Du Ruo had packed a substantial amount of ice packs and ice cubes, replacing them as they melted. Combined with the air conditioning, this allowed the interior to maintain a relatively low temperature, enabling them to venture out in the sweltering heat of over 60 degrees at around 6 in the evening. Soon, they arrived at Qian-Yi's residence. Qian-Yi was deeply concerned as her abode was an old-style community. Power had already been cut off by noon. She opened the door to find the temperature inside akin to that of an oven, with a small kitten lying by the entrance, panting heavily. Qian-Yi took out a bottle of mineral water to feed the kitten, just as she intended to set down her backpack to retrieve the ice packs for the kitten's cooling. Du Ruo handed her a cardboard box. Put it in here. The box was already filled with ice packs. As Qian-Yi cradled the little kitten and turned around, Du Ruo caught sight of its eye color, pale green. It had short, wide-round ears and dense, long fur reminiscent of a tabby cat. It's a Junjun. Xiaoruo, how did you know I wanted to name her Junjun? We've been such close friends for 4 years. Our synergy is incredible. I found her 5 days ago and hadn't decided between Junjun and Tangtang. Let's go with Junjun. After placing Junjun in the box, Qian-Yi felt an overwhelming joy due to her unspoken understanding with her best friend. Du Ruo reminded her, it's not a kitten, it's a Pallas's cat. Unfortunately, it's a protected species with a highly aggressive nature, and domesticating it is prohibited. This little creature, no bigger than a fist, must have been smuggled in. There's a highway inspection station nearby. Perhaps someone, fearing detection, let it loose. Otherwise, it would have perished by now. Pallas's cat? What is that? Qian-Yi, an avid reader of web fiction, dedicated all her leisure time to electronic novels and had little interest in videos. She had no idea what a Pallas's cat was. Dubois decisively took out her phone, summoned Baidu, and proceeded to enlighten Qian-Yi. Du Ruo was acquainted with Junjun. After the apocalypse, apart from a few mutated pets that had grown close to humans, almost all mutated bees stood in opposition to humanity. It seemed that in her previous life, Junjun became the guardian beast of Jiangling Base due to the kindness Qian-Yi had once shown. When Du Ruo encountered Junjun, it had already grown to the size of an adult elephant, with a hearty appetite, devouring zombie heads with ease, consuming 30 or 40 in a single sitting. Fierce indeed. What captivated Duruo the most was its unique ability. That was what she valued most. After ensuring Junjun was settled, Qian-Yi gathered some essential items to take with her. She had learned from Duruo that zombies would appear in a few days. Duruo, feeling bored, turned on the television. The screen was filled with reports about the impacts of the heat wave that, in just a few short days, the death toll reached millions, a figure that had been meticulously tallied. Yet no one warned of the impending crisis set to unfold in the following 2 days. That Duruo was not surprised at all. The predictions she had made had long since expired. They no longer held the weight of prophecy and would likely be dismissed by all. However, she firmly believed that the government must have been quietly implementing measures behind the scenes. Growing impatient with the grim scenes on the television, which depicted a landscape strewn with corpses and rampant fires, she switched it off and glanced at her phone. The effect of the recent events was palpable. Not only was the community group eerily quiet, but no one had attempted to add Duruo's account either. Time swiftly passed. Before long, it was the 7th day. At 8 in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. Since the 5th day, temperatures had gradually begun to decrease. And now the nighttime heat was a mere 45 degrees. People clung to the belief that the nightmare was nearing its end. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the night. Duruo knew that the beginning had arrived. She rose from her bed, preparing to investigate. Meanwhile, Qian-Yi, who had been quietly reading electronic novels in bed, suddenly found it difficult to hold her phone steady. Tea slipped from her grasp, striking her nose and eliciting a weak cry of pain. Her complexion turned ashen in an instant. She realized Qian-Yi was on the brink of collapse. It seemed she could no longer endure. Even if she returned into a zombie, it would still mean death. Chapter 12. The appearance of zombies. Watching Qian-Yi's face gradually pale, Duruo felt her heart. In her previous life, she had been among the first to awaken her abilities. That was around 6 in the afternoon when she fell into a coma. Concerned for the pregnant Qian-Yi, who had been unable to reach her, she had disregarded her own discomfort to bring her antipyretics during the cooler hours. Jiangheng's mother had barged into her home, snatching the medicine and sending the visibly unwell Qian-Yi away. Had it not been for a slip of the tongue from Jiangheng's mother on another day, she would have remained in the dark. After the apocalypse struck, Duruo never saw Qian-Yi again. Duruo caressed Qian-Yi's face. Her nose grew sour, and tears fell. Suddenly, the lights flickered ominously before plunging into complete darkness. Jiangling City had managed to endure for this long largely due to a nearby dam. However, the situation seemed to have shifted. A soft, white light seeped through the crack of the bedroom door. In the living room, Zhou emitted sounds of distress. Duruo quickly grasped the situation and dashed out. Zhou knelt in the living room. Electricity coursing from the household outlets into his body, he was the only source of light in the dim room, his body crackling with erratic sparks. Zhou had awakened his lightning-based powers. This was dire. Zhou was in danger. As a newly awakened individual, he was unable to contain such a surge of energy. If not stopped, he would explode. At that moment, Zhou visibly swelled. Fortunately, Duruo had encountered an ability user with uncontrolled lightning powers in her previous life and knew how to handle such a scenario. She retrieved a mop from her space, detached the mop head, and raised the wooden stick, aiming for a specific spot on Zhou's skull, bringing it down with force. Zhou let out a cry of pain, yet he did not collapse. Instead, he shot Duruo a glare filled with menace. Without hesitation, Duruo raised the mop stick again and struck him 2 more times, causing Zhou to roll his eyes and lose consciousness. Phew! Although Zhou is now unconscious, the house remained devoid of power. Duruo stepped over Zhou and approached the window. Indeed, the entire building was without electricity. It must have tripped the circuit breaker. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Building B across the way. Duruo turned towards the sound and saw, through the blood-red glass of the opposite balcony, a man bent over another person. The untrained eye. It might have seemed as though they were engaged in some sort of activity. Moments later, the other person trembled, slowly rising to their feet. It was a woman, her face a gruesome mess, half of it missing. Her teeth and bones exposed. The screams continued unabated. Xiao Mongwa, do we have any more of that ability, awakening liquid? Du Ruo placed her hopes in the system. Xiao Mengwa transformed into a miniature panda, perched on Du Ruo's left shoulder and whispered in her ear, "No, that was the only one, specifically prepared for you." She felt somewhat downcast. She could sense how much Du Ruo valued Qianni. Why hadn't she prepared an extra? However, she added, "But Mom, you can go hunt zombies and collect crystal nuclei. I can extract energy from the nuclei. The extracted energy can enhance her chances of survival or awakening abilities. However, regardless of the amount of energy, there's only a 30% chance. Moreover, she will either die or turn into a zombie within an hour at most." Upon hearing this, Du Ruo sprang into action. 30% was better than nothing. She exited the bedroom, where Zhou was seated on the floor, rubbing his neck. Upon seeing her, he gritted his teeth and said, "You really didn't need to hit me a third time." Du Ruo nodded, thinking to herself that soldiers were indeed different. Their physical resilience was remarkable. "I need to go to the subway station and hunt zombies." With Zhou awake, she had an extra pair of hands to help. To the north of Nanda, there was a subway terminal that in both her past and present life. Subway stations and tunnels served as temporary disaster relief centers during heat waves, packed with people. After the zombie outbreak, the subway station had become a den for the undead. The zombies had now emerged. The subway station was likely crawling with them. The Du Ruo drove towards the subway station, navigating through the chaotic crowds fleeing for their lives. Armed soldiers patrolled with serious expressions, shooting zombies on sight and extracting the transparent crystal nuclei from their skulls. Police vehicles moved slowly, their loudspeakers announcing the characteristics of zombies and how to respond, advising everyone to stay away from those still exhibiting signs of fever, as they could turn at any moment. Those in a feverish state were urged to remain indoors. The mutations would last 7 days. Numerous patrols were present, usually in pairs. This was merely the beginning of the mutations. Many were still in a feverish state. Du Ruo witnessed a team member suddenly turn into a zombie, and without hesitation, his companion fired a shot. Following that, with tear-filled eyes, he reached for the walkie-talkie to report, soon receiving reinforcements to ensure the remaining member would not act alone. There were also soldiers acting independently, likely the survivors of the mutations. Occasionally, someone would unleash their powers, but they were not yet proficient, leading to small mishaps. The Du Ruo drove the military off-road vehicle, making her way without obstruction 0.5 minutes later. They arrived at the subway station. In comparison to the outside world, the number of soldiers surrounding the subway station was significantly greater, all fully armed. To the exit, a throng of people gathered, exuding a pungent aroma of sweat and the stench of excrement. Personnel clad in white lab coats, bearing firearms, were measuring temperatures with thermometers. Only those with normal temperatures were permitted to exit. Those with abnormal readings were taken aside by 2 individuals in camouflage and placed under the watch of a group of 20. Suddenly, a zombie emerged from the crowd, seizing the person in front before being shot in the head. "Mother, let us out. We are not ill. You cannot treat us this way, you executioners. The apocalypse has arrived." The crowd's fury swelled, with a minority appearing numb, while despair lingered throughout the hall. Negotiations were entrusted to Zhou. Little Mango remarked that the early-stage zombie crystal cores had too low an energy yield, estimating that it would take 500 cores to extract a single effective essence for consumption. The innermost area had already succumbed, with military personnel trapped inside. She had initially intended to enter and fight herself. But with Zhou present, she pondered whether she could exploit the situation for free. Failing to do so, she resolved to take matters into her own hands for sustenance. The subway station was densely populated, housing several 100,000 people throughout the tunnels. Jiangling City still had great faith in Du Ruo, having long-stationed military personnel for protection. Every 100 individuals formed a stronghold, guarded by 2 armed soldiers. Even in the absence of zombies, such measures were deemed necessary to maintain peace and curb crime. Approximately 3 miles in, a conflict had erupted between the caretakers and the zombies before the outbreak, affecting several adjacent strongholds. Around a dozen comrades had perished, followed swiftly by the zombie outbreak, resulting in an even greater calamity that a horde of zombies surged into other strongholds, causing chaos among the gathered populace. Gunfire proved futile, as it was likely to strike fellow survivors. Initially, they had planned to encircle the interior, engaging in a gradual battle, but the ensuing chaos had rendered entry impossible. Zhou Yu's expression darkened. With time, the entire subway station would fall. The only option was to break through from the outside. Duruo wore a grave expression as she took out her phone and opened a map. "Show me the location." Zhou Yu accepted the phone, pointing out the zombie nest to Duruo. Upon seeing it, her brow furrowed, and she instinctively inhaled deeply. "This place, it will be difficult." Chapter 13. Mother was right. Duruo stowed away the map. Resolved to give it another attempt, she sought out the leader Zhou Yu had previously negotiated with, a military officer named Li Jun. "I have a method to directly access the zombie nest from the surface, but I require 500 crystal cores from you first." Li Jun, in his 40s, replied with a hint of impatience. "What method do you possess? Your ability is fire-based. I do not believe you have the capacity to burrow in from the ground. Even if you did, it would merely be a banquet for the zombies. Surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies, there would be no chance of survival if delivery services offered that level of service." He would guarantee a 5-star review with a 100-word compliment. They had already dispatched personnel to evacuate and clear the civilians above that area. At that point, they would detonate explosives. "I know you wish to blast that area, but you should also be aware that once the explosives are detonated, the ensuing collapse will be beyond your control." The Duruo could easily guess their intentions. "You also know that this will inevitably endanger the normal populace within the tunnels. I am also an Earth-type ability user." Li Jun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Lucky for you, he had 2 subordinates who had awakened dual abilities. It was not uncommon. He had heard that newly awakened powers were weak, but with time and frequent use, they would grow stronger. Absorbing energy from zombie crystal cores could also elevate one's abilities. However, the cores from recently zombified creatures were as feeble as human abilities. Duruo understood Li Jun's thoughts and did not intend to waste more words. She concentrated her earth ability in her right foot and lifted it, bringing it down. Instantly, a crack less than 3 centimeters wide appeared in the cement beneath her. Extending toward Li Jun's feet, he instinctively attempted to jump away, but restrained himself. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded Duruo with skepticism. "Is this all?" Yet in the next moment, he, along with the upper layer of cement, plummeted into the pit. Li Jun stood in the hole, staring in disbelief at the girl before him. He had encountered several Earth ability users before, and their power had barely loosened soil. Duruo, having awakened her abilities with the essence provided by Little Mango, was not like others. Though at the same tier, her power rivaled that of a 3rd-tier user. Of course, the energy required for future upgrades would also be substantial. Indeed, strength was the best testament to capability. Li Jun climbed out of the pit. His previous disdain vanished as he invited Duruo to the side of a military vehicle. He then activated the communication device, requesting the delivery of the zombie crystal cores. Within 10 minutes, Duruo received 500 cores. After concluding her conversation with Li Jun, she agreed to meet at the designated task location in half an hour, then departed in a vehicle. With Zhou Yu and his team present, Li Jun did not dispatch anyone to follow them. Upon ingestion of the energy, Qian Yi's pallid complexion suddenly flushed with warmth. Duruo reached out to touch her forehead, finding it somewhat hot. Little Mango advised, "Mother, wait another 5 minutes." Duruo sat on the edge of the bed, tightly grasping Qian Yi's hand, her reddened eyes brimming with moisture as she fixated on Qian. "Do not leave me alone. You promised that once the child is born, you would help me care for it. Raising a child is exhausting. I cannot bear it alone." Why the door? Zhou Yu stood quietly, gripping a loaded handgun. 5 minutes later, a cool aura suddenly erupted from within Qian Yi, quickly subsiding again. She opened her eyes just in time to see Duruo's tears cascading down her cheeks. Startled, she sat up abruptly, wiping away Duruo's tears and scolding her. "You foolish woman, is it really necessary? It's just raising a child. With my help, you certainly won't be worn down to a haggard state." Duruo embraced Qian Yi tightly, elated. "How wonderful!" Suddenly, a soft touch brushed against Qian Yi's feet. "Oh, little Ruo, look at Jun's eyes. They have grown even greener." Upon closer inspection, Jun's fur appeared slightly darker. Having been forgotten by Duruo, Jun had completed its transformation. It jumped onto the bed, feeling famished after its nap. "Woof woof." Duruo quickly produced a leg of lamb to feed it. Jun eagerly snatched the leg and scurried behind the curtains that Duruo retrieved a grape seedling from her space. You have awakened your wood ability. Now let us see what specific power you possess. Qianni nodded, already informed about the transformation from Duruo. Following Duruo's advice, she attempted for quite a while, but the grapevine showed no response that I can sense the energy, but it is ineffective. Qianni felt somewhat disheartened. What a useless ability, Duruo explained. What abilities are diverse? We could try again later. For now, Zhou Yu and I will venture to eliminate zombies. You must stay here and not wander about. You can rest assured about the safety of the home. No one and no zombies can enter. Little Mango had previously stated that the safety coefficient of the base was referenced against her abilities, meaning that the current first-tier base offered third-tier protective effects. The appearance of third-tier zombies or third-tier ability users had only occurred 3 months later in the previous life. This time, although everyone was aware of the utility of zombie crystal cores due to her early warnings, the emergence of fourth-tier ability users would not be so swift, as low-tier crystal cores had minimal effects on high-tier ability users that know, I want to go with you. Qianni had her own thoughts. She wished to confront the situation. She did not want to be a parasite. A few days ago, upon learning of the impending outbreak, she had shamelessly approached Zhou Yu to learn a few skills. Now, with the zombies just having erupted, it was the perfect moment for her to bolster her courage and hone her skills. More importantly, she had faith in her little Ruo. The confidence in little Ruo's words convinced her that her child was destined for greatness. After contemplating, Duruo decided to allow her to train with Li Jun's team on the surface. She could not, and would not, confine Qianni, allowing her to become a sheltered flower point 20 minutes later. The trio arrived at the predetermined location at the foot of Phoenix Mountain Park. The zombie nest lay beneath Phoenix Mountain. Duruo entrusted Qianni to a few individuals brought by Li Jun, requesting them to help her practice and ensure her safety. Qianni, with a firearm slung over her shoulder, felt her hands tremble slightly as she bowed deeply to the 10 men before her. I appreciate your guidance. Although the men did not display any signs of reluctance, Qianni understood they were merely executing orders from their superiors. After Qianni departed, Li Jun presented Zhou Yu with a pair of dual hammers. Try these out and see if they suit you. Duruo stepped forward to take the hammers, casually swinging them a few times. Suddenly, a zombie emerged nearby, not far from Duruo. Before Li Jun's men could react, Duruo charged forward with the hammers, swiftly delivering a fatal blow. Quick, fierce, and precise. The brain matter splattered, drenching those around her. Quite satisfactory, Duruo mused, feeling her body strengthened, as if she could fell a rampaging bull with a single punch. Due to her preparedness, a barrier of fire was swiftly erected at the moment of action, leaving her impeccably clean. The sounds of retching echoed in succession. Jun raised his hand to wipe the red and white substances from his face. His composure wavering, he had thought that the hammer Duruo previously asked him to find was intended for Zhou Yu. Rumor had it that this woman was pregnant. Zhou Yu, taken aback, stared wide-eyed, dryly inquiring, "Isn't this unsuitable for prenatal education?" Duruo replied, "This is the apocalypse. I believe such prenatal education is quite appropriate." Xiaomong chimed in, "Mom is right." The others were left speechless after testing the weapon. The next task was to breach the tunnel leading to the subway. This was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in how to avoid being mistaken for takeout. The noise from excavating would undoubtedly attract the ravenous zombies, who would gather at the tunnel's entrance, eagerly awaiting their meal. Chapter 14. The Hammer Sisters, too, unhinged Duruo, and her companions meticulously examined the map and located a path with minimal stones. Without further ado, Duruo utilized her earth-based abilities to swiftly drill into the ground, creating a sloped passage. The passage extended approximately 10 meters. Once she reached the concrete surface, she halted. Beneath the concrete lay the tunnel, which was prepared for demolition. Having expended much of her abilities, she managed to carve out a passage wide enough for a person to slide down. With her power at the first level, she could only gather soil and stones to form a shield, construct the tunnel, or perform thrusts. Altering the shape of concrete and stone was beyond her capabilities, which required a 5th-level earth ability. While she could execute demolitions, she wished to avoid revealing too much, S. Li Jun and the others prepared for the detonation. Du Ruo rested nearby. Zhou Yu and his teammates were responsible for his safety and whereabouts. And they had gathered together. T.S. just the four of us now. The pigeon didn't team make it, and the loudspeaker turned into a zombie. I sent him off, said the one named Sidao. The youngest among them at 21, sporting a scar on his left cheek. The other three were the 28, Jingang, 25, and Yiniu, 24. Among this group, apart from the who was still feverish, the other three had awakened their powers. A somber atmosphere enveloped the five of them. Soon, Li Jun approached Du Ruo. The explosives are ready. Have you figured out how to get in? The entrance would explode above the zombies, and it was expected that the area below would be packed with hungry creatures. Du Ruo stated, I figure out how to descend. Let us blow it up. Jun issued the command. Bang! The entrance exploded, creating a gap wide enough for a person. Roars of hungry zombies have been waiting eagerly. As Du Ruo and her companions approached the tunnel entrance, a foul stench wafted towards them. An amalgamation of blood, sweat, rotting food, and excrement. Du Ruo pinched her nose and stepped back, unceremoniously commanding Zhou Yu's teammate Yiniu to ventilate the area inside. Du Ruo had previously observed their abilities and was aware that Yiniu commanded wind, while Jingang wielded spatial cutting powers. Sidao had awakened shadow evasion, excelling in assassination and stealth. Despite Yiniu's efforts, the wind he generated proved insufficient against the roaring zombies within the tunnel. Du Ruo sighed, forget it. It's pointless to ventilate now. She donned the gas mask prepared by Li Jun and slid down first. As she neared the opening, she employed her earth powers to create several speed-reducing zones, also erecting a barrier at the entrance. Peering down into the dark void, she could see nothing. However, the enticing aroma emanating from her body provoked the zombies. Inciting them to frenzy, Du Ruo conjured a massive fireball and hurled it into the throng. The fireball landed squarely on an unfortunate zombie, igniting it in a blaze. The flames quickly spread to the neighboring zombies, creating a conflagration. The tunnel filled with firelight. Du Ruo discerned the scene below. Zombies, with their gory mouths gaping wide, were howling at her, occasionally trampling over one another in their frenzy. I suppose I am rather popular. She mused. Harnessing her wind powers, she transformed wind blades into a tornado. The cyclone surged into the horde, instantly becoming a meat grinder. Chunks of flesh flew in all directions, and blood splattered across the ground. Where the tornado passed, only a dark red paste remained. After 5 seconds, the wind blades dissipated, revealing an area of approximately 10 square meters. The zombies surged forward once more. Du Ruo swiftly conjured a second tornado. With the wind blades unleashed, she leaped down, reaching for the dual hammers strapped to her back while calling out to the tunnel entrance. You can come down now. Just as she finished speaking, the second tornado ceased. Du Ruo ignited her hammers with fire and charged into the sea of zombies. With their overwhelming numbers, she used her metal abilities to reinforce the hammers. Spikes protruded from the hammers. She wielded the spiked weapon, spinning forward with determination. The next to descend was Zhou Yu. The mud barrier at the tunnel's exit had been cleared by Du Ruo, allowing him to slide down directly. Damn, this woman always manages to astonish me, he thought as he landed atop the thick layer of flesh paste. Watching Du Ruo twirl and dispatch zombies with her hammers sent chills down his spine. There was something distinctly different about the weapon in her hands that a horde of zombies approached. Leaving him no time to ponder, he swiftly drew his machine gun and began firing. After clearing a space, he signaled for the others to descend. Following Zhou Yu, Li Jun and his companions descended in succession. Soon, a steady stream of fully armed individuals joined them. Without exception, they were all horrified by the flesh paste beneath their feet and the ferocious figure of Du Ruo. Li Jun felt his scalp tingle in disbelief. This is too unhinged. Sister Hammer was truly formidable. The youngest, Sidao, ultimately succumbed to his nausea. The others, as if receiving a specific command, simultaneously succumbed to the overwhelming wave of retching. Fortunately, it was mostly just stomach bile. The group quickly steadied themselves, dividing into 2 teams to begin clearing the tunnel. Those who had awakened would occasionally practice their abilities. After approximately 15 minutes, Du Ruo and Zhou Yu's team managed to carve a path through the throng of zombies. They were all panting heavily, having exhausted their abilities and ammunition. Yet the 6 remained vigilant. Before them lay a mass of corpses, but they were not their doing that it hardly seemed human. The heads of these zombies had been gnawed upon, their cores devoured. Roars echoed from behind them, signaling the approach of more zombies. Hearing the commotion, they quickly turned to face the incoming horde, firing their weapons that a flurry of bullets struck the approaching zombies. The creatures staggered back, but soon rose again. The zombie before them was drenched in blood, its mouth agape with shredded flesh, its entire form splattered with crimson. Yet it was evident that, aside from its dark red clothing, the bullets left no mark upon it. That Duruwa declared, second-level zombie. She had suspected as much. Beyond the ordinary zombies, there existed some that, like humans, could awaken abilities. Moreover, these zombies possessed relatively higher intelligence and an innate instinct to evade danger. If a zombie-esque core were exposed, it became a fatal lure, prompting those that had consumed cores to begin devouring their own kind. That it seemed this particular zombie had been mingling among the ordinary ones, feigning death to evade detection, and had seized the opportunity to consume numerous cores, thus evolving. Jingang, towering nearly 2 meters, smirked, so it truly is a clever little creature. Zhou Yu and the others wore grave expressions, realizing their abilities had been depleted. The second-level zombies had undergone a qualitative transformation, rendering ordinary bullets and weapons ineffective against them. They could only rely on their abilities and heavy firepower, of which they possessed none. Between them and the second-level zombie lay a sea of corpses, leaving them with little room to maneuver. The second-level zombie, however, traversed effortlessly as the zombies advanced. Dia suddenly charged forward and I'll hold it off. You all hurry and regroup with Commander Lee. Still in a fevered state, he had yet to complete his evolution. Who knew whether he would awaken an ability or succumb to zombification? Sacrificing him was a worthy trade. Dia, no! Tears streamed from Dia's eyes as the gaping maw of the second-level zombie loomed before him. With a roar, his 2 prominent front teeth bared, he shouted, I'll take you on. The other 4 raised their weapons and charged forth alongside him. Dia's comrades would not abandon him. Chapter 15. Sister Hammer is awesome bang, as the 5 charged towards the second-level zombie. They were caught off guard, splattered with the creature's blood and viscera. Blood sprayed into Dia's eyes, painting his entire world crimson. Yet to his surprise, the anticipated pain never arrived. One by one. They wiped their faces, only to find that the second-level zombie had exploded before them. Flesh fragments were singed, sizzling as they caught fire. The 5, smeared with blood, exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Yu was the first to react. Looking towards Duruwa, did a small fireball just fly into that zombie's mouth? Duruwa replied nonchalantly, no need to thank me. Zhou Yu's pupils constricted. The bespectacled man had suffered terribly at the hands of Duruwa's abilities. Thinking he was done for. Yet unexpectedly, the power proved to be astonishingly immense. It seems this young lady possesses quite a kind heart. Zhou Yu remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the bespectacled man he mentioned had perished the previous day. His internal organs had been seared by low temperatures for 2 days and nights, and ultimately, he could no longer endure it, choosing instead to leap from his residence on the 17th floor. The knife wielder gave a thumbs up to Duruwa, exclaiming, Sister Hammer, you're incredible. Apart from Zhou Yu, the other 4 silently included Duruwa on their list of extreme dangers. Sister Hammer was akin to a high-tier zombie. Duruwa raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Sister Hammer? Zhou Yu promptly kicked the knife wielder. Flustered, the knife wielder sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. In the dim light, 2 pristine little tiger teeth gleamed strikingly. Did I quite like it? Duruwa mused. The term hammer signifies strength, while sister conveys respect. She genuinely appreciated it. While Bull sighed, Sister Hammer truly stands out. By the way, the crystal core. The group immediately began rummaging through a pile of dismembered flesh. And soon, King Kong discovered a yellow crystal core. The knife wielder rushed over, snatched the core from King Kong's hand, and eagerly presented it to Duruwa. Sister Hammer, this is for you. Duruwa accepted it graciously. A crystal core imbued with attributes possesses energy that surpasses that of an ordinary core by more than 3-fold. This particular one was of the earth element, perfectly suited for her needs. The group took a moment to rest, and, after a considerable while, Li Jun and the others finally arrived. You all are quite speedy. You've cleaned out the crystal cores. Killing zombies is quick, but extracting crystal cores is a hassle. Aside from one person suddenly turning into a zombie and biting a comrade, there were no casualties. Level 1 zombies can be easily dealt with. Li Jun and his team would continue to maintain order in the tunnel. Eliminating zombies one by one, the distance between the two subway stations was nearly 3 kilometers. They positioned themselves on either side, situated in the middle of the tunnel, which was crowded with people. Out of fear of zombies, individuals on both sides huddled together, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Even in evacuation, it would take some time to disperse. The Duruo had grown weary of the stench within, and she naturally opted for the fastest route. Upon returning to the surface, Qianyi was already waiting. She had slain 3 zombies that day and personally extracted the crystal cores from their brains. Now, her gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence. Aside from her disheveled appearance, she looked quite spirited. Upon spotting Duruo, she immediately rushed over, wanting to embrace her, but the odor emanating from Duruo repelled her. How disgusting! Dead woman, did you crawl through a cesspool? Hurry and wash up. Don't let my darling absorb that stench. Duruo felt a wave of annoyance and dashed into the nearest hotel. Locating an open room to wash up, she retrieved a generous amount of shower gel from her space and used nearly half a bottle before feeling the unpleasant odors dissipate. After donning clean clothes, she swiftly entered her space. Having spent the past few days with Qianyi, she hadn't entered in a while. Upon her arrival, little Mango appeared before her. Mom, there are too many animals. The feed is almost depleted. When Duruo had adopted the animals from the farm, she had also taken the feed. Have all the seeds been planted? They've been sown, just sprouting. We can't achieve self-sufficiency. My suggestion is to extract the energy from this crystal core to accelerate crop growth. The energy extracted by little Mango is universally usable, regardless of properties or location. Naturally, Duruo agreed. Hundreds of large breeding farms, just the pigs alone numbered in the millions, not to mention chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and rabbits. For the first time, Duruo felt the threat of a food crisis. Little Mango immediately set to work. Grasping the crystal core with her paw, she squeezed it, releasing the energy like wringing a sponge, and caught it with her other paw. In total, there were merely a dozen drops. When her paw opened again, only a pile of powder remained. Then she casually tossed the energy into the sky, causing a gentle rain to fall over the distant fields and land. The raindrops soaked into the soil, and the crops instantly flourished. Within a few breaths, the rice in the fields began to bloom. Swiftly forming ears, almost instantaneously, the ears turned golden. With another wave of her paw, all the rice spontaneously dropped, lining up neatly in an adjacent clearing, forming a mountain of grain. Additionally, there were tomatoes, carrots, green beans, cabbages, and a variety of other common vegetables, all seeds collected by little Mango. Feeling somewhat fatigued, little Mango panted, "This little bit isn't enough to eat. We must continue planting. 1 drop of energy can rejuvenate 100 acres at once." Currently, there were less than 6 acres planted in the space. And Duruo began to feel overwhelmed at the thought of feeding so many animals. How many zombies would need to be killed to sustain them? She recalled Mayor Qi mentioning that he had awakened his powers on the first night. As Duruo prepared to leave, little Mango quickly spoke up. "Mom, we can start prenatal education now that a good mindset and nurturing environment can promote the normal development and inherent quality of the baby. Please, Mom, listen to music daily and tell the baby 1 to 3 bedtime stories." The system issued a task, and Duruo naturally accepted. "Don't rush. There's more," little Mango continued, "that we need to capture zombie servants. Farming is too exhausting for me. And don't forget about the chef that I think Zhou would do. Otherwise, find a way to keep him close. We'll see about that," Duruo replied, vanishing from the space. Once Duruo exited, little Mango immediately pulled out a guidebook on scientific parenting and began reading, nodding in agreement. Regarding accommodation, Duruo unapologetically occupied the adjacent room 801, creating a doorway in the wall to connect the 2 suites, incorporating them into the base's perimeter to benefit from its security. The previous occupants, a couple, had already become zombies, and they had been cleared out upon her arrival. The following day, Mayor Qi's call reached Duruo's phone first. He had awakened his spatial powers, just as in her past life. Possessing a stasis space that Duruo requested him to relocate the animals. But Mayor Chi hesitated. Duruo, my space isn't large enough that I end this apocalypse. Managing so many animals is troublesome that a safe base is currently being prepared. How about this? You help care for them for now, and will periodically provide you with a certain amount of crystal cores. Mayor Chi had only recently comprehended how extraordinary Duruo's space was. He had also heard of her remarkable deeds from the previous night, realizing that such a fine breeding facility would be hard to find. As for animal feed, it didn't matter. They could just eat meat if they starved. The key issue was that his space was not as vast as others, rendering it insufficient. Duruo instantly recognized Mayor Chi's calculations. Yet the offer of free meat and crystal cores was tempting. How many crystal cores each month? We'll discuss that later. Right now, I need your assistance with a problem. Chapter 16. What a pity about those two pigs. A level 2 zombie has emerged at South University, and our dispatch personnel have become trapped inside. The zombies are far stronger than we anticipated. To date, at least 30% of the population has turned. Our defensive capabilities are limited, and we've decided to establish a safe base at the wholesale market in the west of the city, where most of our personnel have relocated. Dr. Gon from South University is a leader in biological sciences. His research team ranks among the best in the nation. That we initially intended to evacuate them a few days ago, but their research has reached a critical point, and they insist on completing their experiments. Moreover, they do not believe in the absurdity of this apocalypse. That Dr. Gon is crucial to us. That Duruo did not decline and readily agreed. With so many zombies inside South University, it was a perfect opportunity for her to harvest crystal cores. On the other end of the line, Mayor Chi expressed his relief. Wonderful. All the crystal cores obtained from this operation will belong to you. After hanging up, Duruo gathered everyone together and briefly explained the upcoming mission. Then, she produced a pile of ingredients and handed them to Zhou. He smoothly accepted them and quietly made his way to the kitchen. The knife wielder stared in astonishment at Zhou, who was deftly preparing vegetables in the kitchen. Goodness, the boss can actually cook. He had always assumed that Zhou was only capable of killing. Due to the large group, Zhou decided on hot pot for dinner, and he quickly prepared a plate of braised pork. With insufficient dining tables, the living room's coffee table became the makeshift dining area, where several large men sat directly on the floor while the two women perched on the sofa. Lacking enough bowls and chopsticks, Duruo fortunately had disposable ones in her space. During the meal, Dia and the knife wielder nearly burst into tears. The knife wielder exclaimed, "Boss, you're truly considerate. Braised pork is my absolute favorite." Dia added, "It's not fair, boss. You get to live such a life every day." They had been gnawing on dry rations for 7 days. Moreover, the boss had two beautiful women by his side, which was a feast for the eyes. The group transformed their jealousy into appetite, diving into their meal. Qian Yi initially ate in an orderly fashion, but soon noticed that the men were pulling out the vegetables she had just placed in the pot to eat immediately. Even large chunks of meat, still tinged with red, were swallowed without a second thought. "Wait, it's not even cooked yet," she exclaimed, but seeing that no one paid her any mind, she too became one of the scavengers. Duruo, unable to watch any longer, quietly retrieved half a sheep that had already been slaughtered and set it aside. Zhou went to the kitchen, fetched a knife, and began slicing the meat. Before long, the 2 lamb legs were devoured completely. After the meal, Duruo distributed digestive tablets while reminding everyone, "Be cautious when we head out. There may be zombies outside." The previous night, to ensure a peaceful sleep, Duruo had activated the soundproofing features of the base. In the stillness, aside from Duruo, none seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. On the first night, the number of those turned into zombies surged, with at least a third of the population succumbing to the transformation. Many more were bitten. All ordinary individuals, unless endowed with special abilities, would inevitably become zombies upon being bitten. As it stood, at least half of the people outside had already been converted. This was still under the circumstances where the government had implemented certain measures and preparations that, in truth, during the last life, merely one night had seen 80% of the population turned into zombies. The majority had been bitten by those nearby, while lost in slumber. "Wait a moment. I will carry Junjun," Duruo said. Though Junjun was still quite young, Duruor resolved to take her wherever she went. For this place could be abandoned at any moment. 10 minutes later, everyone was prepared. Duruor opened the door, and a cacophony erupted from outside. At the end of the corridor, 3 zombies were gathered, feasting on a human. The sound of the door opening attracted their attention. As they turned, Duruor hurled a fireball at them. Boom! Silence enveloped the stairwell. The elevator was not an option, as a few approached the staircase. The door of a nearby room swung open. "Please, take us with you," a girl of about 20 cried out in desperation. She had been keenly aware of the commotion outside, watching as the zombies were slain and several humans passed by. These individuals were likely her only hope for survival. Before Duruor and the others could respond, the girl was yanked inside, the door slamming shut behind her, followed by an angry male voice berating her. "What is wrong with you? We said we would just wait at home. The government will come to rescue us. But what if they don't come?" The mutation struck at night, and low-level zombies were incapable of opening doors. Most remained trapped indoors. Additionally, fire doors at the stairwell prevented many zombies from ascending. With only 1 or 2 present, all dealt with by Zhou Yu and his teammates using their abilities that Duruor had previously mentioned that their powers would grow stronger with use. From this moment on, they needed to utilize their abilities frequently. Once their powers were exhausted, they could resort to firearms. As temperatures plummeted to 40 degrees, the group decided to travel in a single vehicle for safety. Aside from the still incomplete evolution of Daya, Zhou Yu's 3 teammates climbed onto the roof of the car. Zhou Yu drove, disregarding the zombies on the road as he recklessly barreled through. Soon, the vehicle was stained a dark crimson, leaving behind ominous tire tracks. Upon arriving at Nanda, the sight of clustered zombies was overwhelming. Except for Zhou Yu at the wheel, the others shouldered their guns and began to clear the obstacles. Zhou Yu pressed the accelerator to the floor, driving directly to the exterior of the laboratory building. He felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh my, so many zombies!" Jean Gang gasped. Good heavens, the laboratory was now encircled by zombies that Duruor explained. High-level zombies exert dominance over low-level ones, capable of commanding those within a certain range to gather. "Hurry up, they're coming," Zhou Yu urged. The group drew their weapons, aiming for headshots. It was no exception. "Xiao Ruo, be quick that I hit one in the head." On the way, Duruor had devised a plan. She retrieved a portable speaker from her spatial storage, connected it via Bluetooth, and secured it to a nearby utility pole. From her spatial storage, she produced 2 steel cages for transporting pigs, enclosing 2 live pigs within, tying the cages to the pole with a tight knot. She utilized her Earth-based powers to create an enclosure, drawing a 3-meter diameter stone prison around the pole. After activating her phone to play a compilation of Beethoven's symphonies, she declared, "All set. Let us go." Zhou Yu pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped away, crashing into the zombies that blocked their path, their lifeless eyes splattering against the windshield as the vehicle rolled over the corpses. The bodies fell away in the jolting motion. The zombies were drawn towards the sound of the music and the scent of the 2 live pigs. They quickly burst through the encirclement, reaching a concealed corner. Once parked, the wild buffalo on the roof jumped down, lamenting, "What a pity for those 2 pigs," that he truly felt the loss. This was a post-apocalyptic world following the zombie outbreak, where the fabric of society had unraveled and available resources were vital for human survival. After 7 days of scorching heat, over 90% of animals had perished. Not to mention pigs, even mosquitoes were nearly eradicated by the heat. "Don't T worry. With Hammer Sister here, you want to go hungry," said Chi Dao. Duruor replied. "Currently, most zombies are concentrated in front. Chi Dao, go scout the situation inside the laboratory that if you encounter danger, retreat immediately." Chi Dao's power was shadow evasion, ensuring his safety even against second-level zombies that will handle the zombies outside. There were too many zombies to leave them unchecked. Otherwise, rescuing people later would prove cumbersome. Once everyone had disembarked, Duruor stored the car away. The noise from driving was too loud. Proceeding on foot was the wisest course of action. Chapter 17. The might of Hammer Sister. The group returned to a hidden corner outside the laboratory. In the plaza below, Beethoven's music flowed, while a massive throng of zombies surrounded the source of the sound, letting out a cacophony of roars. At least 1,000 of them, in the center of the zombie circle. The anguished cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs filled the air. Chi Dao had stealthily entered the laboratory to scout that Du Ruo once again employed her earth-based powers to draw a protective barrier around Qian Yi. She handed her cat backpack, containing Junjun, to Qian Yi. You stay here and provide cover fire. I can feel if the barrier is breached, so don't worry. Qian Yi felt assured. After all, the two pigs had not yet encountered any mishaps. She had no qualms about her treatment akin to that of the pigs. Considering her lack of combat abilities, Tio survived long, but the non-combatant must be obedient. Du Ruo retrieved her dual hammers, ready to act, when a reminder from Xiao Mengwa echoed her mind. Mom, catch a few zombie servants first. They can help dig for crystal cores later. Thanks for the reminder, I'll grab a few now. She halted those poised to fire indiscriminately. Wait, I want to catch a few to play with. Upon saying this, Du Ruo dashed out, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Catch what? Zombies? To play with, seriously? Before long, they realized that Du Ruo was indeed serious. 6 relatively clean zombies obediently followed her. All of them tall and handsome. Former students of Nanda. This made Du Ruo appear rather frivolous. Without further explanation, Du Ruo stated, "These are my new little brothers. They handle the task of digging for zombie cores. I'll find them some conspicuous clothing to avoid any accidental killings later." The contract was straightforward. Xiao Mengwa provided her with several collars, instructing her to draw blood on them before placing them on the zombies. Once adorned, Du Ruo felt a connection with the 6, capable of commanding them to self-destruct with a mere thought. Finally, she produced 6 yellow hard hats and placed them on the zombies' heads, equipping each with an axe and a bag for the task of excavating crystal cores. She then awakened the stunned men. "Let us go." With that, she brandished her hammers and charged into the horde of zombies. Qian Yi displayed an expression of expected resignation. This is just basic operation for a celestial being. Zhou Yu and the others followed closely behind. Du Ruo at a portion of the zombies, sensing the presence of the living, turned and charged toward them. Suddenly, dozens of earth spikes erupted from beneath, impaling several zombies. Earth spikes, fireballs, lightning, wind blades, bullets, and firearms all came into play as the 6 advanced, quickly drawing in an increasing number of zombies. The rear was devoid of zombies, all lured away by Du Ruo's music and the pigs' cries. The location Du Ruo chose ensured that the zombies did not pass near them. Not long after, Zhou Yu found himself unable to emit even a spark of electricity. He wished to remain and assist Du Ruo, but was rebuffed by her. "Step aside. Don't hinder me." Du Ruo smashed the zombie behind Zhou Yu with a hammer. Given that Du Ruo could dispatch second-level zombies, they naturally assumed she was a second-level ability user. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yu felt vexed, being scolded by a woman for being in the way. With a firearm in hand, he dispatched any zombies that approached Du Ruo with a headshot. Qian Yi chimed in proudly. "My Xiao's abilities are not to be measured by conventional standards." Just as they were conversing, Dia suddenly exclaimed, "Brothers, I think I'm a bit different now." Before Dia hovered a bullet shell, which he was maneuvering left and right. Moments ago, he felt a surge of power within him, and somehow he had controlled a bullet shell to float before him. Thought that he had awakened a psychic ability. Akin to Du Ruo, both being capable of object manipulation, the most fundamental form of psychic power, he was flushed with excitement. Suddenly, Dia had an idea. Focusing intently, he concentrated all his attention on the bullet shell. "Go!" The shell flew a meter away before plummeting to the ground with a thud. Zhou Yu, the wild buffalo, and Jin Gang each gave Dia a celebratory hammer. Their anxious hearts finally settled. Jin Gang patted his shoulder. "Take it slow. There's no rush. Look at my spatial slicing. I can only cut chunks the size of a palm." Hammer Sister advised that practice was key. His eyes sparkled as he nodded, continuing to explore his newfound abilities. Chinny looked on enviously, her wood-based powers still a mystery to her. She worried that as time passed, the zombies would grow stronger, and she would become a burden to Du Ruo. Upon boarding the vehicle, Dao let out a sharp breath and remarked, "The underground laboratory is teeming with zombies. Utterly impenetrable that Dr. Gon and his team are trapped inside the lab, unable to escape, though the zombies cannot enter either. While we have yet to encounter a level 2 zombie, it is unfortunate that Commander Li and his team have already succumbed to zombification. Last night, it was Li Jun who came to their rescue. But sadly, They encountered a level 2 zombie, resulting in total annihilation. Li Jun has already begun to consume the crystal cores. The evolution of low-level zombies into high-level ones is significantly simpler than that of human espers. It merely requires around 500 zombie crystal cores to attain level 2 status. Duruwa declared, "I can handle it." She instructed Sidao to gather intelligence, also to ascertain whether the individuals inside were alive. Should they be deceased, she would gradually eliminate the zombies from the outside. Recklessly entering could lead to being besieged by zombies, which would be disastrous, given their overwhelming numbers. Even killing a watermelon would be exhausting. Sidao cheered. "Sister Hammer is formidable," Duruwa replied. "Let us first take a moment to rest. Once my little brothers have collected the zombie crystal cores, we will absorb a bit to recover our powers. Afterwards, we will split into 2 teams. I, Zhou Yu, and Sidao will enter to rescue the people, while the rest of you guard the perimeter. The fence for those 2 pigs outside will eventually be breached by the zombies. Once the pigs perish, relying solely on music to divert the zombies will be unreliable. Additionally, keep an eye on that level 2 zombie." Sidao, unaware of the situation, instinctively drew her weapon upon seeing the zombies. But Zhou Yu managed to stop her. These were Durua's little brothers. Each of the yellow-hatted individuals carried bags filled to the brim, accompanied by blood and flesh. Durua generously rewarded each of them with 2 crystal cores. The 6 yellow hats had long since been drooling, and upon receiving the crystal cores, they eagerly stuffed them into their mouths, swallowing them whole due to their inability to bite through. The 6 zombies displayed expressions of satisfaction. Their gazes fixed on the bags in Durua's hands, drool cascading from their mouths, indicating their desire for more. Durua chose to ignore them. Sidao observed the 6 zombies, resembling little yellow dogs, and questioned her existence. Durua produced water, rinsed the crystal cores slightly, and then divided them into 7 portions. Each person would receive 1 portion, approximately containing over 200 crystal cores to be, while utilizing their powers to interact with the crystal cores. They could absorb the energy. With more tasks ahead, the group did not hold back. Absorbing the energy within the crystal cores is the fastest way to recover their powers. Once Durua had distributed the crystal cores among the 5 men, she led Qianyi to the base of an osmanthus tree. Unlike the other osmanthus trees surrounding it, which had withered leaves, this particular tree boasted vibrant green foliage. Chapter 18. Interrupted. Durua handed over a share of crystal cores along with Qianyi's portion. Qianyi, not one to be polite, immediately took the crystal cores and began absorbing them using her wood-based abilities. The energy within the cores was swiftly drained, leaving only ash behind. She felt a significant increase in her powers. Durua encouraged her, "Try releasing your powers towards this tree." Qianyi complied. Moments later, she exclaimed, "I can feel its vitality. It seems to have emotions and appears a bit fearful of you." Durua nodded. "This is a mutated osmanthus tree. Now, further assess whether your powers have any impact on it." Qianyi unleashed more of her wood-based abilities, stating, "It feels drawn to me, as if it's asking me to take it away." Durua suggested, "Try to see if you can command it to perform an action, like making it take a few steps." Qianyi, puzzled, questioned whether she had misheard. Seeing that Durua was serious, she commanded the osmanthus tree, "Nothing to worry about. Just take a couple of steps." Then a shocking scene unfolded. The roots of the osmanthus tree uprooted from the ground and indeed took 2 steps. Qianyi exclaimed in disbelief. The commotion attracted the attention of several men, all of whom were astonished by the sight before them. Zhou Yu inquired. "A mutated plant," Durua confirmed. "Yes, these powers are specifically suited for mutated plants, enabling her to tame them." Zhou Yu asked, "Like a beast tamer?" "Precisely." Durua thought about finding a suitable ally for Qianyi, given her excitement. Once they had rested sufficiently, the group began to act independently. In the plaza outside the laboratory, Qianyi sat atop the osmanthus tree, directing its roots to strike at the zombies, while Jingang and Yinyu provided remote attacks from their perch. Durua temporarily designated the area within 10 meters of the osmanthus tree as their base of operations, enveloped in an invisible protective barrier, a plan she had devised earlier. She then set off with Zhou Yu and Sidao to rescue Dr. Gon. Zhou simultaneously released lightning to paralyze the zombies while absorbing crystal cores for replenishment. Du Ruo wielded her hammer, executing headshots with seamless coordination. Xidao primarily served as their guide. Soon enough, the trio arrived outside the laboratory door. Xidao reported, "The interior is swarming with zombies. There is an additional protective door that can only be opened from within." Dr. Gon and his team are trapped inside. Du Ruo nodded in understanding. She stowed her hammer, spinning her hands to conjure a fireball the size of a water tank. Holding the massive fireball, she instructed Zhou Yu, "Open the door." Zhou Yu nodded, counting down, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the door swung open, Du Ruo propelled the fireball forward, swiftly retreating to take cover around the corner. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering flames and billowing smoke. The zombies inside let out agonized screams as severed limbs and dismembered bodies were blasted outward, ignited and sizzling. The laboratory was filled with the deafening sound of alarms, and the sprinklers on the ceiling activated. A few minutes later, Du Ruo and her companions entered, having eliminated over 100 zombies, including the zombified Li Jun. Du Ruo retrieved a level 2 water crystal core from the back of his skull, stored it in her space, and gave it to Xiao Monghua. The water powers were relatively weaker, primarily providing clean water. She had no intention of upgrading. Moreover, there were no water espers in their 7-person team, making it ideal for catalyzing plants. On the other side, 3 individuals stood frozen in shock before the transparent, top-tier explosion-proof glass door. Dr. Gon and his 2 assistants, as the laboratory door swung open, a 60-something elder rushed out, exclaiming, "My experimental data is all gone." Dr. Gon rasped, tears streaming down his face. That data represented crucial experiments, the culmination of his life's work. As a graduate of Nanda, Du Ruo recognized Dr. Gon and was aware of his dedication to research. She consoled him, "In this apocalypse, even if you had the data, it would be of no use." Dr. Gon choked out, "Child outside." Zhou Yu interjected, "Dr. Gon, we are here on a rescue mission. The situation outside has descended into chaos. We must leave. This is no place to linger." Du Ruo led the group out of the laboratory. Outside, the live pig bait had perished, and the zombies were now congregated around the osmanthus tree. The 4 atop the tree were replenishing their powers while simultaneously attacking the zombies. Du Ruo instructed Xidao, "Go help them. Zhou Yu and I will escort Dr. Gon and his team out first." Dr. Gon insisted, "No, we must save the others first. At least 1,000 zombies are surrounding those 4 children in the tree. We must rescue them." Zhou Yu reassured him, "Rest assured, those individuals are temporarily safe. They all possess powers and will be fine. Our priority is to get you out." Seizing the opportunity while Qianyi and the others drew the attention of the zombies, Du Ruo and Zhou Yu swiftly ushered Dr. Gon and his 2 assistants into the off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. This vehicle had been strategically stationed by Du Ruo to avoid excessive exposure to others. With a press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle barreled through the zombie obstacles, speeding toward the exit. After traveling several kilometers from Nanda, they met up with the arriving rescue team. As they prepared to leave, the leader, with tears in his eyes, implored Du Ruo, "Ms. Du, if possible, please save the children from Nanda." Du Ruo nodded in agreement. The nearby zombies had been largely dealt with. Next, they would make a sweep through the various dormitory buildings. 10 minutes later, Du Ruo again distributed the zombie crystal cores collected by the little yellow hats. But this time, no one else accepted them. "That we all still have enough. We won't need so many soon." They reached the foot of the dormitory building. Du Ruo employed her previous tactic, setting up speakers along with live pigs to draw the zombies down from the buildings to gather together. They sat atop the osmanthus tree, enjoying the hot meals Du Ruo had packed the day before the apocalypse. The zombies were lured down in succession. Inside the dormitory, panic ensued. My goodness, that scared me. Why did the zombies leave? Everyone come out and take a look. They have all been attracted below. What should we do? Run or stay put? Those creatures must have appeared out of nowhere. Could it be the government coming to rescue us? You think too highly of them that if they were coming, they would have done so long ago. Or perhaps they are just waiting for us to die so they can collect our corpses. After a hearty meal, seeing that the zombies had been sufficiently attracted, Du Ruo clapped her hands and declared, "Time to get to work." This time, she aimed for a swift resolution. First, she delineated a perimeter, encircling the gathered zombies, then sent a massive fireball crashing down upon them. A gigantic bonfire erupted. Next, she proceeded to the following building. Repeating her earlier actions. In total, there were over 30 buildings, during which Du Ruo consumed the zombie essence extracted by Xiaomongwa 5 times to replenish her energy. She also encountered a level 2 zombie clad in a protective suit from the experiments, which she suspected belonged to the laboratory. .1 fireball was all it took to resolve that encounter. The fire-based abilities differ significantly from ordinary flames. The zombies beneath the nearby buildings should have already been reduced to ashes. She had long instructed the little yellow hats to follow behind, awaiting the collection of crystal cores. There were no signs of the little yellow hats near the other buildings either. Du Ruo's connection with them faded from her consciousness. With her keen eyes, she spotted an unburned object resembling a helmet amidst the ash. Who did this? Upon asking, Du Ruo chuckled. How delightful. Someone had outmaneuvered her. Chapter 19. I count to 3. The 6 individuals behind her distinctly felt the air around them drop several degrees. Du Ruo surveyed her surroundings, scrutinizing each student in turn. Soon, she identified a male student whose gaze flickered evasively at Earth-based abilities. He was trapped in his own confines. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was Jiang Hao. The boy exclaimed, explaining how the hat-wearing zombies, while not attacking humans, merely collected crystal cores. After they finished, they killed those zombies and seized the cores. We wanted to take them too, but he has abilities, and we dared not act against him. These individuals were clearly not innocuous. Without waiting for further inquiries, they hastily divulged everything they knew. Which dormitory? Du Ruo demanded. The top floor of this building, the leftmost room. Release the earthbound confinement. Du Ruo stepped forward toward the top floor of the dormitory, while Zhou Yu's 4 teammates positioned themselves strategically at the stairway. Room 708 on the top floor. The door was locked from the inside, indicating someone was still present. Survival in the apocalypse was no easy feat. Murder and looting were all too commonplace. Yet his misfortune lay in crossing paths with Du Ruo. She also reproached herself for not considering all angles. She had given the little yellow hats the highest command to avoid harming humans. Now, Du Ruo was willing to offer them a chance to 3. In this apocalyptic world, mere words held no weight. Qianyi could no longer contain her frustration and retorted. We killed these zombies. The crystal cores are ours. If you have the capability, go kill them yourself. Bah, useless trash. Du Ruo pulled at Qianyi's hand, signaling her to calm down. .2. Jiang Hao interjected. 10. If you have the guts. Come in. Du Ruo replied. Sister Qi Dao, let me handle this. Just as the blade was about to kick the door open, Du Ruo stopped her. Wait, the door has been reinforced. Allow me. This was a steelwood door, pulsating with the energy of metal abilities. After speaking, Du Ruo conjured a line of fire in her hand, directing it to penetrate the door. The steelwood door yielded to the fire, as if it were mere tofu, the flame passing through effortlessly. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Hao witnessed a point of fire emerging from the door, creating a hole that rapidly expanded as the flame spread. The fortified door, which Jiang Hao had reinforced, was consumed in mere breaths. Du Ruo's group stood face to face with Jiang Hao across the doorframe, the terror on his face unmistakable. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly assessed the situation. There was only 1 man and 2 women, and the tall man appeared formidable. He resolved to eliminate this intimidating figure first, thinking perhaps he could take the 2 attractive women afterward. The glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he raised a reinforced kitchen knife toward Zhou Yu. Just as he moved, a bolt of lightning appeared from nowhere, striking the knife in his hand and coursing through his body. Zhou Yu, having absorbed a considerable number of crystal cores, wielded his lightning abilities with newfound strength. Jiang Hao was instantly charred, his hair crackling with embers. He coughed out a cloud of smoke, maintaining his stance with the knife before collapsing at Du Ruo's feet. Qianyi gave Zhou Yu a thumbs up. Brother Yu, your aim is impressive. The group descended the stairs, and the 4 members of Jin Gang voluntarily took on the task of collecting crystal cores from the zombies in the other buildings. Meanwhile, Du Ruo and her companions rested by the flower bed outside the first building. That moment, a male student rushed over. Sister E, it really is you? Ning, is that you? Ning, a junior at Nannies University. bore a resemblance to the character Jiabaoyu from literature and, like Qianyi before graduation, was a member of the student council that Du Ruo had seen him a few times. Sister E, Sister Ruo, I saw everything just now. You were truly incredible. Seeing an old acquaintance still alive stirred emotions in Qianyi, and to avoid disturbing the meditative Du Ruo and Zhou, she pulled Ning Yi aside to chat. Ning Yi, we're leaving. Take care of yourself. Qianyi felt a pang of reluctance. Previously, Ning Yi had been an excellent aide in the student council. As they parted, she wondered if they would meet again. Ning Yi, Sister Ruo, may I join you? I also have abilities. Really? What abilities? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Ning Yi scratched his head sheepishly. It's not a particularly powerful ability. I can communicate with animals. Our dormitory's old 3 has a cat, and after my fever broke last night, I suddenly understood what the cat was saying that I don't even know if it counts as an ability. Old 3's cat was usually aloof and proud. It was only last night that he discovered the cat regarded them as its servants that Du Ruo's eyes brightened. That's a psychic ability. Animal speech .It establishes a mental connection with animals, allowing one to comprehend their thoughts and language. Although it lacks combat prowess, it is quite practical in the apocalypse, enabling direct communication with mutated animals. Du Ruo brought out Junjun, asking what it had to say. Junjun responded, "Oh." Ning Yi translated, "It sounds like it wants meat." Du Ruo produced a freshly killed rabbit, and Junjun's eyes sparkled as it leaped forward. Qianyi remarked, "Don't you think it seems a bit larger?" Qi Dao scoffed, "It's barely the size of a palm. It eats more than I do. How could it not be big? Let us go." With Du Ruo's nod, the others had no objections. Ning Yi bowed. "Thank you, Sister Ruo." Sister Ruo, old 3 in our dormitory has turned into a zombie, and the other 2 have been bitten by him. I locked them in the dormitory. Could you please help him find peace? As Ning Yi spoke, his voice grew choked with emotion. Once a close-knit group, he was now utterly alone. Naturally, Du Ruo agreed to help. The group arrived at the entrance of Ning Yi's dormitory, where a zombie's arm had managed to break through the door and become stuck. Zhou kicked the door open, and a white cat bolted out. Having sensed Ning Yi's presence, leaping onto him and trembling, Ning Yi comforted the cat. "Xiao Xue, don't be scared." Du Ruo helped release the 2 zombies, and one, relatively intact, was likely the old 3 Ning Yi referred to. Appearing decently enough, she contracted it and brought it into her space to train and assist with farming. As night fell, the zombies at Nanda had been largely cleared out. As for the surviving individuals, Du Ruo felt no obligation to oversee their fate. She merely called Mayor Qi to arrange for assistance. Then, she quietly ascended the stairs, noting that the zombies in the corridors were noticeably more numerous than in the morning. With time, the zombies would inevitably discover how to open doors. Upon returning to the 8th floor, the corridor was eerily quiet, yet everyone sensed something amiss. Zhou gestured for silence. Du Ruo and Zhou approached the door of room 802. Exchanging glances, there were people inside. More than one. Thanks to her enhanced physique, Du Ruo's hearing was acute. She signaled Zhou with a 3-8T that moment. A tattooed bald man inside received a message on his phone. Chapter 20. Bah, scoundrel! Suddenly, every door on the 8th floor swung open. A dozen individuals emerged, surrounding Du Ruo and her companions. The occupants of room 802 also stepped out, led by the bald man. Behind him was Jiang Heng, pushed in a wheelchair, devoid of limbs. Jiang Heng's face was clouded with resentment as he spat. "You filthy bitch! Your time is up." Like a rabid dog, Jiang Heng glared at Du Ruo and Zhou. His eyes filled with a murderous hatred that made Du Ruo instinctively shudder. She loathed that look. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled 2 fireballs into Jiang Heng's eyes. "Ah, my eyes!" he screamed, clutching his teary face. "Boss, hurry, kill them, kill them!" Hung, my son." Li Wan rushed from the crowd, wanting to embrace Jiang Heng, but her arms were empty. Her hands had been shattered by Du Ruo and left untreated. To survive, she had to sever them, much like Jiang Heng. "Boss, you must make a decision. Kill this bitch and her lover. I'll turn her into meat paste and feed." A sudden wind blade appeared, severing Li Wan's head. It rolled on the ground, her lips uttering the last 2 words. "Zombie!" Blood gushed from the severed neck, and her body crumpled to the floor. The warm blood splattered onto Jiang Heng's face. obscuring his vision. Realizing something was amiss, he struggled in his wheelchair. Mom, what happened? Speak to me, Dada, Mom. Durua, you killed my mother. Boss, kill her. Kill her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hung, the wind blade that had struck down his mother was wielded by the very bald man he referred to as boss. The bald man signaled his subordinates to silence Jiang Hung. Finally, there was stillness. Miss Du, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zheng Tao. I am 29 years old and unmarried. Jiang Tao leered at Du Ruo, brushing his fingers against the corner of his mouth, possibly stained with fluid, as he brazenly surveyed the stacks of money before him. But he disregarded the 6 men present, focusing instead on the 2 beautiful women, suggesting they might emulate a Huang and Inning. Du Ruo's response was sudden and formidable as she brandished a hefty hammer. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the bald man's head, splitting it open with a single blow. The second strike followed, and the wound blossomed further. The knife-wielding individual gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Sister Hammer is truly formidable." And no matter how many times it occurred, Du Ruo's aesthetic of violence left him with a lingering ache in his head. Having spoken, he drew his knife from his waist and, alongside his comrades, charged at the bald man's numerous underlings. Ning Yi, devoid of any combat prowess, clutched the cat Xiaoxue, trembling with fear as he pressed his hand against his wildly beating heart. His previous encounters with Du Ruo had primarily been in the company of Qianyi, where she had always spoken in a soft, melodious tone, often trailing off when calling her name, but on several occasions he had witnessed her blushing and playfully clinging to Qianyi after a minor mishap. She had always seemed delicate, yet now there was no trace of that gentility. Initially, he had thought Du Ruo merely seemed a bit aloof. In this apocalyptic world, such a demeanor was to be expected. The transformation was staggering. Ugh, what a scoundrel! Qianyi spat, rushing over to Jiang Hung, yanking him to the ground and kicking him with both feet. Gripped by fear, Ning Yi joined in, the 2 of them holding hands for stability, mimicking a cha-cha as they kicked back and forth. 10 minutes later, the skirmish concluded. The wild bull and Big Tooth took charge of searching the premises. Sister Hammer, we have 3 women here. Du Ruo and her companions arrive at room 803, where 3 relatively attractive women huddled by the bed. One of them, clutching her chest, appear to be around 14 or 15 years old. All 3 wore semi-transparent dresses, their bodies marked with ambiguous signs of hardship. It was evident what they had endured. You may come out now. Zhou Yu called the men outside, taking his position at the door. Qianyi found clothing for the 3 women to wear. The villains have been vanquished. You are safe now. That we will share half of their supplies with you shortly, and you may stay here temporarily. Qianyi did not express any desire to take them away in this grim new world. Her once compassionate heart had been encased in ice. She needed Du Ruo's protection. She could not afford to burden her further. Du Ruo spoke. You can head to Nanda in the coming days. The government will organize a large-scale rescue operation, but the gathering point is at Nanda, and everyone must make their own way there. This information had been relayed by Mayor Qi during a previous conversation. The zombie threat at the safe base had been neutralized, and the next phase involved organizing rescue efforts. However, due to the overwhelming number of zombies, they could not disperse their limited forces. Everyone needed to fend for themselves. Please, we beg you, take us with you. It's too terrifying outside. We will surely die. But Du Ruo firmly rejected their plea without hesitation. No, the youngest girl spoke up. I'm useful. I possess healing abilities. That I healed the wounds of that mother and child. The girl, named Jiangnan, had just turned 14 and lived in the neighboring community. The bald man was also from her building and had been her neighbor. During a heat wave, he had come to her house seeking medicine. When her parents, kind-hearted, opened the door, he killed them and assaulted her. Later, the bald man awakened his wind blade abilities, while Jiang unfortunately discovered her healing powers. That morning, during a building sweep, the bald man gathered a group of ability users to hunt zombies. After enhancing their strength, they sought to relax with young and beautiful college students at the Golden Osmanthus Mansion. Upon arrival, they encountered Jiang Hung, who had awakened water abilities. He volunteered to be their moving water source, on the condition that they eliminate Du Ruo and Zhou Yu. They came up, but finding no one home, waited inside. The bald man initially intended to assault and kill her. Listening to the girl recount her harrowing ordeal without a hint of emotion softened Du Rua's heart. And she gently patted her head. It's all in the past, that we are in an apocalypse. Fortunately, you are still alive. Jiang Nan's eyes welled with tears, and she burst into sobs. The other two women could not contain their cries either. After a brief introduction, Qian Yi led Jiang Nan to wash up, playing the role of the caring older sister, providing psychological support. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, gagged and rendered helpless, was discarded in a corner like a limp rag doll. Everyone was somewhat aware of the unsavory relationship between Du Rua and Jiang Heng, leaving him to her mercy. Let him stay. When we go hunting tomorrow, he can serve as bait. Every live pig saved is a pig earned. Ning Yi kicked Jiang Heng again, feeling he was getting off easy. Zhou Yu's teammates chorused, "Boss, we are hungry. It's time to eat." Zhou Yu, unable to suppress a sigh, wondered how he, a rising star in the military, had become the cook. Under the insistence of the men, dinner continued with hot pot. Their reasoning was straightforward. Cooking meat was not only simple and convenient, but if servings were insufficient, they could always cut more. Various meats and seafood adorned the table, and Du Rua even produced crocodile meat, a first for everyone, a perfect opportunity to sample something new. In addition, Zhou Yu thoughtfully prepared a special meal for Du Rua, fit for a pregnant woman. Watching Qian Yi and Jiang Nan compete with the men for meat, Du Rua found no appetite for her own well-balanced meal, rich in protein and dairy. "Thank you, but I'm in excellent health. There's no need to prepare these for me." Du Rua caressed her flat stomach, silently expressing gratitude to the little mango within her. The effects of the top-tier pregnancy sustenance were remarkably potent. Throughout the chaotic night when the zombies first appeared, no matter how much she exerted herself, she felt no discomfort at all. Little Mango chimed in, produced by Little Mango, guaranteed to be top-notch. "Don't worry, Mom. After taking my premium pregnancy sustenance, you can face any challenge, no matter how perilous." Chapter 21. The dressing room after dinner, Du Rua set out a large array of fresh, chilled fruits. Ning Yi, savoring the sweet sunshine roses, sighed, "The past few days have been truly miserable. I subsisted on instant noodles, with no hot water in sight." In contrast, Jiang Nan, the newcomer, remained quiet, patiently seated on the sofa, awaiting the strong man to open a durian for her. Du Rua placed 9 bags on the table, filled with all the crystal nuclei they had obtained that day. Over 3,000 in total. I've divided them into 9 portions. Ning Yi and Nan each have a share. Ning Yi and Jiang Nan were taken aback, repeatedly refusing. "Sister Rua, I'm new here and I've done nothing but eat. I can't accept these crystal nuclei." "Sister Rua, neither can I. That you saved me from the bald man. I will follow you from now on. No need for crystal nuclei." The other men echoed their sentiments, insisting they didn't require so many. Qian Yi was indifferent, as she always listened to Du Rua. "Take them. Use the crystal nuclei to enhance your abilities. There will be ample opportunities for you to contribute in the future, especially you, Nan. You are our healer. We will rely on you." Each of them received over 300 nuclei, and with just a bit more, they could elevate their abilities to level 2. Future enhancements would require level 2 nuclei. First, let's elevate our abilities to level 2 so we can eliminate more zombies faster. Any level 1 nuclei we no longer need, please give them to me. I will use them for farming. Aside from Ning Yi and Jiang Nan, the others were aware that Du Rua's space housed countless animals, all consuming vast amounts of resources daily. Their eyes lit up, and they eagerly accepted their share of the crystal nuclei. Ning Yi and Jiang Nan hesitated, but Qian Yi snatched the bags and stuffed them into their hands. "Don't overthink it. Just take them. We 3 need protection, so just listen." Her words brought tears to Ning Yi and Jiang Nan's eyes. Amusing the others, Du Rua smiled at Qian Yi and said, "When we have the chance to go to the mountains, I'll find you a powerful partner. Then, it will be your turn to protect me." Qian Yi nodded obediently. "I want the most formidable one." Little Mango was in the vegetable planting area, teaching Zombie Old 3 how to harvest cabbage. Zombie Old 3, originally named Shan Min, had that nickname. She handed her crystal nuclei to Little Mango. "If the feed runs out, how long will the crops from these nuclei last?" Little Mango accepted the nuclei, allowing Du Rua to ruffle her hair. "Probably about 3 days. That we will certainly need 100 nuclei a day." The animals are starting to give birth, and we will require even more. Mom, you need to work hard. Furthermore, to directly absorb the energy from the nuclei to enhance her abilities, Durual would need around 1,000 to reach level 2. This was not solely because of the strength of her abilities, but also due to some energy waste during direct absorption. In reality, around 800 nuclei would suffice to elevate her basic abilities to level 2, while the mental abilities would require about 1,000. Durual concluded, starting tomorrow, I will accumulate crystal nuclei to upgrade my fire abilities to level 2. Little Mango produced several storybooks and handed them to Durual. Today, the little one enjoyed the music and was very happy. Don't forget to tell him bedtime stories. Durual accepted the books with a nod. The following day at 8 in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Durual and her companions retrieved their phones and opened the map application. The previous night, Jiangling City had already lost power and internet connection. But the map had been downloaded in advance. Durual pointed out several locations to the other 8 individuals. Our next objective is these large shopping malls, which are well stocked with supplies. During high temperatures, they serve as disaster relief shelters. After all, malls are public spaces, and it is no surprise that they have now become havens for zombies. Zhou Yu inquired, could there be second-tier zombies? Durual replied, there certainly will be. Oh, you all must exercise caution. That I have a suggestion. Who among you will share a portion of the crystal cores with Zhou Yu and Yinyo, allowing them to elevate their powers to the second tier? Wind and lightning are both wide-area destructive abilities, and together with my fire powers, they will serve as our main combat strength. Ning, he stepped forward first, saying, I'll take care of it. I won't need beast speech for now. He retrieved a crystal core from his backpack and handed it to Zhou Yu. After they divided it, it should suffice. Thank you. Zhou Yu and Yinyo apologized and retreated to the adjacent room to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. Furthermore, even if your abilities are not offensive, I hope you all can train yourselves that in the early stages of the zombie outbreak, when our powers are still weak, there is no better opportunity than now. If we cannot kill zombies, we can at least build our courage that a few minutes later, Zhou Yu and Yinyo had both advanced their powers to the second tier. The group drove their off-road vehicle towards the first shopping mall. Unlike yesterday, the streets today were not filled with zombies relentlessly pursuing the crowd. There were now groups of ability users beginning to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies. As Durual's vehicle passed by those teams, it raised the vigilance of everyone around. Durual and her companions were focused on the large shopping malls and had little interest in the smaller convenience stores. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first large mall. Outside the mall's entrance, a crowd of zombies gathered in the square. Lightning and wind blades descended from the sky, instantly eliminating a dozen zombies. 2 off-road vehicles roared in, scattering a group of zombies before coming to a halt in front of the mall's glass doors. The transparent glass doors were plastered with zombies. Originally quiet, the zombies began to roar in excitement upon seeing the living beings descend from the vehicles. Dark red saliva streaming down the glass and pooling on the ground. Damn, this is disgusting. Qianni was startled as he stepped out of the vehicle, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight before him. Meanwhile, Durual stored the vehicle in her space. The door is on the left. While the zombies haven't swarmed us yet, let's hurry inside. King Kong, throw Jiang Hung out to distract the zombies. The mall's entrance closed completely, and they had to enter through the side employee passage. King Kong forcefully hurled Jiang Hung into the mass of zombies. As he landed, countless zombies converged upon him. Being an ability user, even if bitten by a zombie, he would not become one of them. Unable to speak, see, or move his limbs, Jiang Hung was torn apart by the zombies. The number of zombies approaching the group diminished significantly. Durual, Zhou Yu, and Yinyo formed a triangular defensive formation around the other 6, continuously releasing their abilities to slay zombies as they slowly advanced to the left. First-tier zombies posed no threat against second-tier ability users, and before long, the group reached the leftmost employee passage. King Kong kicked the door open, and they rushed inside, working together to close it behind them. Durual then retrieved another vehicle from her space to barricade the door, preventing the zombies outside from entering. She had collected dozens of vehicles on the way for this very purpose. The end of the employee passage led to a changing room. Although there were no zombies inside, it was pitch black due to the power outage. Durual took out 2 small power sources, while Zhou Yu dismantled a switch. pulling out wires to connect the lights to the power source. The two power sources would alternate in usage. When one ran out, it would be stored back into space for Little Mango to recharge. On the other side of the changing room was a fire door that remained closed, behind which were the large supermarket of them all. The sounds of zombies roaring from within echoed, as they could sense the presence of the living and were eager to feast. The fire door was locked, packed with too many zombies behind it, that Durua designated the changing room as their base and activated the base security system. This changing room is secure. For the next few days, it will serve as our stronghold. Prepare yourselves. We will go in and clear the area. Chapter 22. Endless slaughter. The moment the door burst open, Durua charged forward, wielding her reinforced hammer. With a fierce flourish, she struck down, shattering the skulls of 4 or 5 zombies in the front row. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Those in the front were dispatched, but new ones quickly surged forward. In mere seconds, the corpses of zombies completely blocked the entrance. The others, unable to release their abilities, retreated. Chinny asked, "Can we burn them?" Durua replied, "No, the gas released by zombies is methane. It could explode." The group finally understood. After an explosion, they would be buried alive. Even if they miraculously escaped, how would they collect the zombie crystal cores? They couldn't afford to play a post-disaster rebuilding game here. Then how do we kill them? You fight in front while we clear the corpses behind to create space for the zombies. Chin, who was of a similar age to the Sharpblade, exchanged banter with him. She rolled her eyes at him. "Are you worried they won't get to eat us and we'll go hungry?" Durua asked Little Mango in her mind. "Can you create a temporary area in the space to store the bodies for now and deal with them later?" The bodily fluids of zombies could contaminate the soil and water sources, so she couldn't recklessly store the bodies without consulting Little Mango first. Little Mango responded, "Mom, there's no need to complicate things. Just bring them in, and I'll burn them to turn them into fertilizer that I can also help collect the crystal cores. You can capture some more good-looking zombies. Doing all these tasks by myself is too exhausting." The Little Mango, who was busy collecting animal droppings with its claws in the space, sighed. It was already difficult enough to farm, raise animals, and clean up their waste, and now it also had to incinerate remains and gather crystal cores. Durua waved her hand, summoning all the zombie bodies blocking the door into the space. "All right, Dad, I'll start capturing them now." She pulled out a large stack of contract neck rings prepared by Little Mango and began to look for attractive zombies. The first zombie to rush out from behind the door was a striking young woman, and Durua deftly threw a neck ring, which expanded mid-air and snugly encircled the zombie's neck before shrinking to fit perfectly. Thus, a simple contract was formed, allowing her to store the zombie in her space. The Durua's movements were so swift that by the time the others reacted, the entrance was momentarily clear before being quickly blocked again by the swarming zombies. Zhou exclaimed, "Did you just store them in your space?" Chin, more concerned about supplies, asked, "The resources in your space won't be contaminated, right?" Durua smiled and assured, "Of course not." With that, she summoned her wind abilities, launching 2 intersecting wind blades from her hands towards the zombies' heads. In an instant, the heads of the frontmost zombies flew off. The wind blades did not cease, continuing to spin forward, causing one zombie head after another to soar into the air before falling back down. Zhou eyes widened in shock, while Yinyo screamed, "Wind blades!" The sharp blade exclaimed, "3 elemental abilities. No, wait, it's 4, including the space element." King Kong and Big Tooth exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Freak!" Qianyi clenched her fists in excitement. "I knew it. Xiao Ruo is not simple." Ning Yi and Jiang applauded. "Sister Ruo is amazing." Durua collected the zombies and their severed heads near the entrance in her space, clearing a large area behind the door. Before the next wave of zombies could push forward, Durua quickly expanded the safety base with Little Mango's help. An invisible barrier kept the zombies at bay 3 meters away, creating a buffer zone. Zhou and the others, no longer in shock, rushed out to assist in clearing the zombies. Qin Yi, along with Ning Yi and Jiangnan, cheered them on from the back, especially Qin Yi, who would remind Durua to capture any good-looking zombies that appeared. After 3 hours of relentless fighting, the group collapsed one by one onto the sofas in the changing room, utterly exhausted. The slaughter seemed endless. This was already their 3rd foray out. The entire mall had 12 floors, each exceeding 5,000 square meters. During hot weather, up to 30 or 40,000 people might have sought refuge here. They did not believe there were any living souls remaining, which meant there were at least 40,000 zombies in the building. The sharp blade lamented, "I can't go on." Zhou Yu, trembling with fatigue, echoed his sentiment. Like Du Rua's fire abilities, his lightning powers had also drained him, leaving him with no choice but to use the machete given by Du Rua. Big Tooth, who had relied on controlling flying knives, wore a pale expression, his mind appearing dazed. The others looked just as lifeless. After 3 hours, even cutting watermelons would be tiring, let alone smashing through hardened skulls. Du Rua leaned back against the sofa, breathing heavily, as Little Mango's voice echoed in her mind. "Mom, we collected a total of 12,176 crystal cores, including 10 second-tier cores." The Rua thanked Little Mango and placed a box of crystal cores on the ground. Those who had not yet reached the second tier should first elevate themselves to that level, and then each person would take 500 crystal cores for easy replenishment of their abilities. To advance to the third tier, second-tier cores would be necessary. Ordinary elemental abilities required 200 second-tier cores to upgrade to the third tier. Fortunately, the energy cores extracted by the Little Mango from the crystal nucleus are pure, allowing any level of ability user to utilize them. However, Du Rua is reluctant to reveal this fact at the moment that, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, it is crucial to keep some tactics close to one's chest. Zhou Yu led the way, and one by one, they approached to collect the crystal cores, subsequently finding a place to absorb their energy. The last to take their share was Qian Yi. When it was her turn, Du Rua handed her an additional 500 crystal cores, stating that this portion was intended for Junjie Yunas, a beast of extraordinary abilities. Junjun, like ability users, requires crystal cores to elevate her level. Otherwise, how could she have developed such a penchant for devouring zombie skulls in her past life? Those things bear no resemblance to anything palatable. Du Rua stowed away the remaining abilities and swiftly entered the spatial realm, delivering the crystal cores to the Little Mango. "Little Mango, please extract 2 portions of essence for me. First, that I wish to enhance my physical strength and elevate my wind abilities to level 2. If there's enough left, upgrade the base's security level to level 2 as well. That my body is too weak. Fighting zombies is exhausting. The fire abilities are unusable, as even a spark could lead to an explosion." Zhou Yu could only rely on the kitchen knife that Du Rua had provided for combat. The security system had transformed the base into a sanctuary, safeguarding the lives of everyone within. Little Mango replied, "Upgrading the security system to level 2 only requires 2,000, and after that, there will still be over 3,000 cores remaining." That Du Rua responded, "Then extract 1 more portion and use the remainder for farming." Before long, Little Mango squeezed out 3 small cups of essence and handed them to Du Rua. Du Rua absorbed the essence by channeling 2 types of abilities, successfully elevating both her fire and wind abilities to level 2. Now, she could effortlessly slay level 4 zombies. She consumed the last cup of essence directly. To her surprise, it had a sweet and delightful flavor, warming her stomach and spreading a comforting heat throughout her body. The weariness and soreness that had plagued her vanished in an instant, leaving her invigorated, as though she had been completely revitalized. That Du Rua smacked her lips, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired of Little Mango, "Can others also consume this?" Chapter 23. Is it really possible? Little Mango replied, "Indeed, it can not only alleviate fatigue, but also strengthen the body. However, this enhancement differs from the initial improvements your mother has undergone. Do not exceed 3 drops per day, as excess may lead to fatal consequences." Following her initial enhancement, Du Rua's physical abilities, vision, mental acuity, and speed experienced a significant leap. With 3 drops of essence daily, it would take them approximately half a year to achieve the initial enhancement. Little Mango continued, "However, Jun is similar to your mother. Her abilities are also body enhancements, so giving her a cup at a time poses no issue." Du Rua nodded in understanding, then embraced Little Mango affectionately before stepping outside. The others were still engaged in absorbing energy. Du Rua activated her phone to play Mozart's music and retrieved a rocking chair from the spatial realm, placing it beside Qian Yi, settling down to rest peacefully. Their abilities had already been elevated to level 2 the previous night, and they had merely absorbed a small portion of crystal cores to restore their energy and stamina. The base's security system provided soundproofing, and the changing room isolated them from the zombie howls outside. Listening to the melodious music, the two leaned against the wall and gradually drifted into slumber. Approximately half an hour later, once everyone's abilities had upgraded to level 2, particularly Jun, she suddenly transformed from the size of an ordinary cat into a creature as large as an adult wolf dog. Qian was elated, squealing as she hugged Jun and ruffled her fur. Du Ruo and Jiangnan naturally joined in the celebration. Jun let out a feeble yowl. Eventually, it was Ning who pointed out that Jun was hungry, rescuing her from the clutches of several eager hands. Everyone was famished. However, there were no cooking facilities or exhaust systems available, rendering cooking impossible. Du Ruo produced 2 large pots along with all the ingredients. And given the limited conditions, they resorted to hot pot once more. The group expressed no objections, claiming they could eat it every day, every meal. After all, in this apocalyptic world, having food was already a blessing, especially after enduring 7 days of extreme heat, which had decimated carnivorous animals and obliterated crops. Along the way, they had encountered roadside carcasses of wildcats and rats that people were eager to gnaw on. Their current situation felt like paradise in comparison. 2 hours later, everyone had eaten their fill. Except for the 3 with non-combat abilities, the others who had just reached level 2 took turns testing their newfound powers against zombies. The wild bull approached Du Ruo, saying, "Sister Hammer, your wind blade is incredibly powerful now. Do you have any more impressive techniques to share?" The wild bull squatted beside Du Ruo, his large nose huffing nervously. Anxious that she might decline, Du Ruo, not one to withhold her knowledge, led him outside and showcased the techniques she had witnessed in her past life from powerful wind ability users executing them against zombies. The most lethal of these was, of course, the tornado, albeit it was somewhat gruesome. Following, there was a technique Du Ruo had previously utilized, which she referred to as the cutter, having elevated her wind abilities to level 2. The tornado unleashed chaos among the zombie horde, as if they had been thrown into a meat grinder. The wild bull gazed at the ground littered with dark red meat paste. Reminiscent of the scene from the subway tunnel, nearly retching. So this was how it was done. It was utterly grotesque. Du Ruo expanded the base's perimeter slightly and joined in that we shall remain here for 3 days. I will share all the techniques I know regarding ability usage so that everyone can practice and develop their own unique skills. Once our abilities are depleted, we'll start with Jiangnan. Healing abilities not only restore wounds, but also alleviate the suffering caused by exhaustion of abilities. A powerful healer can even regenerate severed limbs. Ning added, "From now on, Jun will be entrusted to you. Spend time nurturing your bond." As for Qian, Du Ruo personally took her under her wing for training. From the very beginning, Du Ruo had insisted that she must have the capability to protect herself. The arrangements made by Du Ruo were met with no objections, as Zhou Yu and the others had originally aimed to monitor and safeguard Du Ruo, and this intention remained unchanged. That Du Ruo was fully aware of this. Yet she was unperturbed, not only not needing their protection, but also offering guidance in return. Zhou Yu and the others were immensely grateful. Beyond the threats posed by zombies and mutated flora and fauna, the greatest danger lay in the unpredictability of human hearts. That Du Ruo continuously revealed more of her abilities before them, which they believed she could easily have concealed. Their gratitude for Du Ruo's trust was palpable. Ning and Jiangnan, feeling small and helpless, had no other notions. Their only desire was to stay close to the strong for their own survival. Du Ruo, possessing beauty, kindness, and formidable strength, provided a sense of security like no other. Naturally, they were inclined to heed her every word. As for Qian, her role was quite clear. In her own words, "I am now merely a leg accessory for little Ruo. When I acquire powerful mutated plants in the future, I will become an arrow in Ruo's quiver, striking wherever she points." That Du Ruo was unaware of their inner thoughts. Her willingness to trust others, aside from Qian, was not solely based on her experiences from years of struggling through the apocalypse, but also stemmed from Little Mango's assurance that they bore her no ill will, but rather goodwill. She was human, a social creature. Humans thrive in connection with one another. Should they isolate themselves, they would inevitably face extinction. Humanity coexists on this planet, united in the midst of the apocalypse. Only through cooperation with their kind can they sustain their existence and the essence of humanity, even for the sake of the life growing within her. She would not shut her doors to everyone. Little Mango had also mentioned that social relationships are crucial for the psychological and physiological development of children. Next, Duruwa transformed into a lecturer, initiating a lesson. In her past life, she had been an instructor at the Jiangling base, responsible for teaching newly awakened ability users. She often exchanged ideas with other instructors, making teaching a rather effortless endeavor. Is it really possible? Can it be done this way too? After finishing Duruwa's lecture, the combat-oriented individuals found their minds illuminated. Eagerly, they rushed outside to practice their abilities against zombies that Duruwa designated a specific area, releasing a zombie for Qian to engage in close combat. Zhou Yu and the 5 others, skilled in martial arts, joined in to provide guidance. Eventually, Ning Yi also participated. By the end, Jiang Nan mustered her courage and joined the training session. Wielding the knife Duruwa had given her point 3 days later, Zhou Yu and his companions had significantly upgraded their abilities, each developing unique techniques. Qian Yi, perhaps influenced by Duruwa, began to swing a spike club with vigor. With a single swing, she cracked open the skull of the zombie before her. Her strength, however, was insufficient to achieve a one-hit kill, were it not for Duruwa sharing the extracted essence with everyone. Qian Yi would have been limited to merely swinging the reinforced club once. Jiang Nan, favoring the knife, had shed her fears. Zhou Yu instructed her to focus on a specific spot at the back of the zombie's neck, and the petite girl was occasionally able to sever the heads of zombies with a single strike. Jun had now grown weary of the raw meat provided by Duruwa. Aside from cooked food, she had developed a taste for a zombie buffet. Now significantly larger, she was about the same size as Qian Ning, slightly weaker in combat, could only take on a single zombie. Often riding on Jun's back as they searched for thrills, in a moment of reckless abandon, he nearly became a snack for a level 2 zombie. After that, he behaved more cautiously. Ultimately, Jun claimed the final zombie. Biting off its head, the headless corpse collapsed, leaving a battlefield strewn with the remains of zombies. Just as they thought it was over, the entrance to the mall was violently breached from the outside. A throng of over 30 individuals surged in, more than half brandishing firearms. At the forefront stood a man clad in a white Tai Chi suit, clasping a string of Buddhist beads, his goat-like beard suggesting he was in his 30s. Everyone remained still. These crystal cores now belong to our Jushan Tang, he declared. Surrender all your crystal cores, and your life will be spared. A woman approached, shedding her clothes, and upon receiving the awakening essence from our leader, she could join our Jushan Tang. Chapter 24. Mental piercing. The vegetable and fodder plantations within the space had begun to take shape. At this moment, Duruwa was in the realm, cradling Little Mango as she surveyed the land, which had been meticulously divided into plots of 1 mu each. A verdant expanse stretched before her. In the distance, dozens of zombies were busy mowing grass, intended for feeding cattle and sheep. Little Mango's face was ashen. We still require a few more zombie laborers. These zombies were currently responsible for only a small section of the cultivation. The majority of the planting and breeding tasks fell to Little Mango. With most animal feed depleted, she had been utterly exhausted over the past few days. The Duruwa gently ruffled Little Mango's hair, expressing her sympathy. There are simply too few zombies to your liking. Little Mango relented. As long as they have all their limbs intact, that will suffice. She then complained, I never anticipated I would also have to manage a farm. An enormous one at that. Duruwa felt equally helpless. Initially, her intention was merely to cultivate some vegetables for self-sufficiency. Mom, there are people outside looking for trouble, including 13 ability users. The man with the Buddhist beads is a mental type ability user, and his power is enslavement. Duruwa did not take this group seriously, but the nature of enslavement as an ability, even at the 2nd level, worried her that Qian and the others might inadvertently fall into their trap. She swiftly appeared before them. The sudden appearance of a woman startled the members of Jushan Tang. What kind of ability is this? Perhaps invisibility. This woman looks rather enticing. The boss certainly has a taste for such. With her striking features, Du Rua's allure had only intensified since her pregnancy. Even the two small moles beneath her left eyebrow added to her charm. The man with the goat beard slipped the beads around his wrist and stroked his beard. His gaze leeringly appraising Du Rua from head to toe, a surge of lust coursed through him, and he inhaled sharply. Licking his dry lips while wiping away the drool that escaped, he secretly activated his ability, eagerly stating, "Come, let me awaken your wisdom." Du Rua sensed an invisible mental force approaching, but since her mental abilities had been awakened using Little Mango's essence, her strength rivaled that of an ordinary third-level mental user. Although the goat beard's ability was second level, it held no effect over her. How intriguing. Observing that his ability had failed to take effect, the goat beard became even more exhilarated. The thrill of subduing a rebellious woman was far more stimulating. It was a pleasure to conquer. His current women were all first subdued before being enslaved. Brothers, Du Rua's gaze sharpened, and her mental power transformed into 3 flying daggers, piercing into the goat beard's mind, interrupting his command. With a single strike, she watched as the goat beard writhed on the ground, disappointment etched on his face. Although her mental abilities were primarily for object manipulation, her formidable mental force could serve as a weapon. However, this was her first attempt at mental attack. It was too weak to kill the goat beard or render him brain dead. Yet it was precisely because of this that he remained conscious, enduring immense pain from deep within his mind. The sudden turn of events stunned the goat beard's subordinates. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" they cried. The boss must have fallen victim to their schemes. Brothers, attack. The men, seasoned in bloodshed, immediately drew their weapons to retaliate. However, those on Du Rua's side were accustomed to her silent yet decisive approach when confronting adversaries. They acted swiftly, and the men who had spoken, along with 2 others beside him, were instantly silenced by flying daggers to their throats. After reaching second-level ability, Dia could now control 3 flying daggers simultaneously. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, incapacitating several, while a few others were beheaded by the wind blades of Wild Bull. 2 rushed forward, only to find their bodies severed, the upper halves collapsing to the ground, staring in horror at their still running lower halves as they gasped their last breaths. This was the spatial cutting of King Kong. The dagger utilized shadow evasion, repeatedly leaping through the shadows of the assailants to execute lethal strikes. Du Rua was honing her skills in mental piercing, having witnessed much in her past life. She had practiced on a few individuals, from inducing head-clutching agony to ultimately rendering them mindless. Meanwhile, 3 individuals with lower combat abilities sheltered behind Junjun, munching on sunflower seeds. King Kong's spatial cutting was extraordinarily formidable. The dagger was equally terrifying, emerging from shadows to stab directly at the heart, often preceding a ghostly grin. You should have seen the fear in that person's eyes. They nearly wet themselves. TSK. Zhou Yu's power is still too feeble. The area attack lacks significant impact, but single-target assaults are a different matter. He previously controlled lightning to obliterate a second-level zombie's head. I still believe Sister Rua is the strongest. Indeed, my little Rua is the best. Moments later, the battle concluded, and Zhou Yu and his companions took on the task of cleaning the battlefield. The goat beard was dragged before Du Rua by Junjun, still alive, for she had more questions to pose. "Where are the women you have harmed?" The goat beard's ability was enslavement, and among those who followed him, several had been subjugated. Such a lecherous fiend surely had many women under his control. In the warehouse on the 2nd floor of the Red Rose Fashion, he pleaded, "It's just in the adjacent block, no more than a mile away. Kill me. Please. End my suffering," he cried, having never endured such torment. Once a minor affluent figure in the city, he feigned piety while indulging in the game of conquering young women. Leveraging his connections and wealth, he thrived even before the apocalypse. Even after the onset, he awakened his mental washing ability on the very first night, enslaving his first victim, a bodyguard with fire abilities, before leading his crew to slay zombies and seize crystal cores. He subsequently gathered more followers, enslaving 2 ability users, and upon reaching second-level abilities, his ranks swelled to include numerous ability users, with a group assisting him in slaying zombies and abducting women. His life resembled that of an emperor in ancient times. Until this morning, when his men reported that there were people in the mall clearing out zombies, nearing completion. With at least 30 to 40,000 crystal cores in a single mall, he could upgrade his ability to the third level. Such formidable mental power would allow him to enslave even more ability users, positioning him as the strongest in the region. However, his imperial dreams were shattered by the alluring woman before him. With his dreams in ruins, he harbored no desire to continue living. More importantly, his head felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at it, driving him to the brink of death, yet the pain rendered his limbs powerless. Du-Ruo, of course, would not fulfill his wish. She called for Zhou. You all head to the second floor of the Red Rose Fashion and rescue the women there. Bring them back here for shelter. As she spoke, she kicked the goat beard, dragging this filth along. Why bring him along? Du-Ruo did not explain, but Zhou understood. She intended for the women to take revenge themselves. She was kind-hearted, willing to assist the vulnerable women. Yet, in this apocalypse, that was all she could do to be safe. Zhou brought along King Kong, Wild Bull, Adia, leaving the dagger with Du-Ruo. After Zhou departed, Du-Ruo and the others prepared pots and ingredients, readying for another hot pot feast. Du-Ruo even produced a durian and several large mangoes, intending to satisfy their appetites first. On the top floor, a man in a white t-shirt swallowed hard, his stomach growling with hunger. Clutching his painfully empty belly, he turned and staggered towards Cinema Hall 1. He gently knocked on the door, which opened from within, allowing him entry before it was swiftly closed behind him. The 4 strongest men had left, leaving 2 men and 3 women, among whom was the one who could meld into shadows. The woman with dual spatial and wind abilities prepared an array of fresh ingredients for the hot pot. Along with fruits, her space contained even more provisions. Are we doing this? Chapter 25. Parasitism. This is indeed a divine opportunity. We must secure it, the leader of Hall 1, Chung Bing, decisively proclaimed. That woman is worth at least 30,000 crystal cores. Jing, this one is in your hands, he said, as the short-haired woman in his arms flashed a seductive smile, replying, as you command. Following the outbreak of zombies in the mall, government personnel had provided education on all matters related to zombies to maintain order among the masses. To prevent chaos and ensure control, they locked the mall's doors. Naturally, they did not flee but remained within the mall, awaiting rescue. The people quickly rallied together, overcoming their initial terror of the zombies, and began to combat them as they appeared. However, the number of those succumbing to zombification continued to rise. With so many people crammed together, the situation spiraled out of control in just one night. Everyone yearned for escape, but the door on the ground floor was locked. Not to mention that the area was swarming with zombies, nearly all having succumbed to the infection. Those on the upper floors observed the grim scene below, too fearful to descend, trapped within their confines. Their only refuge lay in the sealed rooms. The cinema on the top floor became the ultimate sanctuary that a group of awakened individuals, led by Chung Bing, began to unite, expelling the original occupants of Screening Room 1. They meticulously controlled access, permitting only those who possessed abilities and vowed allegiance to enter, while resolutely barring those still exhibiting symptoms. Young, attractive women were welcomed, as were a select few robust men who had yet to awaken their powers. Thus, the first screening room swiftly filled with over 100 individuals, the vast majority being young and beautiful women, for in the apocalypse, women were often seen as mere objects of desire, even if some retained a flicker of conscience. In such dire circumstances, they would choose to compromise their morals on the second night following the zombie outbreak. Aside from the first screening room, no living souls remained. They dared not venture outside, and provisions were scarce within. By the third morning, they resolved to break free. Death was inevitable if they remained passive. However, newcomers arrived. Initially, they believed these individuals to be government rescuers. Gradually, the zombies began to diminish to be by the third day, no signs of zombie activity lingered outside Screening Room 1. A few brave souls ventured forth to investigate, and those among them with the ability to see through walls quickly discerned that these were not government agents sent to save them. 6 men and 3 women were in the lobby, dispatching zombies, their bodies piling high on the floor point. One woman waved her hand, and the corpses vanished at a trove of zombie cores, along with a woman possessing spatial abilities, was now within their reach. Yet, the men were formidable, and for the time being, they chose to observe from the shadows. Once the zombies were eradicated, a new group emerged, initially incensed at the perceived interference. However, after witnessing their foes fall, they recognized that they were no match for their adversaries. Just as they contemplated retreat, the leader of their group, accompanied by 3 men, seized captives and departed, leaving behind 2 men and 3 women. Based on their observations over the past few days, they noted that 3 of the remaining 5 possessed non-aggressive abilities, with 23 powers among them, even if the last 2 were both second tier. They would easily manage the other 2, and a mutated large cat, Duruwa, and her companions were in a lobby, enjoying fruit. The rich aroma of durian and mango mingled, alleviating the foul stench in the air. "Oh, whoa!" Juju howled from the top of the stairs, its hearing more acute than Duruwa's, alerting her to an approaching presence. "Who is it?" Duruwa inquired, grasping her hammer in a defensive posture. Please save my child." After a moment, a short-haired woman stumbled down the stairs, cradling a 5-year-old girl, my daughter. "I don't know what's happened to her. She's been unconscious. Please, I beg you, save her." The short-haired woman was Jing Jing. She sought sympathy from Duruwa and her group by presenting a dying child. Qian Yi and the others remained silent, while Sadeo held his dagger protectively over the others. Duruwa regarded Jing Jing with suspicion. Yet the girl in her arms appeared gravely ill, pale, emaciated, and barely clinging to life. Duruwa lowered her hammer and coldly stated, "Hand the child to me." Jing Jing, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward, yet did not relinquish the child, instead kneeling before Duruwa, clutching the girl tightly. If Duruwa were to accept the child, contact would be inevitable. "Thank you. Beautiful. You saved my child. I will repay you for the rest of my life," Jing Jing professed, tightening her grip even further. Duruwa furrowed her brow, an instinctive alarm ringing in her mind. This woman was not to be trusted. Instead of advancing, she took a step back to tea that moment. Little Mango alerted Duruwa, "Mom, be careful. This woman is an ability user, and her power is parasitic. A parasitic ability that in her previous life, Duruwa had heard of such powers, domineering in nature, allowing the user to implant their consciousness or soul within another through physical contact, disregarding the victim's mental fortitude. This silent parasitism concealed itself within the recesses of the host's soul, often remaining undetected. Over time, the parasite's essence would merge with that of the host, making detection increasingly difficult, ultimately leading to the slow absorption of the host spirit until they became a mere extension of the parasite. The only means of countering this was to identify and consume the parasitic essence before it became entrenched, a task requiring formidable mental strength or the assistance of a powerful psychic. Heeding Little Mango's warning, Duruwa readied her hammer once more, signaling the others to keep their distance. The 4 complied, trusting Duruwa implicitly, even though they had yet to discern any threat from the kneeling woman. Jing Jing, initially bowed with her head down, awaited Duruwa's approach. Whether to hand over the child or to be lifted, contact with Duruwa's body was inevitable. Yet Duruwa's retreat caused Jing Jing to feel exposed. Quickly dismissing her initial thought, she resolved to continue her act. Her power, known only to Chungbing, remained a secret. Gathering her emotions, she raised her head, tears streaking her face as she pleaded, "Please, I beg you, save my child." In a display of desperation, she struck her forehead against the ground. "I truly mean no harm. I only wish to save my child. If you don't believe me, search me." Jing Jing's cries were not solely directed at Duruwa, but also at the retreating fort. The target's vigilance was too heightened. She could not focus solely on one person. That Duruwa remained unmoved, her voice icy. "Place the child on the ground." Jing Jing tightened her hold on the child, hesitating. Yet as she observed the woman before her, swinging her hammer in a threatening manner, she sensed that if she did not comply, Duruwa might strike without hesitation. In that instant, she felt an inkling. This woman, as long as she lived, would undoubtedly become an immensely powerful figure. But she was reluctant to yield. If she released the child, opportunities for contact would diminish. What to do? To let go or not? Chapter 26. She is seeking death in order to dispel Duruwa's suspicions. Jing Jing had no choice but to place the child on the ground. "Step back a few paces," Duruwa commanded. Jing Jing complied, telling herself that haste would only lead to failure. Once the target witnessed the child's condition, she would surely believe her. That moment, she would have ample opportunity to make contact with Du Rua. Jing Jing retreated 3 steps, then knelt once more, pleading, "Please, save my child." The other 4 observed in silence. Qian, Yi, and Ning, you were somewhat moved by the sight of the woman in distress. However, they were not foolish. At this moment, the woman descending from the top floor appeared too composed, indicating something was amiss. Sadeo focused intently on Jing Jing's actions, remaining vigilant. Only Jiang Nan perceived the underlying issue. She turned to her companions, stating, "That woman doesn't seem like a real mother." Qian Yi raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? If she were my mother, she wouldn't let go if she were unsure of whether we could save her child. If she had been observing us, she would know I was the one most likely to help her child. If she didn't know, why would she approach someone like Du Rua, who wields 2 massive hammers?" Looking formidable, Jiang Nan's voice grew somber, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, to ensure her escape, her mother had clung desperately to the leg of the bald man. Even when that man had ultimately killed her, her grip had not faltered. Qianyi quietly embraced Jiang Nan. Though Du Rua still enjoyed teasing her, she was no longer the fragile woman in need of protection. Her sense of accomplishment in aiding the weak now primarily stemmed from Jiang Nan. Sidio's eyes blazed with fury. Her target was the hammer-wielding woman. Ning Yi sighed. Then she is seeking death. Du Rua was not one to engage in idle chatter. Upon sensing hostility, she would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. At that moment, Du Rua had lifted the child from the ground and, using her mental power, assessed her condition. Bruises adorned her arms and thighs, but nothing severe. The girl had merely fainted from hunger. Shielding the child with her body, Du Rua produced a small vial of energy essence and administered a drop. Almost immediately, the girl began to regain consciousness. "Mama." Upon hearing the child speak, Jing Jing panicked. How could she awaken so soon after just a drop of water? When they arrived, she had pinched and twisted the girl to ensure she remained unresponsive. Jing Jing's previously suppressed hostility surged forth. As she had been warned by Cheng Bing, she had to conceal her malice at all costs. The sensitivity of those endowed with extraordinary abilities towards such matters is quite pronounced. Yet, in this moment of chaos, she finds herself utterly unable to maintain composure. Du Rua, cradling the girl, gestures towards Jing Jing and softly inquires, "Is this woman your mother?" The girl turns to gaze in the direction Du Rua is pointing. Imperceptibly shaking her head, Du Rua continues, "Do you know her?" The girl shakes her head once more. Observing the child's movements, Jing Jing, disregarding all else, rushes towards Du Rua. She reasons that Du Rua would likely pose further questions, not resorting to lethal measures so swiftly. As long as she refrains from doing so, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. All she needs is to make contact with Du Rua, and she is certain of her success in parasitism. Even if Du Rua were to slay her, she could still be reborn within Du Rua's body. That juncture, possessing the other's physique would grant her access to all that belongs to Du Rua, including spatial abilities. However, unbeknownst to her, her powers have long been exposed. There is no way Du Rua would allow her the chance to make contact in her previous life, having navigated the apocalypse for 6 arduous years. She always remembered not to engage in idle chatter with adversaries. Once, she had been misled after listening to the enemy, nearly meeting a tragic end. On another occasion, during an onslaught of zombies, she had temporarily spared someone who harbored animosity towards her, only to find herself nearly becoming a light snack for the undead. Since then, upon identifying any foe's intent to harm, she has resolved to act decisively. No need for words, simply eliminate. If she cannot kill, she will ensnare nonetheless. Be good, dear. Your sister will treat you to something delicious soon. With that, she covered the girl's eyes, unleashing a blade of wind that severed Jing Jing's head, which flew into the air, her headless body collapsing at Du Rua's feet. Blood pooled beneath Du Rua, who wrinkled her nose in distaste. She had no desire for these shoes any longer. Du Rua was hardly taken aback. Yet her foremost priority was to eat. A dozen women entered. They immediately knelt before Du Rua and her group, expressing their gratitude. Once all were helped to their feet, Du Rua began to appraise these women. Their attire was relatively tidy, yet most bore bruises on their faces, with exposed skin marred by dark marks. Judging by their expressions, aside from a few who appeared sorrowful, the rest looked as though they had just emerged from a rebirth. The murderous intent still palpable. Not a single face exhibited a look of numbness. Duruwa was quite satisfied. With everyone gathered, she waved her hand, signaling it was time to eat. On two relatively clean display counters sat 6 pots. 3 contained a clear broth, while the other 3 were spicy. Beneath the pots, gas stoves flickered to life. The counters overflowed with an array of fresh ingredients: beef, lamb, chicken, duck, geoduck, abalone, Australian lobster, various fish, and a plethora of green vegetables. Everything one could desire. The dozen women, having just escaped a hellish existence, felt as though they were dreaming. Previously, they had been confined by the goat-bearded captors in that clothing city, subsisting on meager rations of biscuits and canned goods. Often remnants left by their captors. Before them lay a feast fit for kings and queens, something they had only glimpsed in dreams. Upon entering, they had caught a whiff of the aroma, but had dismissed it as a mere figment of their imagination. They had hoped that, after expressing their gratitude, they could partake in a grand feast at the nearby supermarket. Never anticipating such a splendid meal awaited them, they could hardly believe that these delicacies were truly prepared for them. The stoves ignited, and the scent of hot pot wafted through the air, like a signal to commence. The women rushed forth, tearing open disposable utensils, tossing in whatever ingredients they could find without hesitation. They cooked briefly, then devoured eagerly. They ate rapidly, yet there was no competition among them. The abundance of ingredients ensured they would all be satiated. They even thoughtfully left 2 pots for Duruwa and her companions. In stark contrast, Duruwa's side was quite different. Chieni was engaged in a fierce competition with Jiang Nan and Ning Yi against several burly men. Her chopsticks danced with agility. Nan. Ning, wait. I just added the snowflake beef. If you don't hurry, it will be gone. Jiang Nan, using a slotted spoon, fished around in the pot, his face contorted. Sister Yi, it's already gone. Ning Yi chimed in. Brother Jingang, I put that fish head in. Jingang and his comrades, all from military, were practically human-eating machines, adept at consuming far quicker than they could serve at a few times. The wild buffalo attempted to retrieve vegetables, but was thwarted. Boss, leave me some. Zhou Yu, comparatively more gentlemanly, refrained from preying on the weak. That Duruwa smiled, nearly feeding a piece of green vegetable to the little girl's nose. She relished this atmosphere. Their competition stemmed not from a lack of food, but from a shared enjoyment of the moment. The apocalypse had been a heavy burden, and mealtime was a rare moment of relaxation. Amidst the playful banter, their taut spirits found a brief reprieve. In contrast to the harmonious dining scene on the first floor, the atmosphere in the first screening room on the top floor was markedly oppressive. Having gone days without food, the crowd, in a self-torturous manner, cracked the door slightly, clamoring to catch the scent of the hot pot. It smells so good. I'm starving. I need to eat something. Hey, don't bite my hand. I can't take it anymore. Let me out. We want to go out. We want to eat. A few men clamored to descend for food, their voices booming, recklessly attempting to force the door open and rush downstairs. Chung Bing, with a grim expression, shoved the woman off him. If you want to die, go ahead. Chapter 27. Energy deprivation in the dimly lit screening room. Chung Bing raised his hands, summoning countless black tendrils that emerged. The tendrils slithered towards the men at the doorway, swiftly ensnaring them. In mere breaths, the men visibly transformed into desiccated corpses. Chung Bing let out a satisfied groan. The door to the screening room was shut once more, and silence enveloped the room, so profound that the 2 nearest individuals could hear each other's hearts pounding. Chung Bing's voice, shrouded in darkness, broke the stillness. Has that fat woman not awakened yet? A voice replied, no, truly a waste of space. Chung Bing had harbored excessive hopes for Jing Jing. Her failure incensed him greatly. In truth, prior to Jing Jing's doppelganger's demise, he had been confident he could capture Duruwa without expending a single soldier. Find a way to awaken her. I need more information about the people below. The group on the first floor continued to indulge in their revelries. They were likely still undetected. However, once they finished their meal, they would undoubtedly depart. Once they exited the mall, where would he find that woman? Tens of thousands of zombie crystal cores were an undeniable temptation. He simply could not let this opportunity slip away. Yes, the yellow-haired man nodded and turned towards a corner that on the left side of the corner lay a heap of desiccated corpses, while on the right rested a corpulent woman, an emergency light illuminating her from above. Under the green glow, her face was marred with acne, glistening under the light. This was Jing Jing's original form. The yellow-haired man approached and kicked her in the side. "Wake up, fat woman." Jing Jing furrowed her brow, seemingly enduring immense pain, yet her body remained still. Observing her lack of response, the yellow-haired man withdrew a small knife and lunged at her face. "This face looks repulsive. Let me give you a little makeover." "Ah, my face. It hurts." Jing Jing jolted awake, but compared to her face, the agony in her head felt like it would explode. The death of her doppelganger had inflicted significant harm on her own soul. The sensation was akin to someone in her mind forcibly tearing at her soul, almost splitting it in two. "Get up quickly. The boss has questions for you, dada." "I can't. My head hurts too much. And my face is throbbing, dada. There's blood. Why is my face bleeding?" Jing Jing's wails soured the yellow-haired man's mood. He stomped mercilessly on the wound on her face. Jing Jing emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, only to be met with increased brutality from the yellow-haired man. "Shut up, fat woman. I'm taking you to the boss. If you anger the boss." Eventually, Jing Jing was dragged before Cheng Bing by two men, one holding her foot. This moment, Jing Jing gritted her teeth, daring not to utter a sound. She knelt on the ground, head bowed, fearful of letting Cheng Bing see her current state, though Cheng Bing could not see her face. The sight of the unusually corpulent woman before him evoked a wave of nausea, reminiscent of their past intimate encounters, though that had been with a different, alluring body. He raised his foot and kicked her shoulder. "Useless trash. You can't even handle this simple task. Did you expose us? It wouldn't be on purpose, would it?" Lu Yang, observing from above, noted that Jing Jing had failed to get close to the enemy. Meanwhile, the girl who should have died had inexplicably awakened. Either Jing Jing had deceived her, or the woman possessed some extraordinary treasure. I truly didn't that, boss. You must believe me, I don't know how that woman figured it out." Jing Jing desperately explained, raising her head only to lower it immediately. "I really didn't. That woman is very cautious." "Useless." The black tendrils suddenly appeared, constricting Jing Jing's throat. "That woman possesses a mysterious water. She fed a bit to that child. Just a tiny amount, and the child awakened. Then I was exposed." Having obtained the answer he sought, Cheng Bing decisively commanded the tendrils to end Jing Jing's life. He found her repulsive enough not to wish to look upon her any longer, even neglecting to drain her of life completely. A level 2 spatial and wind ability user, coupled with the possession of that mysterious water. Lu Yang inquired, "What does that woman look like?" "Qianlian," Lu Yang flattered. "Absolutely stunning, rivaling the top-tier celebrities." Cheng Ming smirked, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Perhaps he could try the allure of a handsome man. At 28 years of age, he had always been the heartthrob from elementary school through university. After a bit of tidying up, they would descend to meet them. After a while, Cheng Bing led over 100 people to the first floor to tea that moment. The gathering on the first floor was nearing its conclusion. The arrival of Cheng Bing and his entourage raised the vigilance of Du Ruo and her companions. Not approach any closer. The supermarket is over there, filled with plenty to eat." As soon as Zhou Yu's words were uttered, the throng of over 100 people who had descended with Cheng Bing rushed toward the direction he indicated, leaving only 6 individuals by Cheng Bing's side. Cheng Bing was unperturbed by the small number on his side, confident in the loyalty of his trusted aides, all of whom were ability users. He believed that even if they could not win in a fight, escaping would not pose a problem. Furthermore, he had come with the utmost goodwill, with no intention of resorting to violence. "Ladies, we were all hiding in the cinema on the top floor, and I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Cheng Bing flashed what he considered to be an enchanting smile, revealing the circumstances on his side to Du Ruo in an attempt to gain her trust. "Thank you for eliminating all the zombies. Otherwise, we would have been trapped and eventually starved to death within." Du Ruo looked up at Cheng Bing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing her gaze, Cheng Bing shifted slightly, seemingly casual, but actually positioning himself to present his most flattering angle, sending her a flirtatious glance. I am Chung Bing, a lifelong solo at 28. May I ask how to address such a captivating lady? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration for Duruo, a mixture of awe and a hint of shyness. The shyness was feigned, yet the admiration was genuine. He was truly captivated by her alluring features and physique. Such a perfect and formidable woman deserved his attention. Chung Bing assumed Duruo was staring at him due to his charm. In reality, she was intently listening to Xiao Mengwa's warning. Mom, this person's ability is energy deprivation. Energy deprivation? Yes, he can absorb all forms of energy, tangible or intangible, including life itself. He is a level 2 ability user, and he has likely drained the life energy of over 100 individuals. Upon hearing this, Duruo did not hide her disgust as she directed a loathing gaze at Chung Bing. An aura of murderous intent emanating from her to enhance one's abilities by consuming the lives of others was no different from cannibalism. In her previous life, Duruo had encountered many who resorted to such depravity, and she had dealt with each one ruthlessly. Not to mention, in the end, she herself had been consumed. Chung Bing must die. Chung Bing, who had intended to step closer to speak, found himself halted by the sudden surge of killing intent from Duruo. Was this woman not a madman? He was sure he had revealed no vulnerabilities. Everything had seemed fine upon his arrival. How could 2 sentences provoke such animosity? Was it possible he had revolted her? For the first time, Chung Bing harbored grave doubts about his allure. Could it be that this woman had a flawed sense of aesthetics? Or perhaps a fear of men? Chapter 28. I found his weakness. What are the abilities of these 6 individuals? Upon learning that Chung Bing absorbed the life energy of others to enhance his powers, Duruo resolved to confront him physically. Xiao Mengwa interjected. Except for the leading man, the others are all level 1 ability users with no special abilities. They can be easily dispatched, that Duruo quietly instructed her companions. 1 for each. As her words fell, an intangible mental force emanated from her, bearing down on Chung Bing. The Duruo unleashed her mental piercing technique. Chung Bing, being a level 2 ability user endowed with a unique power, could not see the impending danger, but could sense it with clarity. In his perception, an invisible force rushed toward him. 6 invisible spikes. Mental energy was also a form of energy. He could feel the immense power contained within them. His blood surged, something within him clamoring to break free and feast. Black tendrils erupted from his hands, entwining and coiling in front of him, absorbing the 6 spikes entirely. A colossal wave of energy flooded into his limbs, bringing an extraordinary sensation of comfort. Chung Bing let out a satisfied sigh. The feeling was akin to having consumed 10 or 8 individuals in one go. Not only was his physical body invigorated, but his mental state also experienced tremendous fulfillment, akin to a parched land receiving refreshing rain. He could feel his abilities strengthening, and he even sensed a notable enhancement in his mental prowess. He revealed a grin, gazing at Duruo and licking his lips with a glint of desire in his eyes. He craved more. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and the others had also sprung into action. Chung Bing's 5 subordinates, mere level 1 ability users, were swiftly dispatched. Chung Bing watched in fury as his men fell, a fierce killing intent igniting within him. How dare they kill his men before his eyes? They would pay dearly. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Wretched woman, I considered taking you as my own, but now I shall crush your bones inch by inch." As long as she remained alive, her spatial abilities could still come into play. Despite the loss of his subordinates, Chung Bing remained undaunted. This group was comprised entirely of level 2 ability users. His power was uniquely extraordinary. As long as it was energy, he could absorb it, and thus far, no one had managed to inflict harm upon him. He had a premonition that if he consumed all these ability users, he could elevate his power to level 3. Coupled with the crystal cores in that woman's space, he was certain he could become a level 4 ability user. Allow me to take care of this. Thick, black lightning appeared from thin air, striking down fiercely upon Chung Bing's head. Zhou Yu unleashed his ultimate technique, Heavenly Thunderstrike. The black tendrils enveloped Chung Bing, completely absorbing the lightning. Delightful. Chung Bing purposely revealed his face, wearing a wicked grin. Let me handle this. The black tendrils shielded Chung Bing from any harm. Even the wind blades of the wild bull could not touch him, transforming into nourishment for Chung Bing. Then came the spatial slicing of the diamond, which could not be executed around Chung Bing, as the spatial energy was absorbed cleanly by him. The dagger-wielding assassin suddenly emerged from Chung Bing's shadow. But instead of harming him, even the dagger was absorbed by Chung Bing. Xiao Mangwa warned, "Mom, make them stop? If this continues, Chung Bing will break through to level 3 using your powers, making him even harder to deal with." Du Ruo swiftly halted Zhou Yu and the wild bull, who had been poised to attack. For the first time, Zhou Yu and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. What kind of ability was this? It was utterly unfathomable. The assassin felt a lingering dread. Had he hesitated for even a second longer when he first attacked, he surely would have been consumed by those black tendrils. They had just attempted to devour him. Du Ruo coldly regarded Chung Bing, fully aware that his ability was energy deprivation. Regardless of whether the energy was tangible or intangible, whether it was material or not, he could absorb it, including that of human life. His powers had been built upon the consumption of countless lives. As Du Ruo's words fell, the other 8, along with Jun, shuddered collectively. Fear was present, but the desire to slay Chung Bing was far more potent. Chung Bing, across from them, revealed a sinister grin, his bloodthirsty smile directed at Du Ruo as he licked his lips. "You seem to know quite a lot. Beautiful, my interest in you grows ever stronger. I offer you a chance. Submit to me, and I promise you a life of luxury that I can spare your friends, as long as they pledge their allegiance to me." Chung Bing had shifted his stance. These individuals were now deemed worthy to be his subordinates. "I am invincible. Together, we can forge a team and dominate the world." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, his black tendrils writhing with increasing frequency. Not far behind Du Ruo, Qian Yi and the others hid behind a display case. Jun's fur bristled, baring her teeth in agitation. Qian Yi, Ning Yi, and Jiang peered out to observe the unfolding battle. They sensed an unprecedented danger from Du Ruo's recent confrontation, filled with frustration over their own powerlessness. Not just them, but all the women hiding behind the display case longed to charge out and obliterate Chung Bing. After slaying the goat-bearded man, they had been reborn. Their adversary was engaged in battle, and they were unwilling to remain in the shadows. Yet they had no choice but to stay hidden, knowing that charging forth would only complicate matters. Du Ruo observed coldly, meticulously scrutinizing the opponent's weaknesses. Meanwhile, she queried Xiao Mangwa in her mind. If we all strike together, could he be overwhelmed? Du Ruo pondered. Every individual had their limits. However, to be certain, she decided to consult Xiao Mangwa. Xiao Mangwa doused her with cold water. It's unlikely he's about to level up to 3, making him even harder to kill. That if all else fails, you can retreat into the spatial realm. Without hesitation, Du Ruo rejected the notion. No, not solely for Qian Yi's sake. Although her bond with the others had been forged in just a few days, Zhou Yu and the others had their own motives. Yet, she had developed a profound, revolutionary friendship with them. Jiang, Nan, and Ning regarded her as a savior. She could not bear the thought of surviving alone in a moment of crisis. Xiao Mangwa naturally did not intend for Du Ruo to become a cowardly individual, fearing for her life. She added, "Mother can contract all of them and wait until it is safe to finalize the agreements later." Du Ruo replied, "I will not do that unless absolutely necessary. They are friends, companions. Even if it is merely a temporary measure, I do not wish to treat them as mere objects or livestock." Moreover, ever since the emergence of Chung Bing, that cannibalistic demon, the only words left in Du Ruo's lexicon were physical exorcism. If I do not eliminate Chung Bing, I will find no peace in my meals or slumber. I have found his flaw. Quickly, provide me with a vial of energy essence. Chapter 29. The stone spike, a small vial of energy essence materialized in Du Ruo's hand. "Cover me for a moment," she instructed. With a swift motion, she uncapped the vial and harnessed earth energy, beginning to absorb its contents. The instant Du Ruo opened the small glass vial, Chung Bing sensed the energy waves emanating from the pale green liquid within. He and his tendrils craved it intensely. This is it, that miraculous fluid. His tendrils writhed with increased fervor, suddenly darting straight towards Du Ruo. He had to obtain it. Zhou Yu and his companions had long been on guard against Cheng Bing. As he moved, they sprang into action, each unleashing their specialized techniques upon the tendrils. However, their efforts merely caused a momentary pause. Once the tendrils absorbed the energy, they surged forward with even greater speed. Zhou Yu and his companions exchanged grave glances. This was untenable. They aimed to strike at Cheng Bing himself, yet his tendrils ensconced him too tightly, revealing no vulnerabilities and could see that moment. Qin Yi hurled her wolf fang club and Jiang Nan's large cleaver towards the tendrils. Zhou Yu seized the wolf fang club, while Jin Gang took hold of the cleaver, both striking at the tendrils. Surprisingly, the wolf fang club and cleaver decelerated the tendrils' advance. The pure energy tendrils absorbed the essence rapidly. Yet the club and cleaver, being non-pure energy, were absorbed at a considerably slower rate. If they did not absorb, the tendrils would be forced back by the sheer force of their strikes. Cheng Bing's eyes glowed with a dangerous light as he saw the energy within Du Ruo's vial dwindling to half. With a cold sneer, he opened his mouth, and a crimson tendril shot forth, aiming directly for the vial in Du Ruo's grasp. Zhou Yu and the others were frantic. The only weapon that had any effect was firmly held by the black tendrils, and they had no other weapons at hand. The firearms discarded due to lack of ammunition were all stored within Du Ruo's space. That scarlet tendril posed an even greater threat, rendering them hesitant to cast spells for fear of inadvertently enhancing its power. At that moment, Jun lunged forward, colliding with the crimson tendril, which instinctively coiled around her, beginning to siphon her life force. However, Jun's mutation had enhanced her, and her fur was as sharp as spikes, impenetrable. The tendril found it difficult to inflict harm upon her flesh. Yet, after only a few breaths, a substantial amount of fur fell from Jun, accumulating in a thick layer on the ground, revealing her pale skin beneath. Jun, Qin Yi exclaimed, distressed. The other men rushed to rescue her, but Du Ruo had just finished absorbing the last drop of energy essence. Her earth-based abilities had elevated by 2 levels, unlocking the power of Stone Spike. Cheng Bing glared at Du Ruo as the liquid in her hand vanished, his fury igniting. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him tremble, as if something were about to emerge. Looking down, he saw a stone-like spike erupting from the earth that he attempted to leap away, but in the next moment, the stone spike pierced through his groin. In a daze, he heard the sound of cracking bones, and the cry of pain that escaped his lips was abruptly silenced. The stone spike erupted from the top of his head, its tip stained with a mix of crimson and white. Blood flowed from the spike between his legs, trickling down to the ground. With his eyes forever unblinking, Cheng Bing lay dead, and all his tendrils vanished. With a thud, Jun fell to the ground, unprepared. However, her bulk knocked Qin Yi down, who emitted a muffled groan of pain. "Get off me! You're crushing me!" Once Jun retreated, curling into a ball with tearful eyes, looking utterly wronged, the crisis was averted, and the group collectively exhaled in relief. Sister Hammer remains formidable. Ningyi flattered Sister Raw. You truly are remarkable to have discovered the flaw beneath his feet. Dia, who had previously manipulated the flying knives, had tried every angle without finding a single chink in Cheng Bing's armor, muttering in frustration. Damn it, I almost thought this guy was invincible. Du Ruo replied, I only discovered it at the last moment. She had been pondering that, in her previous life, she had never heard of such a figure. It was likely that he hadn't lived long. She believed there must have been something they overlooked. Fortunately, she found it. Cheng Bing had been enshrouded by tendrils, with only the ground beneath him presenting a singular vulnerability. Although her earth powers were not upgraded to level 2 yet, their strength rivaled that of level 3. But they were not truly level 3'd. She could only alter the soil's shape and break through hard stone, but could not yet condense solid concrete into spikes. The stone spike ability was inherently a power of level 3 earth abilities, and she had thought it required an upgrade to level 3 to utilize, only to discover she could wield it at level 2. Du Ruo approached the pitiful Jun and offered her a small vial of energy essence. Jun, thank you. After ingesting the vial, short fur sprouted on Jun's body. With a joyful cry, she stopped sulking and happily licked Du Ruo's face. Du Ruo was taken aback by Jun's sudden action, finding herself drenched in saliva. Having previously devoured a zombie's head, Durua even noted a strand of flesh clinging to Junjun's teeth. Ugh! She gagged and promptly kicked Junjun away, rushing to wash her face with water and cleanser. From now on, when you snack, you must brush your teeth. If you don't, I will pull out your teeth. Junjun shrank away, trembling. She succumbed to her gloom once more. Approximately 100 individuals stood frozen, gazing at Cheng Bing, impaled by the stone spike, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Some were fearful, while others felt relief. Observing the dazed crowd, Durua spoke, "You shall identify one another and point out those who have committed wrongdoing. Zhou Yu, I leave the rest to you." The remaining task, of course, referred to the eradication of evil. He, along with them, were all underlings of Cheng Bing. No, I didn't. Don't say such things. The women grew agitated, clamoring in protest. None of these men are innocent. They have all violated us. Seeing the slim chances of escape, some chose to fight back, but before they could reach the innocent women, they were incinerated by a lightning strike. Zhou Yu and his group, specialists in their respective fields, swiftly identified all those who had committed misdeeds. More than half of the individuals had engaged in wrongdoing, with no man escaping culpability. The number of women, initially victims, later became complicit in the atrocities. The perpetrators were subjected to physical exorcism, none escaping justice. The 40-some surviving women began to weep bitterly. Chapter 30. Sister Hammer is the Captain Cheng Bing and his cohort had initially occupied screening room number 1, where over 200 men and women had been confined. At first, they had secretly rejoiced that their fever had subsided, enabling them to enter the safe house. However, once inside, a dozen or so ability users led by Cheng Bing began to perpetrate violence against them. Those who resisted, regardless of gender, even ability users, were drained to husks by Cheng Bing. In the face of such terror, the remaining men abandoned their morals and became aggressors. Some of the oppressed women, to avoid being beaten, aligned themselves with their oppressors, such as human nature, especially in the apocalypse. In the following days, Cheng Bing would consume dozens of individuals daily. He was a demon. The women rushed towards Cheng Bing's corpse, pummeling it with fists and feet, even biting it, seeking to vent their accumulated terror. By the time they finished, Cheng Bing had been reduced to a pulpy mass. Durua brought forth the little girl they had previously saved. "Whose child is this?" Everyone shook their heads. That a woman, of similar stature to Durua, stepped forward and stated she was with her mother. When that woman named Jing Jing took her away, her mother was beaten to death by a blonde man while resisting. Durua said, "Then take her with you. We have cleared all the zombies here, and we are leaving. You may stay. The supplies are plentiful. A safe base has been established, and in a few days, rescuers will arrive. Before we depart, we will conduct another thorough check to ensure no zombies can enter. You are leaving? With so much food here, you could stay with us." They were terrified. They did not know when rescuers might arrive. Durua and her companions were so powerful that they had cleared the entire mall of zombies in just 3 days. Even Cheng Bing, with his nearly terrifying abilities, had not dared to venture out of screening room number 1 to hunt zombies. Ultimately, he had perished at their hands. Is it possible to stay? Or wherever you go, we will accompany you. Durua coldly declined. No, in this apocalyptic world, if you wish to survive, you must rely on yourselves. After speaking, she summoned Qianyi to join her, leading the way to inspect potential hazards around the shopping mall. Among the surviving women, some rolled their eyes at Durua. One muttered under breath, "What is there to be proud of?" "Isn't it just because of what lies between their legs that the men protect them?" Durua possessed keen hearing and caught every word. Abruptly halting her steps, she infused her feet with wind-based abilities and, in the blink of an eye, darted in front of the woman. Grabbing the woman's clothing, she yanked her from the crowd and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "Hey, what are you doing hitting people?" A few women moved forward, ready to confront Durua upon witnessing her sudden aggression. Qianyi and several others stepped up to intervene. "You filthy wench, are you out of your mind?" The foul-mouthed woman spat blood, a tooth mingling with it, yet it did not deter her from hurling insults. "You can scream all you want. I can certainly oblige you and bring you along. I hope when we fight zombies, you can scream just as joyfully, attracting even more zombies to us." Durua's words dripped with palpable menace. The woman, despite lacking abilities, could feel the chilling aura emanating from Durua. She had no doubt that if she uttered another word, this woman would surely feed her to the zombies. Shaking her head vigorously, she signaled her understanding of her mistake. Duruo forcefully threw her back to the ground, pointing towards Jiang Nan and coldly addressing the other women. That little girl is only 14 years old. She may not possess formidable abilities, yet she has already slain hundreds of zombies. Most people bowed their heads in shame, while others remained unconvinced, arguing that if someone protected them, they too could kill zombies. Unfazed by their thoughts, Duruo finished her words and once again took Qianyi's hand as they departed. The remaining 6 men and 1 woman lingered behind. Some, unwilling to relent, turned their attention to the men, believing that ultimately it was these men who held the power. The older brother, Dao, discerned their intentions and promptly intervened to shield Zhouyu. You're wasting your time seeking him. We call him boss simply because he is the oldest. The one you just saw is our captain, Sister Che. As Dao spoke, he nudged Jiang Nan toward Zhouyu. Boss, you take Nan. I'll team up with Jingang, Ning Yi with Yelyo, and Daya with Junjun. The group accepted Dao's arrangements without objection and ascended the stairs together. Duruo, accompanied by Qianyi, first arrived at several entrances on the ground floor. She reinforced the iron gates at each entrance, then retrieved vehicles from her space, stacking 2 at the entrance. Utilizing her gold-based abilities, she melted them and covered the doors, securing them further to ensure that even if zombies sensed the presence of living beings inside, they could not breach the barriers. Next, she addressed the glass display windows through which they had entered. She piled a dozen cars against the glass and again melted and reinforced them with her abilities. Consequently, while the ground floor of the mall became somewhat dimmer, they would remain undetected by the zombies, who would not dare to approach the windows, as those women were unlikely to recklessly expose themselves to the wandering undead. The mall boasted 2 scenic elevators on either side, all of which had been shut down and rendered inoperable, halting at the basement level as a precaution. Duruo shattered the glass doors outside the elevator and severed the cables above. She then melted a vehicle to cover the top and connect with the sides of the passage. Adjacent to the scenic elevators was the stairway leading from the underground parking lot, which was also locked. She reinforced it using her previous methods. The last remaining task was the parking lot entrance near the supermarket. To facilitate shoppers, there was an escalator leading directly to the underground parking area. Duruo and Qianyi approached the supermarket entrance, only to find a white wall where the iron door should have been. How could there be a wall here? This large mall, which she had previously visited with Duruo, was familiar to her. Duruo had driven, and they had always used this entrance to access the parking lot after shopping. Don't touch it. Just as Qianyi was about to reach out in curiosity, Duruo stopped her. Drawing a dagger, she made a cut across the wall. The white silk was extraordinarily tough. The dagger's edge scraped against it with a piercing sound. Duruo furrowed her brow. This is bad. It's spider silk. Such resilient silk could only be produced by mutated spiders. The wall of spider silk appeared as a thick, white expanse, obscuring whatever lay behind it, that a single spider would typically only spin such extensive silk when laying eggs. But no ordinary spider could possibly cover an entire wall with silk unless it was an enormous creature. However, in her previous life, Duruo had encountered the largest mutated spider, which was only about the size of an adult. It could at most weave a cocoon the size of a doorway. What they saw was an entire wall, suggesting that an equally imposing barrier existed on the other side of the parking lot. Duruo speculated that at least a dozen spiders were simultaneously laying eggs inside. Spiders generally do not lay eggs in groups, but these were evolved creatures with intelligence comparable to humans. They had begun to understand that only by uniting could they fend off formidable foes. Both mutated animals and plants, like humans, were drawn to the allure of zombies. Simultaneously, the crystal cores within the zombies' brains lured the flora and fauna on the other side. Thus, the mutated spiders banded together to establish their nests near a food source. Due to the lack of illumination, Duruo had not immediately recognized this as a nest of mutated spiders. Her earlier touch likely disturbed the slumbering creatures within. That moment, vibrations coursed through the silk wall, and Duruo quickly pulled Qianyi back. Chapter 31. Mutated spiders having retreated a couple of steps, Duruo witnessed the white silk wall being sliced open by a sharp object resembling a blade at a gap. tall enough for a person, appeared in the silk wall, and a spider leg, adorned with tiny spikes, emerged. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth. 4 legs parted the silk wall, revealing a large black mutated spider. Shaoruo, it's out. It's enormous. Slippers. Hand me my slippers. The black spider was the size of an adult's head, and just looking at it sent shivers down Qianyi's spine. The mutated spider opened its mouth, and 2 streams of white silk suddenly shot forth toward Qianyi and Du Ruo. Du Ruo quickly yanked Qianyi aside as the white thread struck the ground where they had just stood, embedding themselves into the floor. Du Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. I adore its legs and the silk it produces. In her past life, while at the Zhongling base, Du Ruo's team had encountered these mutated spiders in the wilderness that time. They had been 5 in total, traveling in a vehicle fortified with 5th-level gold abilities. While speeding down the highway, an invisible thread had severed their vehicle, leading to the immediate deaths of 3 members, leaving only her and a physically enhanced ability user alive. That moment, she had been reaching for water inside the car, thereby evading the danger. Eventually, they were surrounded by a swarm of mutated spiders, and during the battle, the physically enhanced ability user had been cleaved in half by one of the spider's legs. Du Ruo unleashed her mental power, launching an invisible attack on the spider's head. Just as she prepared to strike again, the mutated spider collapsed to the ground. Approaching cautiously, she confirmed that it was merely unconscious. And then, bubbling with excitement, she communicated with her space's little mango. "Quick, give me some collars." The legs and silk of mutated spiders made excellent materials for weaponry, and the legs could regenerate after being severed. Naturally, they would be kept in captivity. With the collar secured around the spider's head, Du Ruo waved her hand, drawing it into her space. More sounds emanated from within the white silk wall. Du Ruo immediately unleashed another mental attack, penetrating the silk wall to probe inside. A total of 12 mutated spiders succumbed to unconsciousness to her delight. All of these mutated spiders were of 2nd-level strength. For safety's sake, she thoroughly scanned every inch of the area within the white wall using her mental powers. Aside from a nest of eggs, she found no signs of life. Gazing at the white silk wall, Du Ruo contemplated and retrieved the previously captured mutated spider from her space, carefully avoiding the small spikes on its legs. She extracted one of its front legs. Then, using wind blades, she smoothed the sharp tips at its base. Holding the smooth part with her right hand, she pressed the spider's leg against the previously open hole, effortlessly widening it to a height suitable for a person. Pleased with her work, she continued to break through for about a meter, encountering other mutated spiders. Loot? Qianyi, observing Du Ruo's expression, sensed that the danger had passed. But she couldn't fathom what kind of loot could be found. Curious, she followed Du Ruo to take a look, only to wave her hand and collect the densely packed, at least thousands of white eggs within the hole into her space. If her guess was correct, these must be the eggs of the mutated spiders. The thought of those eggs containing the large spider she had just seen made Qianyi's skin crawl. "What are you raising so many spiders for, you dead woman? To eat?" Du Ruo burst into laughter upon hearing Qianyi's nonsensical remarks. "Eat? How could you even think of that? Am I lacking in food or drink? You actually consider this something edible?" As Du Ruo playfully mocked her, Qianyi couldn't help but reach out to playfully scratch Du Ruo and laughing. After a brief bout of mischief, Du Ruo finally composed herself and explained to Qianyi, "These spider legs and silk are truly rare treasures. The legs can be fashioned into weapons. And as for the silk, I can weave you some garments that will ensure you remain impervious to blades and flames." Qianyi shivered as she touched her goosebumps. Well, they better look good. Though she felt a bit uneasy, she understood that Du Ruo was solely concerned for her safety. This was the apocalypse. It was not the time for her to indulge in whims. After collecting their spoils, both Du Ruo and Qianyi exited the premises. Gazing at the large hole in the silk wall, Du Ruo pondered for a moment and called upon Little Mango to awaken the initial mutated spider. For convenience, Du Ruo named each mutated spider, starting with the first one, which she called Zhu-Yi, all the way to Zhu-Shi. Releasing the awakened Zhu-Yi, its 7 legs moved as it looked at Du Ruo with affectionate eyes. Du Ruo issued a command: "Seal this place completely." Zhu-Yi obeyed and turned away. With a series of soft sounds, white silk flowed endlessly from Zhu Yi's mouth, swiftly sealing the previously open hole. Once finished, Zhu Yi's abdomen visibly deflated, turning back to gaze at Du Ruo with its round, pleading eyes, seeking praise. Well done. Here are 5 crystal cores as a reward. Qin Yi's eyes sparkled, urging, let's go. Let's go. I wonder if that dress is still there a few days before the apocalypse. Qin Yi and Du Ruo had visited this place, and she had immediately taken a liking to a yellow dress. However, at that time, having just started her job, she didn't have much money and didn't want to borrow from Du Ruo. The feeling of yearning for something she couldn't buy still lingered in her memory. Du Ruo, knowing they had an ample supply of food and essentials stocked in their space, decided against taking anything from the supermarket. The two ascended directly to the second floor, which was entirely a playground. Upon reaching the second floor, Du Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whether it was the electronic games area, the children's play zone, the claw machine section, or any other attractions, Du Ruo ran a full circle around the second floor, collecting all the machines into her space. These would all be for the little ones in her womb. Suddenly, Qin Yi, who was following Du Ruo, let out a loud exclamation, startling the demolition team leader. Du Ruo, what is wrong, Yi? You're pregnant. Du Ruo's mind sharpened, her hands instinctively gathering fire energy in preparation for any approaching danger. Qin Yi pointed at Du Ruo's abdomen. The baby. Confused, Du Ruo nervously placed a hand on her belly and looked at Qin. What about the baby? Qin Yi scolded, You're pregnant. Only then did Qin Yi realize, watching Du Ruo darting about, that her friend was indeed expecting. Who would believe that a woman wielding dual hammers and charging into a horde of zombies would be a pregnant woman? Not just her, she was certain that the other big men felt the same disbelief. You startled me. I thought zombies were coming. Rest assured, I'm fine. The little one inside is also well that I possess body enhancement abilities and am at level 2. Du Ruo refrained from disclosing the matter of the top-tier prenatal pills to her friend, as it was too complicated to explain, involving the system. Qin Yi remained skeptical until Du Ruo took a stone from her space and crushed it bare-handed in front of her, at which point she reluctantly felt reassured. Just be careful. If you feel the slightest discomfort, you must rest. Du Ruo nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I have my domain as long as I activate it. No one can harm me. The base's security system had previously been explained by Du Ruo as a domain that could be sustained outside for extended periods. Though it was hard to believe in this apocalypse, they had witnessed enough abilities to accept Du Ruo's explanation. They truly envied Du Ruo for possessing such a plethora of powers. After reassuring Qin Yi, the two made their way to the third floor. They collected everything, leaving no items behind, even taking the clean mannequins and hangers. Aside from those stained with blood, the warehouse was also not overlooked. Qin Yi was fortunate, perhaps due to its high price. The dress she had longed for still hung in the wardrobe on the 6th floor. She cherished the dress and handed it to Du Ruo, saying, Little Ruo, please keep it safe for me. They were currently in a perilous situation, and wearing a dress was impractical, as they were both clad in comfortable sportswear. Upon reaching the 9th floor, they encountered Zhou Yu and his group of 7.6 big men were trying on clothes, while the blade-wielding one was preening in front of the mirror. Zhang and had already changed into a new sports outfit, a light pink one, looking vibrantly youthful. Soon, everyone appeared refreshed. The 9th and 10th floors were dedicated to men's apparel, which Du Ruo naturally did not overlook. The 11th floor was the dining area. They thoroughly explored it, discovering dozens of mutated bullfrogs in a locked-back kitchen of a restaurant, but no other dangers. The mutated bullfrogs naturally became part of Du Ruo's menu. Finally, they arrived at the top floor cinema. Upon seeing the piled-up corpses in Screening Room 1, Du Ruo collected them all into her space and instructed Little Mango to incinerate them. They also cleared out any remaining zombies in the other screening rooms. With all safety hazards eliminated, Du Ruo and her companions paid no heed to the surviving women and exited through the changing room. After leaving, they blocked the staff passage as soon as Du Ruo and her group appeared. The wandering zombies noticed them, roaring and charging forward. The 4 from Wild Bull went to clear the zombies, and Zhou Yu asked Du Ruo, what next? The full evolution ends in 2 days. Previously, everyone had been feeling feverish, indicating that they were undergoing evolution. Once the full evolution concluded, no one would suddenly turn into a zombie again. The Jiangling base was completed, and the rescue team would begin searching the entire city. Du Ruo understood Zhou Yu's implication. She had previously agreed with Mayor Qi that when the full evolution concluded, she would deliver the first batch of supplies. Then let us head towards the base. We want to take a car. We'll fight our way there. Consider it training in her past life. The Jiangling base was not built near the Western City agricultural wholesale market, but rather at the municipal center in the north of the city. In this life, thanks to Du Ruo's early warning, the agricultural market in the West had a vast stockpile of supplies stored in the freezer below, which led to the establishment of a safe base there. Their current location was a 2-hour drive from the Western agricultural market. Fighting their way there, along with rest time, would take about 2 days. Du Ruo took out her phone, opened the pre-downloaded map, and displayed it to everyone. Let us take this route. It was a very spacious main road in the city, with 4 lanes in each direction, affording a broad view to avoid any sudden zombie ambushes. Moreover, the sides of the road were mostly residential areas and office buildings, where zombies were sure to be plentiful. The others naturally had no objections. More zombie crystal cores were always welcome. Duo stowed her phone and released 9 mutated spiders. 9 spiders, each the size of a human head, appeared, startling everyone. The group of kinkajous, who had just finished clearing the surrounding zombies, instinctively wanted to unleash their powers to eliminate them, but suddenly noticed the collars around the spiders' necks. Sister Hammer, could you please give us a heads up next time? I don't like being startled. Sorry, I'll be more mindful next time. Du Ruo continued. Each of you take 1 to help collect crystal cores. They can also protect you in critical moments. Du Ruo commanded all the mutated spiders. Let us go to as they walked onto the main road. The sweet scent of living humans, especially the enticing aroma of ability users' flesh and blood, immediately attracted a horde of zombies. A massive wave of zombies surged forward, but before they could draw near, the lightning net ensnared them. Wild Bull's wind blades swept out, instantly turning the approaching zombies into a mist of blood. These were all level 1 zombies, and with their current strength, they were swiftly annihilated. The mutated spiders lunged forward, raising their legs to effortlessly slice through the zombies' heads. A crystal core was extracted from each. Observing this, Du Ruo took out 9 nylon backpacks from her space, distributing 1 to each person. The mutated spiders carried the backpacks, storing the extracted crystal cores inside. At this point, they were situated near crossroads. On the other side of the intersection, a camper van was parked, surrounded by several zombies that were banging against it. 1 zombie on the roof was the first to catch a whiff of the enticing scent of living humans. Abandoning the snacks inside the camper, it jumped down and ran towards the source of the aroma. Following suit, several other zombies also caught the scent and followed suit. Dad, Mom, why did those zombies suddenly leave? Inside the camper, a family of 3 huddled in the corridor, with a 17 or 18-year-old girl speaking. Shh, don't make a sound. Let me take a look. The middle-aged man cautiously peeked out and saw that the previously wandering zombies were all rushing towards the same direction across the intersection. Sounds of fighting and intermittent flashes of lightning could be heard from that way. There are supernatural beings over there. We are saved. Chapter 33. A family of 3. The family of 3 residing in their RV had initially lived in a villa on the outskirts. Following the emergence of the zombies, they were fortunate enough to survive together. With a meager supply of food, they barely managed to evade starvation for 7 days. This morning, they heard via the vehicle's radio that the Jiangling base had been established. The base offers food and guarantees the safety of its inhabitants, calling on capable survivors to make their way there, while those unable to do so are urged to await rescue. Initially, the family intended to wait for assistance. But their food supplies had dwindled dangerously low. The distance to the base was too great, and they feared they might succumb to starvation before help arrived. After much deliberation, they resolved to make the journey to the base themselves. However, their RV ran out of fuel en route, and as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, they found themselves surrounded by zombies. Lacking supernatural abilities, the family could only seek refuge within the RV, hoping for the arrival of a rescue team. Just as they were hiding, the zombies suddenly dispersed. You stay in the car. I will go find help. Dad, don't go. I'm scared. Honey, we should go together. The girl and her mother, with tears brimming in their eyes, clutched the man's hand tightly. They were ordinary people, and the distance to safety was at least 300 meters. The perilous journey, fraught with the threat of encountering zombies, filled them with dread that the man might lose his life the moment he stepped outside. "Don't worry. I will be fine." The man's expression turned resolute. He loved his wife and daughter dearly, and if his sacrifice could save them, he would gladly make it. He broke free from their grasp, opened the car door, and dashed out. The moment he exited the vehicle, he caught the attention of the nearby zombies. Seeing them rush towards him, he quickly shut the door and sprinted in the direction of the sounds of combat, perhaps driven by an overwhelming desire to ensure his wife and daughter's survival. Even after a day without food, he managed to evade the powerful zombies that pursued him. That Duruwa had no intention of using her supernatural abilities at that moment. Most of the zombies were mere minions, providing an excellent opportunity for the non-combatant Qian, Yi, and the two girls to practice. Supernatural abilities are finite. Although they can be replenished through zombie cores, the replenishment rate always lags behind consumption. Relying solely on physical prowess can also help develop latent potential, possibly leading to the awakening of physical enhancements. The completion of evolution merely indicates that ordinary people will not turn to zombies without exposure to the virus. It does not preclude the possibility of awakening supernatural abilities. Ordinary individuals may awaken powers when faced with significant crises or through rigorous life and death training. Moreover, those who have already awakened abilities can potentially awaken additional powers. She drew forth her cherished twin hammers and, along with Qian, Yi, and Jiangnan, charged towards the three zombies before them. Upon hearing Durua's words, Zhou Yu, accompanied by Ning Yi, who was riding on Junjun, joined their ranks. Others, inspired by this, began to forego using their abilities against the few zombies they faced. Each person brandished their weapons in a fierce assault. In an instant, zombie heads flew, and dark red blood splattered across the street. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out from the intersection, pleading for help. "Help, please, save my wife and daughter." As he rounded the corner and spotted Durua and her companions slaying zombies, he shouted desperately. At this point, they were no more than 100 meters apart. That Durua, however, had little interest in rescuing him. Zhou Yu and his fellow soldiers, maintaining their military ethos, were driven by a desire to help. But the distance was still too great for them to unleash their abilities, since they had not used their powers yet. Over 100 zombies had gathered around them. Zhou Yu, employing his lightning ability, surrounded the zombies, seemingly intent on rescuing the man. They had their own mission and had not planned to deliberately engage in rescue, yet the man was now within sight. They could not simply stand by and watch him perish. Zhou Yu's 4 teammates followed closely behind. The wind blades surged forth, severing zombie heads one after another. Flying knives darted through the skulls of the zombies with precision, silently bisecting them. The overcast weather rendered the bayonet ability useless. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding zombies were cleared away, while the mutated spiders diligently scurried about, collecting the zombie cores and placing them into backpacks. The man, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of hope amidst his shock. "They are coming to save them. My family is in that RV. Please, help them. I am willing to pay any price. Be careful." Jean Gang shouted at the man. Sensing a chilling presence behind him, the man instinctively rolled onto the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack of 2 approaching zombies. The zombies redirected their focus, closing in on him. At this point, they were merely 30 meters away, which still exceeded the range of Zhou Yu and his companions' abilities. Just then, Durua sprang into action, using her mental power to control the 2 flying knives wielded by Daya, directing them toward the 2 zombies. With a soft thud, the knives pierced through their skulls, spilling a mixture of red and white. The zombies collapsed onto the man, causing him pain and eliciting a cry from him. In that moment, he realized he was still alive. He had made the right bet. "The RV is yours. I will go rescue them." A cool, feminine voice reached the man's ears, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. "Take it. It's all yours. Just save them. I'll give you anything you want." Although Durua had no intention of taking the initiative to save anyone, she already possessed an RV. Yet they were now a group of 9 plus 1 beast, and 1 RV would not suffice. In this apocalypse, saving one person could lead to the next. If she saved the first, would she save the second? If she saved the second, what about the third and fourth? She was human, not a deity, and could not save them all. She was indifferent to any resentment others might harbor towards her. Having lived a second life, her only desire was to protect those she cherished. The group was unwilling to separate, so they naturally decided to rescue together. Soon, the man was reunited with his family. Thank you. Thank you. The family of three knelt before Du Rual and her companions, but Qian, Yi, and Ning quickly helped them to their feet. Du Rual offered them water and food. The RV is now mine, and we are headed to the Jiangling base. If you wish, we can take you with us. The three were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. We want to go to the Jiangling base. We just ran out of fuel on the way. I will go get some fuel from other vehicles right now. The man hastily began to make his way to other cars. But Zhou Yu stopped him, saying, "We have gasoline." That Du Rual then filled 5 large barrels with gasoline from a tanker, handing them to Zhou Yu, who poured the fuel into the RV. Once the refueling was complete, they prepared to set off once more. I, Qin Yi, Jiang Nan, and Yin Yo will form one group. Zhou Yu, Dia, Ci Dao, Ning Yi, and Jun Jun will form another. The people in front will clear the zombies while the RV follows closely behind. Our resting RV will trail at the end. After Du Rual finished speaking, she took out a bottle of energy essence and absorbed it, elevating her metal abilities to level 2. Then, using her newly acquired level 2 metal abilities, she reinforced both RVs. She also allowed the mutated spiders to perch atop the 2 RVs, transforming them into mobile fortresses. Additionally, she released 2 more mutated spiders to keep watch from the tops of the RVs, both for contingency and vigilance. With all preparations complete, Zhou Yu led his team to the second RV. As Du Rual and her companions fought against the zombies, they heard yet another cry for help. Chapter 34. A Killing Spree. The streets were lined with buildings towering 20 to 30 stories high, as well as office towers reaching dozens of floors. Although these areas were teeming with zombies, there were also a considerable number of survivors. As soon as Du Rual and her group appeared, the survivors observed them from the shadows. Witnessing Du Rual and her companions effortlessly dispatching zombies as if they were chopping vegetables, some felt a flicker of hope in their hearts. However, in the preceding days, they had sent countless cries for help to the supernatural beings they encountered, only to either be devoured by zombies during their rescue attempts or be completely ignored. By the time Du Rual arrived, they had nearly given up hope, but after witnessing her rescue of that family, their spirits reignited. Thank you, Holy Mary. Finally, a capable and kind-hearted individual has appeared. Big shot, please save me. I am right here, and me. I beg you, take me with you or I will die. Help me. I can offer you money. Lots of it. What good is money at a time like this? Please, I'm begging you. Take me with you, and I'll be yours forever. Almost all the survivors who caught sight of Du Rual and her companions leaned out of their windows, shouting for help at that moment. They no longer cared whether their cries would attract the attention of zombies. Someone was spotted by zombies and met a grim fate. From the buildings on either side, the anguished cries of the living mingled with the growls of zombies and the sounds of doors being breached. Except for Du Rual and Jiang Nan, the others wore expressions of sorrow. That Du Rual comforted Qian beside her, saying, "We cannot save them. This is an apocalypse. The only ones who can rescue them are themselves." She understood that among those calling for help were undoubtedly supernatural beings. They needed to fight their way to the base. If these individuals had the courage, they could band together and fight their way out instead of waiting for rescue. They could even join Du Rual's group. While they would not actively provide aid, they would not drive them away. In times like these, unity is strength. Compared to the other three, Jiang possessed a clearer understanding. Humanity has always been a relatively fragile existence. It is precisely because we comprehend the importance of unity that we have survived on this planet for millions of years, momentarily ascending to the status of its dominant species. The bison slaughtered the zombies. He lamented, "This is a truth even children grasp. It is unfathomable that those people do not." Jean Gang interjected, "It is merely a fear of death that..." And no sooner had he spoken than 5 individuals burst forth from a nearby residential complex. A middle-aged couple, a young couple, and a young woman cradling an infant. All were laden with backpacks, suggesting they were a family. The young man, Tian Hao, was a fire-type ability user. Leading the charge, his parents wielded a bone cleaver and a kitchen knife, respectively, while the woman with the child was shielded by them. Although fear was etched on their faces, it was overshadowed by determination and resolve. Upon spotting them, Chinny shouted, their S1 following behind. Without a glance back, Tion's father swung the cleaver behind him, striking the zombie squarely on the head. He pulled the blade free with force, splattering blood everywhere. The four successfully reached Duruo and her companions. Noticing that Duruo and the others showed no inclination to drive them away, they approached to express their gratitude. Duruo nodded silently, returning to her task of dispatching zombies. The family understood the unspoken cue and fell in line behind her, joining the fray against the undead. They refrained from requesting entry into the RV or asking Duruo for protection. Even with an infant barely a month old in their midst, Duruo observed this silently and discreetly summoned a mutated spider to accompany them. Survivors watching from the buildings nearby realized that Duruo's group had no intention of rescuing them, yet they did not drive the family away, leading them to understand that they could only rely on themselves. Some began to take action, while others, with ample provisions at home, chose to remain and await rescue point 3 hours later. Duruo's group had advanced little more than 1,000 meters. Zombies continued to pour out from the buildings on either side, impeding their progress. However, the number of zombies directly ahead had diminished significantly. Those nearby who could sense the commotion or catch a whiff of their presence had already met their demise at Duruo's hands. By now, over 60 individuals had gathered around them. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Duruo, and it was time for Zhou Yu and his team to take their turn. As Zhou Yu descended, another group of survivors, about a dozen, arrived, comprising men, women, and children from the same building. Their community gate had been cleared of zombies by Duruo and her companions. They were a close-knit group of neighbors who had ventured out together. Upon their arrival, they immediately began to berate Duruo and her team. Are you even human? We've been calling for help from above, and you didn't hear us. I've never encountered such cold-hearted individuals. You have the capacity to save us all, but choose to stand by while we perish. Step aside. We want the RV'd. It's been half a month, and I haven't had a good night's sleep. One of them added, what do you want? Are you planning to strike us? A muscular man reached for the blade at the RV door, only to be forcefully pushed aside by it. Don't you see there are elderly and children here? Do you understand the concept of respecting the old and cherishing the young? The blade was almost amused by his retort. What are the elderly and children? Are they merely an excuse for you to act as a bandit? The muscular man's eyes flared with anger as he surveyed Duruo and her companions. Are you truly determined to be so selfish? The group of muscular men, numbering over 10, appeared to be in good spirits. Notably, the elderly they referred to looked no older than 50. Comparable in age to the middle-aged man among the initial 5 who had descended. As tempers flared, others around them began to stir restlessly, their minds racing with thoughts. The RVs were remarkably sturdy. Throughout their journey, zombies had relentlessly assaulted them from behind and both sides, yet no scratches had marred the vehicles thus far. Through the windows, they could see the occupants sleeping soundly inside. Water and food were laid out on the tables within the RVs. Who wouldn't want to lie down in such comfort? With enough space, they could accommodate quite a number of people if they squeezed in. You all possess abilities and are quite formidable. Why not let those of us without abilities squeeze in? It would save you the trouble of dealing with us outside. As they spoke, they surged toward the RV doors. The blade, caught off guard, was suddenly shoved aside. Infuriated, he drew his dagger but hesitated to act. These were innocent people who had committed no crimes, making it difficult for him to strike. He was also the last to disembark, having not yet closed the door. Observing the first man rushing forward, who had already placed a foot on the step, Duruo's gaze sharpened like a blade. With a flick of her fingers, she hurled a small fireball at him. Boom! The fireball erupted, dismembering the first 3 individuals in its wake. Amidst the flying blood and flesh, flames crackled, emitting a hissing sound. Others were knocked to the ground. Casualties mounting. It hurts. Fire. Someone put it out. My eyes. She killed someone. The blade had not anticipated Duruo's decisive action. Sparks had caught his hair, and upon extinguishing the flames, he found patches of baldness atop his head. Those rushing toward the RV halted, no longer daring to kick at the door. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, stunned into silence. They could not comprehend why the sudden violence had erupted, nor why 5 lives had been lost. Chapter 35. Zhou Yu's reaction to stress in an instant. The air was filled with the cries of the wounded, accompanied only by the rapid thumping of terrified hearts. Du Rua stood at the forefront, her voice cold and unwavering. Both RVs belong to me. If you wish to die, just say the word. You certainly cannot board, but there is plenty of blood to smear on. How can you kill people like this? They were just. A trembling woman in her mid-20s, clad in white sportswear, stammered, struggling to complete her sentence while attempting to chastise Du Rua for her actions. Du Rua scoffed, slowly advancing from the back of the crowd to stand before the woman in white. Call the police on me. Then, the woman, confronted by Du Rua's icy gaze and clutching her blood-stained dual hammers, trembled even more violently, unable to utter a single word. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed, nearly falling to the ground. Beside her stood Zhou Yu, and as she fell, her hand brushed against his military boot. She looked up to see Zhou Yu's handsome face, exuding an air of authority, as if he were a leader. Grabbing onto Zhou Yu's pant leg, she pressed her body against his knee, her eyes pleading for mercy. Big brother. Zhou Yu, startled, forcefully shook his leg, flinging the woman away from him. She was sent sprawling 2 meters back, her face and upper body scraping against the ground for at least a meter. The surrounding crowd recoiled in shock at his actions. Another ruthless person, they murmured. Zhou Yu's teammates were equally taken aback by his reaction. They had never known their leader to be frightened by a woman's touch. Zhou Yu himself was alarmed by his own exaggerated response. Initially, he had been focused on Du Rua, but when the woman clutched his pant leg, he instinctively reacted in such a dramatic manner. With events set in motion, Zhou Yu could only maintain a stern expression, adopting an air of seriousness. The blade quickly intervened to diffuse the tension. Sister Hammer, you all should rest. We'll handle things from here. Du Rua nodded and led Qian Yi and the others back to the vehicle. Disregarding the others entirely, Du Rua's display of power was sufficient to ensure that no one would dare to stir trouble for the next 2 days. Du Rua's group had already eliminated a significant portion of the nearby zombies, making the subsequent journey relatively quicker, though still at a normal walking pace. 3 hours later, when Du Rua disembarked, she found their ranks had swelled to over 500 individuals. Spotting a chain supermarket nearby, she ordered a halt. She instructed Zhou Yu and the others to continue guarding the perimeter while she led a group into the store. After clearing out a few scattered zombies, Du Rua and her companions emerged with a modest supply of food and water. The others exchanged glances, contemplating whether to procure some provisions, but they dared not move without Sister Hammer's directive. Indeed, they referred to Du Rua as Sister Hammer, having come to terms with her leadership. Only Tian Hao's family, who had been among the first to join, dared to enter the supermarket immediately after Du Rua's exit, gathering the supplies they desired. They were the earliest arrivals, fully aware of the situation. They understood that Du Rua was, at heart, a benevolent individual. After half a day, they had already noticed the mutated spiders accompanying them. Even while cradling their child, who often cried and required diaper changes and feeding, they had to pause their journey as they distanced themselves from the main group. The dangers intensified, yet the mutated spider consistently protected them, rescuing them from peril on multiple occasions. They were not alone. 2 other families with small children also had mutated spiders safeguarding them in this apocalypse. The more vulnerable women and children bore the brunt of the sacrifices and were frequently abandoned. Of the over 500 people, only 2 children were under 10 years old. Now that Du Rua had ordered a rest and cleared out a supermarket, it was evident she had done so for their benefit. They were well aware that Du Rua possessed a spatial ability, ensuring she had no shortage of resources as others observed the movement of their family. Du Rua and her companions remained silent, yet they comprehended the situation. After expressing their gratitude to Du Rua, they entered to gather supplies. Over 500 individuals formed an orderly queue, each awaiting their turn upon entry, due to the absence of chaos. They took only provisions for 2 days at most. These individuals were already informed about the completion of the Jiangling base and understood that, at their current pace, they would reach it within 2 days. Once inside the base, their safety would be assured. By midnight, the line had swelled to 3,000 people, a formidable assembly with over 100 possessing special abilities. These individuals instinctively place the elderly, children, and ordinary people without powers at the center of their formation. That Durual and her group led the way. They decided to rest at this spot, having arrived at a newly developed residential complex, which was recently opened and thus sparsely populated, with very few zombies in the vicinity. The scattered zombies posed no challenge, as the other ability users swiftly dealt with them. They rested for 6 hours, planning to depart at 6 in the morning. The ability users designated Tian Hao as their representative to inquire about the departure time from Du Rua. Upon receiving the confirmed schedule, they formed teams of 20, taking turns to stand guard for an hour. After collecting the zombie crystal cores carried by the mutated spiders, Du Rua also arranged for them to take shifts. 9 individuals crowded into Du Rua's RV. Still awake, as she began distributing the crystal cores, that Du Rua produced 9 small vials, distributing them among 8 people, with Ning Yi receiving 2 vials, one of which was for Jun. These vials contained the essence extracted from the zombie crystal cores. They were instructed not to drink, but to absorb the contents directly, akin to the absorption of the cores themselves. Each vial contained enough energy to elevate their abilities to level 3. As for Jun's portion, Ning Yi was to administer it to her directly. The group was already familiar with the energy essence. Previously, Du Rua had absorbed the essence from a level 2 ability user with energy deprivation, which had elevated her earth-based abilities to level 3. In the past few days, she had provided them with 3 drops daily, and they had noticeably strengthened. Their power had increased, making it easier to combat zombies. Their hearing had sharpened, and even Ning Yi and Qian Yi's mild nearsightedness had vanished. Without questioning how Du Rua extracted the energy from the zombie crystal cores, they opened their vials and began the absorption process within the RV. Ning Yi first opened a window to call Jun over, administered her dose, and then began to absorb his own. Before long, everyone had elevated their abilities to level 3. Du Rua also retrieved several vials, enhancing her earth, fire, metal, wind, and psychic abilities to level 3 as well. Thus, all the zombie crystal cores obtained that day were entirely consumed. As for the zombies killed by the survivors, none of their cores were taken by the mutated spiders. All remained with the survivors. After upgrading their abilities, Du Rua summoned a man from another RV and, accompanied by Qian Yi and Jiang Nan, went to that RV to rest in the darkness of the early morning at 4 o'clock. The night was shrouded in pitch black. Except for those on watch, everyone else slumbered peacefully. Suddenly, a fire ignited, and Tian Hao struck his iron pot loudly with a wooden stick. "Wake up! We have a situation!" Chapter 36. Zombie mice. As Tian Hao's alarm sounded, only a handful roused from their slumber. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Even some ability users who heard the alarm, upon realizing that danger was imminent, could not force their eyes open. Their consciousness was awake, yet their bodies remained unresponsive. Thanks to the alert from the mutated spiders, Du Rua was aware of the impending danger even before Tian Hao. She did not disturb Qian Yi and Jiang Nan, but exited the vehicle to awaken the men in the other RV. Du Rua retrieved some previously collected zombie corpses, ignited them, and tossed them to the outskirts of the crowd. The flames illuminated the scene, revealing a sight that sent chills down the spines of those who had awakened. It was a horde of zombie mice. "Quickly, get up! There are so many zombie mice." All ability users, take your positions. The ability users have been sleeping in the outermost circle, surrounding the ordinary people. Aside from them, the strong men also rested at the outer edge. Soon, everyone was awake, brandishing makeshift weapons to combat the encroaching zombie mice. They were besieged by a multitude of these creatures, each with glowing green eyes, incessantly squeaking. The sound alone terrified several ordinary individuals in the center of the crowd, causing them to weep in fear. There were far too many, and under the illumination of the flaming zombies, the mass seemed endless. A blind strike from an ability user could easily take down 5 or 6 of the creatures. Although these zombie mice were the size of human heads, they were still relatively small compared to humans. Their speed was astonishing, and the mice in the front ranks quickly breached the defenses of the ability users and surged into the crowd. "I've been bitten! My foot! It's crawling towards me!" Hearing the cries from the throng, Du Rua released all her mutated spiders commanding them to weave a web wall to encase the ordinary people that in less than 10 seconds. 13 mutated spiders swiftly erected a protective barrier, shielding all the ordinary individuals. Anyone bitten by a zombie, whether human or animal, would inevitably turn into a zombie, for the safety of the remaining thousands. Durual unhesitatingly ordered 3 mutated spiders to enter the barrier to eliminate the bitten. The other spiders remained on guard at the wall, exterminating any zombie mice that attempted to scale it. The mutated spiders infiltrated the crowd, starting to dispatch those who had been bitten. While fearsome, everyone understood that these spiders were Durual's tame pets. During the daytime, Durual had already tasked them with similar duties, and the survivors recognized that it was for the greater good. However, the survivors were not overly frightened, except for those who had been bitten. That "Don't kill me. I wasn't bitten. Please, I don't want to die." Fear of death is a natural instinct. Alongside those terrified of dying, there were also individuals who faced death with composure. Before the mutated spiders arrived, they bid farewell to their loved ones or left token for the survivors to deliver to their relatives and friends, should they encounter them. After neutralizing the potential threats in the crowd, the 3 mutated spiders climbed back onto the wall and commenced their hunt for the zombie mice. Without any lingering concerns and aided by Durua's spiders, the ability users began to gain the upper hand as dawn approached. The first rays of sunlight hit the web wall, and the tide of zombie mice finally retreated. The ability users suffered significant casualties. Wah! Ha! I'm still alive. Among the surviving ability users, some cried while others laughed. Many were injured, and Jiang began treating the wounded. Although her level 3 healing abilities could not regenerate severed limbs, she could attend to all other external injuries. Qian Yi assisted her, calming the injured and assessing the severity of their conditions to prioritize treatment for the most critical cases. Outside the web wall, the mutated spiders diligently excavated crystal cores. Du Ruo gazed into the distance, her expression grave. Zhou approached her side. "I recall you mentioning that level 2 zombies have developed an awareness of danger." Zhou nodded, noting that at least 3 level 2 zombie mice had been present last night. Clearly, they were outmatched. Why did they not retreat? Zhou looked at Du Ruo, hoping for a satisfactory explanation, but he was met with disappointment. The high-level zombies exert a certain control over lower-level ones. Only a level 3 zombie could compel level 2 zombies to their demise. Du Ruo sighed and continued, "I never anticipated the emergence of level 3 zombies so soon in my previous life. They appeared 6 months into the apocalypse. This time, I estimated it would take at least 2 to 3 months for them to manifest. Yet here we are, just 8 days in. Du Ruo naturally concluded that her rebirth had triggered a chain reaction in her past life. Humanity discovered the secret of the zombie crystal cores rather late. This time, due to her influence, everyone was aware that the cores resided within the zombies' heads. When they killed zombies to extract the cores, the zombies could see them. The cores were as irresistibly enticing to zombies as the flesh and blood of ability users. Zombies were not mindless. They possessed intelligence. They would learn from one another, beginning to kill each other in pursuit of the cores within each other's heads. Zhou consoled her, "This is not your fault. In fact, your actions have allowed more people to survive and granted them the ability to protect themselves. Just yesterday, several ability users had managed to elevate their abilities to level 2 by utilizing the zombie crystal cores they had collected." Du Ruo was no longer the sensitive young girl she once was. She bore no guilt. After thanking Zhou for his comfort, she expressed her true concern. "Level 3 zombies have developed a certain level of intelligence. I suspect they have set their sights on us. A level 3 zombie would find no allure in level 1 or 2 zombie crystal cores, nor could they upgrade through them. These zombie mice are here to test us or deplete our combat strength." Zhou understood now. The level 3 zombies had observed that their combat strength had not diminished, prompting their withdrawal. "I'll alert everyone to be cautious. Also, there's no need to distribute the crystal cores from these zombie mice. You should keep them for farming." Upon mentioning farming, a headache began to throb in Du Ruo's mind. Yesterday morning, Du Ruo was immensely delighted after receiving 13 mutated spiders, much to the joy of Xiao Menghua. The expanse of the farm and the space was vast, and even with over 100 zombies assisting her, she felt utterly exhausted. The mutated spiders were all of the second tier, their legs swift and agile. Far more efficient than the mutated zombies in performing tasks, point one spider could accomplish the work of dozens. Just as she thought she might finally have a reprieve, Duruo dispatched all the mutated spiders again. At that moment, Xiao Mongwa complained to Duruo, "In the space, Mom. I feel like I'm going to collapse. Hurry and tell Zhu Yi to expedite the extraction of his zombie crystal cores. I need these cores to incubate the more than 6,000 spider eggs in the space. If I don't get some help soon, I will be completely worn out." As she spoke, Xiao Mongwa pretended to cry dramatically. Chapter 37. Over 6,000 mutated spiders, Xiao Mongwa was genuinely fatigued. Although the task could be accomplished with a mere wave of her hand, they still drained her energy. Her energy recovery was painfully slow. Ever since the feed for the animals was depleted, she had been tirelessly cultivating in the space that it felt as if her very essence was being drained. Listening to Xiao Mongwa's complaints, Du Ruo's expression darkened. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Mongwa had downloaded a plethora of electronic novels from the internet. Learning much from them that moment, Zhu Yi and the others had successfully extracted all the crystal cores from the zombie mice. "I'll check it out now," Du Ruo said, giving each spider 10 crystal cores and ordering them to remain vigilant. In a swift motion, she entered the space. Du Ruo, can these crystal cores also facilitate the premature hatching of the mutated spider eggs? Xiao Mongwa affirmed, "Yes, Mom, that it will only take 10 minutes for all the mutated spiders to hatch." Du Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would they be mutated spiders? Xiao Mongwa, gathering all the crystal cores in the air, enlarged her claws and began to knead and compress the cores. The energy essence flowed out like squeezed sponge. Pooling in a small basin below, Du Ruo's eyes gleamed even brighter. This meant that over 3,000 mutated spiders would hatch, enabling her to form a formidable army of mutated spiders. Xiao Mongwa then surprised Du Ruo with an even greater revelation. Not only would these spider eggs hatch, but the spiders emerging from the energy essence would also be mutated. Over 6,000 mutated spiders. Du Ruo's eyes sparkled with even more stars. Soon, Xiao Mongwa had extracted all the energy essence from the crystal cores. She took a few drops of Du Ruo's blood, mixing it with the energy crystal cores. With a flick of her claws, the energy cores transformed into a gentle rain, evenly sprinkling over all the spider eggs. The energy essence droplets, upon landing on the white eggs, were instantly absorbed, emitting a soft, luminous glow. 10 minutes passed, and one by one, the spider eggs hatched. Over 6,000 mutated spiders emerged, all having absorbed their mother's blood, ensuring they would heed her commands, without Xiao Mongwa needing to explain. Du Ruo could already feel her consciousness establishing a connection with the mutated spiders within the eggs before they hatched. Watching the multitude of tiny black spiders crawling throughout the space, Du Ruo found them exceptionally adorable. Xiao Mongwa continued, "Though these mutated spiders are the first tier, they are still quite weak due to their immaturity. If only we had more zombie crystal cores." Du Ruo nodded, resolving to slay more zombies to obtain crystal cores. She thought of the third-tier zombie outside, speculating it might be a third-tier zombie mouse. She hoped for another wave of zombie mice to come. The crystal cores from zombie mice were slightly smaller than those from zombie humans, containing relatively less energy essence. However, in large quantities, they were quite filling. Mutated animal meat will do as well, Xiao Mongwa added. Du Ruo was well aware of this, in her previous life, humanity had discovered early on that mutated flora and fauna, like humans, lacked crystal cores. Their energy was distributed throughout their bodies. Consuming the flesh of mutated animals and the fruits of mutated plants could enhance the abilities of those with abilities. The same applied to mutated flora and fauna. Aside from consuming zombie crystal cores, they would also devour other mutated flora and fauna to bolster their own strength. Hence, humanity had dubbed this global upheaval an evolution. At that moment, Xiao Mongwa felt a surge of joy. She finally had enough laborers. She truly felt as if she were on the brink of depletion. Once all the mutated spiders had hatched, Du Ruo swiftly exited the space. Qianyi was smiling radiantly in the photo, with her parents standing behind her in embrace. Qianyi's home was in the suburbs of Jiangling City, over 100 kilometers from the city center. Their village primarily cultivated greenhouse vegetables, and Qianyi's family was no exception, albeit on a smaller scale. Qianyi's parents were kind-hearted, Du Ruo had visited their home several times, and her parents treated her as if she were their own child. On the first day, Qianyi stayed at Du Ruo's home. Upon learning of the impending apocalypse, she instructed her parents to stockpile supplies and ensure safety measures were in place 0.2 days before the zombie outbreak. She lost contact with her parents. In an era of scarce resources, rural areas were the first to experience water and electricity shortages. Du Ruo approached and embraced Qianyi, saying, "Once we reach the Jiangling base and deliver the supplies to Mayor Qi, we will go find your uncle and aunt." Taking advantage of this plan, Du Ruo briefly recounted her rebirth. When she mentioned the despicable deeds of Jiang Heng and his mother, Qianyi seethed with anger, exclaiming, "That wretched woman! Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I would have torn Jiang Heng limb from limb long ago." Du Ruo soothed her. "Haven't you already taken your revenge? Besides, he was literally torn to shreds by zombies, which is also a form of retribution. You may feel avenged, but I don't," Qianyi retorted, her expression filled with frustration. Du Ruo quickly shared her experience of encountering Qianyi's parents at the Jiangling base. "Really? My parents are truly safe?" "Not only safe, but your uncle has also discovered wood-type abilities. However, it's different from your wood-type abilities. Your uncle's power is to accelerate plant growth. He later became an employee at the Jiangling base's plantation and evacuated with the main force during the last zombie tide." Qianyi finally smiled, but then recalled something important and asked, "How did you die?" Du Ruo concealed the true cause of her death, simply stating that she sacrificed herself during the last defense against the zombie tide. Upon hearing this, Qianyi hugged Du Ruo and began to cry. That must have hurt terribly. Du Ruo smiled and comforted her. "It didn't hurt to be why that time. The zombies were already so powerful that they didn't give me a chance to feel pain." Did it hurt? Of course it did. But she was no longer that fragile little girl. Fortunately, she had been reborn, hadn't she? As a devoted fan of web literature, Qianyi felt somewhat comforted in the post-apocalyptic rebirth. "I hoarded countless resources and became a big shot." Du Ruo's forehead twitched in annoyance. One after another, they were all influenced by novels. After Jiang Nan healed all the ability users, 2 hours had passed. By afternoon, they were only a little over 10 miles from the Jiangling base. The party had swelled to over 7,000 people. "There's the gym. We will rest there one last time," Du Ruo instructed, pointing toward the gym in the distance at Tianhao. Just then, the sound of roaring engines approached from afar. Chapter 38. The search and rescue team, 5 jeeps, stopped in front of Du Ruo and her group. A total of 18 individuals disembarked from the jeeps, including 2 women. Zhou Yu stepped out from the RV and approached Du Ruo, revealing himself to be part of the search and rescue team. Du Ruo nodded. The leader, a man barely over 1.60 meters, named Wang Cheng, was someone Du Ruo recognized, along with 2 others who were familiar faces in her previous life. Wang Cheng was among the first to enter the Jiangling base. After the base issued a rescue mission, he formed a team and became the leader of the Windwalker squad, joining the initial search and rescue team. The Windwalker squad had several wind-type ability users, boasting impressive combat prowess and excellent escape skills. In her previous life, the Windwalker squad was considered a mid-tier team within the base, albeit with a less than stellar reputation. It was rumored that they had robbed other teams outside. And Wang Cheng was known for his lecherous tendencies. He had once harbored designs on Du Ruo, but her strength had always matched his, preventing him from succeeding. Wang Cheng, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman with a model's physique, drew nearer, his face alight with astonishment. "Who among you is the leader?" Having spent the last 2 days searching for survivors, they had encountered groups heading towards the base, but never a gathering of thousands. The unity and order of this group indicated that there must be a leader among them. All eyes turned to Du Ruo and Zhou Yu. Following the gaze of the crowd, Wang Cheng spotted a tall, imposing man who clearly had a military background, standing alongside an elegant woman whose features rivaled those of top-tier celebrities. Though her attire bore some stains and blood, her complexion was rosy, her skin smooth, exuding an air of vitality that suggested she had not endured hardship. Du Ruo entrusted the negotiations to Zhou Yu, as she wished to avoid any interaction with someone like Wang Cheng. Zhou Yu stepped forward, extending his hand. "Zhou Yu, 2nd Brigade of the Jiangling Garrison." Wang Chung, the captain of the Windwalker squad, introduced himself as a member of the rescue team, but he extended his hand to shake hands with Zhou Yu. Yet his gaze lingered lustfully upon Du Ruo. The woman accompanying Wang Chung glared fiercely at Du Ruo, her eyes seemingly chastising her as a seductress. Du Ruo remained unfazed, observing Wang Cheng's demeanor. Zhou Yu felt a surge of displeasure. His thunderous power was coalescing in his hands that, my apologies, but your girlfriend is simply stunning, Zhou Yu remarked, feeling a flicker of delight upon hearing Wang Chung mistakenly assume that Du Ruo was his partner. Yet a tinge of fear also crept in, fearing that Du Ruo might disapprove. However, the joy soon outweighed the trepidation, and he cheerfully inquired of Wang Chung, "Your presence here signifies that the zombies around the base have been eradicated, correct?" The crowd listened intently, their hopes pinned on Wang Chung and his team. Wang Chung shook his head. "Not quite. We're the vanguard, scouting ahead that so far, we have only cleared the zombies within 3 miles of the base. I estimate that once you survivors arrive at the base, it will soon undergo expansion." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, the hopeful glimmers in the crowd's eyes began to dim, only to quickly reignite with determination. Strength in numbers. Wang Chung had taken note of the 2 RVs earlier as fellow ability users. He could immediately discern that these RVs had been reinforced by at least a level 2 metal ability user. His own vehicle had received fortification as well, albeit by a mere level 1 ability user. Did you reinforce these vehicles? Would it be possible for you to fortify ours as well? Initially, he had considered seizing the vehicles, but after their recent encounter, he realized Zhou Yu was undoubtedly a level 2 ability user. In the early stages of awakening, ability users often struggle to control their power's fluctuations, by sensing Zhou Yu's energy waves. Wang Chung deduced his level. The energy emanating from Zhou Yu was clearly superior, leading him to conclude that Zhou Yu was indeed a level 2 user. He did not believe level 3 was plausible. Given the difficulties in commandeering the vehicles and the apparent challenge of winning over a woman, fortifying their vehicle seemed a viable option. Realizing Zhou Yu was not in a position to respond, Du Ruo stepped forward, asserting, "I reinforced the vehicle, but my powers are depleted. Perhaps next time." Wang Chung was taken aback to discover that Du Ruo was also a level 2 ability user, but he quickly recognized the potential benefits. If such a stunning beauty were to play coy with him, he would gladly part with his crystal cores. That Du Ruo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. Did they truly require his escort? Wang Chung merely sought to claim the credit for this escort mission. Undoubtedly, the Jiangling base had established a preliminary point system. The rescue team received point rewards for saving lives and collecting resources. Furthermore, the base operated on a people-centric principle, where the value of a living human's points equated to that of a level 1 crystal core. With over 7,000 individuals, they could amass 1,000,000 points, enough for years of carefree living within the base. Du Ruo chose not to expose this, instead coldly shaking her head. "I could see this moment." Wang Cheng's temper flared. Du Ruo's icy demeanor and apparent disdain reminded him of his past as a lowly security guard, constantly belittled by property owners. Thankfully, during the evolution, he awakened his wind ability, becoming a rare fortunate individual among hundreds that he believed he had transformed from a scorned security guard into someone of significance. Over the past few days, he had relentlessly slain zombies, elevating his powers to level 2. Once the Jiangling base was fully established, he intended to join, becoming one of the 20 level 2 ability users. He had even formed his own team of ability users, reveling in newfound success. Yet here stood a man whose ability surpassed his, and a woman who looked down on him. Suppressing his frustration, he cast a dangerous glance at Du Ruo before addressing Zhou Yu. "Since your woman is unavailable, why not sell me one of your RVs? I can offer you 5 level 2 zombie crystal cores." Wang Chung was confident Zhou Yu would not refuse. After all, 5 level 2 cores would more than suffice for a single RV. Had it not been for pride, 3 would have been ample. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted his impulsiveness. Level 2 zombie cores were a rare find, and he had only encountered a few during his recent explorations as part of the Vanguard team. Zhou Yu declined once more. "The RV is not for sale." Wang Chung was taken aback by the refusal and kindly reminded him, "A level 2 zombie crystal core can currently be exchanged for 10,000 points. You realize that just 100 points can secure a day of living at the base?" In truth, if they were not particular about their living conditions, 10 points would suffice for a day. Zhou remained resolute. Thank you, but it's not for sale. The RV belonged to Du Ruo, and she was not in dire need of resources or cores. With her capabilities, even if she were cast into a horde of zombies, she would undoubtedly fare better than anyone else. Wang Qing looked at Zhou as if he were a fool. Unwilling to relent, he decided to add one more core to his offer, though it was his last level 2 core. Just then, a dark cloud loomed in the distant sky, blotting out the sun and casting an ominous shadow over the area. The clouds raced towards them with alarming speed. This is bad. Quickly, we must flee. It's a swarm of mutated bats. Chapter 39. The swarm of mutated bats head for the nearby gymnasium.It was a small, enclosed facility only 2 stories high, with a maximum capacity of just over 10,000 people. The group sprang into action. Drawing from their previous experience with the zombie mice, they were not excessively panicked. They were merely 500 meters from the gymnasium, and the group managed to reach it in just a few minutes. However, the mutated bats flew at astonishing speeds, and, as the main group had only covered 200 meters, the sky above darkened ominously. They're coming. Run. Bring the elderly and children. To the mutated bats, humans were no different from zombies. Both were mere prey. Their vision was acute, and they spotted the throngs of people below from a distance. They abandoned the scattered zombies on the ground, focusing their attention on the humans. Within mere moments, the swarm descended upon the crowd. The first bat swooped down, landing on a man's back. These mutated bats were enormous. Their wings adorned with long, sharp spikes that pierced the man's shoulder, completely enveloping him. With blood-red eyes, the bat revealed its sharp fangs and sunk them into the man's neck. The man cried out in agony, his body writhing violently, and no matter how he struggled, he could not shake off the bat clinging to him. As his blood continued to drain away, his face grew pale, and he began to wither. In just a few breaths, he was reduced to little more than skin and bones. Witnessing the man's horrific fate, those nearby instinctively distanced themselves. 2 individuals, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. One quickly scrambled to his feet to continue running, while the other was less fortunate. Just as he fell, the mutated bat lunged at his chest, baring its fangs and viciously biting into his neck. Panic erupted within the crowd. Help! Run! The blood-sucking bats are here. Du Ruo, observing the scene from atop the RV, was instantly filled with dread. These mutated bats did not merely suck blood. Their fangs were laced with toxins that could disintegrate flesh and blood, consuming everything. Zhou, witnessing this chaos, felt his heart sink. These mutated bats could fly, making them difficult to kill, and now that they had infiltrated the crowd, it would be even harder to eliminate them. He turned to Du Ruo. What should we do? Du Ruo replied. I've already sent the spiders into the crowd to hunt them down. However, spiders could not fly, and given the bat's aerial capabilities, the effectiveness of the hunt was limited. Stop the vehicle. Zhou, cover me. Zhou halted the vehicle in place. Du Ruo retracted her fire abilities and focused on the swarm of mutated bats above, releasing her mental energy in full force. Her vast psychic power transformed into countless tiny needles, hovering around her. She called out, Wild Bull, do not let the mutated bats fall onto the people. Then she directed her psychic needles to rain down upon the swarm of bats. With just one strike, over 100 mutated bats lost consciousness. Nearby, Wild Bull heard Du Ruo's call, but before he could comprehend her meaning, he saw bats plummeting from the sky, threatening to crash into the crowd below. Wild Bull quickly conjured a fierce wind, blowing the falling corpses of the bats away from the people below. Du Ruo launched 2 more psychic attacks, and Wild Bull coordinated flawlessly. The group attack Du Ruo employed managed to eliminate only a small portion of the mutated bats, most of which were level 1. Such a psychic assault would not inflict significant damage on level 2 mutated bats. However, it did provoke their wrath. 1 level 2 bat, having identified the source of the disturbance, emitted a sonic wave, summoning the others and directing them towards Du Ruo and her companions. The responding mutated bats, upon locking onto Du Ruo, echoed the call, and soon, nearly the entire swarm had their sights set upon her. At long last, have you discovered me? Excellent. The Du Ruo's intention is to capture the attention of the mutated bats. She retracted her mental energy and shouted to the crowd, "Quick, rush into the gymnasium." By this time, the mutated bats had already begun their dive towards Du-Ruoh. Some ability users also recognized that Du-Ruoh had garnered the attention of nearly all the mutated bats. They yelled at the people around them, "Hurry, hurry, everyone run faster." While shouting, a few remained behind, wishing to assist Du-Ruoh discern their intent. "Don't mind us. You must escort the others into the gymnasium." With a resolute expression, Du-Ruoh conjured 2 fiery discs, preparing to confront the onslaught of the mutated bats. Among the dozen or so ability users was Tian Hao, who, upon seeing Du-Ruoh's unwavering demeanor, gritted his teeth and turned to rally the others. "First, let us ensure everyone else gets into the gymnasium." With reddened eyes, Tian Hao swiftly pulled up a man who had collapsed on the ground, urging him, "Get up. If you wish to live, run faster." At that moment, the first wave of attack from the mutated bats was upon Du-Ruoh. She hurled the fiery discs, spinning rapidly as they advanced towards the foremost of the mutated bats. Instantly, 20 or 30 of the bats were incinerated. Following this, a third and fourth fiery disc were launched. Zhou Yu unleashed a lightning net, ensnaring dozens of mutated bats as if he were fishing. Once trapped, the net began to constrict rapidly, eliciting anguished screams from the bats, sparks erupting from their bodies. The air was soon thick with the scent of charred flesh. Wild Bull summoned a tornado from the ground, which surged into the midst of the mutated bats, swiftly shredding dozens more. The spatial slicing ability of King Kong could similarly cleave 20 to 30 bats in half within a certain radius. As for the others, Du-Ruoh instructed them to remain in the vehicle and attack from the windows. The rest were not adept at group attacks, primarily aiding in clearing any stragglers. Qianyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed on the fleeing crowd 100 meters ahead. Without needing Du-Ruoh to speak, she understood that Du-Ruoh intended to wait until most of the people had entered before they made their move. Though Du-Ruoh was strong, the number of mutated bats was overwhelming. "Faster, we must hurry." At the entrance of the gymnasium, Wang Cheng was the first to drive in with his group. Following closely, the leading individuals dashed inside. Soon, over 80% of the people had made it into the gymnasium, and another vehicle followed suit. Observing this, Qianyi shouted from the roof of the car, "Hold on tight." After shouting, she swiftly released the brake and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, with the 4 occupants, aside from Du-Ruoh, who had already established her connection to the car's roof with her metal abilities, losing their balance atop the vehicle. Wild Bull nearly fell off the back, but Zhou Yu managed to catch him just in time. As Wild Bull clambered back up, he continued to unleash his powers against the mutated bats while unable to suppress his sarcasm. "You drive pretty well." The few atop the vehicle struggled to fend off wave after wave of diving mutated bats, with the abilities of the 3 besides Du-Ruoh nearing exhaustion. The relentless onslaught of the bats left them no time to retrieve their energy crystals. Zhou Yu braced against the lightning net, calling out, "Hang in there, we're almost at the gymnasium." Indeed, the last person dashed into the gymnasium, and their vehicle was now less than 10 meters from the entrance. At this moment, Qianyi could hardly contain her urge to stand up and press the accelerator. 0.9 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. There was a loud crash as the gymnasium doors were slammed shut from the inside. Chapter 40. Hey, Squash. Watching the doors close, everyone in the vehicle felt a chill of apprehension. "Ram it," Du-Ruoh's cold voice commanded, and the vehicle's front collided with the gymnasium's doors, without needing further prompting from Du-Ruoh. Qianyi had never once released the accelerator. Behind the gymnasium doors, Wang Cheng and the dozen or so individuals he had brought stood guard. Tian Hao and the other ability users faced them in a standoff. When suddenly, with a resounding crash, Du-Ruoh's vehicle burst through. The reinforced doors, strengthened by 3rd-level metal abilities, crumpled before the onslaught of the vehicle, and 2 of Wang Cheng's teammates, unable to evade in time, were instantly eliminated. Upon seeing Du-Ruoh and her group charge in, Tian Hao and the others rejoiced, their tension dissipating. Zhou Yu, exhausted and with his lightning abilities depleted, struggled to maintain the lightning net as the mutated bats threatened to breach. Tian Hao and the others immediately rallied to defend. Standing atop the vehicle, Du-Ruoh summoned 6 cars from her spatial abilities and melted them with her metal powers to seal the entrance. With the doors completely barricaded, Du Ruo still felt uneasy and instructed Tian Hao and the others. Have the interior and exterior of the gymnasium been checked? Leave no entrance or window unguarded. The physical strength of the mutated bats was limited. As long as they blocked all exits, they would be temporarily safe. Just as Tian Hao and his team were about to proceed, Wang Cheng stepped forward. Visibly enraged, and "Oh need, my team has already checked everything. Now, we need to discuss the fact that you killed 2 of my teammates." Wang Cheng's inquiry infuriated Tian Hao and the others, who shouted in response. "What do you mean by that? Why did you close the doors?" "Precisely. If they hadn't drawn the mutated bats away, would we have safely made it to the gymnasium?" "You are ungrateful," Wang Cheng retorted aggressively. "Had we not closed the doors, the mutated bats would have already flooded in. You all crashed through the door and nearly let them in. I saved you." The accusation of ingratitude was met with disdain. Wang Cheng did not require their rescue. Moreover, they were the ones unscathed, while 2 of his companions had perished. "Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, none of you will leave this gymnasium." Wang Cheng directed this statement at Zhou Yu, who lay weakened atop the vehicle, an unmistakable glint of malice in his eyes. Zhou Yu's powers were exhausted, leaving him feeble and vulnerable. With the greatest threat neutralized, the others were similarly drained of their abilities. Wang Cheng's confidence was evident, his intentions laid bare. The vehicle and the woman would both belong to him. He had underestimated Du Ruo and her spatial abilities, which explained Zhou Yu's high regard for her. Understanding Wang Cheng's manipulation, Du Ruo and her companions exchanged glances, their resolve hardening. Such a person could only bring calamity if left unchecked. Inside the vehicle, Qian Yi trembled with rage, wishing she could once again floor the accelerator and run Wang Cheng down. Dia and Dao leaped from the vehicle, ready to confront Wang Cheng, but Du Ruo called them back. Dia and Dao, "Get back here and bring them into the vehicle. They have exhausted their powers and cannot get out." With Du Ruo's command, Dia and Dao shot Wang Cheng a menacing glare before jumping back into the vehicle. Du Ruo assisted Zhou Yu, who was being carried by Dia. She discreetly slipped him a bottle of energy essence. Then she leapt from the vehicle and coldly addressed Wang Cheng. "What do you want?" "Ha!" Wang Cheng, believing Du Ruo was intimidated, smirked triumphantly, taking a moment to leer at her before finally speaking. "This is an apocalyptic world. Everyone is fighting for survival. Since this has happened, I demand your vehicle." And also, Du Ruo ignored Wang Cheng's repulsive gaze and replied with a calm smile. "What else?" Wang Cheng, interpreting Du Ruo's smile as an invitation, saw it as a proposition to join him. "Good birds choose good trees to perch upon. Beautiful lady, I see that Zhou Yu is not much of a catch. As the captain of the Windwalker team, I now extend an invitation for you to join us." This declaration caused Dao, who had just jumped down with King Kong on his back, to stumble, nearly toppling over with King Kong as well. This man truly had the audacity to speak such words. He must have a death wish. Inside the vehicle, Qian Yi and the others regarded Wang Cheng as if he were a ghost. Du Ruo maintained her smile and continued, "Oh, is that so? What can you offer me?" Wang Cheng laughed heartily. "How about the position of vice captain? With your second-level metal abilities and spatial powers, it should rightfully belong to you." At this point, Wang Cheng shot Du Ruo a provocative glance, implying that if she wished, even his men could be hers. Upon hearing this, the woman next to Wang Cheng panicked. "Chenggu, slap." Wang Cheng struck her without a second thought, silencing her. "Shut your mouth." The force of the slap sent her head spinning. She clutched her face, still reeling from the pain, when suddenly a white wall appeared around her, seemingly out of nowhere. Looking around, she noticed that apart from Zhou Yu's group and her own, no one else was present. She tugged at Wang Cheng's sleeve. Wang Cheng assumed the woman was merely seeking to provoke jealousy, and his irritation flared. "It seems I was too lenient. You still don't understand the gravity of the situation, a woman devoid of discernment. She is, after all, a spatial ability user point one might not encounter, even a single one among 10,000 ability users. Not to mention, her features, figure, and demeanor pale in comparison to Du Ruo's by a significant margin." He turned away, ready to reprimand that oblivious woman once more. Just as his hand was raised, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a wall made of white spider silk behind him. Did no one notice the abrupt appearance of this barrier? Wang Chung, accompanied by his companions, also discovered the white wall behind them. They shook their heads, indicating ignorance. Their previous focus had been on guarding against Du Ruo and her group, leaving them unaware of how silently this wall had materialized, isolating them from the survivors. Wang Chung identified the source of the problem and abruptly turned to face Du Ruo and her companions. "It's you. It appears you all seek death at that moment." His previous lustful thoughts towards Du Ruo vanished. The smile gracing Du Ruo's lips now seemed profoundly ironic to him. "You were merely diverting my attention." Stalling for time, Du Ruo remained silent, while Qianyi poked her head out. "Hey, you foolish one, I didn't expect your brain to be only partially scrambled." Ning Yi also leaned out from another window. "Foolish one. Why not just live well?" The blade, protruding from the car door, chimed in. "Foolish one. Seriously, you are quite fortunate. This is the first time Sister Hammer has spoken so much to trash." Hearing "foolish one" repeated incessantly made Wang Cheng's anger boil. He had never endured such indignity. He roared ferociously. "Shut up." Chapter 41. A foolish one is still a fool, worthless even when sold cheaply. Jiang Nan couldn't help but lean out as well. "Ruo, this foolish one is quite noisy. Shouldn't you show the hammer now?" Du Ruo's smile broadened. "All right." The twin hammers suddenly appeared at her hands, and her hands began to itch with anticipation. Were it not for the survivors behind Wang Chung, she would have sent him to his demise long ago. There were 18 of them, and Du Ruo knew she could not eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Should a cornered dog leap in desperation, it could harm other survivors, which would be a grave sin this moment. Wang Chung did not perceive any threat from Du Ruo and her companions. After all, she was merely a secondary gold ability user. "Beautiful lady, I advise you to reconsider. Just because a hammer is large and spiked does not mean it can kill." In response, Du Ruo swung a hammer imbued with a chilling murderous intent. Wang Chung, possessing his own skills, evaded like the wind. He suddenly dashed to another corner, distancing himself from Du Ruo. "Brothers, attack. Spare no one but this woman. Eliminate everyone else." Frustrated that she had not been able to crush the foolish one with a single blow, Du Ruo felt quite displeased. Had her mental power not been exhausted, Wang Cheng's corpse would already be cold. Nonetheless, she wished to hone her combat prowess against wind abilities without relying on mental strength. So she refrained from using energy essence to replenish her mental power. Wang Cheng's allies received their orders, charging towards everyone except Du or you that moment. Wang Chung continued to taunt. "Beautiful lady, why don't you assist your teammates? They're about to perish." Du Ruo was well aware that Wang Chung had his own trump card. The foremost attacker, Zheng Yi, was a spatial ability user with a rather unique skill. He could create portals on any wall, including vehicles. Even if Du Ruo's vehicle was fortified, he could still carve out a doorway. In his past life, Zheng Yi had always been by Wang Cheng's side. His most trusted aide. When danger arose, a hole would appear, allowing them to escape with the wind ability. This duo was simply flawless. That Du Ruo made no move, merely coldly glaring at Wang Chung. She recalled that Wang Chung possessed a certain special ability, which enabled him to maintain a position of prominence within the highly skilled ranks of the Zhongling base. However, the specifics of this ability remained a mystery, her gaze fixed on Wang Chung. She was concerned that his unique power might endanger the individuals inside the RV. Zheng Yi had now reached the RV's entrance, preparing to activate his ability when the door swung open from within. In an instant, a bolt of lightning enveloped him, reducing him to ashes in the blink of an eye. Du Ruo seized the rare opportunity to mock. "Oh ho, such a clean demise." This moment, Wang Chung was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yu and the others would recover their abilities so swiftly. However, their emergence was advantageous. The remaining 17 were all ability users, including one secondary ability user, capable of exhausting them. Wang Chung had always believed that only Zhou Yu and Du Ruo were secondary ability users, while the others were all primary ones. Previously, when Du Ruo's group dealt with the mutated bats, Wang Chung and his men had only focused on fleeing. A dozen secondary ability users could barely contend with Zhou Yu and his companions, while a dozen primary ability users would be like lambs to the slaughter before a tertiary ability user. Without requiring assistance from others, Zhou Yu alone could turn all primary ability users to dust with a mere wave of his hand. All that remained was Wang Cheng's woman, Li Tian, a secondary ability user. At that moment, Xiao Mongguo reminded Du Ruo. This woman possesses a body-based ability, capable of reflecting damage, as the name suggests. Any attack directed at her can be rebounded to the attacker, of course. This is contingent upon the attacker's ability level not exceeding hers, or any other factors. Additionally, attacks from higher-tier ability users are reflected at 50. Upon hearing this, Du Ruo cautioned Zhou Yu. Her ability is damage reflection. If you attack her, your attack will be rebounded by 50. Be careful. Damage reflection does not mean that Zhou Yu, as a lightning ability user, is immune to lightning. Immunity applies only to lower-tier ability attacks. If immunity existed, then ability users of the same level would be unable to attack each other, let alone attack zombies and mutated plants of equivalent levels. This is simply impossible. Therefore, any attack he directs at Li Tian will result in mutual destruction. Harm to the enemy, but equal harm to himself. However, as long as he remains vigilant, he can utilize a secondary attack to negate the reflected damage, allowing the remaining energy from the attack to still inflict harm upon Li Tian. It ultimately depends on Zhou Yu's mastery of his own abilities. Nonetheless, Du Ruo harbored no significant concerns in this regard. Their group had been forged through countless trials amidst a sea of corpses. What Du Ruo could conceive, Zhou Yu undoubtedly could as well. Indeed, Zhou Yu executed this strategy, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning attacks upon Li Tian. The moment she made contact with the lightning, her consciousness began to unravel. It seemed she could hardly hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, observing from the side, was utterly terrified. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He was horrified to realize that Zhou Yu was actually a tertiary ability user. To this day, the Jiangling base had only managed to elevate its leader to tertiary status by pooling the entire base's resources. Transitioning from secondary to tertiary required at least 200 secondary zombie cores. Given the scarcity of secondary zombies, achieving a tertiary ability was no small feat yet. Zhou Yu had somehow accomplished it in just 9 days. Could it be that he relied on the over 100 ability users among the survivors? Chengge, save me, save me. It hurts so much. I'm going to die. Listening to Li Tian's cries of agony, he trembled and addressed Du Ruo. I'm sorry, I failed to recognize the mountain for what it was. I will offer all my cores, a total of 276, including 6 secondary zombie cores, to buy my life. This is all I possessed. This moment, the blade exited the vehicle, ridiculing Wang Cheng. Are you afraid now that you've seen our leader is a tertiary ability user? A foolish one is still a foolish one, worthless even when sold cheaply. As he spoke, the blade retrieved 2 secondary cores from his backpack, summoned Junjun, and fed them to it. You see, my cat consumes 2 secondary cores in one sitting. 6 cores are merely its daily rations. The blade implied that Wang Cheng's life was indeed of little value. Wang Cheng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A surge of wind-based ability erupted from him. Observing this, Du Ruo swiftly transformed the fire-based energy she had been gathering into a raging inferno that surged towards Wang Cheng. After the blaze swept through, only a thin layer of black ash remained where Wang Cheng had stood. The ash was scant, and human remains typically burn white. Wang Cheng had vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spider silk wall, gasps of astonishment arose. Simultaneously, Du Ruo's mind was alerted by Zhu Yi's warning signal. Chapter 42. Tertiary mutated bats. The other side of the spider silk wall had descended into chaos. Mutated bats had flown in. Du Ruo hurriedly commanded Zhu Yi and the others to dismantle the spider silk wall. At that moment, a swarm of mutated bats surged into the gymnasium through the stairway leading to the second floor. 5 survivors had already perished. Du Ruo first unleashed a wind blade, then immediately consumed energy essence to replenish her mental power. The wind blade cleared out the mutated bats that had clogged the stairway. However, a continuous stream of mutated bats continued to pour in. Zhou Yu swiftly erected an electric net to block the stairway. preventing more mutated bats from entering yet had already exited the vehicle. While his mental attack was not as potent as Du Rua's, eliminating these primary mutated bats was a trivial matter. Niu Yi and Jin Gang, along with other ability users, began to slaughter the incoming mutated bats. After restoring her mental power, Du Rua found that the first floor was now clear of mutated bats. At that moment, on the second floor, Zhu San alerted her with another warning that a large number of mutated bats had invaded the second floor of the gymnasium, and they were unable to withstand the onslaught. The mutated bats had ascended from the first floor via the stairway. The mutated bats flew in through the window on the staircase. They could have entered earlier or later, yet they chose to make their entrance only after Wang Cheng had fled. It is highly likely that this was a consequence of Wang Cheng's actions that Du Rua instructed Qian Yi and the other two to remain safely in the vehicle, while the ability users among the survivors were to keep watch on the first floor. She then led Jun Jun and the others to the staircase entrance. Zhou Yu continuously channeled his powers, maintaining the electric net at the staircase's mouth. Outside the net, the shrieks of the mutated bats echoed ceaselessly. Du Rua summoned Zhu Yi and two other mutated spiders, commanding Zhu Yi, erect a wall of silk behind us. The three spiders swiftly complied, creating a formidable wall of silk that completely sealed off the corridor in mere moments. Du Rua raised her hands, conjuring a massive fireball that on the count of 3, when I say go, you will deactivate the electric net. Once the window was exposed, Zhu Yi was to quickly seal it off. Zhou Yu nodded in understanding. Zhu Yi and the other two mutated spiders took their positions along the walls, ready for action. The others instinctively retreated behind Du Rua. 3.2.1. Almost simultaneously, Du Rua hurled the fireball towards the upper staircase. The fireball surged upward, incinerating the densely packed mutated bats in an instant. Even the second-tier mutated bats could not withstand the onslaught of Du Rua's fireball for even a second, leaving only charred remnants in its wake. The individuals behind Du Rua gasped in shock as the fireball continued its relentless ascent, scorching a layer off the white walls. Soon it reached the corner. The flames from the staircase swept through the window, obliterating any mutated bats caught in the open, reducing them to ash. The remaining mutated bats immediately shrieked and fled. As the window was exposed, Zhu Yi and the others sprang into action, using silk to seal it completely. The fireball continued its relentless advance around the corner. The Du Rua beckoned for everyone to follow it on the second floor. At least 200 mutated bats surged in. Tian Hao and other ability users were engaged in fierce combat against them, working in groups of 3 or 4 to eliminate the mutated bats. Among the swarm were not only first-tier, but also second-tier mutated bats, targeting the ability users like Tian Hao rather than the ordinary people. Casualties among the ability users began to mount swiftly. The 10 mutated spiders were not idle either. They roamed the periphery of the second floor, spitting out white silk in an attempt to capture the mutated bats. However, the speed of the mutated bats was astonishing, and their ability to drain blood was equally alarming, with several survivors being drained dry every second. Though the mutated spiders were all second tier, their inability to fly rendered their hunting efforts less effective compared to the swiftness of the mutated bats. The other survivors were thrown into chaos, as mutated bats continually surged into the staircase entrance, while the windows were besieged by a multitude of them, desperately battering against the glass in an effort to feast. Despairing cries filled the entire second floor. That moment, flames erupted from the staircase entrance, a wave of heat surged upward, and the mutated bats, still lingering at the staircase, emitted cries of anguish as they were vaporized or set ablaze. A massive fireball rolled up to the entrance of the second floor and came to a halt. As the fireball dissipated, Du Rua and her companions appeared where it had vanished. All eyes turned towards the 6 individuals and one beast at the staircase entrance. Akin to the arrival of saviors that we are saved. Over the past 2 days, everyone had witnessed the prowess of Du Rua's group. Whether it was second-tier zombies or mutated bats, they dealt with them effortlessly. Having already been regarded as saviors by the survivors that Du Rua commanded, save the people. Zhou Yu and the other 5, along with the beast, swiftly plunged into the fray, beginning to dispatch the mutated bats. Zhou Yu unleashed the electric net to ensnare the mutated bats still airborne, preventing their advance into the crowd. The wild buffalo, under Zhou Yu's direction, unleashed wind blades, effectively slicing through the bats caught within the electric net. Meanwhile, Jin Gang Dia and Ci Dao charged into the throng, assisting the ability users and Du Rua's mutated spiders. Junjun crawled low within the crowd, spotting a target, and leaped to snatch a mutated bat that was about to take flight into her maw. With her green-tinted eyes, she continued to seek out her next target. With the addition of their 5 and the beast, the number of mutated bats on the second floor visibly dwindled. Throughout this, Du Rua stood motionless, her gaze fixed intently on the window outside. There, she locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs, engaged in a silent duel of wills with an enormous mutated bat. Comparable in size to 2 RVs. Outside, darkness reigned, a consequence of this creature's handiwork. While they were outside, it had been watching from a distance, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the humans below, which matched its OWN.IT was ravenous, craving the flesh of those humans and the beast. Yet, it knew it was outmatched. Depleting their combat strength was the wisest course of action, just as it was preparing to strike when they were exhausted. Du Rua and her companions had rushed into the gymnasium. The mutated bat was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Its evolution was not physical. It lacked a robust body or great strength. Instead, it commanded its subordinates to scour the gymnasium for vulnerabilities. Humans were cunning. Having long since sealed all entrances, IT had hoped to send its bats to crash through a glass window, where a human had appeared out of thin air, opened the door, and then vanished again. Although its nascent intelligence was limited, it understood to send its subordinates to charge first. Indeed, not long after, a fireball decimated its subordinates, when Du Rua and her group were on the staircase. It had noticed them, but it was not an opportune moment to strike. That IT watched quietly until Du Rua and her companions appeared at the top of the staircase. IT that moment, the third-tier mutated bat unleashed its psychic attack. Chapter 43. Transforming When Du Rua intercepted the psychic attack from the mutated bat. Even before they had emerged outside, she had sensed the presence of this dangerous entity in the sky. This was unlike the sense of danger brought by other mutated bats. It felt akin to being targeted by a venomous snake, impossible to ignore. Only a higher-tier mutated creature could command second-tier mutated beings. Though Du Rua's psychic power was also third-tier and stronger than that of her peers, her abilities were primarily focused on controlling objects. If she faced a lower-tier opponent or one of equal standing that did not specialize in psychic attacks, she could easily dispatch them. However, the third-tier mutated bat's strength lay in its psychic attacks, which possessed a piercing quality. Facing it was akin to an amateur contestant squaring off against a professional. Nevertheless, Du Rua's psychic intensity rivaled that of a fourth-tier ability user. As the two formless psychic forces clashed, Du Rua's strength gradually gained the upper hand. The third-tier mutated bat displayed a flicker of doubt in its gaze. It felt fear that IT wished to flee. Yet Du Rua would not allow it to escape. The flesh of such a third-tier mutated bat, combined with the lower-tier bats she had already slain today, would be sufficient to elevate all the mutated spiders within the space to maturity. IT might even allow for the cultivation of several second-tier mutated spiders. That Du Rua's eyes glimmered with anticipation as she gazed at the third-tier mutated bat. She slightly diminished her psychic pressure, leading the bat to believe she was nearing her limit, thus relaxing its vigilance and dissuading it from fleeing. The third-tier mutated bat took the bait, emitting excited cries as it prepared to intensify its assault. Du Rua, having prepared for this moment, seized the opportunity to transform her psychic force into an invisible net, ensnaring the third-tier mutated bat. Zhou Yu, unleash a lightning strike. Zhou Yu, fresh from dispatching a second-tier mutated bat, turned instantly at Du Rua's command. She pointed toward the sky with all her might. Zhou Yu followed her gaze and spotted the enormous bat thrashing about in the air that a wave of terror gripped him. For he had not perceived this threat lurking outside. Clearly, this was a third-tier mutated bat that he raised his hands and forcefully swept them forward, unleashing all his lightning energy, forming a massive storm cloud above the third-tier mutated bat. The bat sensed death approaching as it looked up at the gathering storm. IT emitted a shrill cry, summoning all the mutated bats to its side. In the midst of this, it relentlessly released its psychic force. attempting to dissolve Durua's psychic net. Zhou, hurry! Durua's psychic net was gradually being countered by the third-tier mutated bat, developing gaps under the strain. The bat screeched sharply, attempting to break free. As it was on the verge of escaping Durua's control, Zhou's storm cloud finally descended. The physical strength of the mutated bats was generally weak, and the third tier was no exception. As the storm cloud struck, countless lower-tier mutated bats were reduced to ash. After clearing the obstacles, the storm cloud finally struck the third-tier mutated beak. It emitted a painful shriek before collapsing into a charred heap. Raising clouds of dust, with their leader defeated, the remaining mutated bats immediately scattered in a panic. As they fled, light returned to the outside world. Zhou exhausted his powers once more. The mutated bats on the second floor had been thoroughly cleared away. Durua was about to release all over 6,000 mutated spiders into space to clean the battlefield when she noticed a transparent figure formed by gathered wind, brandishing a dagger. Materializing behind Zhou, her mind immediately flashed back to Wang Cheng, who had fled earlier at that moment. Durua finally comprehended the nature of Wang Cheng's unique ability. Transformation into wind, as the name suggests. It allows one to become a gust of wind, an entity that penetrates all barriers. Wang Cheng had escaped from Durua's grasp by transforming into wind. Yet, how could he be content to simply flee? Durua and her companions had not only slain their allies, but had also forced him into a position of pitiful desperation. Such a profound humiliation could not be easily dismissed. After evading Durua's fireball by transforming into wind, he arrived at the corner of the staircase by the window, revealing his human form and shattering the window to let the mutated bats in. He then dashed to the second floor, lying in wait as the wind. Transformation into wind comes with two drawbacks. The first being that once one becomes wind, they lose all capacity for attack. He could only wait, biding his time for Zhou and the others to fall victim to the fangs of the mutated bats, or hoping they would mutually destroy each other, allowing him to reap the benefits. Finally, he awaited the moment when Zhou would exhaust his powers once more. It was at that precise moment he revealed himself, plunging the dagger, reinforced by metal-based abilities, into the back of Zhou's head. He was aware that Durua had discovered him, but given their current distance, he was confident he could eliminate Zhou and retreat unscathed before their attacks reached him. Once the strongest, Zhou was dead. He held no fear of the others. Though there were some second-level ability users, he would eventually find the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. That time, Zhou's woman would become his plaything, and he would ensure she knelt at his feet, begging to lick his toes. Zhou lowered his head. Durua shouted a warning, then unleashed a wind blade towards the almost fully revealed Wang Cheng. Hearing Durua's voice, Zhou instinctively ducked. The wind blade zipped over his head, warm liquid spraying onto his neck. He touched it and looked down to find it was blood. In a frenzy, he stood up and turned, only to see a headless, naked male corpse standing behind him. The headless body barely reached his waist, and blood gushed from the neck. He glanced further behind the corpse and spotted Wang Cheng's head not far away. Just in time to witness the twisted grin on Wang Cheng's face dissolve into terror. With Wang Cheng's demise, Durua's anxious heart finally found peace. She released all the mutated spiders into space. Dinner time. The densely packed mutated spiders began to clean the battlefield. One mutated bat was roughly the size of half an adult man. While these mutated spiders were small, their feeding speed was astonishingly rapid. Wherever they crawled, only the bones of the mutated bats remained. The survivors looked on in horror, their scalps tingling. They watched as the mutated spiders grew larger after consuming the blood and flesh of the bats. Soon, the corpses of the mutated bats on the second floor were completely cleared away. The army of mutated spiders transformed from the size of sesame seeds to that of mung beans. They congregated, appearing even more terrifying. They climbed to the window's edge, where the leading mutated spider sliced through the double-glazed glass with its legs as if it were cutting tofu. Sadeo, curious, wanted to witness their dining scene. He approached the window and peered outside. Sister Hammer was gone. What do you mean gone? Why are you always the one at the door? Wild Bull slapped Sadeo on the head. Sister Hammer was clearly fine. while Sadeo was unafraid of being reprimanded. Sister Hammer, that is not what I meant. I meant the largest mutated bat is gone. Chapter 44. What is it? Sadeo had finally realized what he had just said and turned to Duruwa. Explaining anxiously, the Duruwa waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was not perturbed by tea that moment. She received a message from a spider legion. She approached the window, and indeed, the third-level mutated bat had vanished, leaving only a charred mark on the ground as evidence of its previous presence. Duruwa's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. The third-level mutated bat had always been under her mental control, and she knew better than anyone that it was dead beyond doubt. Who was responsible? Or what entity was it? Duruwa seemed to have an inkling and hurried to the other window, which faced the main entrance of the gymnasium. They had charged in from this direction, having slain nearly 1,000 mutated bats just outside the main gate. The corpses had yet to be dealt with. Yet, now, the area outside was eerily empty. Not only were the mutated bat corpses gone, but even the remains of the survivors drained of blood and flesh had vanished. All that was left were bloodied clothes, caked with dust and dirt, and items discarded by the survivors during their frantic escape. Zhou Yu and his companions arrived and were equally astounded by the unbelievable scene. Where were the bodies? How could this have happened in such a short span? Meanwhile, in the men's restroom on the first floor, a man was using the toilet when he suddenly heard rustling noises emanating from the sewer. Something was crawling up through the pipes. The sound was particularly jarring in the long, dry sewer. He neglected to wipe and stood up to distance himself from the pit. But it was too late. The man's cry of pain echoed throughout the first floor. The terrified survivors trembled once more. Another cry of anguish followed, unmistakably from a different individual. What was in the restroom? Everyone stared in horror at the direction of the restroom. Help! The women's restroom soon echoed with cries for help. There are rats, huge ones. The woman's scream abruptly ceased. Ability users emerged from the crowd surrounding the restroom. The shrill cries intensified, and a blood-soaked giant rat crawled out. The rat was the size of 2 or 3 children. Its grayish-white eyes fixed on the survivors. Then it reared up, letting out a chilling screech. Squeak! 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 The restroom was filled with the sounds of more rats. The noise seemed to carry an air of excitement. Countless zombie rats surged out of the restroom, moving with incredible speed, easily breaching the blockade set by the ability users and plunging into the crowd. Pain screams erupted from the throngs of survivors. In an instant, they recalled the zombie rat tide from the early hours of the morning. These zombie rats were larger than before and even more terrifying than the mutated bats, wherever they passed. The survivors were left as mere bones, with only bloodied clothing and a few unchewed teeth remaining at this moment. Dural received an alert from the spiders. Zombie rats had appeared on the first floor. They needed to head downstairs. Just as the words left her mouth, cries of distress erupted from the restroom on the second floor. The zombie rats had crawled up through the sewer to the second floor. Help! They're coming up! Zhou was still recovering his abilities, while Wild Bull led a group toward the restroom door. The Duruwa and the main force were on the second floor, where the situation was comparatively better. With the aid of dozens of ability users, Wild Bull's group temporarily contained the zombie rats within the restroom. They killed any that escaped, while any stragglers were devoured by Duruwa's mutated spiders. Continuing this way was not a solution, that if they could not free their hands, the survivors on the first floor would inevitably perish at the jaws of the zombie rats at that moment. Zhou had regained his powers and approached Duruwa, asking her for a solution while attacking from a distance. That Duruwa was equally occupied, continuously launching fireballs to completely seal off the restroom. Can your earth-based ability work? Zhou inquired. Duruwa shook her head. We are on the second floor. If I use my earth ability to seal the door completely, it could collapse. She continued. There's only one vehicle left in my space. It cannot seal the door. As she spoke, several more fireballs were unleashed, incinerating a zombie rat the size of half an adult man. One of the second-level zombie rats. Zhou frowned, realizing they had consumed the mutated bats. The number of second-level zombie rats had clearly increased. Can a web wall work? He asked. Duruwa replied. Only if it's made from the silk of third-level mutated spiders. Even then, if a third-level zombie rat appears, the web wall might not hold. Nevertheless, they still needed to seal it off. Duruwa spoke, The little mango in her space chimed in, Mom. The energy essence has been completely extracted. We can only elevate one mutated spider to the 3rd level. Du-Ruah summoned the nearest Spider 7 and fed it the energy essence. Soon, Spider 7 completed its advancement. The Du-Ruah commanded, seal the restroom door. Now the size of a half-human, Spider 7 obeyed the order. Descending from the ceiling to the restroom door. With the assistance of the ability users, it swiftly wove a web wall to seal the restroom door, but on the other side of the white web wall. The zombie rats continued to ram and gnaw at it, but it was all in vain. From the outside, the white web wall bulged continuously, yet it could not be breached. The group breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was temporarily averted. The Du-Ruah immediately called for all the ability users to the 1st floor. The 3rd-level zombie rats were not interested in the flesh and blood of ordinary people. They were solely focused on the ability users and the crystal cores within the brains of the zombies. The ability users descended to the 1st floor, not only to assist those below in clearing the zombie rats, but also to potentially divert danger away from the 2nd floor. Everyone followed Du-Ruah down to the 1st floor. However, at that moment, the defenses at the restroom entrance had already been breached, and the number of casualties among the survivors had surpassed 500. Compared to before, the 1st floor was noticeably less populated, yet it remained densely packed. The zombie rats incessantly darted through the throng, feasting on the flesh and blood of the living. The ability users, mindful of the survivors, hesitated, feeling powerless. Countless individuals surrounded Du-Ruah's 2 RVs, frantically pounding on the doors in their desperation. Open the door. Let us in. How can you be so cold-hearted? Please, we will die. I don't want to die. Even several people clung to the windshield, placing all their hopes for survival upon the RVs. The windshield, like the other windows, had long since shattered, leaving only the reinforced metal mesh outside, which they could not break through. You scoundrel, filthy wretch, open the door for me. Suddenly, the zombie rat leaped onto the RV, biting off half the head of a man standing before Du-Ruah. His curses were abruptly silenced. The 2 individuals beside him, terrified, tumbled off the front of the vehicle. With the man's death, the zombie rat shifted its attention to Chien-Yi inside the RV. Yet, no matter how it gnawed and bit, the metal mesh bore no marks. Chien-Yi sat in the driver's seat, splattered with the blood of the earlier victim. As she gazed at the hellish scene before her, a look of compassion crossed her face. However, Du-Ruah had previously instructed them that no matter what happened, they must not open the door, that Du-Ruah was not a deity. In a critical moment, all she could do was protect those beside her. That moment, the spider silk wall on the 1st floor had been breached by several level 2 zombie rats, creating a passageway. Chapter 45. The army of mutated spiders. Just as a level 2 zombie rat had managed to squeeze half of its body through, it was sliced in half by a spider leg. As the spider silk wall parted, a kaleidoscope of ability light surged forth. The zombie rats clustered around the wall were instantly annihilated. The survivors, witnessing the arrival of Du-Ruah and her companions, felt a renewed sense of hope. Save me! Du-Ruah's group immediately joined the fray. At this point, it was too late to seal off the restroom. Du-Ruah ordered Spider 7 to lead the mutated spiders to encircle the survivors. With the addition of dozens of ability users, a significant number of zombie rats on the 1st floor were swiftly eradicated. Many of the survivors had already been corralled near the 2 RVs, where they were protected alongside Junjun. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the wall near the restroom collapsed. Out emerged a zombie rat larger than an adult pig, its grayish-white eyes glimmering with a ravenous thirst for the flesh of ability users. It moved with astonishing speed, plunging into the crowd and sinking its teeth into an ability user. With a series of crunching sounds, it devoured that unfortunate soul with remarkable swiftness. Then, with a flick of its tail, it ensnared another ability user and tossed them into its maw. The screams of the second victim gradually faded away. After consuming 2 adults, the zombie rat showed no visible change in its girth. It fixed its dead, fish-like eyes upon Du-Ruah and the other high-level ability users, a trickle of bloody saliva escaping its mouth at that moment. Little Mango, within Du-Ruah's consciousness, issued a new directive. Mom, this is a space-type zombie rat. Its ability is to devour. For the sake of the cub's future growth, please collect as many space-type zombie cores as possible. Space-type cores. The cub needs them? Duruo was not entirely certain. But there was no time to inquire further, as the level 3 zombie rat had already set its sights on her. Clearly, she had become its first chosen target. Meanwhile, the other ability users had already distanced themselves from the level 3 zombie rat in fear. In this corner, only Duruo and the level 3 zombie rat faced off. Zhou Yu and the others attempted to assist, but Duruo declined. Go help the others. I can handle this one. As soon as Duruo finished speaking, the level 3 zombie rat's tail shot towards her. Duruo harnessed her wind ability, dodging gracefully. The spot where she had stood was left with a massive dent from the rat's tail. It was easy to imagine that if that tail had struck a person, even a level 2 ability user would be crushed. A hammer materialized in Duruo's hand as she gripped it tightly, igniting her fire ability upon it, charging towards the level 3 zombie rat. The creature reared up, emitting excited squeaks, believing the human before had willingly walked into its trap, with its mouth agape. Revealing 2 bloody fangs, it contemplated how to avoid the fiery hammer and consume the human. However, in the next instant, it felt an intense, needle-like pain pierce its brain. The level 3 zombie rat became disoriented and dizzy. Duruo's mental energy had already been mostly depleted, and the little remaining energy was sufficient to cause the level 3 zombie rat to stagger momentarily. That was precisely what she needed. After 2 seconds of disorientation, the zombie rat regained its senses, only to see Duruo's fire hammer less than a meter from its head. It attempted to evade using its speed, but sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground around it. It ducked left and right, its tail assisting in its evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding the spikes. Yet, ultimately, it could not escape its fate. Duruo's fire hammer struck heavily upon its skull. Then came the second strike, the third. Duruo pounded away, not knowing how many times she struck, until the level 3 zombie rat's head was reduced to a mushy pulp. It was merely a level 3 zombie rat, far easier to handle compared to the previously encountered flying mutated bats that could attack with mental force. While Duruo was relentlessly smashing the level 3 zombie rat's head, all the zombie rats on the first floor had been eliminated. Almost everyone witnessed the ruthless side of Duruo. Afterward, she extended her hand, rummaging through the pile of gore to extract a zombie core. The level 3 zombie core was still smeared with red and white filth. And without washing or wiping it, Duruo stored it in her space, entrusting it to Little Mango for safekeeping. That moment, a singular thought occupied everyone's mind. They would rather face zombies than incur Duruo's wrath, particularly those who had previously vandalized her RV, who quietly slinked towards the back of the crowd, fearing retribution from It was evident to all that Duruo's mood was far from pleasant. Zhou Yu, noticing Duruo's low spirits, assumed it was due to the heavy casualties. He approached to comfort her, saying, "You've done your best." Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Duruo paused momentarily before nodding. Saying nothing, Zhou Yu misunderstood. She was too weary to explain. Her discontent stemmed from the loss of her army of mutated spiders. Those mutated bats had undoubtedly been devoured by the zombie rats. The level 3 mutated bats had certainly met their end in the belly of the level 3 zombie rat. Yet Little Mango had said the level 3 zombie core was meant for the cub's preparations and could not be used to nurture the little spiders. Duruo summoned Spider 1 and her dozen adult spiders to clean the battlefield. The ability users lined up to receive treatment from Jiangnan. All the cores were collected into Duruo's hands. Due to the heavy casualties, they rested in the gymnasium for 2 hours to in the space. Little Mango was diligently feeding the livestock. Upon seeing Duruo enter, she knew a question was forthcoming. Duruo picked up Little Mango and asked, "How did you know the cub needed space-type ability cores? Do you know the cub?" Duruo phrased it as a statement. After this evolution, humans awakened their abilities at the age of 6. When she died, her cub was only a little over 5 years old. Yet Little Mango seemed to know about the cub's abilities, indicating she must know her. Duruo was eager to learn about her cub's future. Would she be safe? That was an unprecedented crisis. Not only zombies, but also mutated flora and fauna had united to launch an assault on the Jiangling base. Their strength was vastly superior to that of humans. And the leading zombie king possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human and could even fly in mere minutes. The base had fallen into complete chaos. Little Mango replied. Not only Jiangling base, but almost all human bases were destroyed that day. What about my cub? Du Rua's voice cracked as she struggled to suppress her emotions. Little Mango reassured her. The cub is safe. After that day, only 1 in 10 humans survived. The cub was fortunate to have lived through it and later awakened space-type abilities, enabling her to traverse dimensions. When I encountered her, she was already 10 years old. Yet her mind was as mature as an adult's. Upon hearing this, Du Rua could no longer contain herself. My cub, how much she must have suffered. Tears fell onto Little Mango's fur, soaking a large patch. Little Mango embraced Du Rua, trying to provide warmth with her body. She, along with Chi Lang and a few others, had gathered the remaining humans. Yet, their enemies were not limited to the land. They also faced threats from the sea. By the time I arrived, they had already lost. Du Rua felt as though her heart was being viciously twisted. The pain was more intense than when she had died in her previous life. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she asked. She could hardly finish her sentence. Little Mango continued. I spent 2 years with the cub. She misses you, and I didn't want her to have regrets. Upon hearing this, Du Rua let go of her emotional restraint, allowing herself to be engulfed in sorrow. After an hour, Du Rua managed to calm her emotions. This moment, she has already established a new life goal. She is determined to live well. She will never allow her child to bear the weight of all that heaviness, whether in life or in death. She must provide her child with a bright future. Now, she has a crucial question that she needs Xiamangwo to clarify for her. Xiamangwo, do you know why those zombies and the mutated plants and animals are so much stronger than humans? It's the spirit stones. 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, the doors of the gymnasium swung open once more. The large group set out again, with only 10 kilometers remaining to the base. They intended to press on without pause. The closer they got to the base, the fewer zombies they encountered. Along the way, they came across numerous teams dispatched to clear the zombies. By the time they reached 3 kilometers from the base, not a single zombie was in sight. Zhou Yu sent a scout ahead to the Jiangling base to deliver the news. At 11 o'clock that night, the large group finally arrived at the gates of the Jiangling base. Seeing the armed personnel at the entrance, some survivors could no longer contain their emotions and wept openly. We have finally arrived, and no more fears to endure. The guards at the base had already received word of the incoming survivors and had temporarily deployed a dozen personnel to handle registration and health checks. Several men wearing red armbands approached. The leader, named Lu Sun, was of a similar age to Zhou Yu. Among the convoy, 2 vehicles that had clearly been reinforced with gold-type abilities, along with a large feline, perched atop the front vehicle, caught his eye immediately. Upon reaching Zhou Yu and the others, he reluctantly shifted his gaze from the vehicles to the few men at the front of the group. I have never seen such a united group as yours. Lu Sun remarked that I've been here for a few days, and the largest group I've encountered was barely 100 people. You are indeed exceptional. Lu Sun gave a thumbs up. Chapter 46. Jiangling base. Lu Sun extended his hand toward Zhou Yu, who walked at the forefront. You must be Zhou Yu, the captain of the Kirin squad from the 2nd Military Division stationed at Jiangling. Zhou Yu nodded and shook Lu Sun's hand. Lu Sun gripped Zhou Yu's hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, Captain Zhou, you truly are young and accomplished. The base chief and Mayor Qi instructed me to wait for your arrival. Without further ado, let us proceed with the security checks. Lu Sun spoke. He attempted to guide Zhou Yu and his group towards a designated security inspection passage. Wait a moment. Zhou Yu called out to Lu Sun and a few others. After saying this, he maneuvered through the crowd towards the vehicle parked at the rear of their convoy. Du Rua and Qin Yi, along with Jiang Nan, were resting in the first vehicle. At this time, Ning Yi was behind the wheel. Seeing Zhou Yu approach, Ning Yi, peering through the iron fence, inquired, Brother Zhou, what is the matter? Zhou Yu asked, Is Du Rua awake? Ning Yi shook his head. No, Sister Rua has been exhausted these past couple of days and is still asleep. Are we going in now? Should I wake them? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Never mind. Let them sleep a bit longer. We'll need to go through security checks, and with so many people, it will take quite some time to enter the base. We'll head in first to report to the leaders, and then come back to fetch you. Ning Yi replied, In that case, we'll wait here. If Sister Rua awakens, We'll enter first and then find you later. Zhou Yu agreed. Let us do that. I'll call Yelyo over to keep you company. Yelyo approached the vehicle where Du Ruo was, nodded to Ning Yi, and then proceeded directly to the second vehicle. Inside the second vehicle were the family of three that Du Ruo had initially rescued, along with the wife of Tian Hao and their newborn child. He instructed them to gather their belongings and disembark before entering the vehicle himself, closing the door behind him and taking a moment to rest in the driver's seat. His task was to keep an eye on Du Ruo's group and the vehicle. The guards at the base looked at the vehicles with eyes filled with greed, and they took note of everything. After Zhou Yu and his group entered, the other survivors began to line up for security checks and registration to enter the base. Throughout the journey, all survivors were under the watchful gaze of Du Ruo's mutated spiders, and no one dared to conceal having been bitten by a zombie, fearing the spider's sensitivity to the scent of the undead. Once an ordinary person was bitten, the mutated spiders would swiftly eliminate them without Du Ruo needing to lift a finger. Their bodies would then be incinerated by fire-type abilities that in truth, the mutated spiders would have preferred to consume the humans directly. But Du Ruo forbade enter the base. Survivors were required to submit certain supplies in exchange for points, as the currency system had collapsed in the post-apocalyptic world. The base had thus transitioned to a points-based trading system. The supplies and crystal cores submitted by the survivors would not only be exchanged for corresponding points, but also subjected to an additional fee by the base guards. Such practices were not uncommon, whether in the pre-apocalyptic era or now. Those in power turned a blind eye. Under Du Ruo's guidance, the survivors had accumulated sufficient supplies along the way. They underwent separate searches by gender, submitted their supplies, offered a little something extra to the guards, and received their points cards before being allowed entry. As Zhou Yu reached the entrance, one of the guards named Li Cheng stepped forward. Boss, today's haul is quite impressive. The ability users had quite a few crystal cores on them. Each one submitted 3. This was, of course, the additional benefit they had extorted. Liu-san weighed the bag of dozens of crystal cores in his hands, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. Not bad, not bad. You didn't cause me any trouble, did you? Li Cheng grinned. Of course not. Over the past couple of days, several ability users have arrived. And for the sake of long-term development, we've only collected 1/10 of their supplies. Avoid provoking powerful ability users. We only collect 3 first-tier crystal cores from each. They understood the importance of moderation, ensuring they wouldn't invite unnecessary trouble. Liu-san replied. That's good to hear. Ching's gaze shifted towards the 2 vehicles. Boss, those 2 vehicles are quite impressive. You have a keen eye. Liu-san acknowledged, trying to suppress his greed. I know what you mean, but those 2 vehicles are not something we can covet. Zhou Yu is military personnel, a special forces veteran. He is not someone to be trifled with. This mission pertains to the survival of the base, and I will not offend someone like Liu-san's confidant. Li Cheng was well aware of Liu-san's thoughts and apprehensions. He continued to encourage, those 2 vehicles may not necessarily belong to Captain Zhou. How could someone who has been stationed in the military for so long possess such vehicles? I've been observing for a while and have inquired. Those 2 vehicles belong to a woman, and she is currently in that front vehicle. Liu-san felt a twinge of interest. Nonetheless, that woman certainly was not an ordinary character. There was a chance she could be Zhou Yu's partner, as he had seen Zhou Yu head in that direction, indicating their relationship was likely significant. Li Cheng added, I've heard that the woman is not Captain Zhou's partner. They call her Chue Jie, and she is a 2nd-tier gold-type ability user. Greed surged within Liu-san once more. The base currently possessed only 2 reinforced vehicles, both owned by high-ranking officials. He had long desired one of those vehicles. Is that true? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ma Wen and the others. Li Cheng spoke with conviction. Having gathered information from several survivors, Liu-san believed him and decided, let us go take a look. Inside the base, several survivors who had already entered were watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, including Tian Hao's family. Previously, Tian Hao's wife had been taken advantage of by Li Cheng during the search, and she was now red-eyed in her husband's embrace. Regarding Du Ruo and the vehicles, Li Cheng had also inquired with Tian Hao's family. Avoid causing trouble for Du Ruo. They claimed ignorance. However, they did not stop others from spreading rumors about Li Cheng. Unbeknownst to Li Cheng, the survivors harbored resentment towards their extortionate methods and their lewd behavior toward women. They did not wish to cause trouble. So they remained silent. Greed was etched on Li Cheng's face as he inquired, and they could see through his facade, thus providing half-truths. It was indeed true that Du Ruo was not Zhou Yu's partner. She was a gold-type ability user, which was also true. Chapter 47. Oh no, blood must be shed at the base entrance. Lu Sun led Li Cheng to the vehicle where Du Ruo was stationed. Knocking on the driver's side window, Ning Yi, who was resting in the driver's seat, awoke to the sound of knocking, and upon seeing the man who had previously spoken with Zhou Yu, he said, "Parking is not allowed here. Tell your people to get out and hand over the keys. I'll park the vehicle in the lot." Ning Yi, still groggy from sleep, replied, "We are waiting here for Brother Zhou." Lu Sun smiled. "Captain Zhou and the others have already been brought inside. When I came out, he asked me to take you in now. He's busy with the handover and will be a while longer. I'll arrange accommodations for you first." Without waiting for Ning Yi to respond, Lu Sun continued, "How many people are in your vehicle? I know you have ability users in the presence of a level 2 ability user. Arrangements can be made for a suite at the base. How many ability users do you possess?" Currently, the Jiangling base is established on the site of the former agricultural trade wholesale market, encompassing the residential areas within a 10-mile radius. Among these, there are 30 standalone villas, which now serve as the office area of the base and the residences of the leadership. Ning Yi remarked, "In our vehicle, aside from myself, there are 3 young women and a beast atop the roof. All of them are ability users." Upon hearing that all 4 were ability users, Lu Sun hesitated. Li Cheng, standing beside him, immediately discerned his leader's unease and stepped forward to interject. "I can't believe you are all ability users. May I inquire about the nature of your abilities? Please do not misunderstand. All individuals entering the base are required to register. This is for the safety and stability of the base, and I hope you can understand." Ning Yi did not dwell on it too much, but remained cautious, choosing not to reveal their powers. Aside from Sister Ruo, the rest of us possess non-combat abilities, and we are all at level 1. We have relied on Zhou Yu and his companions for protection throughout our journey. Lu Sun cast an appreciative glance at Li Cheng and continued, speaking to Ning, "Please summon them all. We shall register you now and allow you to enter first. The influx of people at the base will gradually increase in the coming days, and housing will become scarce. The first building of the accommodation section has 4 rooms in the 4th-generation housing. Each balcony measures a generous 50 square meters. There are few available now. It is first come, first served." Ning Yi felt a twinge of doubt, recalling Zhou Yu's explicit instructions to wait in place. Just then, Inyo from another RV approached. Ning Yi relayed Lu Sun's request for them to enter to Inyo. Inyo responded. Before the boss left, he mentioned that if he did not return for an extended period, we should proceed inside, and he would come looking for us. After contemplating, Ning Yi decided to awaken Du Ruo and the others. Over the past few days, he had discerned that Zhou Yu and his companions were military personnel. It was uncertain how long Zhou Yu's report would take. As he prepared to rise, Du Ruo was already awake. She glanced at the 3 individuals outside the vehicle and promptly opened the door, stepping out and shutting it behind her. Upon seeing someone disembark, Lu Sun and the others approached the door. Prior to falling asleep, Du Ruo had already freshened up. She was impeccably clean, exuding a subtle fragrance of shower gel. Her hair cascaded loosely, and paired with her white French long dress, she radiated an alluring charm. She bore no dust, her skin was far from sallow, and her gaze was unlike that of other survivors. There was no numbness, pain, sorrow, or despair, only a pair of watery eyes reminiscent of stars and oceans. Inyo stole a glance before averting his gaze elsewhere. Lu Sun and Li Cheng, captivated by the beauty stepping out of the vehicle, found themselves unable to look away, their eyes fixated, having survived 6 years in the apocalypse. Du Ruo was no stranger to the lustful gazes of men, and she chose to disregard their stares, questioning coolly, "Do you desire my vehicle? What is your name, fair maiden?" Long before Lu Sun knocked on the window, Du Ruo had already awakened, her keen hearing capturing every word of their conversation. It was apparent that Lu Sun sought to claim her vehicle for himself. A flicker of annoyance crossed Lu Sun's eyes. "If you wish to survive within the base, You must abide by its rules. Now, I require all of you to exit the vehicle and hand over the keys to me. Ning Yi, seated in the driver's position, countered loudly, "You are not saying that just now." Li Chung, adopting an air of authority, declared, "We are in a critical period of searching for survivors. The base has issued an order for all vehicles within to be requisitioned for the rescue team. If you wish to enter the base, you must surrender your RV. This is a regulation set by the base leadership, and even though you must comply, I advise you to hand over the vehicle willingly. Otherwise, you shall not enter the base." After Li Cheng's proclamation, Lu Sun added, "Fair maiden, our base does not take your vehicle without compensation. Each individual surrendering a vehicle will receive a reward of 10,000 points. I have the fortune of residing in a villa and can vacate it for you and your companions. All I ask is for a room to avoid sleeping on the streets." Lu Sen's words came with a self-satisfied smirk, his intentions blatantly transparent. Inyo, sensing impending trouble, realized that Du Ruo was not one to be trifled with. Coveting both her vehicle and her person could lead to dire consequences. He quickly stepped forward to warn Lu Sun. "Listen here, Lud, I must inform you that Miss Du Ruo is not one to be trifled with." However, Inyo was too late. Before he could finish his warning, Du Ruo had already seized the moment, bringing down a hammer with force upon Lu Sen's shoulder. The dull thud echoed as Lu Sen's shoulder caved inward, blood saturating half of his body in an instant. "You vile wretch!" he cried, clutching his injured shoulder, his face drained of color, rendered pale from the pain that Du Ruo's sudden assault left Li Chung, caught off guard, tumbling backward in fear. "Help! Someone! There's a ruckus, and they're trying to kill Leader Lu." The armed forces inside and outside the base rushed out at Li Cheng's cries, surrounding Du Ruo and her companions, their weapons trained upon them. Red dots appeared on the foreheads of Du Ruo, Inyo, and Ning Yi, indicating they had been targeted by snipers. The bullets had been enhanced by ability users, capable of piercing through the skulls of level 2 zombies. Any aggressive movement on their part would result in immediate execution. Under such extraordinary circumstances, the protocol permitted lethal force without prior consultation. Seeing the armed personnel had arrived, Li Chung quickly scrambled to his feet. "This woman is attempting to kill our leader Lu. Apart from this man, apprehend everyone else." Chapter 48. On-site execution. As Du Ruo and her companions stood with guns pointed at them, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a few moments, the survivors outside the base discreetly distanced themselves. Fearing collateral damage, Du Ruo surveyed the encirclement with growing coldness in her eyes. Inyo, anxious, attempted to restrain her, yet found himself at a loss as to how to do so without touching her skirt or her arms. He could only implore her silently with his eyes, whispering, "Sister Hammer, please remain calm. It isn't necessary to resort to violence just yet. There are too many witnesses here. It could lead to negative repercussions." Inyo struggled to articulate his thoughts, silently wishing for Zhou Yu to arrive swiftly. He was losing his composure. Just then, a tall man emerged from the ranks of the armed personnel, a familiar figure to Inyo. Upon seeing Lu Sun, who was cradling his injured shoulder and lamenting in pain, the man's expression turned icy. "How dare you create a disturbance at the base's entrance? You all have quite the audacity." The man was Qi Lang, tasked with overseeing the base's security, and he had previously served in the Jiangling garrison. However, he had always been at odds with Zhou Yu, and the two had maintained a competitive rivalry within the military. Not only Inyo, but also Du Ruo recognized him well. Qi Lang, like Du Ruo, possessed fire abilities. Shortly after Du Ruo entered the Jiangling base in her previous life, Qi Lang awakened his fire abilities and quickly rose to prominence within the base. This time, due to Du Ruo's reincarnation, he had advanced to become a level 2 ability user and had recently ascended to level 3. Utilizing every resource available within the base, Qi Lang approached Du Ruo and her companions. Scrutinizing Inyo, who appeared meek in the face of the situation, he assumed Inyo was intimidated by the formidable display before him. With a scoff, he shifted his gaze to Du Ruo. Unlike the other men, he did not regard her with lecherous eyes. Instead, he merely expressed disdain after noticing her distinct demeanor that set her apart from the other survivors. Zhou Yu's discernment must be lacking, he thought. After sizing Du Ruo up for quite some time, Qi Lang finally uttered a statement laden with hostility. The animosity in Qi Lang's demeanor was palpable, and Inyo sensed it immediately. It was Lu's son who sought to commandeer our vehicle. Miss Duruo was merely acting in self-defense. Inyo assumed Qi Lang's hostility stemmed from Du Ruo's confrontation with the base personnel. He hastily offered an explanation that Qi Lang's role necessitates a disdain for those causing disturbances. That's absurd. It was this wretch who struck first. Our leader did nothing, and she suddenly smashed him with that hammer. Li Cheng, seeing reinforcements had arrived, quickly regained his composure as he approached Qi Lang, embellishing the previous events. After hearing Li Cheng's account, Qi Lang frowned and directed his inquiry at Inyo. Is what he said true? Did you refuse to surrender your RV, prompting this woman to act without provocation? I never anticipated such malice from a young girl. Lu Sen's right shoulder had completely caved in, shattered beyond repair. Healing such an injury was impossible without a high-level ability user or a top-tier surgeon. Currently, the base had fewer than 10 healing ability users, none of whom possessed the capacity to treat such a grievous wound. Surgeons were even scarcer. Before the emergence of the zombies, the hospital was overflowing, with nearly all doctors on duty around the clock. When the zombies did appear, the hospital was among the first to fall. Facing Du Ruo, Inyo dared not speak loudly, yet unleashed his temper in front of others that it was absurd. Clearly, it was Lu's son who attempted to forcibly seize Miss Du's vehicle. Qi Lang's gaze held a hint of menace. Lu's son is not mistaken. All vehicles at the base are to be requisitioned for the rescue teams. Qi Lang's words remained unfinished, indicating there was still a principle of voluntariness. However, a single vehicle could be exchanged for 10,000 points, and 20 points would allow a grown man to survive a day at the base. In01 was truly involuntary in this regard. Just as Inyo was about to elaborate further, Qi Lang waved him off, issuing a direct order. Detain him and take him away. Confiscate the RV. Upon hearing Qi Lang's command, Inyo grew frantic. You dare, Qi. His words were meant to imply Du Ruo's uniqueness. Protecting Du Ruo was their team's mission, and he found it hard to believe that Qi Lang was completely unaware. Yet, this only backfired. Upon hearing Inyo's words, Qi Lang's expression darkened further. I am also bound. Qi Lang nearly roared these words before shouting at those around him. What are you waiting for? Bind this woman and lock her in a dark room. If she resists, eliminate her on the spot. Qi. Inyo, agitated, cursed Qi Lang as a mad dog. Insane. Miss Du was of utmost importance to him, and he pulled back those who were about to seize her, intending to disclose more information about Du Ruo. However, he was halted by Du Ruo. Silence, step aside. With a kick, Du Ruo sent Inyo sprawling, her fire-based ability enveloping her double hammer as she charged toward Qi Lang. Surprised, Qi Lang did not anticipate that Du Ruo would strike in such a surrounded situation. The fire hammer barreled towards his face, leaving him no time to respond directly, and he leapt sideways. The armed personnel Qi Lang commanded were all well-trained soldiers, and nearly instantaneously, they squeezed the triggers of their guns at the moment Du Ruo raised her fire hammer. Prepared, Du Ruo had already summoned a metallic shield to deflect the bullets as the fire hammer descended upon Qi Lang. Bang! 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 The metal shield, forged from her third-tier gold ability, withstood all the bullets. Leaving no trace even from distant sniper rifles, Qi Lang rolled on the dusty ground, propping himself up with one hand, astonished by the scene before him. Cease fire, Qi Lang commanded, and all hands on triggers froze. Third-tier fire ability, third-tier gold ability. I underestimated you. Qi Lang, a third-tier fire ability wielder himself, realized upon witnessing Du Ruo's attack that her fire ability had indeed reached the third tier. Li Cheng had mentioned before that Du Ruo was a gold ability user. If her metallic shield could withstand bullets fired from weapons reinforced by a second-tier gold ability user, then her gold ability must also be third tier. Within less than 10 days of the zombie outbreak, a dual-tier third-level ability user had emerged. Again, Qi Lang spoke with excitement. After saying this, a large fire sword appeared in his hand, and he leapt off the ground, swinging the flaming blade towards Du Ruo's face. Feeling invigorated, Du Ruo had longed to battle someone of equal caliber, and that person was Qi Lang. How splendid! Such a vibrant Qi Lang. Chapter 49. It turns out Ruo prefers this kind. Du Ruo, discarded her shield, and charged forward with her fire hammer. Bang! The fire hammer clashed with a fire sword, sparks flying. Unlike Du Ruo's fire hammer, Qi Lang's fire sword was condensed from his fire ability. Upon collision, the sword transformed into a fiery serpent that wrapped around the hammer. Du Ruo, wielding another hammer in her left hand, struck the one in her right, dispersing the fire serpent into a flurry of embers. The force of the impact caused her to spin in place to counterbalance the momentum. One strike was countered, so she prepared for a second. Before Du Ruo could steady herself, Qi Lang transformed the scattered embers into numerous fire arrows surrounding her. The heat intensified, prompting Du Ruo to retract her fire hammer. Raising a barrier of flames that halted all the fire arrows before her, a massive wave of fire surged from her. The two opposing fire energies colliding, altering the air around them. Spectators among the ability users gasped in awe at their formidable control. Captain Qi Lang had surprisingly utilized his fire ability to such an extent. This woman was a match for our Captain Qi Lang, was one of the only two third-tier ability users currently at the base. And to discover that this woman was also a third-tier ability user raised questions about her identity. Wieking remarked that she seemed to be Zhou Yu's woman. No wondered T that moment. The clash of their fire energies reached its climax, and the fire arrows and fire shield dissolved into chaotic flames, filling the space between them. Both combatants simultaneously drew sigils in the air. And as the chaotic flames dispersed, they transformed into two roaring fire dragons soaring above them. The two fire dragons entwined and bit at each other, with every piece of fiery body consumed. The one that remained grew larger, while the other shrank in size on the ground. Neither combatant was idle. Du Ruo retrieved her double hammers again, this time without igniting them with flames. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she spun the hammers. Once more. Having witnessed Du Ruo display her third-tier abilities, Qi Lang was utterly astounded, let alone that she had summoned fire dragons, a technique he had only just begun to master himself. Her fire dragons were even more substantial than his. Qi Lang's eyes shone with fervor. Strong individuals always yearn to battle one another. Qi Lang caught two large blades thrown by his teammates. Come. Just as they were about to engage, a wind barrier suddenly rose between them. Yingyo finally reacted. This was the entrance to the base. They could not allow the battle to continue. Yingyo stood by Du Ruo, his gaze firmly fixed on Qi Lang. Then we shall meet again, Qi Lang replied. After their brief confrontation, Qi Lang's attitude toward Du Ruo shifted. He calmed down, finally understanding the implication of Yingyo's words, that this was the spatial ability user whom Zhou Yu's team was tasked with protecting. As a high-ranking member of the base, he was privy to many secrets. Meanwhile, Lu Sun noticed Qi Lang's change in demeanor and pulled Li Cheng aside, giving him a meaningful glance. Li Cheng immediately stepped forward. Captain Qi, what are you doing? She injured our leader. Why not capture her? Capture her? Qi Lang's voice dropped, his eyes glinting with a menacing edge. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? Li Cheng stumbled back, frightened by the coldness in Qi Lang's gaze. Falling to the ground, too terrified to speak, that useless, Lu Sun muttered under his breath. You are responsible for the base's security, and this is how you maintain order? Qi Lang snorted derisively. Ignoring Lu's senator, he turned to Du Ruo. I will personally escort you to meet the base leader. The RV will be taken directly inside. That Du Ruo nodded, appearing somewhat docile. Yingyo observed the subtle change in Du Ruo towards Qi Lang, feeling uneasy that he sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what. Don't worry, Hammer Sister. The boss asked us to wait here for him. It's fine. You go ahead and drive. Having made her decision, Du Ruo was resolute. Yingyo inclined his head and walked towards the RV. Upon seeing Yingyo depart, Du Ruo turned to Qi Lang. Do you want an RV? I can offer you one. Just a few steps from the RV. Yingyo stumbled upon hearing Du Ruo's words, tripping on the RV's steps and bumping his chin. Ouch! Qian and her companions had long since awakened. Gathering at the front of the vehicle, their RV was close enough to overhear Du Ruo's words. Ning Yi, gripping the steering wheel, turned to Qian in the passenger seat. Is Ruo flirting with someone? With the crisis averted, Qian relaxed, responding nonchalantly. Seems like this is the second potential suitor. Jiangnan leaned her head out from the back. Ruo, what does second potential suitor mean? Ning Yi, skeptical, prepared the vehicle for departure, adding, on the surface, Zhou Yu and this person both appear equally impressive. However, this one seems more ostentatious, clearly not to be trifled with. Jiangnan remarked. So Ruo has a preference for this type. But I still think Zhou Yu is better, thoughtful and considerate. We're all adults. Can't we have our cake and eat it too? Qian Yi lamented. Jiangnan appeared contemplative. Ning Yi sighed. Stop reading so many novels. Qian Yi shot Ning Yi a death glare. Meanwhile, Qi Lang's brows furrowed in disbelief. This woman actually intended to give him an RV. Was she attempting to bribe him? Du Ruo smiled. Not at all. I merely feel a sense of familiarity with you. After a moment's reflection, she added, if you don't want the RV, I have many other things to offer. I hope to become friends. Qi Lang's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Observing Du Ruo's gaze, tinged with disdain, I urge you to suppress your little thoughts. I harbor no intentions towards you. Qi Lang perceives no distinction between Du Ruo and those infatuated women. With his striking looks, towering height, and impeccable lineage, he embodies an ideal of masculinity, standing tall like a pine, exuding vitality. Over the years, he has encountered numerous women who have thrown themselves at him. Regardless of his rejections, these women persistently pursue him like cats drawn to the scent of blood. It is utterly tiresome. Eye in his eyes, Du Ruo has become synonymous with those who eagerly approach him. Du Ruo, ever smiling, appears exceptionally well-behaved. How could she possibly be unaware that Qi Lang harbors no feelings for her? She is even aware that Qi Lang has cherished a secret love for 8 years, that in a previous life, Qi Lang was, in fact, her mentor, after giving birth to her daughter and being abandoned by Jiang Hong. It was Qi Lang who, like a celestial being, descended amidst the encirclement of zombies to rescue her and her daughter. Following her rescue, she and her daughter, Du Qinghe, joined the Jiangling base, while her daughter was cared for by the base. She became a member of Qi Lang's city defense team. With her pregnancy limiting her mobility, she had little experience in combating zombies and was unaware of how to best exert her abilities. Qi Lang, a fire-type ability user, wielded his powers with unparalleled finesse at that time. The Jiangling base had begun training for ability users, with Qi Lang serving as one of the fire instructors. His heart was as cold as a millennium of ice, and he maintained a stern demeanor, often delivering the harsh mantra, treat your opponent as if they were a zombie and strike with lethal force. She set her sights on Qi Lang as her target, seeking him out among numerous instructors for sparring, for he possessed the ruthlessness she desired. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must be merciless towards enemies and equally unforgiving towards oneself. Eventually, Qi Lang was moved by Du Ruo's tenacity, and after her relentless efforts and a touch of audacity, he formally accepted her as a disciple. This relationship transcended that of mere student and mentor. Du Ruo bowed her head, and Qi Lang had partaken of tea with her. As time passed at the base, Du Ruo learned of Qi Lang's past, a time when he, too, was filled with fervor and ambition. He had once harbored a secret love for 8 years, who perished at the inception of the base. Falling victim to zombies during a rescue mission, that Du Ruo holds Qi Lang in high esteem. Gazing at the vibrant Qi Lang before her, she realizes that his beloved has yet to meet a tragic fate. In her previous life, she never discovered the identity of Qi Lang's love, but now, it seems she has a glimmer of understanding. Following Qi Lang and his group towards the center of the base, they encounter Zhou Yu and Mayor Qi Feng, among others, who have come to greet them. Qi Feng, stepping forward, extends his hand, saying, Ms. Du, you have finally arrived. The Du Ruo reciprocates the handshake. Zhou Yu nods in greeting to Qi Lang, who scrutinizes Zhou Yu, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarks, let us find a time to spar. Qi Feng, perhaps oblivious to how tightly he is holding onto Du Ruo, releases her hand in response to her slight frown, apologizing, my apologies. You are all the future of the base. The base leader is awaiting you. Let us proceed to meet him. Du Ruo replies affirmatively. The group refrains from further conversation, swiftly arriving at a row of villas. They proceed to the innermost villa, guarded by a dozen armed personnel, whose vigilant gazes scan the darkened surroundings. To the entrance stand 2 men in their 40s, one clearly of military background, the other exuding an intellectual air After introductions, it is revealed that the military man is Yang Goen, Qi Lang, and Zhou Yu's superior, currently the second in command of the base, while the scholarly figure is Han Yongxiang. An official from the capital who arrived before the zombie outbreak. Qi Feng, ever the tactician, addresses the group. Ms. Du, we did not anticipate you bringing companions. I assume you will wish to reside together. Arrangements for your accommodations are being made. Please, step inside. We have prepared clean food and water for you. Let us dine before we discuss further. Duruan nods, summoning everyone, including Jun, to disembark from the vehicle before storing it within her space. Observing this display, Han Yongxiang's smile grows even more amiable. Inside the villa's dining room, the table is laden with an array of appetizing home-cooked dishes. What once were unremarkable meals in the pre-apocalyptic world now seem extravagant. After entering, Han Yongxiang ascends the stairs, while Du Ruo and Zhou Yu's group gather around the table. Yang Goen begins to prepare a toast with Qi Lang and Zhou Yu, due to the presence of three strangers, two of whom are high-ranking officials. Qin Yi and Jiang Nan feel somewhat uneasy. However, it is not long before the three marginalized individuals can no longer tolerate the discomfort. Hunger knows no bounds. As Wild Bull and Dagger spin the glass turntable, Ning Yi repeatedly attempts to grasp the dishes, only to have them whisked away. Each time he misses, his chopsticks inadvertently find their way to the Yuz bowl, who is engaged in a fierce competition with Jin Gang for the food, leading to a diminishing portion in his own bowl. Ning Yi is caught in the act by Dia, while Jin Gang seizes the opportunity to abscond with an entire platter. Just as Jin Gang intends to serve himself, Qin snatches the plate away, dividing the eggplant and green beans with Jiang Nan. Qi Feng, Yang Goen, and Qi Lang are witnessing such antics for the first time, exchanging glances that silently communicate their shared disbelief. They have no appetite, simply wishing to enjoy some drinks and foster camaraderie. After the meal, Qi Feng arranges for someone to escort Qian Yi and her companions to their quarters. Du Ruo, Zhou Yu, and Qi Lang follow Qi Feng and Yang Goen upstairs in the study on the second floor. The secretary beside Han Yongxiang prepares tea before stepping back. As they enter the study, Du Ruo and Han Yongxiang sit facing each other, while Qi Feng and Yang Goen position themselves on either side of Du Ruo, with Qi Lang standing behind Qi Feng and Zhou Yu behind Yang Goen. As they settle, Du Ruo hears the voice of Xiao Mong in her mind. Mom, the person across from you possesses dual abilities, level 2 ice and level 3 transformation. Transformation, the ability to morph into another individual of similar stature. Zhou Yu's superior is a level 3 earth ability user. Du Ruo observes everything keenly. Once everyone is seated, Han Yongxiang takes the initiative. First and foremost, we welcome Ms. Du Ruo to our Jiangling base. Ms. Du is a triad-level ability user in space, gold, and fire. With her joining our ranks, the promising future of Jiangling base is nearly assured. Compared to Qi Feng's affable demeanor, Han Yongxiang's official tone does not sit well with Du Ruo. She lifts her teacup, taking a delicate sip, smiling faintly without uttering a word. She neither affirms nor rejects Han Yongxiang's invitation. Qi Feng and Yang Goen seem already aware of Du Ruo's current abilities, displaying no signs of surprise. Only Qi Lang, after recovering from his initial shock, extends another invitation. Let us have a sparring session another day. Zhou Yu frowns slightly at this. Han Yongxiang continues. Youthful talent, indeed. Base leader, when shall we transfer the supplies? Du Ruo, disinterested in engaging with Han Yongxiang, cuts straight to the point. Han Yongxiang's gaze deepens, his smile growing more congenial. This is not the appropriate setting for resource transfers, that we are gathered here simply to converse and discuss the future of the base. In her previous life, during the tumultuous power shifts within Jiangling base, Han Yongxiang was notably absent. That Du Ruo understands this is a result of the butterfly effect stemming from her rebirth in her past existence. She joined Jiangling base 9 months later as a low-ranking ability user. Having only interacted with Qi Feng among the high-ranking officials, she finds no pleasure in such a tedious buildup of conversation. Locking her gaze on a Han Yongxiang, she states bluntly, Base leader, I am somewhat fatigued and wish to retire early. If you have matters to discuss, please speak directly. Only a fool would believe that a stranger would forego sleep in the dead of night merely for a philosophical discourse. Han Yongxiang's smile broadens. Albeit with a veneer of falsehood and shadowed, we are growing old. The youth of today seem disinclined to engage in conversation with us. Indeed, Yang Goen responds with a hearty laugh. Old Han, just get to the point. Once you're finished, I still have to take these two rascals out for a drink. Chi Feng chimes in. Du Ruo is with child. She must be exhausted from the journey. Han Yongxiang chuckles softly. But his expression swiftly shifts to one of melancholy as he continues. We are all here for the future development of Jiangling Base. You are now a part of our community. Du Ruo raises an eyebrow, genuinely disliking this manner of discourse. You see, why speak in such a roundabout way? Han Yongxiang seems to realize he has overstepped. The rapid establishment of Jiangling Base in under 10 days owes much to Ms. Du. Her vision and commitment are beyond question. Du Ruo interjects. Base leader, if you have something to say, please be direct. I am here at the base and will assist in any way I can. Han Yongxiang replies. Then I shall be forthright. I have heard about your arrangement with Chi Feng regarding the carnivorous animals kept in your space, who are to be compensated with a certain quantity of crystal cores each month. Furthermore, whenever we extract resources from you, we will also need to purchase them with crystal cores. Han Yongxiang's tone suddenly grew somber as he spoke. Ms. Du, this is all for the Jiangling Base. For the people a person with abilities, possessing such capabilities, I will be frank. I hope you will unconditionally supply the base with carnivorous animals. Moreover, those animals originally belonged to Jiangling. I grant you the position of the base's supply manager, with Chi Feng subordinate to you. Additionally, you and the friends you brought will receive unconditional support. We will also provide you with the crystal cores you need to upgrade your gold abilities without conditions. Having said so much in one breath, Han Yongxiang took a sip of tea. Reclining comfortably in his leather chair, he was confident that Du Ruo would acquiesce, knowing that such favorable terms would be hard for anyone to refuse. He had certainly made considerable concessions. Previously, he and Chi Feng, along with Yang Goen, had only discussed the first two offers, while the third was initially intended to provide Du Ruo with a mere 100 crystal cores per month as a salary. In the pre-apocalyptic world, Du Ruo's spatial abilities had already been quite extraordinary, and there seemed to be no need for further enhancement. Remaining at the base meant she would not have to venture out to hunt zombies. And aside from her gold abilities, the other abilities she possessed had no necessity for advancement. The base already had plenty of fire and wind ability users, and Du Ruo was not irreplaceable. All she needed to do was stay at the base, manage supplies, and reinforce equipment. That Du Ruo was aware that Zhou had nearly revealed her entire background. However, since Xiaomangwa had informed her that the base could be changed at any time, she felt indifferent. She possessed ample self-defense capabilities. Casting a glance at Zhou, she surveyed Yang Goen and Chi Feng, finding all eyes upon her, their faces adorned with smiles. For a moment, the air grew still. Han Yongxiang, lost in his own joy, eventually realized that Du Ruo had remained silent. What is it, Ms. Du? If you have any other requests, please feel free to voice them. Everything is for the base, for the people. As long as it is reasonable, we can discuss it. While Han Yongxiang spoke these words, he harbored contempt for Du Ruo's apparent greed. Du Ruo smiled lightly. I cannot take on the position of supply manager. I would prefer to venture outside to hunt zombies and gather crystal cores myself. As for my friends, I hope they can be self-reliant in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, the others, save for Zhou, displayed signs of confusion. They could not comprehend Du Ruo's intentions. She did not want power, nor wealth, nor did she wish to shelter her friends. What did she desire? Zhou thought to himself that this outcome was expected. He had sensed that Du Ruo was not particularly inclined to stay at the base. But why? The terms proposed by Han Yongxiang were undeniably enticing. Anyone else would have found it impossible to refuse. Yet, Du Ruo aspired to establish her own sanctuary beyond the base. In her previous life, the Jiangling base had discovered that even those without abilities could awaken them later, with younger individuals finding it easier. Thus, all children were gathered and nurtured from a young age, trained for their potential. Parents were permitted to visit only once a week. Du Ruo understood that these measures were for the future of the base and humanity. However, in this life, she did not wish to be separated from her children, nor did she want to foster any form of favoritism within the base. Moreover, After the apocalypse, the government had collapsed, and the base's leader had become akin to an emperor. In her previous life, the base had changed hands multiple times, leading to instability that Durual wished to avoid being entangled in such conflicts again. More importantly, for the sake of her offspring's future, she absolutely could not be confined to the base. She had far more significant matters to attend to, contemplating the myriad carnivorous animals in her space. Durual knew they would not let her leave easily. Let me remain an ordinary ability user. I still wish to venture out to hunt zombies for crystal cores. Han Yongxiang immediately rejected this. You cannot leave the base, Qi Feng interjected. Ms. Du, your safety is tied to the survival of everyone at the base. Durual possessed at least trillions worth of supplies, enough to ensure decades of meat supply. They would never allow her to step outside the base. That Durual anticipated such an outcome, but she was unconcerned. The base's security system could be activated on her RV, and should she choose to leave, no one could stop her. Nodding, she stated, "Very well, I shall forego the position of supply manager, but I require 2,000 crystal cores daily." Before Durual could finish her sentence, Han Yongxiang erupted, 2,000? Absolutely not. Realizing his own loss of composure, he awkwardly attempted to clarify, "It's not that we are unwilling to part with the crystal cores. The entire base, aside from wages and task rewards, has only a little over 1,000 cores left each day. These cores are essential for cultivating powerful ability users." That Durual was not swayed by his excuses. "You see, my space is somewhat unique. The reason I can store living beings is due to the energy provided by these crystal cores. Otherwise, those animals in my space would have starved long ago." The feed in her system was depleted, and for the past few days, she had relied on the crops grown from crystal cores to sustain the animals. Xiaomongwu calculated that to sustain all the creatures in her space, at least 1,000 first-level crystal cores were needed daily. Moreover, these animals were continuously reproducing, meaning that future demands for cores would only increase. The earlier agreement with Qi Feng to receive a certain quantity of cores each month was based on this necessity. Initially, she intended to take 80% of the cores, while earning the remainder through hunting zombies. Now that they were preventing her from going outside, she had no choice but to ask them for more. Durual played her part, her face reflecting the phrase, "everything for the base." Han Yongxiang, flabbergasted, exclaimed, 2,000 cores is far too much. "But those animals are numerous," Durual lamented. "Were it not for Zhou Yu and the others assisting in zombie hunting these past few days, my animals would have perished long ago. That I haven't slept well due to the constant need to hunt zombies." That Durual then suggested, "Why not just slaughter them and hand them over to Qi Feng for safekeeping?" "That won't do," Qi Feng replied hastily. "Our base currently has only 3 spatial ability users, and combined, our spaces barely amount to the size of a soccer field. Besides, the other 2 users do not have static spaces." Durual proposed, "Perhaps I should go out and hunt zombies myself. That I am already a 3rd-level ability user. With daily effort, I could easily take down 100 or 80 zombies." Han Yongxiang appeared constipated. The youth of today certainly lacked any spirit of sacrifice. Chapter 52. Bargaining. Han Yongxiang was resolute in not allowing Durual to leave. What if she escaped? What if she was killed by zombies or by others? Contemplating this, Han Yongxiang's gaze turned even colder. It seemed he could only confine Durual within the base. The atmosphere began to thicken with tension. After a long silence, young.Observing finally spoke. "Ms. Du, could we perhaps negotiate for a lower amount?" Young.Observing adopted a bargaining stance, and the tense atmosphere slightly eased. That Durual hesitated. "It cannot be reduced any further." Durual held Young.Observing in high regard. He was not only Zhou Yu and Qi Lang's direct superior, but also the second base leader of Jiangling in her previous life. Among the top leaders of the entire Jiangling base, only he and Qi Feng had genuinely acted selflessly for the people. Unfortunately, Young.Observing had perished during a zombie wave while saving others. Qi Feng had later fallen from the upper echelon to a mid-level position. Upon hearing Durual's words, the tension in the air dissipated completely. Han Yongxiang was left speechless. Could they really bargain? Qi Feng smirked at Han Yongxiang's reaction. Han Yongxiang had intended to confine Durual from the outset and had never considered the possibility of negotiation. Regaining his composure, Han Yongxiang countered, 500 cores. Durual shot back. "Why not just kill them all?" While spatial ability users are scarce, they do appear among every 10,000 people. There's no rush. After all, slaughtering those livestock will take time. Yang shot a dissatisfied glance at Han Yongxiang, signaling him to be quiet, before exchanging glances with Qi Feng. The two collaborated to engage in a round of bargaining with Du Ruo, ultimately settling on a figure of 1,200 cores that Du Ruo would be allowed to leave the base once every 7 days, but only under the accompaniment of Qi Lang and others. Du Ruo agreed, on the condition that her previous day's cores would be compensated. She did not ask for much, only 10,000 cores. However, Han Yongxiang was unable to provide that many. When Du Ruo departed, she received only 5,000 cores. Their residence was situated in a villa adjacent to the base leader's quarters. Qi Feng explained, the base is just getting started, and housing is currently limited. You'll be sharing with 2 other spatial ability users. Du Ruo was indifferent. She was merely staying temporarily at that moment. Within the villa, Jun was baring her fangs at 5 men and 1 woman before her. Qian Yi and her companion stood behind Jun, wielding long knives made from spider legs, confronting the 6 individuals ahead. When Qi Feng and Du Ruo entered, they witnessed 4 armed personnel aiming their guns at Qian Yi. Du Ruo unleashed her fire abilities, transforming them into a dragon that swiftly disarmed the 4 assailants, sending their weapons soaring into the air, where they melted into molten iron upon hitting the ground. All 4 were ability users. In the moment they lost their weapons, they attempted to unleash their powers against Du Ruo, only to be intercepted by Qi Feng. Stand down. Seeing that it was Qi Feng, the 4 individuals reluctantly retracted their abilities. Regarding Du Ruo with wary expressions, Qian Yi pointed at one of the men in front of her, exclaiming, "That scoundrel!" He touched Xiao Nannian, and Xiao Nannian chopped off his hand. Her chest heaved with anger. Clearly enraged, Du Ruo followed the direction pointed by Qian Yi and beheld a woman, likely in her late 20s, fiercely glaring at them while cradling a boy of 17 or 18 years. The boy's complexion was pale, his eyes rimmed with red, glistening with tears, and his right hand was severed at the wrist. Blood pooled on the ground, and a severed hand lay amidst the crimson stain. The siblings bore a striking resemblance to one another, both being space-type ability users from the base. The Du Ruo furrowed her brow and glanced at Jiang Nan, who held a long knife, her eyes radiating ferocity, akin to a hedgehog bristling with quills. Only when Du Ruo met her gaze did Jiang Nan retract her prickliness, lowering her head to apologize. "I'm sorry." Du Ruo affectionately patted her head. "Well done." Upon hearing Du Ruo's words, Jiang Nan felt a lump in her throat, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You little wretch, my brother fancies you. That is your fortune. I've seen it all. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a wanton creature, a Kati merely 14 or 15. You've already let men into your trousers. You are a natural-born harlot. I'll kill you." Qian Yi roared, brandishing her long knife, ready to charge forward. With Ning Yi hot on her heels, that Du Ruo hurriedly restrained them, saying, "Let me handle this." The wind-type ability manifested as a small curved blade, spiraling towards Su Shinran, who was about to unleash a tirade. Wretched creature! A portion of Su Shinran's tongue flew from her mouth, and she covered her lips, emitting muffled cries of pain. Blood oozed from her fingers that Su Qianlong, in a state of panic, shouted, "Are you all dead? Hurry and kill these wretches." Qi Feng interjected, "Stop. No more fighting." This time, the 4 men disregarded Qi Feng's command. Their direct superior was Han Yongxiang, tasked with protecting the 2 space-type ability users. Although Qi Feng was part of the leadership, they were not under his jurisdiction. A murderous glint flickered in Du Ruo's eyes as 4 fire dragons materialized from her hands, lunging toward the 4 assailants. A scorching wave enveloped them. The 4 ability users were still in the process of gathering their powers when the fire dragons collided with them. The fire dragons instantly coiled around them, igniting. All 4 emitted anguished wails simultaneously. They were merely 2 second-level ability users and 2 first-level ability users. The skirmish concluded in an instant. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Yu, Qi Lang, and Yang Goen, who had just arrived. Qi Lang gazed at Du Ruo, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for battle. Having spent several days alongside Zhou Yu, he could tell that Du Ruo was exceedingly furious. "Du Ruo, don't kill them. The group had been gathering in the adjacent villa when they felt the surge of immense abilities and rushed over. They were merely 4 bodyguards. She had no intention of taking their lives. Young, his face stern, regarded Du. Ms. Du, I believe you owe me an explanation. Young surveyed the surroundings, taking in the scene. The 3 beasts Du had brought glared menacingly at the Su siblings. Su Xinran was left with a severed hand. While Su Qianlong bore the consequences of his actions, he observed the 4 scorched ability users writhing in agony on the ground, his expression darkening. Within the base, no one was permitted to use their abilities for combat. Is that so? No one informed me. Du replied, nonchalantly. Chi Feng, aware of the circumstances, simply relayed what he knew. When we arrived, Su Qianlong's hand had already been severed. Du's friend mentioned that Su Qianlong had been unruly, bullying the young girl. Su Xinran has a filthy mouth. It was Ms. Du who acted. You all witnessed what transpired. After hearing this, Yang face turned ashen as he shot a fierce glare at the Su siblings. He had heard of their misbehavior before. Had it not been so, Han Yongxiang would not have arranged for 4 ability users to protect them within the base. They had it coming. Yang thought to himself. Though he could not voice it, he addressed Du. This matter originated from their wrongdoing. Since you are new here and unfamiliar with the rules of the base, it is somewhat understandable. Let this incident end here. Yang was clearly shielding Du and her companions. They have already learned their lesson. Let this matter conclude. Now, I kindly ask you to remove these 2 nuisances. Chapter 53. Disdain for deception, I'll kill you. As the Su siblings were being escorted away, Su Qianlong seized the opportunity to draw a dagger and lunge at Du. However, after only 2 steps, Zhou Yu disarmed him, tossing him aside as one would discard refuse. Yang remarked, Ms. Du, the base has its regulations that I hope to avoid such incidents in the future. Du retorted, I too wish to prevent such occurrences. Yang scoffed, preparing to leave with Zhou Yu and Qi Lang. Mayor Qi hastily interjected, Old Yang, I'll stay at your place tonight. Mayor Qi gathered a few belongings and departed, leaving Du and her companions alone in the villa. Once they were gone, Du turned to Jiangnan, advising, try not to be so impulsive next time. Jiangnan, with reddened eyes, apologized. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. It's not about that. Du gently replied. It's because the 3 of you lack the ability to protect yourselves. This is the base, and the spiders are far too intimidating. I cannot risk unleashing them to safeguard you. Only Junjun alone cannot protect the 3 of you. Qinyi wrapped her arm around Jiangnan's shoulder, saying, I understand, but we don't wish to constantly rely on you. Ningyi nodded in agreement. That Du stated, in the coming days, I will be busy coordinating supplies with Mayor Qi. Once that is settled, we will visit your parents. Isn't there a mountain range near your hometown? We could explore it and find a mutated plant for self-defense. That Du recalled what Little Mango had mentioned about the spirit stones, which also required a journey into the mountains. Upon hearing this, Qianyi's spirits lifted at the thought of soon reuniting with her parents. However, she quickly noticed Jiangnan's despondence and stifled her smile. Lamenting, I've always asked my parents for a younger sibling, yet they refused. That seems I must rely on myself. Qinyi raised an eyebrow, squeezing Jiangnan tightly, instructing, call me sister. Jiangnan, with tears streaming down her face, smiled, one sister, Ruo sister. Hey, they both responded in unison. Noticing Ningyi's slight gloominess, Du inquired, Ningyi, where's your home? Far away, at least over 1,000 kilometers, Jiangnan sweetly called out. Ningyi gidge. Hey. Ningyi chuckled, taking it in stride. Du nodded. In this post-apocalyptic world, many like Ning had lost contact with their families. Between the cities, countless zombies roamed, and between the mountains, mutated flora and fauna obstructed paths. Communication was severed, and transportation was rendered paralyzed. Each to their own fate. The group had been busy for several days and was now exhausted. After a brief wash-up, they retired for the night. The following morning, Du was awakened by Junjun's affectionate licks. Last night, she had slept holding Junjun close. Upon seeing Du awake, Junjun tugged at her clothing, leading her toward the door. Still groggy, Du was brought to the second-floor railing, where she spotted Qi Lang and a man awaiting her on the first floor. After feeding Junjun, she washed up and donned casual attire before descending alone. Upon seeing Du Ruo emerge from the staircase, the man beside Qi Lang fixated his gaze on her. Perfect timing, a voice in his head proclaimed. This woman is worthy of me, though it seems she might be pregnant. Han Shi wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before seemingly settling on a firm resolution. Does it matter if she is pregnant? Of course not. His father had tasked him with winning over Du Ruo, but he never mentioned marriage. Besides, she hardly appeared pregnant. It was likely a ruse. Nowadays, young women enjoy spinning tales. As Han Shi pondered this, Du Ruo approached him, prompting him to swiftly extend his hand. Hello, Ms. Du. I am Han Shi. You are truly beautiful. You are the most stunning woman I have ever seen. Du Ruo perceived Han Shi's ulterior motives. Though it was somewhat impolite, she refrained from shaking his hand. Your experiences must be quite limited. She then turned to Qi Lang, asking, What brings you here so early? Have you had breakfast? Last night, they had discussed plans with Han Yongxiang. They intended to find those responsible for slaughtering livestock in the morning, allowing Du Ruo to sleep in a bit longer. It was not yet 8 o'clock when Qi Lang arrived. Du Ruo's overt familiarity irked Qi Lang, who regarded her as just another woman vying for attention. Don't get ahead of yourself. Han Shi and I are here to protect you. They were both protectors and overseers. Du Ruo was unfazed, simply nodding obediently. All right, shall we have breakfast together? After speaking, she began rummaging through her supplies for food. It was nothing extravagant, just a pack of frozen dumplings with a filling of fennel and pork, her favorite. One pack would not suffice. Du Ruo retrieved another pack, then headed to the kitchen to boil water for the dumplings. Han Shi, feeling completely ignored, narrowed his eyes with a fierce intensity before the apocalypse. The woman he adored chose his family's driver. After the apocalypse, the woman he fancied only had eyes for his family's doorman. Why was this the case? Nevertheless, it mattered little. His father was Han Yongxiang, the head of the Zhongling base. This woman would eventually kneel at his feet, begging for mercy. As Han Shi contemplated this, he made his way to the kitchen, noting that the water from the faucet was filthy. I'm a second-level water-type ability user. Allow me to assist you. Someone was eager to deliver water, and Du Ruo did not refuse. After all, it was not just for her. Then you can cook. She said that don't boil the dumplings too soft. Captain Qi doesn't like them that way. Du Ruo directly handed the 2 bags of dumplings to Han Shi. Han Shi replied, Sister Che, we've come to mooch a meal. The sound of a blade was heard from outside the villa, as Zhou Yu and 4 others walked in. Du Ruo, naturally generous, asked, What kind of dumplings do you all prefer? Just dumplings, said Si Dao. I want the cabbage and pork filling. 3 flavor. Lamb. We are not picky. Du Ruo retrieved 3 bags of each from her space, and then took out some condiments. This moment, Han Shi's face began to turn green. What did they take him for? A chef? He still held 2 bags of frozen dumplings, and felt an urge to throw them away. Zhou Yu and the others noticed Han Shi, and Si Dao asked, Sister Che, who is this? Is he the chef assigned by the base? Han Shi retorted, You're the chef. Your whole family are chefs. My name is Han Shi, and the base leader is my father. After introducing himself, he continued with a hint of provocation. You're all friends of Ruo, right? Please take a seat. Breakfast is just fine with Ruo and me. You can call me by my name, or, like your father, address me as Ms. Du. Han Shi's address irked Du Ruo. She shot a glare at him, who had intentionally come close, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She despised being schemed against. Si Dao nudged Zhou Yu, giving him a knowing look. Zhou Yu's expression darkened as he silently moved to the living room. Si Dao glared at the useless Zhou Yu and called to the other brothers. How can we let young Master Han do the work? Quickly, take him to the living room. I will assist Sister Ruo. The others promptly half-invited and half-forced Han Shi away from the kitchen. By this time, the water in the pot had boiled. Du Ruo tore open all the bags of fennel and pork dumplings, tossed them in, covered the pot, and prepared a bowl of dipping sauce with chili. Once the dumplings were ready, Du Ruo placed 2 large plates of them on the dining table. Captain Qi, the dumplings are ready. Please, eat first. Her words shattered the silence in the living room. Wild Bull was the first to react, calling for Dia and Jin Fong to pull Zhou Yu to the table ahead of Qi Lang. The 4 didn't even use chopsticks, grabbing the steaming dumplings with their hands. and stuffing them into their mouths. Duruo face-bombed, reminding them to eat slowly and leave some for Captain Shi, as they were his favorite dumplings. As soon as she spoke, all four halted, and even Qi Lang, who had just approached the table, froze. How did you know that my favorite dumplings are the fennel and pork ones? Chapter 54. Trash for a moment, silence reigned that Duruo's heart sank. The secret was out that I guessed. Why took out the fennel and pork dumplings? Your eyes lit up that Duruo fabricated an excuse and swiftly changed the topic. Zhou Yu, what brings you here? The base surely isn't short of food for a few mouths, though her space held everything imaginable. She couldn't tea cook and certainly wasn't tea genuinely here to mooch a meal. Before Zhou Yu could speak, C.I. Dao chimed in. We're heading out for a mission and thought to let you know. Duruo replied. In such a hurry? It seems the base is truly short on personnel. Zhou Yu nodded. Yes. This mission will take at least 4 to 5 days to be safe at the base. That Qi Lang was displeased. What do you mean by that? Shall we fight right now? He was responsible for Duruo's safety, and wherever she went, he would follow with his men. Whether Zhou Yu's words implied ill intent or incompetence, he could not accept either. Zhou Yu coldly responded, no time. While Bull added, yes, Chigudo, we need to eat and hurry along. That a fight was off the table. That Duruo felt a tinge of disappointment. After they finished eating, she escorted them to the door, turning to Zhou Yu as she retrieved 5 energy crystals from her space, whispering, please give a message to your leader. As noon approached, Jun awoke, needing to relieve itself. It did not rouse the still sleeping Duruo and quietly jumped off the bed, using its paw to open the door and step outside. However, it forgot to close the door behind it. A few minutes later, Hanshi stealthily entered Duruo's room and closed the door, locking it. He tiptoed to the front of her bed, gazing at the woman's curvaceous form beneath the covers. Lust flickered in his eyes that he unleashed all his powers, enveloping Duruo in a rosy aura that penetrated her pores. I could see that moment. Duruo felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, her instincts causing her to writhe. She longed for a pair of cold hands to provide the solace she craved. She lifted the covers, revealing her alluring figure clad in a nightgown. She swallowed hard. When he released his powers, he too felt the effects. This moment, he felt an unbearable pressure below. He hastily removed his pants. Mother, there's a lecher. A cool breeze washed over her, instantly calming Duruo's heated body. She suddenly opened her eyes, only to see Shi lunging at her, his lower half exposed. Instinctively, she summoned all her strength and kicked him with all her might. Bang! The kick sent Shi crashing into the wall. Blood oozing from his mouth, that Duruo sat up, her eyes falling on the exposed lower half of the man. She felt her eyes had been severely polluted. With a swift motion, she unleashed a small wind blade, sending it toward him. Pain shot through Shi's lower body as he let out a cry of agony. As he moved, he fell from the wall. Shi curled up in a ball, the intense pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead as cold sweat poured down. The commotion awakened the other 3 on the second floor. They quickly dressed and emerged, just in time to meet Qi Lang and Qi Feng ascending the stairs. They arrived simultaneously, hearing the noises emanating from Duruo's room. Without bothering to greet, the 5 rushed to Duruo's door. Sharuo, what happened? Chinny tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Ruo, open the door. No one inside answered, except for the sounds of flesh meeting flesh and a man's faint cries of pain. That voice sounded eerily familiar. Qi Lang and Qi Feng exchanged glances, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Step aside. Qi Lang kicked the door open with force. Hiss! The scene within made everyone gasp in shock. Duruo stood with a foot on the lower half of a naked man, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Sharuo, are you all right? Chinny was the first to react, pushing Qi Lang aside and rushing inside. As she stepped through the doorway, she nearly stumbled over something. Stabilizing herself, her gaze fell upon a blood-stained area on the floor. It looked like a piece of flesh. Upon closer inspection, Chinny felt an overwhelming wave of disgust. She had just stepped on such a piece of trash. Her pupils dilated as realization struck her. She quickly removed her shoes and hurled them at the man under Duruo's foot. What a piece of garbage! Everyone finally saw what lay on the ground. "This is bad." Qi Lang and Qi Feng said in unison as they rushed into the room. Qi Lang grabbed the barely conscious man's head, and despite the swelling, it was clear that this man was Han Shi. Qi Lang's expression darkened as he looked at Qi Feng. Uncertain of what to do, Qi Feng's heart sank, glancing at Du Ruo, wanting to ask something, but seeing the murderous look in her eyes. He could utter no words. Instead, he turned to Qi Lang and said, "You go find old Yang, and I will inform the base leader." This matter could not be concealed. It needed to be reported immediately. "What on earth is happening?" Qi Feng muttered as he and Qi Lang left. Knowing their intentions, Du Ruo did not stop them, and neither did Qian Yi and the others. Once they departed, Qian Yi rushed forward to embrace Du Ruo. "It's all right, Xiao Ruo, don't be angry. For the sake of the little one, let us calm down." Jiang Nan and Ning Yi, upon seeing Jun, found an outlet for their tense emotions and pulled on its ears. "Why aren't you properly guarding Sister Ruo? What are you wandering about for? Did you see that pile of disgusting trash? No dinner for you tonight." Watching the playful antics of the group, the murderous aura surrounding Du Ruo gradually dissipated. "That I'm fine." He didn't gain anything from it. The three let out a sigh of relief. By the time Qi Feng and Han Yongxiang arrived with a dozen fully armed ability users, Du Ruo had already changed her clothes and was waiting in the living room on the sofa. She had not allowed Qian Yi and the others to come down. The three and the beast were currently in Qian Yi and Jiang Nan's room. She had transformed that room into a base, activated its security, and set it so that no one could exit. In the center of the living room, Han Shi lay curled up, barely alive. He had been dropped from the second floor by Jun. And at this moment, he had fainted, his pale face covered in sweat, occasionally twitching in pain. Han Yongxiang, leading the group, immediately spotted Han Shi in the living room. Shi. Observing Han Shi's condition, Han Yongxiang's eyes widened with fury. He rushed forward, enveloping Han Shi in his embrace, and upon turning him over, he caught sight of the grievous injuries on Han Shi's body. "You wretched creature! How dare you harm my son?" Han Yongxiang's gaze towards Du Ruo resembled that of a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. "Eliminate this woman," he commanded, inciting immediate action from the remaining dozen individuals, except for Qi Feng, who stepped in to intervene. "Base leader, please, calm yourself. Du Ruo is vital to the base. Even if her limbs are severed, she can still serve the base," he continued. In a state of uncontrollable rage, Han Yongxiang retorted, "If you obstruct me further, I will ensure your demise as well. She has wrought such havoc upon my son. Had it not been for her remaining usefulness, I would have her torn to shreds." Qi Feng persisted. This incident clearly stemmed from Han Shi's actions. Although Du Ruo's response was somewhat excessive, it is not without reason. "What nonsense! You are not the one injured. Act now. Anyone who dares to intervene shall be slain." Chapter 55. The base has its rules lacking any combat prowess. Qi Feng dared not impede further. Han Yongxiang struck first, unleashing his ice-based abilities to conjure countless sharp icicles aimed directly at Du Ruo. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of ability users launched their assaults, illuminating the surroundings with a kaleidoscope of powers. Without a hint of hesitation, Du Ruo unleashed a fire dragon that roared forth, instantly vaporizing the approaching icicles and subsequently countering the various attacks from the other ability users. The strikes of the second-tier ability users could not even approach Du Ruo. However, outnumbered as they were, the fire dragon dissipated after neutralizing the initial onslaught. Aware that they were facing a third-tier ability user, the group wasted no time in unleashing their second round of attacks. Adhering to the philosophy that many ants can kill an elephant, they were relentless in their efforts, convinced that even a mere third-tier ability user could be overwhelmed by their collective strength. Du Ruo, discerning their intentions, let out a cold snort, erupting her fire abilities to manifest two fire dragons. The heat wave reddened the faces of all present. Capture the leader first. Just as Du Ruo was about to unleash her earth abilities to send Han Yongxiang and his son to their demise, Yang arrived, commanding everyone, cease at once. Yang and Qi Lang hurried into the scene, prompting all to halt. Yang, are you also obstructing my vengeance for my son? Han Yongxiang glared fiercely at him while cradling Han Shi. All for the sake of the base. Your son is not dead yet. Let someone take him to find a healing ability user. Yang stated, Noticing the grievous injury on Han, she'd had a 5th-tier ability, user can regenerate lost limbs. Your son is salvageable. You must remain composed. Remain composed? How can I when it is not your son who lies injured? Han Yongxiang retorted, his fury palpable. Han Shi, merely 20 years old, was the only son Han Yongxiang had after nearly 40 years of waiting. A prodigy in his studies, Han Shi had always been Han Yongxiang's pride. That I need not reiterate Du Rua's significance for the base's future. The base has its rules. All must adhere to them. You, and I included. What nonsense rules? I am the base leader. My word is law. Act now. Stand down. Let me see who dares to move, Yang Go interjected, positioning himself between Du Rua and the ability users. The ability users hesitated, unwilling to act. Yang Goen, Han Yongxiang bellowed. Yang Goen met his glare unyieldingly. After a tense moment, whether out of fear of Yang Goen or otherwise, Han Yongxiang let out a cold snort, stripped off his shirt, and ordered the removal of Han. He then called for an ability user to bring a chair. Since you wish to follow the rules, let us proceed accordingly. Once the chair was brought, Han Yongxiang sat down, producing a cigarette to light. After taking a couple of deep drags, he inquired, Yang Goen, tell me, how should we handle an ability user who injures an ordinary person according to the rules? Yang Goen replied, tonight, a 3rd-tier healing ability user will arrive. Han Shi's injuries will soon be treated. Yang Goen was promising to prioritize the distribution of cores to elevate a 2nd-tier healing ability user to 3rd-tier status. Do not feed me such nonsense. You speak of rules, yet I am here to discuss them with you. Han Yongxiang fumed, throwing his cigarette at Yang Goen's feet. Yang Goen suggested, send her to the search and rescue team until 1,000 cores are gathered. However, due to Du Rua's unique status, she cannot venture outside to slay zombies that in this apocalyptic world, population was a crucial resource. Typically, there were no prisons or death sentences. The norm was to utilize every individual to their fullest, with death occurring on the battlefield against zombies. Then tell me, what should we do about matters not covered by these rules? Han Yongxiang regarded Yang Goen coldly, lighting another cigarette. Let me ponder this. Yang Goen fell into contemplation. This matter pertained to Du Rua, yet neither had specified the exact events that transpired. They believed that the truth of the situation was inconsequential, that Du Rua was an ability user, while Han Shi was an ordinary person. Regardless of Han Shi's intentions toward Du Rua, he would never succeed. The crux of the issue was Du Rua's excessive response, that Du Rua furrowed her brow. Observing Yang Goen's demeanor, it seemed they were unaware of Han Shi's abilities. Indeed, Han Shi's ability, akin to an aphrodisiac, was not something one would disclose. Watching Yang Goen in deep thought, Du Rua refrained from explaining Han Shi's capabilities. Han Shi was already gravely injured. They would not seek to verify whether he possessed abilities, nor could they, as long as an ability user did not actively reveal their powers. No one could discern their status. Du Rua, this incident originated from you, and I now present you with 2 choices. Yang Goen, unable to devise a suitable solution, turned directly to Du Rua. Point 1. Marry my son. Point 2. From this day forth, you shall not step outside this door. Regarding the cores discussed last night, do not entertain thoughts of them. Han Yongxiang took another drag from his cigarette, dismissing any notions of spatial core requirements. Before the zombies appeared, and before there were cores, those beasts did not perish. Han Yongxiang. No. All of them believed Du Rua was merely attempting to extort cores. Neither of the 2 conditions appealed to Du Rua. Han Yongxiang's desire to control Du Rua was nothing short of delusional. Upon hearing Du Rua's response, everyone, including Han Yongxiang, assumed she sought Yang Goen's decision on her fate, unaware that her words were intended to compel Yang Goen to decide the fates of both himself and Han Yongxiang. Yang Goen regarded Du Rua, a woman of merely 22, her stunning visage marked by an unsettling calm and ferocity uncharacteristic of her age. He recalled the words Zhou Yu had relayed to him that morning. Du Rua asked me to inquire if you wish to become the base leader. At the time, he had merely dismissed it as nonsense. Now, he remembered Zhou Yu's remarks from the previous night regarding Du Rua. Zhou Yu had stated, Du Rua is unfathomable. Should she desire it, she could single-handedly topple half the base. Half the base. In recent days, the base had expanded, acquiring vast quantities of cores, and the number of second-tier ability users had surpassed 40, with 3 third-tier ability users present. Though she was merely a third-tier ability user herself, with an abundance of powers, he did not believe Duruo could indeed overthrow half the base. He assumed Zhou Yu had been unaware of the current situation and had spoken under the influence of alcohol. Now, as Duruo inquired about his considerations, it was clear she harbored intentions to eliminate Han Yongxiang. No, given the circumstances, Duruo would undoubtedly seek Han Yongxiang's life. What then was she asking him to contemplate? It could only relate to his stance towards her, whether she would be an ally or an adversary. Yang grasped Duruo's intentions, and a singular thought flashed through his mind. Could he truly control someone so perilous? Yet he swiftly cast aside that notion. His instincts told him that Duruo was a person of great integrity, in contrast, Han Yongxiang had previously kept the cores under Qi Feng's supervision, yet Qi Feng claimed that Han Yongxiang had taken half of them. After Duruo's departure last night, regardless of how he and Qi Feng pressed, Han Yongxiang had not divulged the purpose of those cores. Chapter 56. Spirit Vein Yang pondered for a moment before nodding at Duruo. He trusted his instincts, as well as Zhou Yu's insights, that he aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship with Duruo. Satisfied with his response, Duruo smiled, her intangible mental energy manifesting as a piercing spike, which swiftly penetrated Han Yongxiang's skull. Han Yongxiang remained in the act of smoking, the cigarette still gripped between his lips. Through the haze of smoke, a flicker of terror was evident in his eyes before his body slumped lifelessly in the chair. The ability users he had brought with him, closest to him, sensed something amiss and attempted to check on Han Yongxiang, only to be swiftly struck down by Yang. The rock spike pierced through them. These two were Han Yongxiang's trusted subordinates, and Yang had no intention of allowing such dissenters to remain. Qi Lang, still in shock, immediately summoned his fire dragon to confront the remaining dozen ability users. The base leader is dead. I now assume that title. Faced with the imminent threat from 2 third-tier ability users, the remaining individuals wisely lowered their heads, recognizing the sudden coup d'etat that had commenced and concluded in an instant. Yang addressed Duruo. Zhongling Base will always be your home. Duruo replied. When eliminating individuals, do not forget Han Shi. His second ability is transformation. Ensure he does not escape. The abilities of ability users often exhibited a degree of hereditary traits, a fact established in the previous life long ago. Yang felt a twinge of surprise. He possessed abilities, and yet there were 2, Duruo. Indeed, there exists a psychic ability akin to seduction. Yang Qi Lang, take your men and eliminate Han Yongxiang's followers. Kill all the die-hard loyalists without leaving any future troubles. Let Han Shi be the first to embark on his journey. Qi Lang, dazed, accepted the command and departed. Be cautious. The individuals brought by Han Yongxiang were temporarily kept in the villa. Qi Feng, filled with questions, was about to inquire further when Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, suggesting that they discuss it later. Yang then addressed Duruo. Duruo, Zhou Yu and Qi Lang are 2 of my most trusted soldiers. Zhou Yu bears your surname, and thus I have faith in you. I hope you shall not disappoint me, Director Yang. Just call me Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, I have something to convey to you. Duruo spoke. She released all the adult mutated spiders, encircling the dozen or so superpowered individuals. Let us speak in a different location. Unlike humans, lower-tier zombies and mutated flora and fauna cannot conceal their distinctive aura. Superpowered individuals can easily discern their levels based on the energy they emit. Upon sensing their aura, the superpowered individuals felt no inclination to resist, with 1 third-tier and 12 second-tier zombies present, who would dare to act. Although Yang had gleaned some information from Zhou Yu, he was still taken aback. Meanwhile, Qi Feng's legs had begun to tremble. Weren't they supposed to be conversing? They needed to leave promptly. Following Yang and Qi Feng, Duruo arrived at the adjacent villa, the same one from the previous night, where she relayed the information about the spiritual stones that Xiaomangwa had previously shared with her. This evolutionary phase was actually a result of the resurgence of spiritual energy. The energy contained within spiritual stones is akin to that of zombie crystal cores, yet it is pure. Typically, spiritual stones are most abundant in mountainous regions. In her past life, humanity's fear of the mutated flora and fauna in the mountains led everyone to shun the forests and suburbs. People congregated in bases, which were usually situated in former urban areas. During the initial skirmishes with the zombies, humanity held the upper hand. Unable to eradicate the zombies completely, they drove them into the mountains. Once a significant number of zombies entered the mountains, they discovered spiritual veins and relied on them to enhance their cultivation speed. Eventually, the zombies and mutated flora and fauna reached a consensus and launched a united attack against their common enemy, humanity. Thus, humanity's future was irrevocably sealed. We must enter the mountains, young.Observing stated. Although Rua's words appeared somewhat esoteric, with her warnings prior to the apocalypse, they all unconditionally trusted her, Chi Feng remarked, but the mountains are perilous. Rua replied, before the emergence of zombies, over 90% of animals perished due to the high temperatures in the early stages. The threat posed by mutated plants was relatively minor. young.Observing said, now is the opportune moment. However, a concern arose. Rua frowned. Although the spiritual veins had begun to awaken, they would not yield spiritual stones swiftly. According to Xiaomang's estimates, it would take at least 3 months to produce a small quantity of spiritual stones. What shall we do? young.Observing inquired, placing his faith in Rua to find a solution. Rua responded, there is no effective method. We can only strive to avoid driving the zombies into the mountains. young.Observing and Chi Feng's expressions turned grim. Nevertheless, even with this strategy, it would not resolve the issue. The mountains were vast, and we lacked sufficient manpower to seize the spiritual veins, Rua remarked. The key lies with the wood-type, superpowered individuals. Chi Feng questioned, what use do wood-type, superpowered individuals have besides promoting plant growth? Rua clarified, it should be said that they control plants. Mutated plants are still plants. Some wood-type, superpowered individuals possess the ability to tame plants. While most wood-type, superpowered individuals may not be able to tame plants, they naturally possess an affinity for them. The mutated plants have gained sentience and can communicate. Furthermore, let us not forget that forceful taming also qualifies as taming. Additionally, relationships can be cultivated. young.Observing and Chi Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. By controlling the mutated plants, we can then control the spiritual veins. But how do we locate the spiritual veins? Rua explained, the spiritual energy surrounding the spiritual veins is denser than in other areas, whether it be superpowered individuals, zombies, or mutated flora and fauna. Anyone entering the vicinity of the spiritual veins will perceive it. Rua shared all she knew. How to proceed was no longer her concern. young.Observing expressed his gratitude. Thank you. These simple words conveyed profound appreciation. young.Observing instructed, Chi Feng, take Rua to handle the livestock. I will contemplate this matter and convene everyone for a meeting in the evening. Chi Feng nodded and led Rua outside. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, they encountered Chi Lang, who was covered in blood. Upon seeing Rua, a flicker of guilt crossed Chi Lang's face. I apologize, Han, she has escaped. Although the order to kill Han she had come from young.Observing, it was evident that he had reached some agreement with Rua. Regardless of Chi Lang's sentiments towards Rua, failing to eliminate Han, she was a dereliction of duty. Rua, with a concerned expression, asked, Han Chi's escape is unfortunate. But are you injured? Chi Feng glanced between Chi Lang and Rua, revealing an amused smile. Then he recalled Zhou Yu, and his expression turned conflicted. Han Chi's escape necessitated a report to young.Observing. As Rua observed Chi Lang's retreating figure, she resolved to seek an opportunity to converse with him at a later date. Chapter 57. Rua learns to slaughter pigs. The fact that Han Chi had survived posed a risk. Rua first released the captured individuals, providing them with instructions. Han Chi's survival likely indicated he had transformed and concealed himself. When you go out, do not stray apart, and ensure that Junjun does not wander off. Junjun is highly sensitive to scents. If Han Chi approaches, he will undoubtedly detect him. Chi Feng added, I will arrange for 2 superpowered individuals to protect you. After providing these instructions, Chi Feng escorted Rua to the parking lot of the former agricultural wholesale market. The parking lot had undergone a significant transformation. Earth-type superpowered individuals had constructed a 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide wall surrounding it. A dozen wind-type superpowered individuals stood atop the wall, near the drainage area outside the wall. Tables were set up, with over 300 men waiting, approximately 200 of whom wielded knives. Chi Feng stated, Begin with 500 pigs and 100 cows and sheep each. Upon reaching the entrance of the wall, Du waved her right hand, and an abundance of pigs, cows, and sheep appeared within as the livestock attempted to rush through the sole entrance. The Earth-type superpowered individuals immediately activated their abilities, blocking it off. The superpowered individuals on the wall unleashed wind blades and commenced the slaughter. With each animal killed, it was enveloped in wind and sent outside the wall. As the livestock was dispatched, the men outside began their work. Some were responsible for transport, while others dealt with the blood and dismemberment. The cacophonous cries of the animals filled the parking lot, and the stench of blood was overwhelming, even with buckets to catch the blood. A significant amount spilled onto the ground, flowing into the drainage system. With her task completed, Du received a signal from Chi Feng that she could take a break. However, she chose not to rest and instead joined the team responsible for butchering the meat. She made it a point not to disrupt others, first observing the process. Then, she set up a table opposite a burly butcher, placing a basin at one end. She aimed to learn the art of meat dismemberment. With so many livestock in her spatial realm, she would inevitably need to sharpen her skills for the task at hand. The butcher noticed Du and chuckled. "Little girl, this work isn't something you can handle." His tone carried a hint of condescension, but lacked any mockery. Aware that Du was a space-type, superpowered individual who could summon such a large quantity of livestock, he recognized her abilities. The extreme heat prior to the apocalypse had nearly wiped out all livestock, and the base distributed minimal supplies every 3 days, with meat consisting of the corpses of deceased animals, amounting to only a couple of tails. Fresh meat was a rarity, typically only available to superpowered individuals on occasion. With Du ability to bring forth so many living creatures, she had become a goddess in the eyes of everyone present. Du smiled and, in front of the butcher, effortlessly maneuvered a 200-pound pig, positioning the wound toward the basin for easier blood collection. The butcher, astonished, exclaimed, "This little girl is remarkably strong." Du replied, "Uncle, I intend to apprentice under you." "Ha ha, very well. I have been slaughtering for over 20 years and have taken on no fewer than 10 apprentices. This is the first time a little girl has expressed a desire to learn to butcher pigs." As they spoke, the butcher's pig had finished bleeding out. "Little girl, watch closely." The butcher skillfully wielded his knife, effortlessly eviscerating the pig with precision. The knife, enhanced by superpowers, was remarkably effective. Such a fine knife. I must keep it as a family heirloom. Once the pig in front of Du had finished bleeding, she took out a knife made from spider legs, executing a similar motion with ease that, "Oh my, little girl, your black knife appears to be even more effective than mine." The butcher's eyes gleamed with admiration. The Du knife was entirely black, lacking a blade, allowing her to eviscerate the pig as if slicing through tofu. Du then produced another knife from her spatial realm and handed it to the butcher. "Uncle, this is my tuition. How generous. I won't be polite, given your extraordinary abilities." The butcher took the knife and cautiously tested it against the pig's head, making a gentle incision. With a light stroke, the pig's head was split in two. Witnessing this, the butcher's smile broadened, revealing his teeth but obscuring the rest of his face. "Little girl, come closer so you can see better," Du learned quickly, and after butchering 2 pigs alongside the butcher, she began to feel more adept. "Uncle, can you slaughter other animals as well?" Your uncle is a professional, regardless of the creature in question. Throughout the afternoon, Du spent her time following the butcher, learning the art of livestock dismemberment, only taking breaks every 2 hours to release some animals. The butcher, surnamed Tu, was named Tu Hong. He was not boasting. He had previously worked in the slaughterhouse of this wholesale market, skilled in the slaughter of all varieties of animals, be it cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, rabbits, ostriches, or even crocodiles and turtles. That by 8 in the evening, darkness had fully descended. With the tasks of the afternoon temporarily concluded, Du presented Uncle Tu with a bottle of mineral water, discreetly infused with a drop of energy essence. Qian Yi and the others had prepared dinner. None of the group were adept at cooking, so dinner was once again hot pot, featuring the fresh meats delivered by the base that day. After washing her hands, Du brought out portions of the rabbit, crocodile, and ostrich meat she had processed that day, slicing them neatly onto a platter. She then retrieved freshly washed vegetables from her space, placing them into a large basket. Lastly, she squeezed a generous amount of fresh orange juice, adding a few ice cubes for good measure. With everything ready, they began their meal. The vegetables, nurtured by the energy essence, were tender and fresh. Even Qian and Ning Yi, who were not particularly fond of vegetables, indulged heartily. How delightful! Qian Yi exclaimed, savoring a sip of the freshly squeezed orange juice, a sound of contentment escaping her lips. I wonder what mission Zhou Yu and the others are on. It feels somewhat strange without them here to compete for the food. Ningyi replied, I too feel it. Hot Pot is much more lively with more people around. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and his 4 companions were over 100 kilometers away in Qianjia village. A military truck had arrived at the community service center of Qianjia village, and one by one, Zhou Yu and the others disembarked. Boss, could this be Qianyi's hometown? One of them queried. That it's possible, another replied. This village is filled with greenhouses. That I recall Qian mentioning her family was from this town, and that they also operated greenhouses. With over a dozen wood-type ability users in this village, do you think abilities like these might be hereditary? Zhou Yu cautioned. Quiet down. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves. It's unsafe at night. We'll rest here and seek out those wood-type ability users tomorrow. Yelio and Jin Gang stood guard outside while they ventured inside to assess the situation. Simultaneously, the temporary slaughterhouse at Jiangling Base was deserted after the workers had left. The parking lot, now empty, 0.5 water-type ability users were continuously filling barrels with water, working alongside ordinary individuals wielding brushes to clean the floors. Murky blood flowed into the drainage system, pooling together before entering a larger drain. One section of the drainage pipe had broken, revealing dark soil beneath. Blood seeped into the earth, where something stirred, seemingly trying to emerge. Chapter 58. The Level 3 mutated earthworm for the next 3 days. Duruo left early and returned late, bustling at the temporary slaughterhouse alongside others on this day. At 5 in the afternoon, Qi Feng approached Duruo, who was busy dissecting a sick deer. Duruo, our spaces are nearly filled. That if we take one more batch, there won't be much room left for other supplies, he stated. Tu Hong expressed his gratitude. Girl, I can't thank you enough. It's all thanks to you that we finally have fresh meat to eat. In these few days, Tu Hong had grown familiar with Du Ruo, his address shifting from young girl to girl. Just yesterday, he had invited her over for dinner. Tu Hong lived nearby and had protected his wife and child with just a butcher's knife after the appearance of zombies. He had been at the base since its inception. Qi Feng chuckled. Indeed, Du Ruo has played an indispensable role that I've even started to miss vegetables. Our stock at the base is dwindling, and I wonder if Zhou Yu and the others have located those wood-type ability users. Upon hearing this, Du Ruo inquired, did Zhou Yu go to find the wood-type ability users? Qi Feng confirmed. Yes, that it's been several days without any news. With communication cut off, it's incredibly inconvenient that a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Du Ruo as she asked, what is the name of the place they went to? Is it Xinjia Village? Qi Feng replied, I don't know the village's name, but they went to a place called Fujing Town, which has a village known for vegetable greenhouses. A few days ago, some ability users arrived at our base from Fujing Town. Having escaped there, they mentioned encountering a dozen wood-type ability users on their way here. Upon learning this, Lao Yang immediately dispatched Zhou Yu and his team on a rescue mission. Du Ruo's heart sank at this revelation. Xinjia village lay within Fujing Town. Qi Lang's loved ones and teammates had perished during that rescue operation. She recalled that Qianyi's parents had mentioned the leader of the first rescue team was called Falcon. Taking a deep breath, she asked Qi Feng, is Zhou Yu's codename Falcon? Yes, Qi Feng affirmed. You've been with him for half a month, and you didn't know his codename? Panic consumed Du Ruo as she finally understood why she had never heard of Zhou Yu and his team in her previous life. They had all perished. What of Qi Lang? Suddenly, she remembered that she had not seen Qi Lang since this morning. It had been days since there had been any news from Zhou Yu. Yesterday afternoon, Lao Yang had sent Qi Lang and his team to assist Zhou Yu. Seeing Du Ruo's anxious demeanor, Qi Feng's heart began to race. Could it be something bad? Uncle Qi, Zhou Yu is in danger. You must tell Uncle Yang that I need to go rescue them. Du Ruo was filled with regret for not asking where they were headed on their mission. She hoped they were still alive. Qi Feng recalled the warnings Du Ruo had given them before the apocalypse, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Qi Lang was the only surviving member of his family. You must not go. I will find Lao Yang. Uncle Chi, I must go. No. Uncle Chi, please listen to me. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, interrupting their conversation. The ground at the far end of the dismemberment area collapsed, sending a dozen individuals plummeting into the abyss. Their screams were abruptly silenced. An earthquake. What was happening? Something beneath had consumed them. What? Run! There's a monster eating people. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered, most abandoning their possessions to flee toward the parking lot's exit. A dozen wind-type ability users leapt over the walls, converging at the entrance of the chasm. Each space-type ability user was flanked by a protector who immediately attempted to evacuate them. Dura declined. You take Uncle Chi and the others first. I can protect myself. Her protector, Zhao Ming, though aware of Du Rua's other abilities, was uncertain of her capabilities and could not allow her to take such risks. More ability users will arrive soon. Miss Du, please leave with me. Our task is to protect space-type ability users. Do not make this difficult for me. An earthquake. Just then, the ground of the parking lot shook violently. The earth began to crack, mimicking the tremors of an earthquake. People running in the parking lot stumbled and fell, some tumbling into increasingly widening fissures. Once Du Rua steadied herself with the aid of her earth-type ability. She beheld a long creature emerging from the cracked ground. It had no head, only a mouth at the end the size of its body, smooth and devoid of teeth. What is that? Zhao Ming gasped, staring at the creature with a mouth but no visible body. It's an earthworm. An earthworm? Are you joking? I'm not joking. This is a mutated earthworm, and a level 3-1 at that. You go protect the ordinary people. I will handle this creature. Zhao Ming, barely standing, exclaimed, Are you mad? Do you wish to die? Move quickly, or it will be you who perishes. As Du Rua spoke, a fire dragon manifested in her hands, the formidable aura of a level 3 ability user causing Zhao Ming to pause. He glanced between Du Rua and the level 3 mutated earthworm. Surrounding the mutated earthworm, a dozen wind-type ability users unleashed a barrage of wind blades, striking at its body, yet the soft exterior of the earthworm showed no signs of damage. Their attacks, akin to mere tickles, only served to enrage the level 3 mutated earthworm. With a diameter of approximately 5 meters, it opened its enormous mouth to bite at the encircling wind-type ability users. Despite its size, it moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind afterimages. Several wind-type ability users, unable to evade in time, were swallowed whole. Another bite followed, consuming everything in its path, humans, livestock, and even rocks. Despite lacking teeth, it could crush stone with ease. Showing no discrimination between humans and livestock, even swallowing the butcher's knife whole, that the fire dragon swooped in, coiling around the beast, binding it tightly. A formidable, third-level mutated earthworm bared its mandibles towards the sky. Emitting a ferocious roar, the flames inflicted excruciating pain upon it, causing its body to thrash violently, curling and entwining that a noxious, burnt odor wafted through the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Ugh! The bodyguard gritted his teeth, struggling to steady his trembling legs as he sprinted towards those collapsed on the ground. At that moment, the earth trembled violently once more that a second mutated earthworm emerged. The first mutated earthworm, however, was not yet defeated. It suddenly radiated a blood-red glow, with crimson viscous fluid oozing from its form. This slime enveloped the entire third-level mutated earthworm, erasing the searing marks left by the flames in an instant. The damage inflicted by the fire dragon was negligible. Duruo recalled the voice of Xiaomengwa. Mom, they possess the abilities of spatial devouring and physical enhancement. The slime on their bodies resembles a protective shield. The corpses of spatial-type beasts are composed of a unique material. Please collect the corpses of such beasts. By the way, besides these two, there are 3 more beasts underground. Chapter 59. Girl, your eyesight is poor. 5 third-level mutated earthworms. One could only wonder how many humans and zombies they had devoured to evolve into 5 of such formidable creatures. This was the most significant crisis Du Ruo had encountered thus far. She recalled the subway station, a place that had been avoided by humanity in both her past life and this one, that during the high temperatures, a large number of disaster victims had congregated there, turning it into a nest for zombies once they appeared. In her previous life, she had never heard of such powerful mutated earthworms emerging during the early stages of the apocalypse. The subway tunnels were entirely constructed of concrete, and it was impossible for the initial mutated earthworms to infiltrate them. Without access to the subway tunnels, they could not obtain a substantial number of crystal cores in a short time to level up. In her past life, Du Ruo had encountered an attack from a second-level mutated earthworm at Jiangheng's hometown, which had occurred 6 months after the zombies emerged. She recalled the passage she had destroyed on Phoenix Mountain. In that instant, Du Ruo understood that her rebirth had triggered a series of chain reactions. Xiao Menghua. It seems they were drawn here by the blood that flowed into the sewers. Du Ruo. Are those people it swallowed still alive? Xiao Menghua. No signs of life. Having gathered sufficient information, Du Ruo shouted loudly. There are 3 more mutated earthworms underground, all at the 3rd level. All ability users retreat and evacuate the civilians first. After speaking, Du Ruo paid no mind to whether the ability users heard her or not, as she conjured a massive fireball in her hand. Compressing again, the fireball, initially about 2 meters in diameter, gradually shrank, its color shifting from red to purplish red, then to purple, before finally turning milky white. At this point, the fireball had shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball, and the space around it began to warp. The first 3rd-level mutated earthworm continued to roar in agony, and with swift reflexes, Du Ruo directed the milky white fireball towards the mandibles of the mutated earthworm. The fireball distorted the space as it accurately flew into the creature's mouth. At this moment, all ability users had retreated. The milky white fireball descended into the earthworm's mouth, sliding down its upright body and into its depths. Its body convulsed violently once more, and its color transformed from pale pink to deep red. The 3rd-level mutated earthworm emitted another tortured roar. Boom! The milky white fireball, now deep within the earthworm's abdomen, was detonated by Du Ruo. Flesh and viscera flew everywhere, and the stench of blood mixed with the aroma of charred remains permeated the air. The retreating ability users, witnessing Du Ruo's initial victory, were instantly invigorated and began rescuing the ordinary people. Just then, 3 more mutated earthworms surged up from underground. The second 3rd-level mutated earthworm had fully emerged, its serpentine body sprawling across the parking lot. Measuring at least 10 meters in length, that IT had already secreted a viscous slime that covered its body. Its head turned away from Du Ruo. Before it stood Tu Hong and 3 other men, each carrying half a pig. This was fresh meat, and they were reluctant to part with it. Each half of the pig weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, hindering their escape. Initially, they had their backs to the mutated earthworm, but Du Ruo's fireball caused it to change direction. The mandibles of the 3rd-level mutated earthworm widened to their fullest extent as it lunged towards the men. Uncle Tu, quick dodge! Du Ruo shouted to Tu Hong and the others. Get out of the way! Hearing Du Ruo's voice, the fleeing Tu Hong shouted his companions, instinctively rolling to the right. At that moment, the massive mandibles came crashing down, with a snap, except for Tu Hong. The other 3 men who failed to evade were swallowed whole, along with the concrete beneath them. Tu Hong managed to escape solely due to the energy-infused water Du Ruo had given him to drink daily over the past few days, enhancing his physical abilities. Although he had narrowly dodged the attack, he sustained a gash from a rock during his evasive maneuver, blood streaming down his forehead and into his eyes, painting his world crimson. The scent of Tu Hong's blood, tinged with a hint of energy, made the 3rd-level mutated earthworm perceive him as a more delectable morsel. IT once again opened its enormous mandibles, aiming directly at Tu Hong. Spit, you vile creature! Realizing he had become the earthworm's target, Tu Hong fiercely spat. Refusing to flee, he drew the black long knife that Du Ruo had given him from his waist, gripping the hilt tightly. Come on, I've been slaughtering beasts for over 20 years. What do I have to fear from you? Tu Hong tightened his grip on the black knife, planting his feet firmly to steady himself. He aimed to sever the repugnant creature in half the moment its mandibles descended. Uncle Tu, no. Quick dodge! Du Ruo activated her wind-type ability beneath her feet and dashed towards Tu Hong, simultaneously conjuring 2 fire dragons to restrain the mutated earthworm before Tu Hong. At that moment, Tu Hong felt a surge of power coursing through his body, as if he had entered a realm of extraordinary energy, deaf to all surrounding sounds, his vision consumed by the enormous mandibles before him. It's coming! It's coming! That disgusting thing is about to bite. Just then, Du Rua's fire dragons entwined around the mutated earthworm, momentarily stalling its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Tu Hong swung the black knife down with all his might. He succeeded, landing a blow on the mandibles of the third-level mutated earthworm, leaving a gash half a meter long. This strike drained all of Tu Hong's strength that It felt as if he had struck a steel pipe, his hands vibrating violently, blood oozing from his palms as he collapsed. The third-level mutated earthworm, thoroughly enraged, roared, preparing to swallow Tu Hong whole once again. It that moment, Du Rua leapt up from behind it, wielding a black long knife identical to Tu Hong's. The blade pointed downwards as she plunged it towards the mandibles of the third-level mutated earthworm. With her landing, a resounding crash echoed as the front half of the third-level mutated earthworm was cleaved in two. Like bamboo sliced by a knife, the earthworm toppled sideways in two directions. "Uncle Tu, are you all right?" Believing he was doomed, Tu Hong, still shaken, exclaimed, "Girl, did you see that? I struck it with my knife. Ha, little beast. I've been slaughtering bees for over 20 years. I'm not afraid of you," Du Rua, relieved to see Tu Hong, bloodied yet still spirited, replied. "Uncle, you have awakened your abilities. Awakening abilities is wonderful. If I had abilities, I could slice that creature in half with one blow. You believe I have abilities now?" Tu Hong, realizing what Du Rua had just said, bellowed again. Du Rua rubbed her ears, still ringing from Tu Hong's loud voice. "Yes, it seems to be a physical enhancement ability." "Huh. I've awakened my abilities. Quickly help me up. I want to dismantle those beasts piece by piece." Having just escaped death, Tu Hong's legs remained weak. Du Rua helped him to his feet. "Uncle, you should retreat. I can handle the other three." Tu Hong stood up, his eyes widening as he gazed behind Du Rua. "Girl, your eyesight is terrible. There are clearly 4 of them. I told you. You shouldn't spend so much time on your phone." Chapter 60. Du Rua can stand against an entire base. Upon closer inspection, the mutated earthworm that Du Rua had severed was now 2 entities. Tu Hong remarked, "Strange, how can this creature still mutate?" "Uncle, my apologies for doubting your eyesight. You were right all along," Du Rua replied. "Uncle, step back." The 2-headed mutated earthworms before them seemed to possess eyes. Their enormous mandibles aimed at Du Rua. The 2 sets of mandibles opened wide, preparing to bite down on her. The yellowish liquid dripped from their mandibles, exuding a nauseating stench. As Du Rua finished speaking, she swiftly conjured 2 massive fireballs, compressing them repeatedly. The 2 sets of mandibles appeared to recoil in fear of the fireballs, retreating just as they were about to close in on Du Rua. Then the mandibles faced each other, as if in silent communication. Soon, Du Rua's fireballs had compressed into a milky, white form. With newfound determination, the 2 sets of mandibles lunged at Du Rua once more. Though the mutated earthworms swiftly ascended to level 3 within a short span, it was evident that they had yet to develop any semblance of intelligence. 2 milky white fireballs soared from Du Rua's presence, hurtling into the 2 oral appendages of the creature. With a resounding explosion, they shattered simultaneously, scattering remains across the ground. Previously unnoticed by Du Rua, she now observed that the abdomen of the mutated earthworms bore no traces of human limbs or other remains. Only a foul-smelling, blackish-red, viscous liquid intermingled with the debris. Tu Hong also recognized this anomaly, his face turning pale as he remarked, "The digestive capabilities of these creatures are astonishing. Move aside. Uncle, I shall deal with the remaining 3. Most individuals had already been evacuated from the parking lot by the ability users. The 3 mutated earthworms were currently being restrained by the returning ability users. However, the most formidable among them were merely level 2 ability users, whose attacks failed to inflict any significant damage on the mutated earthworms. Du Rua summoned her wind-based powers to her feet and dashed toward the nearest mutated earthworm. When she was within 5 meters, she gripped her black, long sword firmly, leaping into the air like a savior descending upon the earthworm's head. With a swift downward strike, she severed the upper half of the mutated earthworm. This time, she didn't afford the creature any chance for transformation. two fire dragons materialized and raced toward the severed halves of the mutated earthworm, while the exterior of the creature was protected by a viscous coating. Its interior was vulnerable. The fire dragons, akin to roasting a serpent, made contact with its body, causing it to curl into itself. In mere seconds, the mutated earthworm lay utterly lifeless. Executed the same tactic with the other two. Just as Yang led a multitude of ability users to provide support, he witnessed Du cleave the last mutated earthworm in two after the fire dragon swept through. Only a charred corpse remained. A group of onlookers gasped at the sight of the blood-soaked girl before them, adorned with unknown flesh fragments. This woman was not to be trifled with. With the crisis averted, Du stored all the remains of the mutated earthworms into her spatial storage. Xiaomangwa, quickly check if this burnt specimen can still be of use. Xiaomangwa replied, the charred ones can be used, but only the fragmented ones can be fed to the little spiders. Du sighed in relief. Fortunately, I anticipated this issue. Otherwise, the spoils would have been significantly diminished. Yang, accompanied by Qi Feng and several other ability users, approached Du. You truly opened my eyes. He had been in a meeting with the ability users when he heard of the appearance of two level 3 mutated beasts at the temporary slaughterhouse, prompting him to rush everyone over. On the way, he learned there were actually 5, which spurred him to run with youthful speed, incessantly requesting assistance from wind ability users, fearing he might arrive too late to save hundreds from being devoured. Or worse, to prevent the mutated earthworms from wreaking havoc elsewhere in the base, jeopardizing the newly established facility. Thankfully, Du, who was deemed as valuable as half a base in Zhou Yu's eyes, was present. Du retrieved a towel from her spatial storage, dampened it with some water, and casually wiped the blood from her face. Uncle Yang, I must go to Fujing Town. Yang, perplexed by Durua's intention to venture to Fujing Town, was interrupted by Qi Feng. No, it's too dangerous. Qi Feng continued. Old Yang, the situation with Zhou Yu and Qi Lang is not right. You must arrange for reinforcements immediately and deploy several more personnel. Yang furrowed his brow, processing Qi Feng's words before turning to Du. Do you wish to rescue Zhou Yu and Qi Lang? Qi Feng interjected. Old Yang, disregard her. She is merely being reckless. What will happen to the base if something goes awry? Yang pressed. Du, what do you have to say? Since my parents are no longer with us, Qianyi is my most important family. I must save her family. Moreover, within the entire base, I believe you will find no one capable of besting me. That is unacceptable. Du, you must understand that your actions pertain to the survival of the entire base. Despite Durua's insistence, Qi Feng remained resolute in his disapproval. Frustrated, Du ceased her verbal protests and unleashed her army of mutated spiders, already possessing over 100 mutated spiders, each roughly half a human size. She had amassed more than 1,000 due to the energy essence they had been fed in recent days. Yet, she released only a little over 100, with 2 level 3 spiders leading the charge. I have assured you of my capability for self-preservation. I just eliminated those 5 mutated earthworms without the aid of these spiders. Yang observed the throng of mutated spiders surrounding them, mentally noting Durua's immense worth. Du could indeed rival an entire base. Very well. I consent to your departure. Old Yang, you must trust Du. Yang urged Qi Feng. Consider it from another perspective. What if Du did not exist? Would we not find a way to survive? She is just one person. We cannot place the entirety of the base's fate upon the shoulders of a young girl, that we are fortunate enough. Listening to Yang words, Qi Feng began to regain his composure. What would have transpired had Du not been present? The sudden surge of extreme heat would have caught them off guard. The mortality rate among livestock would have exceeded 99%, and their resource reserves would not be as ample as they currently were. The emergence of zombies would have plunged the entire Jiangling city into despair, rendering all its inhabitants hopelessly trapped in a living hell. That I understand now, Qi Feng realized. But the prerequisite is to ensure your own safety. To us, you are still children. That it is not your duty to charge into the fray while we old-timers remain. Just then, Qianyi and her companions arrived, having heard of the incident. Xiao, are you unharmed? I heard there was a large group of level 3 mutated beasts here. It's all a misunderstanding. There were only 5 little earthworms, Duruo replied nonchalantly. Young.Observing and the others, having witnessed the mutated earthworms firsthand, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths at her casual dismissal of the level 3 mutated earthworms as little earthworms. Qianyi and her companions gazed at the several large craters around them, silently questioning just how large these little earthworms truly were. That Duruo produced a camper van, announcing, "You arrived just in time. We are departing for Qianjia village." Chapter 61. What a beautiful thought, the camper van roared out of the base, speeding away. My apologies. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, Ning Yi accidentally brushed against someone. He caught sight of the individual in the rearview mirror, noting that the person merely spun around and began cursing at their vehicle, assuming they were unscathed, with a slight easing of the accelerator. He pressed down again. "Brother Ning Yi, your driving skills are still inferior to Yi's," Jiangnan remarked. Ning Yi's forehead twitched with several lines of annoyance. "Nonsense. I've merely grown accustomed to running over zombies." At the entrance of Jiangling Base, the one cursing was Lu Sun, who had just been healed by an ability user. "Damn it, I will kill you one day." Lu Sun's eyes were fixated on Du Rua's camper van. Having memorized its appearance, that he recognized it as soon as it exited the base. Whether entering or exiting the base, everyone was required to register. He had planned to take advantage of Zhou Yu and Qi Lang's absence today to teach Du Rua a lesson, ensuring she understood he was not to be trifled with. Ideally, he wanted her to kneel and relinquish her camper van as he stepped closer to the middle of the base entrance to intercept Du Rua's camper van. He was taken aback as the occupants showed no signs of slowing down. Terrified, he stumbled backward, only to be grazed by the camper van. The vehicle sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Li Cheng, standing beside Lu Sun, quickly offered him a bottle of water. "Boss, who was that? They even have a camper van. Have you forgotten so soon? Just a few days have passed, and you can't even remember that damn girl-esque camper van? Get lost." Lu Sun kicked Li Cheng to the ground, his vision blurred by the dust, not noticing the flash of murderous intent in Li Cheng's eyes. "I'm leaving right now." Inside Du Rua's camper van. After issuing the command for Ning Yi to drive at full speed, Qian Yi began to probe Du Rua about the rescue mission. Unable to conceal the details of the incident, Du Rua explained everything to Qian Yi, who was now comforted by the knowledge of the situation. "Don't worry. Uncle and Annie will be fine. Those 10 or so Wood ability users are highly valued by Uncle Yang. Even if Zhou Yu and Qi Lang were to perish, they would ensure their safety. Moreover, danger does not solely reside in Qianjia village, nor is it necessarily near Uncle and Annie. Did I not mention before? They eventually became employees at Jiangling Base's plantation." While Jiangnan found it curious that Du Rua knew Qianyi's parents would be working at Jiangling Base's plantation, she refrained from probing further and joined Du Rua in comforting Qianyi. The base leaders never claimed there was certain danger. They merely indicated a temporary loss of contact. With long-distance communication down, it's quite normal to lose touch. Brother Zhou and Captain Qi are incredibly capable. Their team is undoubtedly formidable and will be fine. I'm all right, Qianyi insisted, though deep down, everyone, including Du Rua, felt uncertain. Zhou Yu's team consisted of 5 level 3 ability users. At this moment, they could not fathom any situation that 5 level 3 ability users could not resolve. Du Rua retrieved some packaged meals from the spatial realm that had been prepared at Tu Hong's residence. She decided to eat a little, as the journey ahead promised to be arduous, lasting 4 to 5 hours. After finishing her meal, she intended to rest briefly in order to conserve energy. Among Du Rua's companions, none were adept at cooking, and their continuous indulgence in hot pot had led to their discomfort. Tu Hong's wife was both warm-hearted and eager to help. A couple of days ago, during a visit to their home, she noticed that the corners of their mouths were afflicted with blemishes. Upon inquiring, she learned the cause of their ailment and, using the ingredients provided by Du Rua, prepared a feast for them. For 2 consecutive days, she cooked without fail, urging her guests to consume more rice and vegetables. Qian Yi remarked, "I have no appetite. I'll just lie down for a bit." As she spoke, she made her rise from the sofa, but Du Rua, seated beside her, firmly pulled her back. "You must eat before resting. It is unwise to sleep on an empty stomach." Jiangnan swiftly filled a bowl with rice, added a piece of still-warm beef brisket, and handed it along with chopsticks to Qianyi. This was specially made for you by Aunt Wan. The tomato beef brisket was Qianyi's favorite dish. Ning Yi, who was driving, initially felt no hunger, but the enticing aroma of the food immediately stirred his appetite. He suddenly felt capable of devouring an entire cow. Oh dear, how unfortunate I am to smell it yet not partake. I can tell it's Aunt Wan's tomato beef brisket. If you're not eating, leave it for me. Upon hearing this, Qian quickly stuffed the piece of beef brisket into her mouth. You wish. Aunt Wan's culinary skills were indeed unmatched. During a previous meal at Tu Hong's, Ning Yi and Qian Yi had nearly come to blows over the last piece of beef brisket in the bowl, with Ning Yi triumphantly snatching it from Qian Yi's dish Du Ruo. Pull over, Ning Yi instructed. Without questioning why, he parked the vehicle by the roadside. Du Ruo approached the driver's seat and said, You go eat. I'll take over driving. All right, sister, I want 3 bowls. Save me some meat. Qian Yi promptly seized a large bowl filled with beef brisket. Her instinct was to hide the dish, but finding no suitable place, she placed it down and hastily transferred some brisket into her own bowl. Danti, come near. Nan, don't serve me so much rice next time. As her bowl overflowed, Qian Yi resolutely overturned it into the larger bowl of tomato beef brisket. This move was akin to pulling the rug from under someone. Just then, Ning Yi emerged from the living room and witnessed Qian Yi's actions. Sister Yi, you have a heart of steel, he exclaimed, grinning. Sister Yi, I just want a spoonful. With that, he magically produced a large ladle from behind him, preparing to claim his share. Seeing the situation escalate, Jiangnan discreetly took away a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and silently retreated to the kitchen. The meal turned into a chaotic affair, yet it provided Qian Yi with a momentary reprieve. After satisfying their hunger, she felt somewhat fatigued and pulled Jiangnan to rest. Ning Yi wanted to swap shifts with Du Ruo, but she declined. Ning Yi, not one to be polite, settled down on the living room sofa that Du Ruo quietly designated the entire RV as their base for the time being and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Disregarding the monstrous figures lurking outside, by 9 o'clock in the evening, the vehicle had been traveling for an hour, entering a rural road beneath Fujing Town, only 20 kilometers away from Qianjia Village. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, save for the eerie glow emanating from the eyes of wandering zombies. The RV's headlights had dimmed somewhat, stained by the blood of numerous zombies. Suddenly, the road ahead collapsed. Du Ruo slammed the brakes, the RV skidding to a halt, leaving a black mark on the ground as the front wheels halted inches from the void. Ning Yi tumbled off the sofa. Qian Yi and Jiangnan, resting in the bedroom, were only jolted awake, while the adventurous Jun, who loved to perch on the roof, was flung out into the pit below with a yelp, followed by the sound of splashing water. Once the vehicle was secured, Du Ruo immediately exited to assess the situation. She retrieved a powerful flashlight from her space and shone it toward the collapse. The pit measured approximately 5 meters in length and 6 meters deep, with flowing water at the bottom, a concealed river. Jun was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 62. Encounter with a wounded wild bull. Qian Yi and the others followed suit. Stepping out of the vehicle, Du Ruo informed them, Jun has fallen and is missing. What? What should we do? Is Jun going to be all right? Ning Yi exclaimed in distress, his concern for Jun evident as they had become inseparable companions. Jiangnan asked, Can Jun swim? Du Ruo reassured them, Jun is capable of swimming. The rabbit cat is naturally adept at it. Like me, Jun has received comprehensive physical enhancements, so I trust she will be fine. At that moment, Du Ruo heard the voice of Xiaomang in her mind. Mom, there's a second-tier beast aura here. Understanding the implication, Du Ruo continued, This aura indicates that the sudden collapse of the road was likely caused by it. Jun is a third-tier beast. She should be safe. The pressing concern is where this underground river leads. Shifting her gaze to Qian Yi, she reminded her, This is Qianjia Village. Qian Yi replied, We are only a few kilometers from Qianjia Village. I know this river. Its outlet is in Qianjia Village, specifically at Qianqiu Pond, where there's a cave that serves as the exit for the underground river, Du Ruo concluded. Then we shall head directly to Qianjia Village. With no objections from the group, Du stored the RV in her space, distributed powerful flashlights among them, and led the way as they prepared to navigate around the large greenhouses nearby. The downstream of the underground river was deemed unsafe, so they resolved to escape upstream. The upstream route was lined with rows of greenhouses, some of which had already collapsed into the pit of the underground river. Stretching endlessly out of sight, they wished to avoid taking a long detour, fearing that they might lose their way, and thus decided to breach the greenhouses and cross through. Du released 6 mutated spiders to scout the area and clear the path. The third-tier spider, Zhu-E, led the way, cutting open a gap in the greenhouse. Zhu-E crawled in first, followed closely by the others. As they reached the midpoint, Du heard Zhu-E's cries of agony. The spider curled up in pain ahead of them. Du drew out her black long knife. "Be careful. Something's off." As she began to speak, she noticed her breathing becoming labored. The others, noticing her distress, also drew out the black long knives made from spider legs that Du had provided. "I suddenly feel unable to breathe," Jiang gasped. "Me too. It feels like my nose and throat are blocked," Qianyi added. "What about Sister Ruo?" They panted, struggling to speak. In the darkness, Du Ruo's expression turned serious. She shone her flashlight around. But aside from the wilted vegetables, nothing was visible. Directing the beam deeper into the greenhouse, she spotted a particularly vibrant patch of daylilies, their buds fully open due to lack of harvest. Daylilies, alarm bells rang in Du Ruo's mind. She quickly produced 4 gas masks and handed them to Qianyi and the others. "It's the pollen. Hurry and put on the masks. There's something wrong with it. These daylilies must have mutated." After donning her own mask, the others quickly followed suit. Du ordered the anomalous Zhu-E back in her space. "I'll lead. You all hurry along." Except for Zhu-E, the other mutated spiders stationed around showed no signs of distress, indicating that there was no immediate danger. Low-tier mutated plants, unlike beasts, typically remained immobile. Their inability to move meant they could not gather energy efficiently, resulting in slow upgrades. After hastily moving a few steps, a faint cry for help emerged from the direction of the daylilies. "Help?" The voice was weak. Only Du with her keen hearing, detected it, while the others remained oblivious. However, Du could not afford to be distracted. She merely wished to reach the main road and breathe fresh air, then check on herself and Qianyi. "Hurry," Du urged, feeling her breaths grow heavier. "Help, Sister Hammer." The faint voice called again. Du halted at the utterance of Sister Hammer. Those 2 words compelled her to assist. She released 2 more third-tier mutated spiders. "Follow them to the road. There is someone there. I'll investigate." Qianyi and the others, aware of Du as capabilities, felt concern but did not hesitate. They feared becoming a burden to her. "We'll wait for you outside," Qianyi said. Du nodded and ventured deeper into the greenhouse. As she proceeded, she instructed all 7 spiders outside to ensure the safety of Qianyi and the others. The further she walked into the greenhouse, the more difficult her breathing became. Nevertheless, the person's will to survive remained strong. As if sensing the approaching light, they continued to emit faint cries for help, guiding Du toward them. Soon, she found a man on the brink of unconsciousness amidst the flowers. Her efforts had not been in vain. It was indeed the wild bull. The bison gazed upon Du as if she were savior, its eyes brimming with an intense yearning for life. "I will take you outside," Du said, extending her hand in an attempt to lift the bison. However, despite her considerable strength, able to effortlessly hoist a 200-pound pig with a single hand, she found herself unable to raise the bison. It was unusual. "It hurts. My back." The bison seemed to have expended all its strength during the earlier cries for help, as if it were utterly drained, uttering but 2 words before losing consciousness. Du leaned in to check for breath. Fortunately, it was still alive. Cradling the bison's back with both hands, she exerted 7/10 of her strength, but could not manage to turn it over. Summoning all her might, she applied full force and finally succeeded in moving the bison. The unconscious creature trembled in agony. Du dared not continue her efforts. One hand firmly supported the bison's back while the other wielded a flashlight to illuminate the area. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she beheld the bison's back, which had become ensnared by plant roots, their crimson hue alarming in an instant. Du Rual understood. The mutated daylilies had chosen the bison as their nourishment. Their roots embedded within, siphoning its blood and vitality. Xiao Mangwa, please help me check if these roots have penetrated the bison's vital organs, Du Rual implored. This question was critical. If they had burrowed in, she could not afford to act carelessly. The moment those roots withdrew from the bison's body would herald its demise. Jiang Nan's abilities were not yet capable of healing damaged or exhausted organs. Chapter 63. Is it really that simple? Soon, Xiaomang's voice echoed in Du Rua's mind. There, still at the epidermal layer, that a sigh of relief escaped Du Rua. She gently laid the bison down, conjured a wind blade, and swept it across the flourishing daylilies on either side. The wind blade functioned like a massive lawnmower, severing the daylilies in half. That a slight rustling beneath her feet signaled the roots that had anchored themselves to the bison's back were now falling away. Du Rua extended her arms once more, attempting to lift the bison, and this time it was a breeze. As she rose, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Minutes had passed since inhaling the toxic pollen, and her augmented body was beginning to falter. Qin, Yi, and the others were likely faring even worse, the Du Rua thought, clutching the bison as she sprinted toward the exit, following the light source. She soon emerged onto the road. That moment, Qin, Yi, and the other three had already collapsed on the ground, encircled by 7 mutated spiders who were protecting them. This area, spanning several kilometers, was dominated by greenhouses. With few zombies around, only 2 mutated zombies lay dead not far from them. Upon seeing Du Rua, Zhu Qi presented 2 primary crystal nuclei to her, as if showcasing a treasure. Please, consume them, he urged. Du Rua complied, placing the bison on the ground before collapsing beside it. She felt a sense of suffocation, her mind spinning. Du Rua steeled herself. Xiao Mangwa, how can we save them? Administer water to them. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Without hesitation, Du Rua produced several bottles of water, each laced with a drop of energy essence. Cough. Qin awoke immediately upon drinking the water, but in her dazed state. Du Rua failed to stop in time, causing Qin to choke. Afterward, she provided water to Ning, Yi, and Jiang Nan, who gradually regained consciousness. I can hardly breathe. The situation was more severe for the bison, requiring 5 drops of essence. Once done, Du Rua finally took a deep gulp of water herself. After regaining her composure, she pressed Xiao Mangwa for clarification. What is happening? Initially, she had suspected they were poisoned. The pollen has lodged itself in your respiratory tracts, impeding your ability to breathe. I thought you were aware, Xiao Mangwa replied. Well, I wasn't. Du Rua admitted, recalling that in her previous life, her encounters with pollen-bearing mutated plants had only resulted in mild dizziness. Unaware that large quantities could obstruct the respiratory system, that moment, Jiang Nan had recovered. Nan, quickly treat the bison. We must act before it's too late. Her words alerted the trio to the unconscious bison nearby. Brother Nyo, Jiang Nan rushed over, grasping the bison's hand and activating her powers. Her eyes reddened as tears streamed down her cheeks. After battling side by side through the apocalypse for several days, they had forged an exceptional bond. Being the youngest of the group, she regarded everyone as her older siblings. They had patiently taught her combat skills, and even during mealtime, they would never snatch food from her, often encouraging her to eat more to grow stronger. The other 2 were equally affected, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, especially Qin, who, upon witnessing the bison's precarious state, was reminded of Zhou Yu and their mission. Worrying about her parents, her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed. Du Rua embraced Qin without uttering a word. From a frontal view, the bison bore no significant wounds, only a scratch on its back. It had primarily suffered from excessive loss of blood and vitality due to the mutated daylilies. Under Jiang Nan's dedicated treatment, the bison soon regained consciousness, its heavy eyelids fluttering open. Sister Hammer, save them. Its voice was hoarse, akin to a long-abandoned bellows. Lake, willow, tree, eagle. The bison struggled to utter a few more words before, as though its task was complete, it relaxed and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The bison's words plunged Qin into deep thought, while Jiang Nan looked on with concern. His condition is too frail. That Du Rua opened the RV door and with her and Jiang Nan's assistance. Ning hoisted the bison onto the vehicle. Du then inquired of Qian, have you remembered where it is? Qian nodded slowly. There are 2 ponds in the village. The only place with willow trees is near the dark river's exit. And that large eagle. It was evident that a formidable mutated beast had emerged. Du responded. Let us go. You guide me. We'll first check your home, and then proceed to Qiushui Pond. Qianyi's Qinqiu Pond was quite close. Having once accompanied Du there, Du recalled Qian mentioning that aside from the main road, there was also a narrow path. Yes, the small path is just a left turn at the next intersection. Du instructed Ning to place the bison in the bedroom, while Jiang Nan and Ning stood guard over him. The RV's headlights illuminated the dark, rural road as they set off once more. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the courtyard of Qianyi's home. The door stood wide open, giving the impression that no one was home. Du disembarked to investigate, confirming that the place was indeed deserted. She returned to the vehicle and shook her head at Qian. Feeling somewhat dejected, Qian remarked that no news could be construed as good news. However, she quickly regained her spirits, turning to Du and saying, Xiao, don't you think something feels off? Since entering Qianjia village, Qian had sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. Du replied, It's too quiet. Qianyi's eyes lit up. Exactly, it's far too quiet. Oddly, it seems that after entering Fuxing town, the number of zombies has diminished. Upon reaching Qianjia village, I haven't encountered a single one. Du surmised the cause, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The bison had previously mentioned the large eagle, indicating the presence of a mutated eagle. It was likely that the zombies had all been devoured. Almost all avian mutant beasts were formidable, particularly eagles. Their speed was astonishing, rendering human abilities nearly futile in opposition. In contrast to her previous life, the current situation was different. This point in her past, people had yet to uncover the secrets of crystal nuclei. Zhou Yu and the others were still novice-level abilities, and encountering a secondary mutant plant could easily lead to death. Du drove the RV onward, and after a few minutes, they reached Qiushui Pond. Except for Jiang Nan and the bison, the other 3 disembarked. The night was pitch black, and the area surrounding Qiushui Pond was eerily silent, void of even the sound of insects. Qian grew anxious. There's nothing here. It's the same as before. They aren't here. Qian felt on the verge of tears. Du refrained from comforting her, focusing instead on searching the edge of the dense forest for clues about their escape route. With no sign of them at Qiushui Pond, it was certain they must have ventured to the lakeside in the mountains, as mentioned by Qian's parents in her previous life. Chapter 64. The mutated golden eagle under the bright beam of her flashlight. Du traversed the area by the pond, meticulously searching for any signs of abnormality. Soon, she discovered a few drops of blood amidst the grass by the pond's edge. The surrounding foliage bore signs of trampling, with erratic footprints suggesting a frantic escape. Scanning the area, she quickly identified a path leading into the mountains that it was likely that they had entered through there. I suspect they have all gone into the mountains. Qian replied, I know that path. I played there as a child with my friends. Later, some adults said there were pythons lurking, and we were forbidden from going back. There's a lake inside, but no willow trees. Du frowned. I suspect they might be there. After pondering for a moment, Qian suggested there could be willows after all. It must be that location. We need to hurry. Just then, Ning and Jiang Nan approached, having also discovered some clues. Ning we discovered traces of water and footprints on the shore over there. There are 2 kinds. One appears to resemble that of Jun, while the other seems to belong to some sort of crawling creature. Du Which direction did they head towards? Ning pointed towards a narrow path. It seems they went that way. Du There's a small path there that we suspect they have ventured into the mountains. You and Jiang Nan stay in the vehicle. And I will investigate the mountains. Ning hesitated to remain in the car, fearing he might cause trouble for Du and timidly said, Roar, please take us along. Aren't there mutated creatures? My beast language has reached level 3. Perhaps I could be of use. Jiang Nan remained silent, as she needed to stay behind to look after the wild buffalo. After a moment's contemplation, Du agreed. The RV had already activated its security system, so there was no need to worry about Jiang Nan and the buffalo's safety. With a wave of her hand, she released 20 mutated spiders to scout the way. As they entered the dense forest under the cloak of night, caution was paramount, guided by the mutated spiders. They ventured onto the path. This path had not been traversed for many years, overgrown with weeds, which made the footprints all the more conspicuous. They simply needed to follow the broken and collapsed spots in the undergrowth. In the depths of the mountain forest, by a certain lake, stood a colossal willow tree, radiating a greenish glow. The roots of the willow rose high from the sloping earth and in the green light. Countless animal bones could be seen protruding from the soil. Among the branches of the willow, a massive cage woven from countless willow branches contained 22 individuals. Those they were searching for were all here. 4 days prior, the Chilean team had accepted a mission and spent a day gathering information from several survivors before finally locating the place referred to by the intelligence personnel, which was Chinja Village. After resting for a night at the community service center in Chinja Village, they resumed their search for survivors the following day, eventually discovering the location by the willow tree and the pool of water. However, upon their arrival, they were suddenly attacked by a large bird that descended from the sky. The bird, with its wings unfurled, appeared to be nearly 10 meters long. Although it was a level 2 creature, its speed was astonishing, and its claws were exceptionally sharp. They were unable to even catch a glimpse of the bird before being scratched multiple times. Their counterattacks quickly landed upon the great bird. After several encounters, they finally discerned that the creature was a golden eagle. With no other options, they fled into the nearby dense forest, hoping to evade the talons of the golden eagle by using the cover of the woods. During their escape, Zhou Yu noticed footprints indicating someone had entered the mountains, suspecting that the wood-type ability user they were searching for had gone inside. Consequently, they followed the trail of footprints as they fled. The golden eagle possessed exceptional vision and hearing. Despite running for several minutes, they could not shake it off. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of a lake and beheld a massive circular cage constructed from willow branches. Inside, they could vaguely see human figures. Upon noticing them, the people inside did not express joy. Instead, they shouted for them to run away. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, another golden eagle appeared. This one was even larger than the first, its wings extending even wider, casting an imposing shadow. It was a level 3 mutated golden eagle. Descending upon the willow cage, its golden red eyes fixated on them like a predator stalking its prey. At that moment, the second-level mutated golden eagle had also arrived behind them, forming a menacing encirclement. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and shouted to the individuals within the cage. "Do you have many wood-type ability users? Open the door and let us in." Zhou Yu asked this not to seek refuge, but to ascertain the identities of those inside, and if they were not ability users, he would decisively abandon them. "Indeed, we have several wood-type ability users here, but we cannot open this willow. We are trapped inside." Zhou Yu confirmed that they were the targets of their mission and chose to initiate a rescue. However, how could they save them? The willow tree was manageable, but what about the 2 golden eagles? While deep in thought, both golden eagles moved. Zhou Yu, with no other choice, made a decision. "What?" the others exclaimed in disbelief, almost questioning their own hearing. Yet their bodies instinctively followed Zhou Yu, desperately running towards the edge of the cage while simultaneously launching feeble attacks against the willow tree. Their team had worked together for years, fostering a profound level of trust and understanding. The wild buffalo also immediately turned around, utilizing its wind-type abilities to transform into a fleeting shadow as it dashed back the way they had come. After the buffalo fled, Zhou Yu and the others were quickly ensnared and dragged into the cage. Though Zhou Yu and his companions found themselves imprisoned within, the willow branches showed no intention of releasing them. Instead, one reached out to stab at their backs. Zhou Yu unleashed a surge of lightning, causing the branches to retreat in fear. Having freed himself, Zhou Yu then rescued Ia, Jingang, and Ci Dao. Yet, in the next moment, larger willow branches lunged towards them, prompting Zhou Yu to quickly unleash his abilities, conjuring 2 electric serpents to encircle them. Only then did Zhou Yu and his companions gain clarity on the situation inside the cage. Besides themselves, there were 13 other individuals. 3 of them were wood-type ability users. Encircling the remaining 13, countless willow branches hovered around, probing and seeking a target to attack. Qian Zhongming informed Zhou Yu. Those branches will consume flesh and blood. The wood-type ability users can make them perceive us as kin, so they won't attack us, but they won't let us out either. We must keep moving. If we stop, those branches will turn on us. Chapter 65. Color blinding the mind. The 13 individuals in the cage, varying in age and gender, looked dejectedly at Zhou Yu and the others. That weren't you told to run? Why are you here to deliver yourselves to death? Zhou Yu replied, we are here on a mission to rescue you. Qin Zhongming, despondent, lamented. Now that you are here, how can we be saved? C.I. Dao interjected. We didn't want this either. If we hadn't come in, those two large birds would have eventually eaten us. Zhou Yu reassured them. We have a way to break open this cage. We just need to wait for those two mutated golden eagles to leave. Qin Zhongming, in his 50s, was indeed Qian Yi's father, standing beside a woman of similar age, who was Qian Yi's mother, Long Mei. Long Mei whispered, sobbing. Those two golden eagles won't leave. They have been circling here for 2 days. Behind her, Qian Yi's uncle, Qin Zhongying, added, yes, those beasts are battling with this willow tree, occasionally attacking it. Qian Yi's aunt, whom Mei Li expressed, even if we manage to escape, those two golden eagles will still devour us. We cannot escape. Despair enveloped them. The base is developing and needs your abilities to help plant vegetables. You are vital to the base. They will not abandon you. For now, we must prioritize our safety and wait for rescue. It is difficult to let go. They likely intend to either starve them or deplete their abilities. Fortunately, they had the energy essence provided by Duruo, allowing them to last for 3 to 5 days without issue. Zhou Yu and his companions shared their food and water with the villagers. All hope rested upon the wild buffalo. Little did they know, as the buffalo passed by a plot of daylilies, the delightful fragrance soon caused him to faint. After losing consciousness, the mutated daylily roots emerged from the greenhouse and dragged him inside to siphon his essence. 2 days later, Qi Lang and his companions also arrived. Initially, Zhou Yu believed they were the rescue team called by the wild buffalo, but upon seeing that Qi Lang and his group consisted of only 5 individuals and almost fell victim to the golden eagle's claws, they abandoned that notion. Ultimately, Qi Lang also ended up inside the willow cage. Inside the willow cage, Qi Lang suddenly stood up. This cannot continue. We must break out. That I will stay behind with sure too. Qi Lang's team had already been inside for a day. The rescuers had yet to arrive, and everyone's abilities were on the verge of depletion. Zhou Yu and his companions had also exhausted their energy crystals. They speculated that the wild buffalo had encountered an accident, as they had not seen it on their way. Qi Lang and Sure Tu, both fire-type ability users, one at level 3 and the other at level 2, were the best candidates to stay behind since golden eagles feared fire. Naturally, only Qi Lang held this belief. Zhou Yu suggested taking turns staying behind. You lead them out, I will stay behind. No way. Qi Lang firmly rejected this. He would not allow Zhou Yu to die here. Zhou Yu looked at Qi Lang and proposed, perhaps we both stay behind. Our chances of survival would be greater. Qi Lang glared at Zhou Yu for a moment, then smiled. Fine. There was no need for lengthy debate. The two leaders decisively made a choice at this critical moment. The others could only comply. Among the existing ability users, the most numerous were fire types, while wood type and spatial type users were in the minority. The significance of the dozen wood type ability users to the base was self-evident. Before departing, Zhou Yu and Qi Lang received instructions from Yang.Observing, emphasizing that wood type ability users would play an even more crucial role in the near future. Yang.Observing did not elaborate on the specifics, but they all understood that sending 5 level 3 supernatural beings for rescue on the first attempt, followed by 2 level 3s and 3 level 2s, indicated the utmost importance of the situation. Everyone grasped the implications of Yang.Observing's words. Zhou Yu and Qi Lang assigned the breakout mission to their teammates. Time was of the essence. They had no opportunity for sentimental farewells. After exchanging resolute glances, all began to spring into action. Zhou Yu declared, the moment this cage opens, you all must rush into the dense forest with the others. Are you prepared? The others nodded in agreement. All the survivors steeled themselves for the impending dash. Qi Lang and Zhou Yu's team concentrated their abilities into their hands. Suddenly, Zhou Yu recognized Junjun's voice and halted everyone. Wait, it's Junjun. The group relaxed as they heard the familiar call. Wow, Sister Hammer has finally arrived. Zhou Yu and his 3 teammates instantly felt rejuvenated, as though salvation was at hand. However, Qi Lang and his teammates were not as optimistic, hoping fervently that the reinforcements would be plentiful. They reasoned that the more people, the better. Fewer would only signify a mere delivery service. Dagger plopped down, asserting, Sister Hammer can handle it alone. Let us sit tight and wait for her to roast those 2 birds before we venture out for a meal. King Kong and Big Tooth mimicked him, settling down beside him. In stark contrast, Qi Lang and his group remained tense, fully alert. The youngest among them, Tu, could not contain his impatience and questioned, Dagger, are you joking? Another teammate, codenamed Cicada, added, Get up. We need to rush out and meet the newcomers. If we wait too long, we'll be finished. They could not afford to wait 3 more days for another rescue. Qi Lang's teammates understood that Du Ruo was a level 3 multi-type supernatural being. While she could hold her own against Qi Lang, they did not believe she could contend with the 2 mutated golden eagles circling outside. Their speed was formidable, making it difficult for attacks to connect. Even if they did, it was unlikely to inflict any real damage. They speculated that the golden eagle's feathers were extraordinary. Dagger confidently stated, Trust me. Sister Hammer is an extraordinary individual. We should refrain from complicating her efforts. He suggested they consult their leader, emphasizing that even he deferred to Sister Hammer. Everyone turned to Zhou Yu, reassured by his presence, believing they were likely safe with her around. Upon hearing Zhou Yu, Qi Lang's frustration peaked. I suspect you've fallen under her spell, he scoffed. I never expected the esteemed falcon to be so blinded by infatuation as to entrust all our fates to a woman. I misjudged you. Chapter 66. Unfortunate Junjun Qi Lang's disappointment was palpable that he and Zhou Yu had trained together, constantly vying for superiority, always evenly matched. Although he acknowledged Du Ruo's prowess from their previous encounters, he could never accept that she alone could tackle the 2 troublesome, mutated eagles outside. Qi Lang's teammates echoed his sentiments, feeling that even in numbers, they would only be able to flee from the eagles, let alone believing that a single woman could triumph over them at that moment. They all shared a common thought. Love could indeed blind one's judgment. They all perceived Zhou Yu's admiration for Du Ruo. Tu urged, Captain, let us charge out now. Qi Lang suppressed his anger, stealing his expression, and nodded. This was not the time for quarrels. Survival was paramount. Qi Lang began. On the count of 3. Wait, are you referring to Du Ruo? A 22-year-old girl? Qian Zhongming interjected. The cage's cramped space meant Zhou Yu's discussion was overheard by all. The name Du Ruo was uncommon, leading Qian Zhongming to suspect it was the same person he knew. Zhou Yu confirmed. Yes, she is a close friend of Qian Yi. Zhou Yu surmised they were likely acquaintances of Qian Yi. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongming, excited, grasped Zhou Yu's hand, asking, You know her? You know my daughter Yi? Dagger chimed in, Uncle, we not only know her. Zhou Yu quickly interjected, concerned that Dagger might say too much and provoke Qian Zhongming, reminding everyone that no parent could remain calm upon hearing their child was suffering. Long Mei croaked, Are they all right? Zhou Yu reassured her, They are well. They have awakened their abilities and are formidable. This relieved Qian Zhongming's group. That's good. I told him my cousin would be fine. The earlier young man had claimed Du Ruo was powerful. Qian Zhongming asked, So, is it possible Du Ruo has arrived? Zhou Yu replied, It is quite likely. The earlier call came from a beast accompanying her. Concerned, Qian Zhongming suggested, Then we should rush out. He was worried and wanted Zhou Yu and Qi Lang to assist, or perhaps you should go first, and we'll stay back. Zhou Yu understood his intent. He wished to wait until help arrived before deciding whether to lead the charge. If it was indeed Du Ruo, they would send a few supernatural beings to aid her. If not, they would all rush out together. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. As they spoke, Junjun's voice grew nearer. In the next moment, they heard the sound of an animal charging through the forest. Accompanied by excited yelps, Junjun burst forth from the trees, immediately catching Zhou Yu's scent and racing toward the cage that held him. With a few leaps, she climbed a tree, pawing at the outside of the cage. It's really Junjun. Sister Hammer must have arrived. We can finally relax. Dagger exclaimed, I'll definitely ask Sister Hammer to bring down those 2 birds and roast them for us. He recalled Du Ruo mentioning that mutated animals were edible. unless they had evolved to be toxic. Moreover, consuming mutated animals could enhance one's strength due to the energy within them. At that moment, the mutated willow tree finally reacted to Junjun's intrusion, launching several branches at her. Caught off guard, Junjun yelped and fell from the tree. Seizing the opportunity, a level 3 mutated golden eagle swooped toward her. Instinctively terrified of the eagle, Junjun sensed the looming danger and fled into the dense forest without a second thought. Inadvertently heading back in the direction from which she had come, by the time she realized her predicament, she found herself face to face with a level 2 mutated water python. Terrified, she skidded to a halt. Fully aware of her unfortunate circumstances, earlier, she had been peacefully resting when Durua's sudden halt sent her tumbling into a dark river. Being tossed about in the current was one thing. A giant water python had emerged, intent on devouring her. Though the python was not stronger than her, she was unable to overcome it in the water. Even after they had both escaped the river, Junjun was still unable to shake off the python. Its body appeared soft, yet was incredibly tough. When Junjun attempted to take a bite, she nearly broke her teeth on it. She tried to escape, but the python relentlessly pursued her, attempting to bite her. While it could not inflict harm, it coiled around her, refusing to let go. Neither could truly overpower the other, but Junjun, realizing she could not stand her ground, decided to run. She dashed deeper into the forest until she caught Zhou's scent and followed it to the willow tree. Unfortunately, she was struck by the branches and then targeted by the golden eagle that sought to make her its midnight snack. With the eagle behind her and the python in front, Junjun resolved to break through the sides. Just as she turned, she spotted a large spider with a yellow collar around its neck. Recognizing it as Durua's mutated spider, she felt a wave of indignation wash over her and let out a series of distressed yelps. Oh, poor little foe has finally arrived. Seizing the moment, Junjun darted past the mutated water python and headed back in the direction she had originally come from. Not far behind the python, Durua and her companions heard Junjun's cries. "It's Junjun!" Durua exclaimed, quickening her pace until they reunited. Junjun leapt into their arms, eager to recount her tale. Ning translated. She says she fell into the water and got entangled with a big worm. She is not as strong as it, but its skin is too tough for her to bite. All she could do was run. Then she got whipped by a branch by the lake. And it hurt. After that, a big bird showed up, wanted to make her its midnight snack. She wanted you to roast that worm and the big bird on a branch for her to eat, to comfort her wounded spirit. After Ning translated, he hugged Junjun tightly, feeling sorry for her. Sister Raw, Junjun is so pitiful. One person and one beast embraced, both feigning tears that Durua and Qian Yi exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with exasperation. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, and a mutated water python appeared before them. The exact length of the creature was indeterminate, but its girth was at least a meter. Under the illumination of Durua and her companions' powerful flashlights, the python's eyes resembled two enormous lanterns, remarkably conspicuous. Its elongated, dark tongue slithered in and out of its mouth incessantly, observing the support of others. Junjun boldly charged forward to engage the mutated water python in combat. That instant, a warning echoed in Durua's mind from Xiaomangwa. Mom, Air Raid, Chapter 67. Another little brother acquired upon learning of the presence of mutated eagles. Durua remained in a state of heightened alertness. The moment she heard Xiaomangwa's reminder, she instinctively unleashed a raging inferno above them. The level 3 mutated golden eagle veered off course the moment it encountered the wall of flames. However, the danger had not yet passed. With its wings spread wide, approximately 20 meters across, it flapped vigorously, generating a tempest that swept downward. Durua promptly harnessed her earth-based abilities, erecting a curved earthen wall in the direction of the oncoming wind. The tempest was successfully repelled. Surrounding branches snapped under the strain, and both the battling mutated water python and Junjun were tossed about by the force of the wind, crashing against a dead tree that splintered in half. The two combatants, both resilient beasts, quickly resumed their struggle after being separated. Noting the limitations of her fire-based abilities, Durua retrieved 8 1-meter-long metal spikes from her spatial storage. These spikes, sharpened at both ends. Were crafted in her leisure from discarded cars found by the roadside. She directed the 8 spikes towards the airborne, mutated golden eagle. With a menacing glint, the spikes shot toward the sky. Despite the mutated golden eagle's swift, evasive maneuvers, 2 of the spikes were unavoidable. Just as they were about to pierce its abdomen, the eagle folded its wings, blocking the strikes. Sparks flew as the spikes embedded into its wings, creating a metallic screech. Unfazed, Duruwa immediately redirected all metal spikes toward the eagle's eyes, which shone like 2 luminous targets in the dark. The eagle, realizing its vulnerability, ascended rapidly and took flight, displaying its intelligence by refusing to engage further. With the aerial threat temporarily averted, the group exhaled in relief. As for the entangled Junjun and the mutated water python, Duruwa pondered. The level 2 mutated python demonstrated considerable prowess against Junjun. A level 3, indicating its potential. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 beasts were engaged, she produced a yellow collar, dripped a drop of blood, and secured it around the python's neck. Thus, she acquired yet another little brother. Lifting her spirits, the moment Duruwa established the bond, the mutated water python ceased its struggle. However, Junjun, still in the heat of battle, seized the opportunity to bite down on the python's mouth. Enraged, the python retaliated, and the 2 beasts resumed their fierce clash. Ultimately, it was Duruwa's intervention that separated them. Grabbing Junjun by the whiskers, she inquired, "Have you seen Zhou and the others?" Junjun whined in protest. Ning-yi interjected, "It says it has seen them." That Duruwa released Junjun's whiskers, giving it a gentle kick, urging, "Lead the way." Meanwhile, within the willow's cage, Qi Lang was embroiled in a heated argument with Zhou. "Let go of me," Zhou insisted, gripping Qi Lang's hand tightly, preventing him from rushing out. "Just wait a moment. The golden eagle is already engaged with the rescuers," Qi Lang retorted, confused as to why Zhou was still hesitating. "When are we waiting for, if not now?" As Qi Lang's frustration mounted, Dagger swiftly interjected, "Chiga, just hold on a bit longer. If you unleash your fire, this cage will be destroyed. One mutated golden eagle has flown away. But there's still another. Without this cage's protection, those outside would be walking to their doom." Qi Lang understood that Zhou was considering the safety of the wood-based ability users. Yet witnessing Zhou's unwavering trust in Duruwa left him feeling uneasy. Zhou's restraint worried him, and fearing his abilities might harm Zhou, he snorted and relented. Just then, a rustling noise emanated from outside. Zhou sighed in relief. There heard Duruwa and her companions emerged from the forest. 2 mutated golden eagles immediately launched an attack. Anticipating this encounter, Duruwa had devised a strategy to counter the golden eagles. That a vast sea of flames erupted above their heads, halting the eagles' advance. The 2 mutated golden eagles, seemingly aware of Duruwa's capabilities, hovered in the air, vigorously flapping their enormous wings. Earth-based powers emanated from Duruwa, forming protective walls around them. "Ning-yi, it's your turn," Duruwa commanded. Ning-yi nodded, activating his abilities to establish a mental connection with the mutated golden eagles. Everyone's astonishment. The 2 eagles ceased their actions, acknowledging that a human could communicate with them. Observing the stillness of the eagles, Duruwa quickly assigned rescue tasks to the mutated spiders. From Junjun, she learned that everyone had been trapped within a cage formed by the mutated willow tree. She realized that Zhou and the others could not possibly confront a level 3 mutated willow tree. The true threat lay with the 2 mutated golden eagles. Yet, she was puzzled as to why the eagles relentlessly pursued them. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Those trapped within the willow cage were oblivious to the external circumstances, feeling utterly bewildered. "Boss, why have they stopped fighting?" Dagger asked, perplexed. Zhou shot him a glare. "How would I know? Being a bird in a cage myself?" Just then, the sound of creatures crawling outside broke the silence, followed by the swift rustling of willow branches. The group exchanged astonished glances. Qi Lang and Zhou shared an understanding look, deciding to observe the unfolding events. Soon, it became evident that multiple creatures were climbing upon the cage. Dagger speculated, could it be Sister Hammer's mutated spiders? "It's possible," Zhou replied. They were correct, outside the willow cage. Dozens of mutated spiders were tirelessly weaving silk threads, restraining the branches of the mutated willow tree, providing cover for two level 3 mutated spiders atop the cage. But on the cage, Spider 1 and Spider 7 were diligently spinning silk, enveloping the willow cage completely. Once they had secured the cage, Spider 1 extended a leg, severing the surrounding willow branches, effectively detaching the cage from the tree. They then created a small window in the silk cocoon, allowing for ventilation while ensuring their safety. Indeed, these little creatures were remarkable. Dagger, peering through the window, spotted Spider 1 adorned with a yellow collar, his heart finally at ease. See, these are all my sister Hammer's little brothers. In the darkness, they could not discern the silhouettes of the mutated spiders, only the eerie glow of their red eyes. For everyone except Zhou Yu and Qi Lang's team, the sight outside sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Yu, sharp-eyed, observed the golden eagles facing off against Du Ruo. Both parties stood still, creating an oddly harmonious scene. "What are they doing?" Qi Lang inquired. "Probably conversing," Zhou Yu replied. "As for Du Ruo, Ning Yi conveyed the preliminary outcome of the negotiations. Sister Ruo, they say they are not having a midnight snack anymore. They want us to rescue the people and leave quickly." Qian Yi smacked Ning Yi's head in exasperation. Ning Yi had absurdly translated their words in a midnight snack and even used the word leave. Chapter 68. All right, let me take something out. With the prey rescued by the mutated spiders, the mutated willow tree began to tremble violently. Enraged, countless willow branches lashed out, striking the mutated spiders, sending one after another flying. As the spiders faced the imminent threat of being ensnared once more, Du Ruo swiftly unleashed a fire dragon, propelling it toward the mutated willow tree, incinerating numerous branches and leaving a blanket of ashes scattered upon the ground. The emergence of the fire dragon illuminated the dark night. The mutated golden eagles remained still, allowing Du Ruo and her companions to survey their surroundings. The ground was littered with the remnants of battles, including broken feathers from the golden eagles, indicating countless previous encounters with little success for either side. Among the upheaved soil at the base of the willow tree, remnants of animal bones were discernible, alongside the chaotic tracks of animals that had come to drink. The mutated willow tree, fearful of fire, hesitated to act, its branches flailing aimlessly, revealing its frustration. Yet the reason for its inaction remained unclear. Du Ruo then summoned her wind-based abilities, creating a small tornado that gathered the scattered debris, feathers, and branches into a single mass. With a flick of her fingers, a small fireball descended upon the gathered remnants, casting a brilliant light across the lakeside. Junjun, filled with joy, began to frolic about in delight. Campfire party? Barbecue. Roast golden eagles. Just then, the level 3 mutated golden eagle launched a sudden attack, furiously flapping its wings toward Du Ruo, creating a storm of dust and debris that surpassed even the winds of the dense forest. Two mere earthen walls are utterly insufficient to shield against a tornado from all directions. Du Ruo, caught unawares, found her vision obscured by swirling sand. Meanwhile, not far off, the mutated spiders were being swept away by the tempest. A secondary golden eagle swooped down, its talons embedding themselves in a silk cocoon, snatching it away. Upon witnessing the action of the secondary golden eagle, the tertiary golden eagle hesitated. Du Ruo opened her eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from her gaze. Yet the secondary golden eagle had ascended to a height of over 100 meters, and Du Ruo dared not act recklessly should the secondary golden eagle release its grip. The cocoon would plummet, sealing the fate of those ensconced within. Du Ruo pondered. Inquire of that creature. What does it mean? The tertiary golden eagle remained stationary, its intentions not difficult to surmise. Ning Yi activated his abilities, engaging in negotiations. Moments later, he relayed, "That creature demands you retrieve whatever lies within that mutated willow tree and present it to it. Only then will it release the captives." Qian Yi remarked. "This feathered fiend wishes for Xiao Ruo to act as its enforcer, but what could possibly reside within that willow tree?" Du Ruo replied, "Inform it that the deal is struck. What alternative do we have?" It is entirely her fault for being careless. Earlier, she had fixated on those two mutated golden eagles, distracted by thoughts of how to persuade them to become her subordinates. However, she must ascertain what treasures lie within that mutated willow tree. Something that could compel these aerial overlords to guard it so tenaciously, if it is indeed a valuable item. She must devise a plan to seize it while simultaneously rescuing the captives. Duruo called out to Xiao Mangwa in her mind. Xiao Mangwa, can you discern what valuable items are concealed within that mutated willow tree? Certainly, mother. Moments later, Xiao Mangwa's voice echoed again. It is a wood crystal. Although it is still the size of a grape, it is indeed a wood crystal. The revelation of the wood crystal ignited a spark of excitement in Duruo's eyes amidst the flames. Truly, it is a remarkable find. Aside from zombies, mutated flora and fauna, as well as human ability users, lack crystal cores, their energy being dispersed throughout their forms. Yet, mutated plants possess a distinctive trait. Some can generate wood crystals within them. The effects of wood crystals are akin to those of crystal cores, albeit they exclusively enhance the energy of wood-type ability users. Wood crystals are imbued with immense vitality that a wood crystal the size of a ping-pong ball can restore a dying ability user to health. Xiao Mangwa continued, wood crystals are exceedingly rare that I suspect that a spiritual vein lies beneath, with this willow tree rooted in it, absorbing all the spiritual energy, which is why we cannot perceive any changes in the spiritual energy. Its rapid ascension to Tier 3 and the condensation of wood crystals must be attributed to the underlying spiritual vein in the flickering firelight. Duruo's eyes sparkled even brighter. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired of Xiao Mangwa, is there a method to secure this mutated willow tree? Observing the wildly dancing willow branches, Duruo felt that using a collar seemed impractical. Xiao Mangwa replied, Mother, you are mistaken. The binding relies on your blood, not the collar. That I merely designed the contract to resemble a collar for convenience, allowing for remote use and relative safety. As Xiao Mangwa spoke, he conjured a talisman out of thin air, which he directed Duruo to take in hand. You simply need to drop your blood upon it, and then affix it to the willow tree. Duruo took the talisman, let a drop of blood fall upon it, and then posed her final question. Will extracting the wood crystal cause it to perish? She had suddenly realized that in her previous life, the wood crystals obtained by humans were discovered only after the mutated plants had been thoroughly destroyed. Her aim in claiming the mutated willow tree was to secure the potential spiritual vein that might emerge below. Even in the absence of a spiritual vein, it could serve as a guardian. She had no intention of having Qianyi tame it. The tree was too immense and unwieldy. Xiao Mangwa assured her, it will not perish. Duruo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Noticing her silence, the tertiary golden eagle grew impatient, its aura darkening. Ning Yi urged, Sister Ro, hurry. That creature is growing restless. I'm on my way. Previously contemplating how to subdue the two fierce birds, she now found that they had unwittingly presented her with a means to do so. Fire overcomes wood, and Duruo's fire abilities rival that of a Tier 4. Thus, the group advanced step by step toward the mutated willow tree. The willow branches dared not confront Duruo's flames, sensing the encroaching danger. The entire tree began to tremble violently. Duruo tempered her murderous intent, noting that the mutated willow tree did not flee from the ground. However, it did not permit her to approach freely. As she drew within 3 meters of the mutated willow tree, she sensed danger emanating from beneath her feet. Duruo had long been prepared. Her earth-based abilities extended from her feet, feeling the chaotic roots of the willow tree stirring beneath. With a firm stamp, the ground beneath her ensnared those roots, rendering them immobile. Even if the tree wished to, it could not escape now. Duruo continued forward, and suddenly, a crude human face materialized upon the massive trunk of the mutated willow tree, its expression a blend of fury and fear. Duruo stood before the mutated willow tree, extending her hand to affix the talisman to the human visage. As the yellow talisman vanished upon contact, Duruo felt a connection form in her mind with the mutated willow tree before her. The face of the willow tree dissipated, enveloping Duruo in wood-type energy, which invigorated her spirit. Be still. I merely wish to extract something, Duruo declared, retrieving a long black knife from her spatial pocket, gesturing it toward the trunk of the mutated willow tree. Xiao Mangwa, quickly guide me to the precise location. I could see this moment. The mutated willow tree quivered violently at the sight of Du Rua's knife. Its leaves cascading to the ground. Xiaomong was sighed, "Mother, you could actually request it to relinquish the item willingly. Put the knife away. You're scaring it to death." Du Rua observed the flurry of falling leaves and sheepishly rubbed her nose. Sheathing the knife. Unbeknownst to her, Du Rua issued a command to the mutated willow tree. The tree trembled once more, promptly expelling the wood crystal from its depths. Indeed, it emerged from the very face that had appeared. As soon as the wood crystal was revealed, the tertiary golden eagle emitted an excited screech. This was the first time Du Rua and her companions had heard the call of a mutated golden eagle. It was not a mere cry, but a sound imbued with mental energy. Qin Yi, Ning Yi, and Jun Jun instantly succumbed to dizziness. Chapter 69. Sister Hammer, I love you. The mental attack of the mutated golden eagle was the most potent Du Rua had encountered thus far, leaving her momentarily dazed. Fortunately, it lasted only a brief moment. Grasping the wood crystal in her hand, she raised it defiantly toward the approaching tertiary golden eagle. "Come any closer, and I shall shatter it." Although the tertiary golden eagle could not comprehend Du Rua's words, it was not oblivious to the threat emanating from it. It flapped its wings, halting 5 meters away, fixated on the wood crystal in Du Rua's hand. The tertiary golden eagle dared not move any closer, and Du Rua swiftly checked on Qin Yi, Ning Yi, and Jun Jun. Thankfully, they had merely fainted. The tertiary golden eagle let out a call directed at Du Rua, and when she turned her gaze toward it, it gestured with its head toward another secondary golden eagle circling in the sky, signaling that there was a hostage in its clutches. Du Rua felt a headache coming on as she regarded the silk cocoon suspended in the air. These flying mutated creatures were more formidable than high-tier zombies, particularly the swift golden eagles. She regretted not having eliminated the 2 mutated golden eagles at the first opportunity with a mental piercing attack. Now, she found herself with no retreat, compelled to negotiate a contract with the mutated golden eagles. After some contemplation, Du Rua commanded the mutated willow tree to ensnare the 2 individuals and the beast on the ground with its branches, providing them protection. Then, she endeavored to establish a contract with the tertiary golden eagle at the fastest possible pace, all the while ensuring that should the secondary golden eagle release the silk cocoon, she could safeguard the lives of the hostages within. That a fall from height of 100 meters would likely be fatal, even for an ability user. Du Rua took a moment to deliberate and issued another command to the mutated willow tree. The tree used its branches to fashion a hammock, gently lowering Ning Yi onto it. Du Rua produced a fine needle and pricked it into the tip of Ning Yi's index finger. As their fingers were connected by blood, the pain jolted Ning Yi awake. However, he remained disoriented, his head throbbing painfully, as though a cacophony of cicadas was performing within. Du Rua instructed, "Tell it that I will exchange the wood crystal, and it must release the hostages." Ning Yi, enduring his headache, conveyed Du Rua's message to the tertiary golden eagle. Ning Yi reported, "It disagrees. It demands that you throw it over." Du Rua rolled her eyes at the tertiary golden eagle. "That is out of the question. Tell it I wish to hand it over in person." Ning Yi, gritting his teeth against the pain, continued to negotiate. Minutes passed, and ultimately, the mutated golden eagle relented. With his task completed, Du Rua swiftly incapacitated him with a chop, allowing the mutated willow tree to safeguard him. She currently lacked an effective method to assist Ning Yi and could only let him continue to rest. Such mental distress would recover more swiftly with additional sleep. That Du Rua held the wood crystal in her left hand, gradually approaching the tertiary golden eagle step by step. The mutated golden eagle remained still, its gaze fixed intently on the wood crystal in Du Rua's left hand, unblinking. Yet its wings were slightly spread, poised to take flight at the first opportunity to seize the wood crystal. Du Rua arrived before the tertiary golden eagle, which stood over 3 meters tall, dwarfing her stature. "Here you go." Du Rua extended her left hand, the grape-sized wood crystal emanating a faint green glow. The eagle lowered its beak, comparable to Du Rua's head. Reaching for the wood crystal in her palm, Du Rua was about to touch the hand of the mutated eagle. It suddenly opened its beak to that moment. With a flick of her right finger, Du-Ruaw propelled a yellow orb into the eagle's mouth. The mutated eagle, disregarding what was inside, swiftly seized the wood crystal and soared into the sky. In the next instant, Du-Ruaw felt a connection to the third-level mutated eagle forming in her mind. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed through the sky. The circling second-level mutated eagle hurled a silken cocoon from the heights. Du-Ruaw's gaze turned icy. She had anticipated this. Without hesitation, she commanded the third-level mutated eagle to rescue the falling cocoon. The eagle ascended rapidly, intercepting the cocoon halfway down its descent. Earlier, during negotiations between Ning Yi and the third-level mutated eagle, Du-Ruaw had instructed Xiaomangwa to provide it with a contract talisman. Upon receiving the talisman, she immediately dripped a drop of her blood onto it. Once she learned that as long as the talisman remained intact after being needed, it would still be usable. She molded it into a spherical shape. Her insistence on personally handing the wood crystal to the third-level mutated eagle was to ensure that the spherical talisman would accurately bounce into its mouth. As long as the talisman touched the creature's body, the contract would be successfully established. The second-level eagle was enraged. It circled in the sky, emitting shrill cries, seemingly accusing the third-level eagle of its actions. After saving the person, the third-level eagle, after reporting back to Du-Ruaw, seized the wood crystal and ascended once more. The second-level eagle no longer posed a threat, and Du-Ruaw chose to ignore the two in the sky. She released the individuals from the silken cocoon. 22 people, having endured the ordeal in the sky, appeared somewhat disheveled, with a few fainting from the strain. Shi Dao was the first to shout, "Sister Chui, I love you." Smack! Zhou Yu slapped Shi Dao on the head. "Speak properly," Shi Dao replied. "It's gratitude, gratitude." "Hey, boss, please don't mind me. I'm just excited after escaping death." Shi Dao's words made Zhou Yu's face flush slightly. Qi Lang's gaze was dim, lost in thought. Noticing Qi Lang's poor spirits, Du-Ruaw resolved to find an opportunity to converse with him soon. That moment, Qian Zhongming and his group finally regained consciousness from their stupor. Upon seeing Du-Ruaw, they rushed forward to check on her well-being. Once they confirmed she was unharmed, they sighed in relief. They had distinctly heard Qian Yi's voice earlier, yet they had not seen him. And the group's mood grew heavy. "He's fine. He just fainted. A good rest will do him good," Du-Ruaw reassured them, summoning the mutated willow tree to lower Qian Yi and the others down. As soon as they saw Qian Yi, Zhongming and Long Mei surrounded him, with Long Mei crying as she embraced him. Du-Ruaw glanced at Zhou Yu and Qi Lang's group, noticing they bore various injuries but seemed to be in decent spirits. With Jiangnan absent, she couldn't check their conditions. Du-Ruaw distributed a small vial of energy essence. Most of the crystal cores obtained from Jiangling base had been used to cultivate mutated spiders, and this was one of the last few vials remaining. The group expressed their gratitude to Du-Ruaw. The members of Qi Lang's team felt a twinge of shame for having underestimated Du-Ruaw. Gazing at her, as if trying to uncover her hidden brilliance, Du-Ruaw felt slightly uncomfortable. Just then, two mutated eagles descended from the sky, startling everyone. Zhou Yu and the members of Qi Lang's team instinctively unleashed their abilities. But Du-Ruaw swiftly intervened. "Don't be alarmed. They won't harm you." After saying this, she remembered she needed to name them. However, she first needed to understand their situation. Having already formed a contract, Du-Ruaw could communicate with them mentally. Through their exchange, she learned that the two mutated eagles were a mating pair. The third-level eagle was male, while the second-level eagle was female. The female eagle was already carrying eggs. But during the evolution that transpired before the apocalypse, the life signs of the eggs had become faint. In search of means to ensure their offspring's health, the pair of eagles had flown across various locales, feeding on zombies to gain strength. However, even after leveling up, the female eagle's eggs showed no improvement, and as time passed, they grew increasingly weak. Upon passing by Qinjia village, they sensed the potent life force emanating from the mutated willow tree. An animal's instinct told them that whatever was within the willow could restore their child's vitality. Consequently, they clashed with the mutated willow. However, being a third-level entity, the willow proved resilient, and the two eagles were unable to overpower it. Thus, they remained in the vicinity, occasionally engaging in skirmishes, and when hunger struck, they would seize nearby zombies for sustenance. The intrusion of Zhou Yu and his companions was seen as a potential meal. The female eagle had already consumed the wood crystal. After the male eagle's persuasion, Duruo also formed a contract with the female eagle. From now on, you shall be named Jin Feng and Jin Huang. The male represents Feng, while the female signifies Huang. That Duruo approached the main trunk of Lu Yi, and you shall be called Lu Yi, named after the willow's graceful droop. What lies beneath? Lu Yi could not speak, and her attempts to convey the message were unclear. That Duruo placed her hand upon the willow and extended her mental energy, delving deep into its trunk. Eventually, she sensed a rich energy fluctuation deep underground. Duruo recognized it as the spiritual energy Xiaomangwa had mentioned. Guard this spiritual vein for me. Not entirely at ease, Duruo summoned Spider 1 and Spider 2 to stand watch. She had no intention of surrendering this spiritual vein to Jiangling base. That Duruo aspired to establish her own base in the future, and possessing a spiritual vein that wasn't surrounded by towering mountains was the ideal choice. This mountain, not particularly large, resembled a gold ingot, hence its name, Yuanbao Mountain. The lake lay at the lowest point of the Yuanbao. That Duruo refrained from storing Jin Feng and Jin Huang in her space. They belonged to the skies. She merely instructed them not to stray too far from her. Chen Yi and Jun were carried out by several robust individuals in turns. That Duruo had originally intended to find a mutated plant for Qian Yi's protection, but that would have to wait until the next opportunity. The group soon arrived at Kaiyushwitten. Qian Zhongming and Long may help Qian Yi on Duruo's RV, while Zhou Yu drove the other RV, accommodating those with more severe injuries. Zhou Yu and Qi Lang's vehicles parked on the opposite road, leading into Kaiyushwitten, while the rest followed Qi Lang in their vehicle. The two RVs sped towards Jiangling base in tandem. At the base entrance, Lu Sun spotted Duruo's RV from afar. Initially intending to teach her a lesson, he hesitated upon seeing Zhou Yu and Qi Lang's vehicles trailing behind her, daring not to utter a word. The arrival of over a dozen wood-based ability users filled the people of Jiangling base with renewed hope for life. They would finally be able to enjoy vegetables again. The lower-tier residents, having feasted on meat for several days, now longed for some leafy greens. Yang personally came out to welcome them and arrange accommodations, aside from Qian Zhongming and his wife. The others were assigned quarters near the newly developed plantation, indicating Yang was eager to have them start working immediately. Qian remained unconscious, and her parents kept vigil in the same room. Jiang Nan had Jun in one room, while Ning was in another. After a busy night, everyone eventually fell asleep. I in the space. Xiaomangwa tirelessly tended to the crops. Upon seeing Duruo enter, he rushed to her side, lamenting, "Mom, I'm going to die from exhaustion. Please catch me a few tens of thousands of zombies to work as laborers." Duruo stroked Xiaomangwa's head, taking her first detailed look around the space. In the distance, the endless fields were lush and green, the vegetables flourishing. The mutated spiders tirelessly harvested crops with their 8 legs, simultaneously spinning silk onto the vegetables. The bundles they collected were substantial, equivalent to several small carts. The crops nurtured with abilities were twice the size of ordinary vegetables. Additionally, several hundred zombie laborers were working alongside them. That I've read a lot of books recently. I've already started raising those grazing cattle, sheep and rabbits, but there are just too many. I can't keep up with the planting. Xiaomangwa cried more sorrowfully. As soon as I plant something, they come right after and eat it all. And those fish, they eat like there's no tomorrow. If it weren't for the big fish eating the small ones, I'd surely be overwhelmed. The little one lamented. They reproduce far too quickly. Duruo comforted him. Don T cried. I'll go catch more zombies for you tomorrow. Xiaomangwa perked up. Yes, catch more, or when will I ever have a chance to plant fruits? Duruo recalled the mango base within the space. She approached the mango base, where the seedlings, which had only grown a few centimeters high half a month ago, had now reached half a meter. Seeing Duruo's astonished expression, Xiaomangwa explained, this space accelerates the growth of plants and animals. Duruo joyfully kissed Xiaomangwa's head. That's wonderful. Of course, I'm the best, Xiaomangwa replied. But Mom, you're not doing so well. You seem to have not completed any of the tasks I assigned you. Xiaomangwa accused Duruo. There are no chefs, no laborers, and your abilities are just barely acceptable. Mom, you need to quickly raise your ability level to 5 and then establish a home for the little ones. Du Ruo nodded in agreement. She had intended to discuss the path forward with Xiao Mengwa. Ever since she learned about the spiritual stone veins, her heart had been in a state of unrest. Upon reflecting on the latter part of her previous life, where all opposing creatures were far more formidable than humanity, nearly leading to the extinction of her kind and burdening her offspring with such a grim future, Du Ruo felt a persistent ache in her heart. Now, with Xiao Mengwa directly assigning her a task and providing clear direction, Du Ruo's heart finally found a measure of tranquility. After conversing with Xiao Mengwa for a while and solidifying their path forward, Du Ruo entered the examination room. The baby was doing well, which filled Du Ruo with joy. Xiao Mengwa proudly declared, "Rest assured, Mom, my top-quality fetal protection pills are genuine. Even if you were to venture out for a 3-day battle, the baby would remain unscathed." Du Ruo kissed Xiao Mengwa, then washed up in her space before retiring for the night. At T5 o'clock that afternoon, Du Ruo awoke. As she swiftly exited her space, she heard Jun outside, frantically clawing at the door, as if something urgent was at hand. Chapter 71. The message. Du Ruo opened the door, allowing Jun to rush in, incessantly chattering around her. As Du Ruo had not formed a contract with Jun, she could not comprehend what it was trying to convey. Observing Jun's eager demeanor, Du Ruo surmised it likely yearned to pick a fight with Chin Chun, the name she had given to her mutated water python. Ignoring Jun, Du Ruo checked on Qian Yi and Ning Yi, who were still in deep slumber, seemingly not waking any time soon. The Qian couple had been vigilantly watching over Qian Yi. With meals delivered by Qian Yi's uncle, Qian Zhoming stated, Ruo, as long as we are here, everything is fine. The base leader has arranged a welcome banquet, and someone named Zhou is waiting for you downstairs. You should hurry and eat. The welcome banquet was set in the square near the initial plantation. By the time Du Ruo arrived with Zhou, the square was already filled to capacity. With over 100 tables, besides Qian Yi and Qian Zhongming, all 27 wood-type ability users from Jiangling Base were present. Each wood-type ability user took turns in the plantation nearby, rapidly cultivating vegetables. The freshly grown produce was quickly harvested, washed, and cooked before being served at the tables. Most wood-type users were still at the first or second level, with the majority being first level. Each table barely received a small plate of fresh vegetables, which were swiftly snatched away. Everyone wore smiles of delight that Du Ruo's seat was at the table designated for space-type ability users. Apart from Qi Feng, there were precisely 10 space-type ability users at Jiangling Base. Making for a full table, as Du Ruo sat down, she found herself facing the Su siblings, who glared at her with palpable resentment, wishing to rend her limb from limb. Yet they were more wary of Du Ruo and dared only to engage in petty, underhanded actions. Whenever Du Ruo picked up her chopsticks, they would frantically rotate the table. After receiving a scolding from others, Du Ruo casually ate a few bites before seeking out Yang Goen and Qi Feng. Uncle Yang, 7th uncle, I need to speak with you. Having nearly finished their meals, Yang Goen and Qi Feng rose from the table upon hearing Du Ruo's request. The Su sisters, seated at another table, watched the trio depart with inscrutable expressions. Once at the villa, Du Ruo got straight to the point. Have you dispatched anyone to verify the existence of spirit stones and spiritual veins in the mountains? Yang Goen replied, Not yet. I plan to send Zhou or Qi Lang in a few days. Although Du Ruo had mentioned the spirit stones earlier, the lack of first-hand observation rendered everything unconfirmed. Qi Feng inquired, Do you wish to enter the mountains? Du Ruo shook her head. What I intend to say pertains to another matter. I wish to disseminate information regarding the spirit stones and spiritual veins. Yang Goen asked, How do you propose to transmit this information? The network communications have completely collapsed, and all modes of transportation are severed. Both Yang Goen and Qi Feng bore expressions of despair. Qi Feng continued, A few days ago, I dispatched a team entirely composed of second-level abilities to send a message to Ling City. However, they could not even exit Jiangling City. The presence of zombies and mutated creatures had rendered their journey perilous. They had suffered significant casualties before being forced to abandon the mission. Yang Goen acknowledged, If you were to go, the chances of success would indeed be high. However, should anything go awry, the losses would be catastrophic. Let us wait a few more days. I'll send someone else. If that fails, you can go. Young.Observing understood the gravity of the situation and did not intend to compel Duruwa to stay. This information was critical for the survival of all humanity and must be conveyed at all costs. That Duruwa interjected, "It's not me going. Last night, I tamed 2 mutated golden eagles, one of which is 3rd level and the other 2nd level. I want them to deliver the message." Duruwa envisioned the 2 golden eagles carrying a plethora of copied letters for aerial delivery. Without a network, they could not utilize printers. Therefore, they had to handwrite and duplicate multiple copies. Young.Observing and Qifeng's eyes lit up. "Is that reliable? Let us summon them to take a look." During Qi Lang and Zhou Yu's reporting, they had already mentioned the golden eagles. While Young.Observing trusted his subordinates, seeing was believing. Duruwa confirmed, "Absolutely." The 2 golden eagles had not flown far and were nearby. Duruwa commanded them through their contract, instructing them to fly to the villa's entrance. Upon seeing the 2 massive creatures approaching, the guards were startled and nearly activated the alarm. Fortunately, Young.Observing intervened just in time. Otherwise, the base would have descended into chaos that night. Golden Phoenix and Golden Huang stood at the villa entrance, exuding an imposing presence. Even from 5 or 6 meters away, Young.Observing and Qifeng could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from them. After issuing several commands to the golden eagles, Duruwa watched as they complied one by one, allowing Young.Observing and Qifeng to finally breathe easy. Once Golden Phoenix and Golden Huang departed, Young.Observing raised 2 further questions. How can we avoid attacks from others? How can we ensure the recipient receives the message? Duruwa replied, "As long as they remain alive, the message will surely reach its destination to AS for evading attacks. Airdropping is the only option." The 3 then engaged in a thorough discussion on the matter, ultimately revising some of Duruwa's initial ideas. Airdropping messages had certain limitations. The golden eagles could only carry a limited number of letters, and to ensure they reached other gathering points, multiple letters needed to be airdropped at once. Given the vast expanse of the country, this would necessitate multiple round trips for the golden eagles. They ultimately decided to drape the 2 golden eagles in national flags and utilize special fabric for message transmission. As a precaution, they would prepare 2 identical sets, securing waterproof materials on the legs of each golden eagle. This method would eliminate the need for transporting a large number of papers. They had considered unfurling a banner for the golden eagles to display. But due to the limited space for text, they realized they had too much information to convey. Duruwa concluded, "For now, this will suffice. The female eagle is about to lay eggs soon. It should happen within a week. And then we can send the messages." Over the next few days, she planned to enhance the strength of both golden eagles further. The eggs inside the female eagle were expected to hatch soon. And Duruwa decided to have Xiaomangwa assist in hastening the hatching process. Before their departure, it was essential to ensure that both golden eagles felt at ease. This endeavor would take at least 2 years. And Duruwa also resolved to elevate both golden eagles to 4th level abilities. Duruwa stated, "I will also venture out to slay zombies and collect crystal nuclei." She intended to clear out zombies along the subway line and nearby large zombie nests. Within a week, Duruwa, alongside the entire base, would collect enough crystal nuclei through Xiaomangwa's extraction of energy essence to elevate the 2 golden eagles to 4th level abilities. The following morning, Qian-Yi and Ning-Yi finally awoke. Upon opening her eyes, Qian-Yi immediately saw her parents, the Qian couple, with red, tear-streaked faces. "Dad! Mom! Thank goodness you're awake. You scared both your father and me to death." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the reunion of family members brought forth tears of joy. Duruwa prepared a bounty of ingredients and invited Qian-Yi's relatives to host a family feast. During the gathering, Duruwa also brought out some beverages. Apart from Qian-Yi's mother, Long Mei, and one of her aunts, all the survivors were from the Qian family, all possessing wood-type abilities. After the meal, they were set to officially commence work in the plantation that afternoon. Having finished their meal, Duruwa prepared to eliminate the zombies along the subway line. The Qian family, upon learning that Qian-Yi intended to join, expressed concern but did not deter her. They were fully supportive. The base had also issued a task to eliminate zombies, and the points earned from each crystal nucleus had doubled. Everyone busied themselves in preparation for an uncertain future. Chapter 72. Han Shi. After the meal, Du Ruo and her companions set off. This time, Zhou Yu and Qi Lang would lead their teams separately to hunt zombies, no longer accompanying Du Ruo. Yang Goen had complete trust in Du Ruo and her capabilities. Just before their departure, he requested Du Ruo to have the two golden eagles provide protection for the other teams. Naturally, Du Ruo agreed. The RV departed from the base, careening towards the subway terminal situated 2 subway stations away from Nanda. The subway station area was rife with zombies, and hardly any teams had come here for missions that Du Ruo stopped the vehicle from a distance. The 4 of them disembarked and stored the RV away. This time, Du Ruo unleashed over 100 second-level mutated spiders. They had 3 tasks. The first was to locate intact zombies and bring them to Du Ruo. The second was to serve as a logistics unit to collect zombie crystal nuclei. And the third was to protect Ning Yi and Qian Yi. Jun, eager to engage in a brawl with Chen Shun, rushed into the horde of zombies to feast on the buffet. After issuing her orders, Du Ruo forged ahead, using wind blades to clear a path, while Qian Yi and Ning Yi followed behind to deal with any stragglers. During the high-temperature period, the subway station functioned as a disaster relief center, accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 people at each stop. Although the authorities implemented certain measures to control the zombie outbreak in its initial stages, they tragically underestimated the destructive potential of the undead. Consequently, those trapped within the subway tunnels and stations were nearly all turned into zombies by the end of the first day, establishing a breeding ground for the creatures, while some zombies managed to escape. Many still lingered in the subway station. Du Ruo devoted 2 hours to clearing out the zombies in the station and some within the tunnels, and the crystal cores she collected, along with those provided by the base the previous night, enabled Jin Huang to successfully upgrade to level 3. The 2 mutated golden eagles, now of substantial size, patrolled the skies above the city, occasionally swooping down to scavenge for food. Except for those in the know, everyone who laid eyes on these 2 mutated creatures felt a shiver of fear. It was only after observing that they exclusively feasted on zombie brains and showed no inclination to attack humans that the populace began to relax, albeit slightly. The ability users emerged from their hiding spots once more, resuming their efforts to slay zombies, rescue survivors, and gather supplies. At dawn the following day, they set out again to hunt zombies at the entrance of the base. Lu San and his subordinates continued to extort benefits brazenly. Du Ruo parked her vehicle, seated in the driver's seat, and cast a cold gaze at Lu Sen. Lu Sen declared, routine inspection. However, under the guise of an inspection, Lu Sen's men thoroughly searched Du Ruo's RV and even attempted to frisk Qian Yi and Jiang Nan, the 2 young women. Qian Yi shielded Jiang Nan, brandishing a dark long knife towards the 2 men climbing into the vehicle, demanding, "What are you doing? This is against the base's rules. What if you 2 are hiding prohibited items?" One of the men leered, "Your chest seems rather full. Who knows what might be concealed that threatens the base?" Both men wore lewd expressions, their eyes practically glued to Qian Yi's chest. Jiang Nan interjected vehemently, "Shut your filthy mouths. This is the apocalypse. What prohibited items could possibly exist?" The men replied crudely, "We'll only know once we searched." As they reached out with their grimy hands towards Qian Yi's chest, Lu San watched with a sinister smile from outside the driver's window. In recent days, he had often seen Du Ruo coming and going, and the injury she inflicted on him upon her arrival still gnawed at him. However, knowing Du Ruo was a space-type ability user, essential for the base's food supply, he dared not confront her directly. Yet, witnessing her daily comings and goings only intensified the resentment lodged in his throat, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Unable to deal with Du Ruo herself, he directed his malice towards those around her, perceiving them as mere ordinary individuals. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Yi and Jiang Nan had not disclosed their identities as ability users, emboldening his audacity. He anticipated the sight of Du Ruo in a fit of rage. Yet, she remained silent, merely regarding Lu San with a bemused expression, as if observing a foolish clown. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Qian Yi kicked Lu San's 2 subordinates out of the RV. They crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jun leaped down from the roof of the RV, planting her feet on their chests, baring her teeth at them. The two men, having fallen onto their backs, could hardly bear the weight of Jun's substantial feet and coughed up blood from the impact. Du looked at Lu San with a cold smile, asking, "What benefit do you gain from provoking me?" Lu San felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Du. "Are you, you truly wish to die?" Du Rua's words dripped with lethal intent, sending a shudder through him, as if he were trapped in an icy chamber, and he felt an ominous premonition of his own demise. The engine roared as Du Rua drove her RV past Lu San, kicking up dust that obscured his vision once more as he finally felt a hint of warmth return to his stiffened body. He spat in frustration, recalling his earlier loss of composure. "Damn you. You filthy bitch. I'll kill you one day." After cursing, he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone, but found no one. He kicked one of his subordinates beside him, demanding, "Where's Li Cheng? That useless slacker. Go find him. If he asks slacking off again, I'll make him pay." After freshening up and having breakfast, Du Rua would often visit the nearby villa to consult with Yang. Yang would seize the opportunity to discuss matters concerning the future development of the base or potential threats looming ahead. Unbeknownst to Du Rua, 3 individuals were monitoring her from a short distance away. Su Shinran remarked, "For 3 consecutive days, Du Rua has come to see Chief Yang at this hour. It's been confirmed that Yang give her a substantial amount of crystal cores daily. I wouldn't believe it if they claimed there's nothing shady going on between them." Su Shinran had previously been wounded by Du Rua's words, but due to timely intervention, there were no lasting effects. "Shigu, when shall we take action?" Su Qianlong's gaze was filled with malice as he watched Du Rua's retreating figure, longing to exact revenge for his previous humiliation, even though the severed limb had healed completely. He still felt a lingering ache at the sight of the amputation, transforming into Li Cheng. Hanshi echoed his malevolence, stating, "You can commence tomorrow." Chapter 73. How about I help you bend him? The 2 squads had been stationed outside for 3 days. Du Rua had been eager to speak with Qi Lang, but had yet to find the opportunity. Today, she resolved to have a thorough discussion with him. After washing up, Qi Lang answered a knock at his door to find Du Rua standing there. "Can we talk?" Du Rua inquired. Qi Lang could not fathom what there was to discuss with Du Rua and felt a deep-seated annoyance at her audacity to knock on a man's door in the dead of night. His eyes revealed disdain, and he was about to shut the door when she added, "It concerns Zhou Yu." Qi Lang hesitated, pausing his hand, and decided to step outside to talk. Du Rua and Qi Lang ascended to the rooftop of the villa. Du Rua cut to the chase, stating, "I know you have feelings for him." Zhou Yu felt as if he had been struck by 100 lightning bolts, his secret laid bare before them. Yet, after a fleeting moment of shock, he regained his haughty composure. "What? Are you trying to threaten me?" Upon having his secret exposed, Qi Lang's first reaction was to assume that Du Rua intended to leverage this information against him. Du Rua recognized his defensiveness and, gently caressing her not-so-prominent belly, replied, "I have no interest in him, that I'm already with child." Qi Lang's immediate assumption was that the child belonged to Zhou Yu. Don T jumped to conclusions. "It's been almost 2 months. I didn't even know him back then." Qi Lang pressed, "What exactly are you getting at? Stop beating around the bush." Du Rua smiled even more gently, her expression almost charming. "How about I help you bend him?" That night, Qi Lang stumbled down the stairs in a daze, feeling that the thoughts of women in the present day were far too perilous. Du Rua, leaning against the wall, relished the sight of Qi Lang's panicked retreat. After a cursory glance through the books, she ultimately selected 10 for in-depth reading. The little mango in the space wore an exasperated expression. "Mom, consider the baby." Du Rua, engrossed in her reading, replied, "It's fine. It's beneficial for the baby to read more. Look at the tension in these books. It's nurturing the cultural literacy of our child." The following day, after breakfast, Du Rua and her companions ventured out once more to hunt zombies. As they drove past the base in their RV, the base's residents began to cluster together, gossiping in hushed tones. "It's her. She is having an affair with Chief Yang. And it's not just one. What do you mean by not just one? It means she is juggling multiple men. You know, she is busy, even in the dead of night. She is sneaking around with Captain Qi. Let me tell you, last night, I went to report something to Captain Qi, but he wasn't in his room. Instead, he stumbled down from the top floor. looking as if he'd been drained of life by a fairy, barely able to keep his footing. When I left, I saw Du Ruois coming down from the top floor, grinning like a vixen. Do you know, Chief Yang has been delivering crystal cores to that woman. How do you know this? How do I know? I work in the escort team, that we can't go out hunting zombies for crystal cores to enhance our abilities. So we must wait in line for the base to arrange upgrades, as if it were our salary. Originally, it was my turn to level up to level 2, but they said there's a shortage of crystal cores at the moment. Upgrading will have to wait another 10 days, or so. Oh, how do you know the crystal cores went to that woman? I saw it with my own eyes. I was going to ask Chief Yang about the situation when I happened to see him handing a large bag of crystal cores to that woman. A whole bag, at least worth 10,000. I've witnessed it multiple times. Ugh. I miss the days of Chief Han. I heard Chief Han was killed by Chief Yang. Those gossiping were oblivious to Du Ruo's keen hearing. Even whispers from several meters away sounded as clear as if spoken directly into her ear. She absorbed their disdainful glances and could almost feel their contempt. Initially, she contemplated retaliating, but soon realized that nearly everyone she passed was engaged in similar conversations. She then chose to give up. Upon returning to the villa, Du Ruo and her companions found that Qianzhoming and Long Mei were absent at tea this hour. They would typically have prepared a meal and been waiting for them. Jiang Nan remarked, perhaps they were working overtime, why parents often did so in the past. Ning Yi exclaimed, goodness, even in the apocalypse, they still have to work overtime. Is there no regard for human life? Jiang Nan replied, it's precisely because of the apocalypse that they must work overtime. Qian Yi interjected, while this may reflect the state of our nation, it sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? Just then, Tu Hong's son, Tu Hu, arrived with news that they had clashed with some superhumans and had been detained. Du Ruo instructed Ning, Yi, and Jiang Nan to find Yang Goen, while she and Qian Yi followed Tu Hu to the makeshift prison. This makeshift prison was actually the former livestock holding area of a wholesale market. At the entrance stood 2 level 2 superhumans on guard. Qian Yi stated, we are here to see Qianzhoming and Long Mei. Confused, Qian Yi asked, why are you asking so many questions? It's nothing. We merely wish to see the renowned figures of our base, came the reply. Thanks to Miss Du, we are able to enjoy meat at our base. Du Ruo frowned slightly, reading the guard's eyes filled with gossip and disdain. Qian Yi also sensed the sarcasm in their tone as she reiterated, we must see Qianzhoming and Long Mei. You cannot, was the curt response. What do you mean we cannot? The people inside are merely offenders, not guests at an inn. Of course, you can't see them, point one guard, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Raise an eyebrow at Du Ruo and Qian Yi. The implication cleared. Du Ruo, unwilling to waste words with them, produced 10 crystalline cores and handed them over. The guard's eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the cores. They exchanged glances, and one guard took the cores, shaking his head at Du Ruo. Not enough. That Du Ruo warned, I suggest you know when to stop. You earn thousands of crystalline cores in one night, and you offer us just 10? Are we mere beggars? One guard retorted. The other added, we toil here for a meager single core a day. Life is hard. Unlike that golden hole between your legs, spread them. And thousands of cores come pouring in. The guards laughed derisively at Du Ruo, having deduced from her sudden display of cores that she was a space-type superhuman, the kind who cavorted with multiple men. Chapter 74. Are you enjoying it? What did you say? Qian Yi pulled out a black long knife, pointing it at the 2 guards. Their crude insults were too blatant to be misunderstood. Both guards, being superhumans themselves, sensed the danger emanating from the black blade. They recognized that the woman before them had seen blood. Little girl, I advise you to put the knife away. This is not a place for your antics. The guards laughed mockingly, convinced that Du Ruo and Qian Yi would not dare to act. What's a superhuman to us? Just a harlot who crawls into men's beds. Are you going to let us pass or not? Du Ruo's voice turned icy, her patience wearing thin. Oh, you're getting feisty. One guard sneered. It's not that I won't let you see them. The conditions inside aren't suitable for delicate young ladies like yourselves. How about this? I can arrange for their release, provided. One guard leered at Du Ruo. You let us enjoy ourselves at in an instant. Du Ruo's black long knife flashed towards the man's groin. 2 bloody pieces of flesh and fabric flew into the air. Her wind-type ability propelled the remnants into the guards' mouths. With swift movements, the guard screams were stifled as a powerful gust forced the gruesome offerings down their throats. Silencing their cries, a sharp, painful sound erupted as agony and despair intertwined. How filthy! Durua's fire ability ignited, engulfing the long knife in flames, instantly sterilizing it. She gazed at the guards with a faint smile. Asking, "Are you enjoying it?" To the guards, Durua's smile felt like a death sentence. Trembling, they emitted pitiful sounds. Blood mixed with urine pooled around them as they sat pale-faced, clutching their groins, emitting animalistic whimpers, half-growls, half-cries, a blend of retching and fear. Monstrous! This woman is utterly depraved, they thought, their stomachs churning at the thought of what they had just swallowed. "Help! She's killing us!" A shrill female voice pierced the air. Su Qianlong shouted, "Quick, someone! Yang's woman is killing in the base." Su Sinan smirked, "Durua. Even if you are Yang's woman, you cannot act with impunity in the base. Today we must seek justice for these two guards." Soon, a crowd gathered, eyes darting between the nearly lifeless guards and the black long knife in Durua and Qianyi's hands. How dare they harm others in the base? Have they lost their minds? Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized the contents of the vomit on the ground, their pupils contracting in horror, and they too retched. "Are you even human? So young and yet so ruthless. How heartless. Lower your voice." "Those are superhumans." Another warned that, "Oh, what if they are superhumans? It is strictly forbidden to harm others in the base." Su Qianlong added, "Did you see that woman? She is the base leader's partner. Even Captain Shi is entangled with her. And so what if she is the base leader's partner? Does that give her the right to kill freely?" Someone scoffed, "A harlot." I spit, listening to the surrounding outrage. Su Sinan and her brother exchanged smug glances, pleased with their manipulation. Qianyi trembled with rage upon hearing the crowd's accusations, unable to bear the slander against her beloved Rua. "Shut your filthy mouths. It was these two men who blocked our way to see my parents and attempted to assault us." "Your parents? Could they be the Qians?" Su Sinan exaggeratedly exclaimed. "Those two nearly committed murder today. Just because you are with the base leader doesn't mean they should be let off." Su Sinan continued mockingly. "They got into a fight upon learning you're the base leader's partner. That man was so furious, he hurt several people with a knife. One would think he was the husband discovering his wife's infidelity, lashing out at the innocent." Su Qianlong added derisively, "Perhaps there was indeed something going on." "Shut your filthy mouths," Qianyi shouted, her grip on the black long knife trembling. She yearned to rush forward and tear Su Sinan's foul mouth apart. After her parents passed away, they had treated her like their own daughter. How could they endure the slander? In the ensuing chaos, an enraged individual wielding a knife would undoubtedly lash out without a moment's thought, observing the sinister grins of Su Sinan and her brother. Qianyi realized it was undoubtedly their scheme. Seeing Qianyi on the brink of losing control, Durua swiftly intervened. "You go check on uncle and aunt. I will handle this." Qianyi hesitated. Durua continued, "They may be injured." As she spoke, she produced some medical supplies from her space and handed them to Qianyi, giving her a gentle push forward. Be careful. Don't kill them all." Qianyi cautioned. Knowing Durua was preparing to act, Durua nodded in agreement. After Qianyi entered, Durua closed the door and turned, her aura radiating lethal intent. "Su Sinan, since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish." With a few words, the wind ability enveloped her feet, propelling her into the crowd with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Durua had extracted Su's siblings from the throng and tossed them at the prison entrance. "Durua, what you intend to do? Are you going to kill me in public?" Su Sinan demanded. "Sister, don't provoke her. She's the base leader's woman. Even if she kills us, no one can touch her." They remained unfazed, their tone one of blatant threat. "She did injure me on her first day. Nothing happened to her, yet we were expelled from our home." Su Sinan and her brother continued their taunts, knowing that if Durua acted, she would face dire consequences. With so many witnesses present, should Durua kill two space-type superhumans, even Yang would be powerless to protect her, that Durua's unique space ability would spare her from execution. But she would be forced to live in hiding, reduced to a mere tool for storage. Chapter 75. Who doesn't harbor a dream of empire? Of course, Durua was well aware that it was unwise to directly eliminate the Su siblings at this juncture. Yang had treated her with kindness, and she had no intention of causing him trouble. The intentions of the Su siblings were glaringly evident, while they appeared to seek revenge on her. Their true aim was to target Yang. They had successfully entwined her fate with his. Whether she chose to release them or execute them, it would yield no beneficial results. However, refraining from murder did not imply inaction. In her previous life, she had often opted for the blunt approach. Now, it was time to collect some interest. With a swift motion, the black blade sliced through the air, severing half of Su Shinran's tongue from her mouth. Once more, Du extracted Su Shinran's tongue, leaving the pink appendage suspended in midair, enveloped in flames, which instantly reduced it to ash. Blood streamed from the corners of Su Shinran's mouth as she endured the agony of her severed tongue, her facial expressions contorting in pain. Upon witnessing this, Su Qianlong sprang to his feet, retrieving a dagger from his waist and lunging at Du. "You vile witch, I will kill you!" Du swung her black blade again, and an arm flew into the air, crashing to the ground, engulfed by flames, and disintegrating into ash. The siblings appeared to recall Du's ruthless nature, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded her. "You dare to kill in front of so many people." As Du committed her heinous act, those surrounding her transformed into self-proclaimed guardians of justice, ready to intervene. A wall of fire flared before them, deterring any rash actions. For those seeking death, stepped forward. Du's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Seeing that they dared not move, she then pressed her blade against Su Qianlong's neck. "The rumors were spread by both of you." Du stated this as an undeniable fact. "It wasn't us. It was she." Su Qianlong, trembling with pain and cold sweat, was about to reveal the orders given by Han, when Su Shinran beside him slapped him across the face. We witnessed it ourselves that Du was dissatisfied with this answer. With a swift motion of her blade, Su Qianlong's nose was severed. "That's enough. He is still a child, just for speaking a few truths. He must endure such torment. Are you even human? Bring a few people. We will confront the base leader now." Among the crowd, some could no longer bear to witness Du's torment of Su Qianlong and stepped forward. "We cannot go to the base leader. We should seek Chief Lu." Yes, they spoke. A few attempted to rush out. "There's no need. I've already arrived." The crowd parted, revealing a robust man in his 50s, accompanied by a group of armed personnel. The man at the forefront was Lu Ming, the second in command of the base. Following closely was Lu Senator Miss Du. "You certainly wield considerable influence. You frequently stir trouble in the base. It is no wonder you have entangled yourself with Zhou Yu, Qi Lang, and the base leader's woman, two of the most significant spatial ability users in the base. You can inflict harm at will. If we had delayed any longer, we might have had to come to clean up after them." Lu Sen's words pinned Du under the label of bullying the weak. "Miss Du, you have violated the base's rules. Come with me." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, resembling a hawk fixated on its prey. With a wave of his hand, the 20 or so ability users he brought encircled Du. "Rest assured, you are vital to the base and the base leader. We will not harm you." The moment those words left his mouth, they effectively annihilated any lingering discord between Du and Yang. A voice rang out from behind. "Indeed, you cannot harm Du." The speaker was Yang, flanked by Qi Feng, along with the anxious Ning, Yi, and Jiangnan. Zhou Yu, Qi Lang, and their entourage had also arrived. When they sought out Yang, he and Qi Feng had been deliberating over this matter. Ultimately, they concluded that the situation was unusual and likely harbored ulterior motives. Du is mine. I will see who dares to lay a finger on her." His declaration ignited a sense of righteous indignation among the surrounding crowd. Disappointment etched on their faces. Qi Feng stepped forward. "Do you know where the meat you have been consuming these past few days comes from? It was freely provided by Du. Without her, you would all still be fighting over a mere animal carcass." The agitated crowd fell silent. In a world where survival was paramount, being well-fed was a fundamental necessity. Whoever ensured their sustenance became their leader. The expressions of Lu Ming and Lu Sun darkened. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang people dispersed the innocent bystanders, ensuring they would not overhear the ensuing conversation. "Old Yang, you are typically one to uphold the rules. Are you not?" Lu Ming inquired. Yang Goen replied. The merits and demerits balance out, and Du Ruo's merits outweigh her faults. Yes, that's so. Lu Ming chuckled coldly, redirecting his ire towards Qi Feng. You claim that Du Ruo's contributions are free. Then tell me, where have all the crystal cores in the base gone? Lu Sun chimed in. Where could they have gone? The daily influx of crystal cores is handed over to Miss Du by the base leader. Yang Goen's expression betrayed a hint of panic. Qi Feng spoke in error. Those crystal cores were for purchasing meat. The unease in Yang Goen's demeanor did not go unnoticed by those present. As Du Ruo observed Yang Goen's reaction, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Why was he adopting such a demeanor? His blatant attempts to deflect suspicion reflected the ambiguity of their relationship. Soon, she discerned the underlying scheme. This was a plot aimed at Yang Goen, and he was undoubtedly aware of it. Rather than merely targeting him, the true objective was to undermine the authority of the leader of the Jiangling base, in this post-apocalyptic world where nations had crumbled. A base functioned as a microcosm of a state. Who among them did not harbor dreams of empire? Du Ruo recalled the fragmented words spoken by Su Chenlong before he was interrupted by Su Xinran. She what? She ge? Han Shi. It must be the inception of the base. With few survivors, they had inevitably absorbed some undesirable elements. Liu Ming had arrived in Jiangling City alongside Han Shi before the apocalypse. The father-son duo of Lu Ming and Lu Sun were evidently among the most significant detritus, along with that rat, Han Shi. Yang Goen appeared to be intent on purging a considerable amount of refuse and vermin in one fell swoop. As the base expanded and the survivor population grew, it was far better to excise a malignant growth now than to allow it to fester and bleed them dry later. Yes, that's so. But according to the base's current pricing, those livestock hardly amount to several thousand crystal cores. Furthermore, the submission of resources is not equivalent to redeemable points. Is it? Yang Goen's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Akin to someone suffering from constipation. Du Ruo taunted. What? Would you prefer I hand over the crystal cores to you, so you can conjure meat for them? Lu Sun interjected. Yang Goen has given you all the crystal cores. How will the base's ability users upgrade their powers? Without upgrades, how can they ensure the base's safety? With more and more second-tier zombies emerging, most of the base's ability users remain at the first tier. Meanwhile, this woman's multifaceted abilities have all reached the third tier. What about us? Are we to rely solely on one person to eradicate all the zombies when they besiege the base? Zhou, you stepped forward. Asserting Du Ruo's abilities had already been fully upgraded to the third tier before she arrived at the base. Liu Ming and his entourage were skeptical of Zhou Yu's claims as fellow ability users. They understood the challenges of achieving third-tier status, and could only imagine the number of crystal cores Du Ruo must have consumed to elevate her powers. Yes, that's so. Then what are the crystal cores Yang Goen provided you? Lu Sun and the others were convinced that Du Ruo had exhausted all the crystal cores. Chapter 76. Enemies are meant to be sacrificed. Have you forgotten that I am a spatial ability user? Those crystal cores are merely entrusted to me for safekeeping by Uncle Yang. Slowly, several snakeskin bags appeared on the ground before her, filled with crystal cores. The faces of Lu Ming and his group turned ashen. They had not anticipated that the crystal cores remained intact. As Lu Ming stepped forward to seize the bags, Du Ruo waved her hand, and all the crystal cores vanished from sight. Give me the crystal cores, Lu Ming demanded. Why should I give them to you? Can you carry so many? Do you possess spatial abilities? There are more than just you with storage-type spatial abilities in the base, but if they are placed elsewhere, Uncle Yang would not feel secure. MY strength is formidable. Anyone attempting to rob me is destined for failure. Du Ruo's threat held weight, and Lu Ming refrained from making any hasty moves. She raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? It is not about what I want. It is about the rules of the base. Would you not agree, base leader? Yang Goen replied, the importance of Du Ruo requires no elaboration. You should understand that. This implied that they could not pursue the matter further. Lu Ming feigned exasperation, his expression a mix of frustration and helplessness as he led his group, along with the injured Su siblings. Away, Jiang Nan, puzzled, asked, why are they leaving so quickly? Qi Feng explained, their act has already concluded, and the audience has dispersed. If they do not leave, will they remain here waiting for us to serve them? Seeing that Jiang Nan still did not comprehend, Chi Feng continued. They instigated the conflict. Du Ruo retaliated, and they aimed to label her as a bully. Then, they would emerge to uphold justice. Once old Yang arrived, they pretended to be overwhelmed and retreated. Their goal was to ensure everyone saw old Yang as a tyrant. Yang, visibly annoyed, countered, "What do you mean by tyrant? I am merely a leader serving the people." At that moment, Qianyi emerged, supporting her parents. Jiangnan hurried forward to check their condition. Fortunately, only her uncle had 2 broken bones, and her aunt had sustained only superficial injuries. Speaking of which, Jiangnan immediately began to treat the 2 individuals right on the spot. As her healing abilities flowed into Qian Zhongming and his spouse, the pain they had been suffering gradually dissipated. Du Ruo observed the worried expression on Qianyi's face finally easing. She moved closer to Yang and inquired, "Who initiated the attack?" The response came from Zhou Yu, primarily the Su siblings. They deliberately stirred trouble in front of Qian Zhongming and his wife. Qi Feng interjected, "Du Ruo, is it possible for them not to be killed?" The number of storage-type space ability users is alarmingly scarce. Although there are several large cold storage facilities beneath the wholesale market, fuel resources are non-renewable, and there are far too few lightning-type ability users. Most of the few available have ventured out to hunt zombies due to their formidable combat prowess. The issue of electrical supply is quite significant. Space ability users adeptly resolve the problem of resource storage. While the Su sibling space is not static, it maintains a constant temperature. Based on their previous experiments, the temperature within that space is relatively low, allowing vegetables and meats to remain fresh for several days longer than if left exposed. Particularly during long-distance missions, having a space ability user is exceedingly convenient. In Du Ruo's perspective, enemies are merely fodder for her blade. It would be a waste to eliminate the Su siblings. Let's set that aside for now. Du Ruo remarked casually, adding, "Additionally, tomorrow I will arrange for a few mutated spiders at the plantation to prevent similar incident from occurring." Qi Feng could only respond with silence. The following morning, Du Ruo assigned 2 mutated spiders to Qian Zhongming and his wife before departing with Qianyi and the others. At the entrance of the base, she fortuitously encountered Zhou Yu and Si Dao on duty. Zhou Yu and the Qilong team would not be undertaking any missions for the next few days. Si Dao rushed over upon spotting Du Ruo, whispering beside her, "Sister Hammer, why are the Su siblings still alive?" Du Ruo responded with a roll of her eyes. Qianyi chimed in, "If they were dead. Wouldn't people suspect us immediately? Do you think my little Ruo is as dim-witted as you?" Si Dao rubbed her nose, realizing the truth in that statement. Qianyi continued, "Why are you concerned about this? Have I offended you?" Si Dao replied, "I'm just curious if their death would yield any gear that it will." Du Ruo concluded as she approached Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu cautioned, "Be careful when going out. Lu Sun has someone named Li Cheng with him. He took several ability users out yesterday. Han Yongxiang had a bodyguard named Guang, also an ability user. He was absent from the base when he died and hasn't been seen since. We suspect he might be looking for Guang." Si Dao added, "One of our people has gone missing. We don't know where they went." The Du Ruo understood that Yang had already begun to take note of Lu Ming and his group. She nodded, "Thank you. I will be cautious." On the subway line, Du Ruo had cleared a path to the central area. After a morning of slaughter, the group was fatigued. In the subway station they occupied, all zombies had been eradicated. The mutated spiders were busy excavating crystal cores. Once the cores were extracted, they devoured the zombie brains on the spot. Ning, Yi, and Qianyi prepared lunch, while the 3 who were not adept at cooking opted to continue enjoying hot pot. Hot pot is simple and convenient, and the fresh ingredients provided by Du Ruo made it an enjoyable meal over the past few days. They had sampled various flavors and could not grow weary of it. As for Jun, its palate had also evolved to become more human-like, and it had begun to indulge in hot pot as well. The space now housed nearly 3,000 zombie laborers. Little Mango seemed to be enjoying its days, now having an hour of rest each day. In the dual-flavor hot pot, the broth bubbled away as the trio and the beast began to feast. 2 kilometers away, in an underground shopping mall, a team of 30 ability users prepared to launch an assault at the entrance. A pile of explosives was stacked at the mall's entrance, with a fuse extending into the ranks. "Blow it up!" The leader, Tian Hao, commanded, and one ability user ignited the fuse at his feet with a deafening explosion. The mall's doors were blown open, smoke billowing around and obscuring the view. Wind ability users now. As soon as Tian Hao's command fell, 2 wind ability users unleashed a tempest towards the mall's entrance. All other ability users simultaneously released their powers, anticipating a horde of zombies about to emerge from hell. That a kaleidoscope of ability lights filled the mall's entrance. Stop. Sensing something amiss, Tian Hao ordered everyone to halt. Moments later, all abilities ceased, yet the entrance remained devoid of any presence. Something was wrong. Just yesterday, when Tian Hao had passed through to gather supplies, he had noted an abundance of resources and countless zombies inside. He had specifically gathered a 30-person team today to transport the supplies, only to find not a single zombie in sight. The mall had only 2 entrances, and like the one before them, the other had been locked from the outside, trapping the zombies inside. The other entrance, in the direction they had come from, had been checked and found the lock intact. So, where had all those zombies gone? Just as Tian Hao pondered, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from within the mall. An ominous feeling washed over him. The sound grew increasingly closer, and a figure engulfed in flames burst forth. Amidst the flames, its gray-white eyes were hauntingly captivating. Chapter 77. Just a beast run? Quickly, it was a level 3 zombie. Panic erupted within Tian Hao's group. Half of the team comprised ordinary individuals, and the mere mention of a level 3 zombie sent shivers down their spines. Now a level 2 ability user, Tian Hao ran while unleashing fireballs, yet upon striking the level 3 zombie, the flames were absorbed, intensifying the blaze surrounding it. The level 3 zombie yanked at its body, producing a flaming chain approximately 2 meters long attached to itself. Wielding the other end, it whirled it around before hurling it forward. The chain extended as it flew, ensnaring the waists of 2 individuals at the back. The intense heat ignited them instantly. The pair felt a sharp pain in their midsections, followed by the sensation of being engulfed in flames. The level 3 zombie seized them, one in each hand. In their final moments of consciousness, they saw the zombie's gaping maw, lined with bloody fangs, as it bit down on their faces. Those who had retreated a short distance away were filled with dread at the sight. Run, the level 3 zombie, having taken a taste, displayed a look of dissatisfaction. Those 2 were mere ordinary folk, lacking flavor in the eyes of a level 3 zombie that IT released its hold on them, deciding to devour them later. Instead, it dashed forward, conjuring fireballs to hurl at the ability users. The speed at which the level 3 zombie launched fireballs was astonishing. In a blink of an eye, 4 ability users were struck, severely injured and collapsing. The zombie continued, binding them with its flaming chains. Without pausing, it unleashed more fireballs towards the remaining ability users. In the underground mall, a long street line with shops provided no alternative escape routes. Tian Hao and his group could only flee down a single path. However, aside from the wind ability users, the others could not outrun the level 3 zombie or its fireballs. Casualties quickly mounted, exceeding 10 individuals. Apart from a few fortunate ordinary survivors, only 6 ability users remained in this life or death moment. A profound sense of despair surged within Tian Hao and the others. Among their number, only 3 were level 2 ability users. And against a level 3 zombie, they had no means of resistance. Their various ability attacks during their escape barely succeeded in slowing the zombie down. Roar! The 6 quickly scattered, creating distance as they ran. Yet the flaming chains also split into 6 tendrils, seemingly equipped with tracking capabilities, relentlessly pursuing them no matter how they twisted and turned. .1 ability user stumbled, the first to be ensnared by a fire chain. That individual was not far behind Tian Hao, and upon hearing their agonizing scream, he instinctively glanced back that he saw the person engulfed in flames, the fire chain lunging towards him, with 2 chains pursuing him. Tian Hao realized his fate was sealed. Thoughts of his parents and family welled up, and tears filled his eyes. He came to a halt, turning back. I'll fight you. If he could not escape, then he would at least take a piece of that creature with him. He roared, darting toward the level 3 zombie, dodging the 2 fire chains. However, his speed paled in comparison to the chains. And after only a few steps, they were upon him. As he faced the imminent entrapment of the chains, despair consumed him. But in the next moment, a piercing shriek echoed that a shadow descended from the sky, transforming into a blur as it charged towards the level 3 zombie. In the blink of an eye, the shadow collided with the zombie before swiftly ascending once more. It was the mutated golden eagle. For several days, 2 mutated golden eagles had been circling above the city, and Tian Hao had witnessed them multiple times. Initially, while out on missions, they had been apprehensive, fearing they might become prey for the mutated eagles. However, they soon discovered that the golden eagles seemed to feast solely on zombies, primarily targeting those of at least level 2. Thus, several teams encountering powerful zombies had been rescued by the eagles. Thank goodness, but soon his heart sank once more. The mutated golden eagle harbors a fear of fire, yet proves powerless against the blazing 3rd-level zombie. Witnessing this, Tian Hao quickly gathers with the other 8 survivors who remain. A wind-type ability user named Yang urges, "We must flee. The mutated golden eagle may not necessarily defeat that 3rd-level zombie, and if it gives up later, we will perish." Tian Hao adds, "Isn't there still another mutated golden eagle? Why haven't we seen it? It is likely in another location," he surmises, panting heavily and wearing a grave expression. "Should we not assist that golden eagle? How can we help? It is a 3rd-level creature." Someone retorts, "Should we sprinkle cumin and charge at it?" Tian Hao insists, "Precisely because it is a 3rd-level creature, we must devise a way to eliminate it. The threat posed by a 3rd-level zombie is too great. If we do not eradicate it, how can we safely venture out to complete our missions? When we arrived, did we not encounter a team led by a 3rd-level ice-type ability user? We should seek them out." After some discussion, the group agrees with Tian Hao's reasoning. Yang interjects, "I know where they are. They're not far from here, in a large shopping mall." "Let us go," Tian Hao commands. The group swiftly locates the team, led by the 3rd-level ice-type ability user, Fan Xiong, who readily agrees to their proposal upon hearing 3rd-level crystal core, along with a mutated golden eagle. This is an opportunity one cannot miss. Fan Xiong's eyes gleam with determination. Accompanied by Fan Xiong and his team, they hasten to the battleground where the 3rd-level zombie and the golden phoenix are locked in combat. Noticing Fan Xiong's hesitation to act, Tian Hao urges, "Fan, go. Make your move quickly." Fan Xiong retorts, "Why the rush? It is better to wait until they are both weakened before striking." It dawns on Tian how that Fan Xiong intends to benefit from their struggle. With a dismissive scoff, Fan Xiong remarks, "It is merely a beast. I have heard that the flesh of mutated animals, akin to zombie crystal cores, can facilitate the advancement of abilities. However," Tian Hao counters, "there are 2 mutated golden eagles." He aims to dissuade Fan Xiong from his opportunistic intentions. Fan Xiong taunts, "If you fear, you may leave." Realizing that Fan Xiong is resolute, Tian Hao concedes he does not depart, but instead keeps a safe distance with the remaining members of his team. Meanwhile, the 3rd-level zombie and the golden phoenix engage in a fierce battle. One fears fire, while the other cannot take flight. Neither can gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoes from afar, and a shadow appears in the sky. In an instant, the golden phoenix rushes over to join the fray. With its arrival, the 3rd-level zombie gradually falters, its body marked with numerous deep scratches, exposing bone. The 3rd-level zombie, with its limited intelligence, can only unleash simple fireballs and fire chains. Lacking the versatility displayed by Du Rua, the golden phoenix confronts the 3rd-level zombie head-on, while the golden eagle prepares to deliver a fatal blow from behind, just as the golden eagle's claws graze the zombie's head. 3 ice arrows suddenly strike, piercing its relatively soft wing base and abdomen. The golden eagle's claws tear through the zombie's skull, yet it suffers injury to its wing, plummeting from the sky, in pain. The golden eagle rolls on the ground, its abdomen racked with agony. Chapter 78. Keep your distance to avoid blood splatter. The golden eagle crashes against a wall, coming to a halt. Its abdomen throbs with intense pain, compelling it to lay its egg at that moment. A pained cry escapes its beak, prompting the golden phoenix to screech in response and rush down to protect it. Several ice arrows are shot at the golden phoenix, forcing the golden eagle to evade and ascend once more into the sky. observing the 6 individuals who have suddenly appeared beside the golden eagle. The golden phoenix's golden red eyes blaze with a palpable murderous intent. It recognizes the despicable man who harmed the golden eagle. With a furious screech, it prepares to retaliate. Fan Xiong's team surrounds the golden eagle, brandishing knives against it, with its wings injured and about to lay its egg. The golden eagle dares not move, bound by reinforced iron chains that restrain its feet and wings. If you wish for it to live, do not stir, Fan Xiong threatens. He knows that although the golden eagle may not comprehend human speech, its intelligence as a mutated creature would certainly allow it to grasp his intent. Under the golden phoenix's hostile gaze, Fan Xiong conjures ice arrows in a standoff. Old 6, extract that crystal core. The man named Old 6 cautiously inches toward the corpse of a 3rd-level zombie, extracting the crystal core while remaining vigilant against the golden phoenix's potential attack. With the 3rd-level crystal core now in his possession, Fan Xiong is elated. Now, all that remains is to escape. The unexpected presence of the golden phoenix poses a threat, yet he has secured the crystal core. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from behind. Boss, the eagle has laid an egg. One of Fan Xiong's team members presents the egg to him. Excellent. Another prize, Fan Xiong exclaims, his face flushed with excitement. He envisions using these 2 eggs to captivate the male golden eagle, gazing at the frantic figure of the golden phoenix in the sky. He imagines himself soaring through the skies atop the golden eagle. With 3 aerial overlords at his command, would he not dominate Jiangling, perhaps even the entire world? Hey, follow me, or I will have him roast the egg in his hands. Fan Xiong threatens, gesturing toward the man holding the egg and signaling another to unleash flames. The cries for help from the golden phoenix and golden eagle reach Duruo, who has just finished lunch with her companions. A murderous aura envelopes her. Qian Yi and the others notice her change in expression and quickly inquire, Xiaoruo, what has happened? Duruo replies, the golden phoenix and golden eagle are being bullied. They save people, only to be ambushed by those very individuals. Qian Yi and Jiang brandish their knives. Let's go. Ning Yi's expression darkens as he seeks out Junjun, determined to let her indulge in some excitement. In a matter of moments, Du Ruo arrives at the scene, having traversed a mere 2 kilometers, just in time to overhear Fan Xiong's threats against the golden phoenix. How dare they attempt to seize her beasts? Du Ruo's heart is resolute. She has already sentenced them to death. The roar of the vehicle captures Fan Xiong's attention as a camper van approaches, stopping right before them. 3 women and 1 man emerge, wielding black long knives and casting menacing glances at Fan Xiong and his team. Even the mutated big cat on the roof bares its teeth at them, exuding a chilling aura. Fan Xiong, noting the bloodstains on the newcomers, realizes they are not to be trifled with. Considering the threat posed by the golden phoenix above, he cautiously addresses them. If you are here to rob, you must first deal with the creature in the sky. The 2 eagles and that egg are mine. Leave now, and I will spare your lives. That Duruo, however, chooses to offer them a chance. Having recently indulged in bloodshed, she craves something different. To Fan Xiong, Duruo's words translate into a desire to monopolize the spoils. Fan Xiong chuckles. You're quite bold for someone so young. As soon as he finishes speaking, Fan Xiong's 5 teammates brandish their sharp knives toward Duruo. Fan Xiong tugs at the iron chains he holds, revealing the golden eagle bound beneath them. This one is mine, taken by my own hand, and so is this egg. Duruo and her companions gaze at the golden eagle on the ground, their fury reaching a boiling point. Qian Yi points at the corpse of the 3rd-level zombie, cursing Fan Xiong. Your conscience must have been devoured by dogs. They saved you, and you repay them with treachery. Fan Xiong retorts, they did not save me. They saved those few fools. He refers to Tian Hao and his companions, who have just approached. Upon recognizing Du Ruo, Tian Hao emerges, having overheard the conversation, understanding Du Ruo's capabilities. He realizes her claims are true. The 2 golden eagles that saved lives undoubtedly belong to her. This clarifies why the mutated golden eagles have shown no intent to harm humans, repeatedly coming to their aid. Sister Hammer, Tian Hao calls out, recounting the events to Du Ruo. His companions witness everything unfold before their eyes. After explaining, Tian Hao apologizes to Du Ruo. I am sorry. Those individuals were summoned by me. Du Ruo shakes her head, indicating no blame. Tian Hao calls out to Fan Xiong, "Brother, those two golden eagles do indeed belong to the young lady. We are all family here. No need to be formal. Do not forget, even our leader is hers," he adds with a laugh. Old Six, that is a splendid idea. Fan Xiong casts a disdainful glance at Du Ruo and her companions. The three women each possess unique charm. Meanwhile, the golden phoenix remains motionless in the sky, and Fan Xiong mistakenly believes it is deterred by his possession of the egg and the numerical advantage of his team, with the threat from above temporarily mitigated. Fan Xiong grows restless, forgetting the initial impression of Du Ruo's formidable presence. He becomes brazen, leering at Du Ruo and her companions. "What do you think of my brother's suggestion? I am now a third-level ability user. With my three eagles, world domination is within reach. I have yet to marry. If you join me now, you shall be my primary wife, and your two companions will be my second and third wives. I have lived for over 30 years, and have yet to experience such a delight." Hearing Fan Xiong's outrageous fantasies, Du Ruo and her companions find their previous anger dissipating. They know those individuals are doomed. A chuckle escapes Du Ruo as a pair of hammers materializes in her hands. That it has been quite some time since she has indulged in some vigorous activity. Fan Xiong's excitement grows as he realizes she is a space-type ability user. "Damn it, I truly am the chosen one." Qian Yi and his companions, the three men and one beast, instinctively took a few steps back. Tian Hao also pulled his team away silently. His teammate, Wang Yang, inquired, "Hey, Tian Hao, why are you dragging us so far back?" Tian Hao replied, "Stay back. It's safer to avoid getting splattered with blood. And oh way. That beauty is so fierce. She's a level 3 ability user." Tian Hao insisted, "Trust me. Let us keep our distance. If we get stained with blood, it won't end well." Blood attracts zombies. Chapter 79. That woman is too sinister, dear. I have no inclination towards them. Be good, put down the hammer. We're not playing with hammers. Fan Xiong was lost in his daydream, ignoring the murderous aura emanating from Du Ruo, completely oblivious to the dead man stares from the group across from him. Du Ruo said, "It's fine that I haven't played in a long time. I want to give it a try." Fan Xiong's teammate remarked, "Boss, that woman is quite provocative, playing like this in public and so flamboyantly." His words elicited laughter from Fan Xiong's group. "Boss, can you handle this? Do you need our help? Get lost." Fan Xiong wiped non-existent drool from his mouth. "I played in various places, but never in front of an audience. This is intense. Once I deal with that thing in the sky. We'll give it a go." Du Ruo had had enough of their vulgarity and swung her twin hammers directly towards Fan Xiong's face. "Let us play first." Despite their banter, Fan Xiong's group remained cautious of Du Ruo. He dodged to the side. "This is intense. I'll subdue you first before dealing with that bird in the sky." As he spoke, his ice-based ability manifested, forming 4 ice spikes aimed at Du Ruo's limbs. Du Ruo did not retaliate with her abilities. Instead, she shattered the 4 ice spikes with her hammers. Her anger was palpable, and she simply wanted to vent. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to her health. The ice shards scattered, hitting several of Fan Xiong's teammates, one of whom was blinded by the flying ice. This was the man who had previously offered to assist Fan Xiong. Du Ruo charged forward, her right hammer striking the man in the stomach, sending him flying forward to 5 meters, crashing against a utility pole. His body broke at the waist, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and spitting blood before succumbing to death. Another man rushed forward, but Du Ruo's left hammer accurately struck his face. With just one blow, the man's head exploded, red and white matter splattering onto the other men. One eyeball flew the farthest, landing on Wang Yang's head beside Tian Hao. Tian Hao glanced at the eyeball that had fallen, muttering, "I told you to stay back, but you wouldn't listen." Wang Yang remained speechless as Tian Hao pulled him back another 5 or 6 meters. Du Ruo's ruthless strikes had already killed 2 of Fan Xiong's men in mere moments. Fan Xiong finally recalled his first impression of Du Ruo and regretted forgetting it this point. It was clear that things could not end amicably. "Filthy bitch, that you're dead for sure." As he spoke, his ice powers surged again, unleashing countless ice spikes towards Du Ruo. She swung her hammers, dismantling them one by one. Fan Xiong shouted, "Old 3, Old 5. Old 3 immediately released his earth-based powers, creating a barrier. Old 5 followed suit. unleashing a fiery chain that swept towards Du Ruo, just as she smashed the last ice spike. A dozen 1-meter-high earth spikes erupted from the ground, pinning her in place. Simultaneously, a fiery chain lashed out at her upper body. However, as a level 2 fire user, he posed no threat to Du Ruo. With a single blow, she dispersed the fire chain, just as she intended to deal with the earth spikes. A chill enveloped her, and in the next moment, she found herself encased in ice. Meanwhile, over by Tian Hao, Wang Yang watched in alarm as Du Ruo became encased in ice, urgently pulling Tian Hao to flee. "That it's over. Haozi, we need to run. That guy will definitely come looking for us," Tian Hao calmly replied. "It's fine." Wang Yang grew more anxious. "It's not fine. She's turned into an ice sculpture. We need to escape while we can." Tian Hao pointed towards Du Ruo's RV. "Look at what her teammates are doing." "I don't care what they're doing. We should hurry." "Come on, just take a look." Unable to resist Tian Hao's insistence, Wang Yang glanced over at Qian, Yi, and his companions a few steps away. Just one look nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Tian Hao remarked, "I can smell it. It's savory. Let us go, let us grab some seeds." There they were, Qian, Yi, and his companions, leaning against the RV, happily munching on sunflower seeds. Upon noticing Tian Hao and his group approaching, they generously offered them a few packets. Qian said, "If this isn't enough, we have more." Ate tea that moment, with a loud crash. Du Ruo shattered the ice, encasing her. Fan Xiong had thought Du Ruo was utterly trapped, but as the ice exploded, it struck him and his teammates unexpectedly, leaving them bloodied and dazed. "Boss, that woman is a physical enhancement type ability user." The words came from the second-in-command of Fan Xiong's group, a physical enhancer himself, specializing in strength. Until now, Du Ruo had not revealed any abilities, leading them to mistakenly believe she was merely a physical enhancement user. Feeling the pain on his face, Fan Xiong's expression turned grave. That it was clear that none of the 4 remaining ability users could inflict any real harm on Du Ruo. This was enough for him to realize she was a level 3 ability user. "I apologize for my previous offense. A wise person knows when to yield. When faced with overwhelming odds, one must bow out graciously," Du Ruo replied. "I'm sorry, but I don't accept it." As she spoke, she activated her wind-based ability, transforming her into a fleeting shadow that darted directly in front of Fan Xiong. Wielding her hammer, she aimed straight for his head. If that blow landed, it would surely be fatal. Fan Xiong, having earned his abilities through hard-fought battles, was experienced in combat. He quickly conjured 2 ice shields, stacking them to protect his head. As the ice shields materialized, Du Ruo's hammer struck them. The sound of shattering ice echoed as Fan Xiong instinctively fell to the ground. The shields were crushed, and Du Ruo's hammer grazed over his scalp, tearing away a patch of hair and skin, exposing fragments of his skull. After a brief moment of numbness, the pain of his scalp being torn open hit him. He clutched his hair on either side of his head, letting out a cry of agony. Blood streamed from his head, flowing into his eyes, quickly covering his entire face. He resembled a vengeful ghost from the depths of hell. His 3 remaining teammates, witnessing Fan Xiong's condition, felt a chill run down their spines. They were terrified and dared not continue the fight, fleeing together. That woman is too sinister. In this day and age, a level 3 ability user was a top-tier force, and she had nearly split their leader's head open using only her strength. Ning Yi paused his seed snacking, watching the fleeing trio. Junjun, I'll treat you to a feast today." Junjun, eager, leaped towards the retreating men with a roar. It seemed she had yet to savor the flesh of ability users. And today she would finally have the chance to try this new delicacy. With his teammates gone, Fan Xiong, enduring excruciating pain, quickly knelt down. "Big shot, I was wrong. Did I truly realize my mistake? Please forgive me. I can offer you my life." Chapter 80. Wounded beasts are still beasts. Fan Xiong was frightened. The woman before him was too fierce, and he dreaded that the next blow would indeed split his head open. "I'll trade a level 3 crystal core for my life." After speaking, Fan Xiong indicated the crystal core located in his backpack, that he swiftly removed the bag and placed it before Du Ruo. The black backpack was bulging, and aside from a golden eagle egg, it contained numerous valuable items that, in addition to a level 3 crystal core, There were many level 1 and several level 2 crystal cores. As he spoke, Fan Xiong displayed a pained expression, appearing as though he was willing to forsake everything for the sake of survival. Du Ruo remained wary of her adversary, channeling her mental energy towards the backpack. Upon discerning its contents, she instantly realized Fan Xiong's scheme. She scoffed, "If I kill you, these items will still belong to me." Kneeling on the ground, Fan Xiong lowered his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He abruptly unzipped the backpack, reaching inside to grasp a chunk of ice. Just as he was about to throw the ice at Du Ruo, it vanished along with the backpack in an instant. Fan Xiong was stunned. He had encountered spatial ability users before. They needed to touch an item to retrieve it, but he had never seen someone like Du Ruo who could extract items from a distance. However, before he could fully rise, a sharp pain shot through his feet. Duo, as earth spikes had pinned his feet to the ground. As he attempted to stand, one earth spike pierced through his foot and out through his calf, while another similarly penetrated both his upper and lower legs. The excruciating pain surged through him. Da-da. After calling out, Fan Xiong clenched his teeth tightly, his body trembling in agony. His complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The shadow of death loomed ominously. The ice-based ability emanated from him, transforming into countless sharp spikes aimed at Du Ruo. In response, Du Ruo unleashed her wind-based ability, which swiftly shredded the approaching ice projectiles to pieces. The frigid air spread for miles. Fan Xiong was acutely aware that his icy spikes were no match for Du Ruo and had resorted to unleashing his final gambit. The ground surrounding Fan Xiong became encased in ice, extending outward in a relentless wave. As he observed Du Ruo on the verge of being trapped, a glimmer of hope flickered across his face. He understood that while he could not completely encase Du Ruo, even a mere 10 seconds of freezing would afford him ample time to escape. Unconstrained by the icy prison, he could maneuver freely, crafting a glacial slide to flee. That a gentleman's revenge may be delayed for a decade, but accounts would be settled in due time. However, in the next moment, he found himself dumbfounded. The woman before him had a third ability, fire. His ice encasement vaporized instantly under the onslaught of Du Ruo's flames. "Great One, I was wronged. I beg you. Grant me a path to survival, and I shall be your loyal servant in atonement." Fan Xiong was genuinely terrified now, his voice quivering with desperation. As Du Ruo advanced step by step, he gazed at her indifferent visage. Succumbing to despair, he knew that the shadow of death had firmly descended upon him, tears and mucus escaping uncontrollably. "I do not wish to die. I still possess value. I am a level 3 ability user." That Du Ruo stood before Fan Xiong, retracting her flames and raising her dual hammers. Throughout, she remained unperturbed, opting to end Fan Xiong's life without the use of her abilities, merely seeking to release her pent-up fury. She had long sworn that in this new life, no one would harm those dear to her again, not even beasts. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck Fan Xiong's exposed skull, shattering his brain matter. A splatter of red and white stained Du Ruo's face, the warmth dissipating her wrath. Jin Feng and Jin Huang both let out piercing cries. Jin Feng had descended beside Jin Huang, while Du Ruo dealt the blow to Fan Xiong, using its claws to sever the iron chains binding Jin Huang, soothing it with gentle pecks. Jiang Nan hastily passed a sunflower seed to Tian Hao before rushing to Jin Huang's side. Prepared to examine it, that Du Ruo approached Jin Huang, retrieving Fan Xiong's backpack from her spatial storage, placing the egg beside it, and extending her hand to comfort Jin Huang. "Do not move. Let Nan check you." Although Jin Feng and Jin Huang were bound to Du Ruo by contract, they remained fierce birds of prey, inherently wary of humans. Without Du Ruo's restraint, Jiang Nan and the others dared not approach them. After inspecting, Jiang Nan frowned slightly. "Jira, there's ice lodged in the base of its wings and within its abdomen that I cannot extract it." Jiang Nan found herself at an impasse with the injuries inflicted by an equally ranked ability user. After pondering for a moment, Du Ruo placed her hand gently upon the wound at the base of Jin Huang's wing. "Jin Huang, bear with it. It will hurt a little." Such injuries inflicted by ability users were challenging to treat. The ice within must be removed first. A gentle stream of fire-based ability flowed from her hand into the wound. The instant the flames entered Jin Huang's injury, it emitted a sharp, piercing cry. Fortunately, Du Ruo's fire-based ability was considerably more potent than Fan Xiong's ice, and within mere breaths, the ice melted away. Du Ruo repeated the process for the other wing and the wound in the abdomen. The remaining frostbite and burn injuries were simpler for Jiang Nan to address. In under 5 minutes, Jin Huang erupted into joyful cries, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky alongside Jin Feng. Jiang Nan also checked their egg, finding it unharmed and intact, having been shielded from the cold. The gathered crowd, having encircled them, collectively exhaled in relief. Tian Hao and the others expressed their gratitude to the two eagles and apologized to Du Ruo, clarifying that their actions to eliminate the level 3 zombie had inadvertently attracted Fan Xiong and his nefarious crew. Du Ruo bore no resentment towards them. You acted correctly. The fault lies solely with those vile individuals. Ning, he added, the ones who fled were killed by Junjie and IT claims it did not consume any humans. In truth, Jun had taken a mere taste, aware that others disapproved of its appetite for human flesh. It remained silent. The Golden Eagles entrusted the egg to Du Ruo before taking flight. Du Ruo secured the egg and then rummaged through Fan Xiong's backpack. Aside from several hundred crystal cores, she discovered a sizable ice block, roughly the size of an adult's head. Within the transparent ice, a dark mass and some elongated legs were clearly visible. Qian Yi inquired, what could this be? Ning Yi speculated, it resembles some sort of insect. Du Ruo placed the ice block on the ground, a flame enveloping it instantly. The contents appeared to be alive. After a moment's thought, Du Ruo retrieved a transparent dome from her spatial storage. Encasing the ice block within, as the ice gradually melted, the dark mass within awakened, filling the dome in a writhing mass. Chapter 81. Golden Ingot. The group gathered around the peculiar insects in fascination. Tian Hao remarked, these creatures seem to resemble biting midges, and they appear to have mutated. Qian Yi added, that man must have intended to unleash these midges to attack little Ruo. They all recalled Fan Xiong's earlier actions, anxiety mounting for Du Ruo. Biting midges were notoriously troublesome, capable of infiltrating every nook and cranny, proving to be a significant nuisance. Though small in size, their lethality far surpassed that of long-legged mosquitoes. During summer, especially in rural areas, biting midges were prevalent, and the bites would swell into itchy welts. Du Ruo recalled her previous life, where she had endured an attack from these creatures, then unaware of their name. The mutated biting midges, despite retaining their size, had developed a horrifying increase in toxicity. An area bitten by a mutated midge would begin to rot within minutes, and without prompt treatment, it could lead to a person's entire body decomposing within a day. The group was so engrossed in the mutated midges that they failed to notice a search and rescue team observing them from a nearby shop. Oh, you recognize those people. I only know that man over there. His name is Tian Hao. I know Tian Hao as well. I recognize a couple of his companions. They are from his team. The woman who emerged from the RV is the only one I know. The rest are likely her teammates. She is the space ability user rumored to have an affair with the leader of Yang Base, named Du Ruo. It's said that her personal life is rather tumultuous, having entangled not only with the leader of Yang Base, but also with Captain Shi and Captain Zhou at the base. Another team member remarked, Captain, could there be some misunderstanding? We can't hear what they are discussing from this distance. The captain retorted, what misunderstanding could there be? We witnessed Fan Xiong obtaining that level 3 zombie crystal core, and then we saw that woman arrive and proceed to kill and rob. We even saw her rescue that injured eagle. What misunderstanding could possibly exist? But those two eagles have saved many people recently. They are good. What good? They are merely beasts. Non-human entities cannot be trusted. Indeed, and don't forget the mutated cat they brought along. You must have heard the screams earlier. Those two people chased by it must have been killed. Look at its mouth, stained red. It must have been covered in blood from eating humans, even if they are not siding with the beasts against humans. The fact remains that they kill and rob. After Du Ruo finished speaking, she incinerated the mutated biting midges along with the dome. Yet her expression remained grim. She sought to identify the source of these creatures and eradicate them entirely. However, with Fan Xiong and his crew now dead, she inquired around, but found no one had encountered these mutated midges before. Subsequently, Du Ruo elaborated on the dangers posed by the mutated biting midges. Fortunately, they were easily preventable. Standard insect repellents could effectively drive them away. Aside from their potent toxicity, they posed little other threat and could be dispatched by ordinary individuals. Should one be unfortunate enough to be bitten, healers could provide assistance. Otherwise, the affected flesh would need to be excised. The bite wound from the midges were small, and with timely treatment, only a small piece of flesh the size of a mung bean would need to be removed. Tian Hao and his companions committed these details to memory before gathering supplies from the underground market and departing. Rather than rushing to eliminate the zombies, Du Ruo summoned Jin Feng and Jin Huang once more. She extracted a drop of blood and placed it into her spatial storage, where the little mango integrated the blood into a vial of energy essence, wrapping it around the egg. The energy essence was quickly absorbed, and movement began to stir within the egg. Du Ruo laid a mat before Jin Feng and Jin Huang, then retrieved the soon-to-hatch egg, placing it on the mat for them to witness the birth of their offspring. The 4 humans and 3 beasts settled around, awaiting in serene anticipation. Thanks to the imposing presence of the 3 level 3 mutated beasts, no unwelcome zombies dared approach. With a crack, the eggshell was breached from within, and an orange-yellow beak emerged. Soon, half of the shell was pecked away, and a tiny golden eagle, covered in downy feathers, crawled out. "Oh, adorable!" exclaimed Chen. "Oh, look, your mommy and daddy are right there," Jiang Nan chimed in. Watching the little golden eagle clumsily make its way towards Du Ruo, Jiang Nan instinctively reached out to turn it around. Its parents were not in a hurry. Why should she worry? Du Ruo took out a disposable towel and carefully began to wipe the little golden eagle. During this time, the eagle incessantly rubbed its beak against Du Ruo's hand, displaying immense affection. As she cleaned, Du Ruo decided to name it. "You shall be called Jin Yuan Bao." After saying this, she gently placed Jin Yuan Bao down and nudged it towards Jin Feng and Jin Huang, saying, "Your parents are over there." Jin Feng and Jin Huang emitted joyful cries. They had traversed countless places, all for the safe arrival of their offspring. Nothing was more joyous than the healthy birth of Jin Yuan Bao. Du Ruo and her companions shared in this happiness in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The arrival of new life was particularly uplifting. Du Ruo felt even more elated, as in just a few days, Jin Feng and Jin Huang would set off to deliver a message. With Jin Yuan Bao around, air superiority would not be compromised in the north. Approximately 100 kilometers from where Du Ruo and her group were, there lay a lake beside a prison. Inside the prison, Han Shi had regained his original appearance and was seated with a tall, fair-skinned man in the dining hall, exchanging drinks. The man's gaze was sharp and somewhat chilling. His name was Yang Tao, the former warden of Jiangling prison. Yang Tao took a sip of liquor, patted Han Shi on the shoulder, and asked, "Xiao Shi, is everything ready on your end?" Han Shi replied, "Rest assured, Uncle. Uncle Lu and I have arranged everything at the base. We only await your arrival to join forces and eliminate Yonghua, and by then, you and Uncle Lu will rule the base together, while I, with my modest aspirations, shall rely on you and Uncle Lu to get by." Yang Tao responded, "You need not worry that I am a mental type ability user. After the apocalypse, with my powers, I have brought the entire prison under control. Trust in your uncle's strength. Whether it be Du Ruo or Ma Ruo, I assure you they will kneel at your feet." Han Shi downed his drink and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle. That wretched woman, I will ensure she regrets ever living in this world." Chapter 82. Tears only fall when the coffin is present at Jiangling base. Lu Sin knocked on Lu Ming's office door with a group of people. "Dad, they're from the Shunfeng squad. They claim to have witnessed Du Ruo committing murder and robbery while on a mission." Lu Ming instructed, "Tell me everything in detail." The Shunfeng squad was the team that had previously observed Du Ruo from the shadows, led by Ma Shun. They recounted how Du Ruo had appeared, stolen a 3rd-level crystal core from Fan Xiong, and subsequently silenced him. Lu Ming inquired, "Aside from you, did anyone else see this?" Ma Shun replied, "Yes, a person named Tian Hao was present with 8 or 9 others. They saw it up close." Lu Ming commanded Lu Sun, "Take him and gather that Tian Hao and his team Lu Sin assured. It should be quick. Dad, can we trust Hanshi's people? Lu Ming remarked. Trustworthiness is secondary. What matters is their utility. Son heir, you must understand that in this world, aside from oneself, no one can be trusted. Afterward, Lu Ming seemed to recall something and shifted the subject. Do you think those two mutated golden eagles could also belong to Du Ruo? Lu Sun replied without hesitation. How could that be? Those are two third-level mutated golden eagles. Seeing Lu Sin's immediate response, Lu Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. Have you forgotten? That mutated rabbit cat was also third level. Along with those mutated spiders that Lu Sun countered, but that's different. Mutated golden eagles can fly. How could Du Ruo possibly tame aerial predators? Meanwhile, at Yang.Observing's location, Zhou Yu reported, Lu Sun has taken a group to find Lu Ming. They claim to have witnessed Du Ruo committing murder and robbery. Yang.Observing replied, it should be within the next few days. Are we prepared? Zhou Yu confirmed, most preparations are nearly complete. Yang.Observing inquired about the details of Du Ruo's actions. And after learning the reasons, he advised, perhaps it would be wise for Du Ruo to refrain from going out in the next few days. That Du Ruo asserted, in terms of combat strength, they cannot harm me. I must go out. How else can I collect crystal cores without killing zombies? Early the next morning, Du Ruo set out again with Qian Yi and her group, with Jin Yuan Bao now born. Du Ruo decided to slay more zombies to help Jin Yuan Bao grow to level 2 before its parents departed. Thus far, the crystal cores they possessed would only suffice to upgrade one of the mutated golden eagles to level 4. As Du Ruo drove the vehicle not far from the base, she was intercepted by Lu Ming and his men. Miss Du, may I have a word? Lu Ming approached with the intention of winning Du Ruo over, thus adopting an exceptionally cordial demeanor. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, Du Ruo replied, pressing the accelerator and deftly maneuvering the vehicle past Lu Ming, kicking up a cloud of dust that settled over him. Wretched woman, Lu Ming spat a mouthful of dust-laden phlegm, glaring at the RV with venomous intensity. Time was of the essence, and the mission was pressing. Shortly after the RV entered the base, it was surrounded by Lu Sun and Zhou Yu's men, armed and imposing in the dim light. Zhou Yu appeared somewhat reluctant as he spoke. Miss Du, I'm following the base leader's orders. Please come with us. He seemed to hesitate, as if he couldn't believe his own words. Qian Yi and Jiang then exchanged disappointed glances through the window, shocked that Zhou Yu would join Lu Sun in apprehending Du Ruo. Zhou Yu insisted, this is the base leader's order. Step out of the vehicle. That Du Ruo ignored him and focused her gaze on the man behind Lu Sun. Yang Ti, in her previous life, Yang.Observing's demise had been partly due to Yang Tao's machinations. In the second year post-apocalypse, Yang Tao had appeared at the base when Yang.Observing was already the second base leader. Yang Tao, accompanied by 20 to 30 ability users, had joined the base. Not long after, he began to seize power, even unleashing hordes of zombies that ultimately led to Yang.Observing's death while attempting to save others. Yang Tao subsequently met his end at the hands of Qi Lang, who had awakened fire abilities that a dual-type ability user. Yang Tao possessed mental manipulation and speed abilities, but he could control a person's thoughts as if brainwashing them. Whatever Yang Tao commanded became the absolute truth. This mental control was irreversible. Those under long-term influence would regard Yang Tao as a deity. Du Ruo locked eyes with Yang Tao. He too focused on her, tentatively extending a thread of mental energy towards her. Yet, as this energy approached Du Ruo, it vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to Yang Tao, this minuscule strand of mental energy failed to ascertain Du Ruo's true nature. A smile crept upon Yang Tao's lips. With his excellent physique and striking appearance, he found her to be an intriguing woman that a sense of being preyed upon washed over Du Ruo, realizing she had become someone else's target. Meanwhile, Lu Sun grew impatient and remarked, Miss Du, there is no need for delay. Du Ruo replied, evidence. Bring them forward. Anticipating her response, Lu Sun had already prepared. Several men were brought forward by Lu Sun's men. They were the team that had been spying a few days prior. It was she. A few days ago, we witnessed her murder 6 members of Fan Xiong's team for a third-level crystal core. 2 of them were even devoured by the mutated rabbit cat on her vehicle's roof. Lu Sun pressed, Miss Du, do you have anything to say? Du Ruo raised an eyebrow at the self-satisfied Lu Sun, a faint aura of menace enveloping her. Lu's son continued. Miss Du, perhaps you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Bring forth the others. The next group included 3 members of Tian Hao's previous team, each bearing visible injuries, Lu's son remarked. Miss Du, you should be familiar with these 3 men, yes? Du Ruo maintained her composure, smiling slightly. And then what? Lu's son replied. I hope Miss Du can still smile so captivatingly after this. Please recount the events. Chapter 83. Do you wish to die so soon? At that moment, a 3rd-level zombie clashed with a 3rd-level mutated golden eagle. The members of Fan Xiong's team managed to slay the 3rd-level zombie and captured one of the mutated eagles. Subsequently, Du Ruo appeared, her eyes set on the golden eagle captured by Fan Xiong. And a confrontation ensued. Fan Xiong, unable to withstand her strength, offered a 3rd-level zombie crystal core in exchange for his life. The Du Ruo took the crystal core and then killed Fan Xiong, while 2 of Fan Xiong's subordinates fell victim to the mutated rabbit cat at Du Ruo's side. We had 8 or 9 people present, witnessing the entire ordeal unfold. Lu's son pressed. Miss Du, do you have anything more to say? In response to Lu Sen's inquiry, Du Ruo pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded and replied, Yes. Miss Du's plea for mercy seemed rather premature. I am merely following orders to escort you to see the base leader. The decision regarding your guilt rests with those above. Lu's son assumed Du Ruo had surrendered in the face of irrefutable evidence and sought to beg for mercy. It was too late for that. That wretched woman had made his father suffer humiliation just days prior. Miss Du, there is no remedy for regret in this world, he scoffed. Du Ruo chuckled, but I haven't said anything yet. Her laughter made Lu's son realize that she was far from intimidated, although she possessed a slight edge and strength. With the evidence so compelling, would she truly dare to resist? Du Ruo, I advise you to behave yourself, Lu's son warned. This is a command from the base leader. Do you truly intend to betray the base? Ignoring Lu's son's threats, Du Ruo rolled her eyes and retorted, Weren't you the one asking me what else I had to say? Lu's son was momentarily taken aback, then said, Speak. Du Ruo opened the car door and stepped out. Sauntering over to Lu's senator, he recalled her ruthless demeanor and instinctively took a few steps back, but quickly realized that such behavior would only embarrass him further, considering Yang Tao behind him. Lu's son steadied himself. Stop. Speak your mind, but why are you getting so close? Do you wish to grovel before me? Alas, it's too late for that. Though Lu Sen's tone was firm, his words lacked conviction. Du Ruo halted 2 steps away and casually asked, Are you so eager to die? Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Lu San distinctly sensed a fleeting aura of menace emanating from Du Ruo's lighthearted remark. Leaving his head buzzing, it was precisely because that aura was so brief that he convinced himself that Du Ruo would not dare to harm him. Having said what you needed to, you may leave, she stated. Very well, Du Ruo replied. As she spoke, a black dagger appeared out of thin air, slicing down towards Lu Sen's face in the dim light. Those around were taken aback by Du Ruo's sudden movement and were about to intervene when they realized that no sound had followed. Could it be that Du Ruo was merely attempting to intimidate them? Lu Sen's subordinates were uncertain how to proceed and glanced at him for guidance. However, Lu's son remained transfixed, gazing at Du Ruo as if enraptured. His men quickly noticed something amiss. What is that on the boss's face? A red line emerged, cleaving Lu Sen's visage down the middle. His eyes began to glaze over. Yang Tao sensed the disturbance and reached out to shake Lu San. Calling his name, that touch, Lu San collapsed backward, his body falling straight to the ground, severed in 2. The boss is dead. Lu Sen's entourage surrounded Du Ruo, hesitating to act out of fear. Many had witnessed Du Ruo's confrontation with Qi Lang, and they had just seen her effortlessly cleave Lu San in 2 before their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and his companion stood with Du Ruo, facing off against them. Fear gripped them, their hands trembling around their weapons. Those with abilities felt their powers stifled. What should they do? It seemed they could not win. Should they fight or flee? All eyes turned to Yang Tao, awaiting his command. Subdue her, he ordered, and no sooner had he spoken than he vanished like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Du Ruo. A gust of wind brushed past her left ear, and she instinctively brandished her twin hammers, swinging them in that direction. Yang Tao had only just materialized. His dagger not yet poised to strike before he evaded Du Rua's blow. He vanished once more, causing her strike to miss. Then, Yang Tao reappeared at Du Rua's right, only to meet the same fate. After several exchanges, he found himself unable to land a hit, standing to the side, his expression dark and foreboding. "I must admit, I've underestimated you," he remarked. Aware that Yang Tao's mental manipulation was troublesome, Du Rua resolved to eliminate him at once. A surge of immense psychic power erupted from within her, transforming into invisible spikes aimed at Yang Tao. He was all too familiar with psychic attacks, and swiftly turned into a blur. Retreating, Du Rua's physical enhancements were comprehensive, yet against an opponent whose abilities were purely speed-based, she found herself outmatched in that regard. Furthermore, the limitations of her psychic attack rendered it futile to pursue Yang Tao. In the blackened sky, two golden phoenixes circled above Du Rua and narrowed her eyes. Though she could not catch Yang Tao, the phoenixes could. Their speed surpassed his own. Du Rua commanded the airborne phoenixes to execute a lethal strike. Bound by her contract, they would heed her every word, unaffected by Yang Tao's mental influence. With a screech, the two mutated golden eagles, their crimson eyes scanning for prey, took flight. Yang Tao, feeling the pressure from above, darted toward the chaos below. At this juncture, Zhou Yu and his group had already engaged Lu Sen's men, opting not to kill, but to incapacitate them. In another flash, Yang Tao appeared behind Zhou Yu. Psychic energy enveloped Zhou Yu, and Yang Tao whispered into his ear, "Du Rua is a murderous villain." Unaware of the impending danger, Zhou Yu only sensed the threat moments before Yang Tao seized control. His gaze, once dazed, became resolute. Before the apocalypse, he had been a soldier. Afterward, he became the protector of the base. His duty was to maintain peace and safeguard the lives and property of the people. Zhou Yu's expression shifted from confusion to determination. Murdering and robbing was strictly forbidden by the base. Du Rua had violated that decree and must be punished. He fixed his gaze firmly upon her, determined to apprehend Du Rua. Seeing Zhou Yu's sudden transformation, Du Rua's heart sank. They were unaware of Yang Tao's abilities and had fallen prey to his mental manipulation. Zhou Yu had been ensnared. As Zhou Yu's lightning net descended from the sky, Du Rua quickly instructed Xiao Mangwa to activate the base's security system. This delay prevented her from escaping in time. The three individuals in the RV, witnessing Du Rua about to be ensnared by the lightning net, cried out in alarm. Xiao Rua Jia. Xiao Mangwa urged Mom, Earth and Water. As Zhou Yu's lightning net loomed closer, Du Rua immediately followed Xiao Mangwa's guidance, summoning her earth powers to raise a circular earthen wall for protection. Following that, her water abilities surged forth, coalescing into a substantial volume of water that seeped into the wall. When the lightning net struck the damp earthen wall, all the electricity was conducted harmlessly into the ground. Meanwhile, Jin Gang had completed his mental conditioning of Yang Tao. Upon seeing Zhou Yu's lightning net being neutralized, Jin Gang swiftly activated spatial slicing to dismantle the wall from within. Just as Zhou Yu prepared to unleash another electric assault, a commanding voice interrupted him. "Stop." All attacks ceased, and the scene fell silent. The crowd parted, revealing Yang Goen, accompanied by Qi Lang and Lu Ming with his subordinates. Stepping forward, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the bloodied, bisected Lu San, and he lunged forward, trembling hands attempting to gather the remnants of his son. He tried to piece together the severed body, yet more blood and organs spilled onto the ground. "Ah, sinner!" Lu Ming's voice was a guttural cry from deep within. "Who did this?" He roared, glaring at Du Rua. Though he could not see, he was certain it was her. Only that vile woman would dare commit such a heinous act. Lu Sen's subordinates exchanged glances and stepped forward to report the incident to Lu Ming. Upon hearing, fury ignited within him, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. "That it was you. You wretched creature. I will kill you." At that moment, Yang Goen swiftly intervened, but Lu Ming, consumed by rage, paid no heed. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Du Rua, filled with a desire for vengeance. "You killed my son. I will take your life in return," Lu Ming shouted, unleashing uncontrollable fire abilities that manifested as a fiery tiger. Roaring as it charged toward Du Rua, Qi Lang stepped forth, conjuring a fire dragon to intercept the fiery beast. The two elemental forces clashed in a fierce struggle, locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, a tall man beside Lu Ming approached him, placing a calming hand on his shoulder. The simplicity of those words managed to quell Lu Ming's fury. Leading the group, Yang.Goen regarded Yang Tao with trepidation. This man had brought a formidable contingent of 20 to 30 ability users to the base, all under Lu Ming's command. Old Lu, let's not rush. We need to ascertain the truth. We cannot wrongfully accuse anyone that I know Du Ruo. She would not kill without cause. Just as Lu Ming began to regain his composure, Yang.Goen's words reignited his fury. My son is dead. Everyone here has witnessed it. Your lover cleaved my son in two. Lu Ming, let us discuss this calmly. Do not casually tarnish the innocence of young maidens. Yang.Goen felt a flicker of anger rising within him. As he observed Lu Ming on the verge of losing control once more, Yang Tao leaned in and whispered urgently into Lu Ming's ear. Calm down. Remarkably, Lu Ming regained his composure that moment. Nearly everyone in the base had heard the commotion and gathered around. That Lu Ming surveyed the crowd, took a deep breath, and declared, let us thoroughly dissect this matter today and determine whether that wretched woman, Du Ruo, is truly innocent. Upon finishing his statement, he gestured for his subordinates to bring forth the prior accusations against Du Ruo for murder and robbery. Today, we shall conduct a public trial here. Members of the Shunfeng team and Tian Hao's two companions stepped forward, reiterating their previous testimonies. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage, condemning Du Ruo. This woman possesses a heart too cruel to obtain a level 3 crystal core. She callously murdered 6 individuals. Who knows how many more there might be? With such ruthless actions, it seems unlikely this is her first offense. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Ming shouted, is she guilty? A resounding yes echoed from the crowd. That Lu Ming commanded, bring forth the Su siblings. The Su siblings were ushered forward. Su Xinran, who had lost her tongue, and Su Qianlong, who had a severed hand, spoke out. It is this woman. On the first day we arrived at the base, her accomplices severed my wrist, and she cut out my tongue. After Yang.Goen arrived, he protected her and drove us from our residence. Later, during a second incident, her accomplices harmed others and were imprisoned. This woman directly led a jailbreak, maiming 2 guards in the process. Su Qianlong continued, as 2 guards, who had lost their legs due to Du Ruo's actions, stepped forward to corroborate his claims. My arm was also severed by her, and it has turned to ash since. When Commander Lu sought to bring her to justice, Yang.Goen shielded her, forcing Commander Lu to endure for the sake of the base's harmony. Su Qianlong spoke only of the outcomes, igniting the crowd's fury, who began to clamor for Yang.Goen to punish Du Ruo. Su Qianlong wore a pained expression. How can Du Ruo, being Yang.Goen's woman, be punished? I wonder what kind of potion she has fed him. Yang.Goen has given her all the crystal cores. That is communal property of the base, and many guards have not received even a single upgrade in these recent days. The scene shifted as dozens of guards emerged from the back, declaring, we are the base's guardians, yet we cannot venture forth to slay zombies. Without a supply of crystal cores, how can we upgrade? If we cannot enhance our abilities, how can we protect the safety of the base? We dare not confront Du Ruo, nor do we dare face Commander Yang. We implore Commander Lu to advocate for us. We merely wish to obtain our rightful share of the crystal cores. Hand over the crystal cores. Hand over the crystal cores. The crowd was stirred into a frenzy, collectively demanding that Du Ruo surrender the crystal cores. Yang.Goen responded, I have already explained the situation regarding the crystal cores. In a few days, they will be redistributed uniformly, along with appropriate compensation. The cores were entrusted to Du Ruo due to a matter of greater significance concerning the future of the base. What nonsense! Am I not the second in command of the base? How could I be unaware? Lu Ming harbored no trust in Yang.Goen, convinced that his sole intention was to hoard the crystal cores for himself. Yang.Goen spoke of Du Ruo's 2 mutated golden eagles, asserting that their upgrade to level 4 was essential for establishing contact with the outside world. Nonsense. Those are beasts. How could she, a mere woman, tame them? Lu Ming retorted angrily, regardless of the truth, for Yang.Goen had never mentioned this matter to him from the beginning. This was clearly a precaution against him. Dare you assert that your goal is not to monopolize the crystal cores? Chapter 85. Do not ask me. Ask Durual. With those words, all eyes turned skeptically towards Yang.It. It was evident that they believed Lu Ming's assertions. Yang seeks to hoard the crystal cores. Lu Ming continued. Do you all remember Han Yongxiang? The previous leader of the base, he was slain by Yang. Yang harbored wolfish ambitions, ruthlessly murdering him for power. As Lu Ming's words settled. Han, she emerged from the rear of the crowd. I am Han Yongxiang's S.O.M.Y. father was indeed killed by them. They sought to eliminate me to silence me. I fled, saved by Uncle Lu. Han Shi's gaze towards Dural was filled with a shadowy hatred, as if he longed to rend her asunder. Throughout his life, even after the apocalypse, he had navigated smoothly, save for encountering the merciless Dural, who had rendered him incapable of being a man. With that thought, a pang of pain surged from within him, and he clenched his fists tightly. Dural, you are doomed. He recalled how his father had never deprived anyone of their crystal cores, often stating that the base belonged to everyone, and all its resources were for the collective benefit. That moment, Lu Ming feigned deep sorrow, lamenting, when Han Shi sought my help to avenge Han Yongxiang. I advised him to endure for the peace of the base. Yet here you are, Yang, disregarding the safety of everyone in the base for the sake of this woman, that if you continue down this path, you will surely bring ruin upon the entire base for your own selfish desires. The crowd stirred once more. No, Commander, you are over 50. Is this merely a game over a woman? Listen to me. I have long believed that the point system in the base is inadequate. Clearly, crystal cores are the true currency now. The crowd began to engage in hushed discussions, quickly reaching a consensus. Yang was unfit to be the leader. Kill Durual. Hand over the crystal cores. Abolish the point system. The chants echoed, reverberating through the air. That Durual coldly observed the unfolding chaos, growing increasingly impatient. The black long knife was gripped tightly in her hand, thirsting for blood. Yang countenance had darkened to that of coal. Though this was the outcome he anticipated, Qi Lang had already positioned his men around, keeping a watchful eye on the instigators. Desperate times call for decisive measures. A period of chaos requires strong leaders. Yang recalled a phrase he had read somewhere. In times of turmoil, one must act resolutely. This thought solidified his resolve. The base was rife with disorder and discontent. This time, he would eradicate all hidden threats in one fell swoop. If not addressed now, it would surely lead to future calamity. Lu Ming, observing Yang contemplation, scoffed and turned away. The apocalypse had arrived, and it was a world where the strong prevailed. Though I may not be the strongest, I am willing to heed the voice of the people. I support the abolition of the point system and the return of all crystal cores. The crowd cheered, declaring Lu Ming a worthy leader, though dissenting voices emerged. But Durual can indeed control the mutated beasts. Think of that mutated rabbit and the previously encountered mutated spider. It is quite reasonable for her to tame the mutated golden eagles. Yang asserted that the crystal cores were entrusted to Durual for the purpose of upgrading the golden eagles to establish contact with other cities, which seemed reasonable enough. Yet, the fact remained that Durual had committed murder. They did not mention Han Yongxiang. Power was alluring, and the sins of murder and usurpation were often overlooked. What mattered was the actions of those in power. At least under Yang leadership, the supply of meat had been secured. If they could truly establish contact with the outside world, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. I could see that moment. Yang whispered to a nearby associate. After the individual departed, he soon returned with a group of people in tow. Tian Hao and several teammates, aided by others, emerged, standing for Durual. Those 2 golden eagles belonged to Durual. I led a team of 30 on a mission and encountered a level 3 zombie. It was those 2 golden eagles that saved us. Fan Xiong and his crew ambushed one of the female eagles while was fighting the level 3 zombie, stealing the egg she had just laid. Later, when Durual arrived, Fan Xiong insulted her. They harmed Durual's golden eagles and stole her level 3 crystal core, and only then did she retaliate. We are the dissenters, almost losing our lives at the hands of Lu Sr. Many of you look familiar. You should be among those whom Durual and her team protected on our way into the base. We all know what kind of person she is and her capabilities. Without her, her teammates, and those mutated spiders, most of us would have perished on the way to the base. Tian Hao's words began to sway the crowd, which had previously been bewildered by Lu Ming and the others. He continued, "As for Yang, there is little to say. Since he became the leader, has he ever wronged anyone? It has only been a short time since the apocalypse began, and we are already consuming human meat." Unsurprisingly, a heated debate erupted. Yang and Lu Ming stood at an impasse, neither willing to speak further. Before long, the crowd spontaneously divided into two factions that Lu Ming, observing the inevitable outcome, was unfazed. He turned to Yang and stated, "Today, who among us will ultimately prevail?" Seeing the situation clearly delineated, Yang smiled and replied, "Do not ask me. Ask Du Ruo." "Ask Du Ruo?" Lu Ming was perplexed, just as he intended to shift his gaze towards the quietly observing Du Ruo. He discovered she was now within arm's reach, but he felt a sharp, cramping pain in his abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a black dagger embedded within his belly, leaving only the hilt protruding. "You are dead," Du Ruo uttered softly, her mood somewhat sullied as she twisted the hilt within Lu Ming's abdomen. They had dallied for far too long. She was now both hungry and fatigued, beginning to feel a twinge of irritation. Although Du Ruo's speed could not rival Yang Tao's, it was not difficult for her to sidle up to Lu Ming and finish him off before he could react. Yang Tao, already focused on Du Ruo, mistakenly assumed her target was him and vanished like a wraith before she could strike. That Du Ruo extracted the black dagger from Lu Ming's belly, droplets of blood cascading down the blade and splattering onto the ground. At that moment, Zhou Yu and Jin Gang sprang into action. They acted without receiving any orders, but witnessing Du Ruo commit murder right before their eyes compelled them to capture her. Du Ruo had long anticipated their movements. Her invisible mental force manifested as two hammers, striking down upon their heads and rendering them unconscious. The scene erupted into chaos. Qi Lang swiftly led his team to apprehend the instigators of the disturbance, subduing the surrounding crowd. Amidst the turmoil, he cast a glance at Zhou Yu on the ground, noting that his chest still rose and fell, before shooting an intense glare at Du Ruo that moment. Du Ruo was communicating with the golden phoenixes soaring in the sky. In the midst of the confusion, Yang Tao and Han Shi vanished. Chapter 86. Perhaps we should make a deal. Du Ruo remained patient. Intent on uncovering the whereabouts of Han Shi and his accomplices, she quickly learned from the mouths of two mutated golden eagles where they had fled. They had not gone far, hiding in a nearby residential building. Du Ruo summoned Qi Lang, along with Ci Dao Dia and Yin Yo, and they stormed inside. As they charged in, a massive cloth bag hurtled towards them. Ci Dao, leading the charge, instinctively brandished his dagger and tore through the bag. Once it ruptured, a swarm of dense black flying insects erupted forth. Not good. Its mutated biting flies. Ci Dao's warning sent a chill through the group. They were not afraid of the creatures. They had received information from Tian Hao, who had been rescued, about how to guard against them. However, the news had not yet reached the entire base since they had only just been rescued. Han Shi and his group had harnessed these creatures as weapons, and surely there were more than just what lay before them. Qi Lang swiftly unleashed his fire-based abilities, incinerating the flying insects in front of him. When Yang Tao arrived at the base, he brought along 27 people. Each of them had one of those bags. Where was the base's security? Du Ruo retorted, frustration evident in her tone. Qi Lang was at a loss for words. He recalled that the security at the base entrance was under Lu Sen's purview and swallowed his retort. And Yin Yo, you two go check other areas. After instructing them, Du Ruo intended to pursue Han Shi and Yang Tao into the residential building. Just then, a throng of ordinary people came rushing down, surrounding Du Ruo and Qi Lang. The ordinary citizens of the base wore dazed expressions, murmuring incessantly, "Stop them! Stop them!" Du Ruo and her companions found themselves ensnared by the crowd. In the stalemate, the sound of shattering glass echoed from above. Exchanging glances, the trio hastily pushed through the throng, rushing outside, only to find that Han Shi and Yang Tao had already vanished. Yet, the crowd continued to surge towards Du Ruo and her companions, still murmuring, each one reaching out, attempting to grasp them. Both Ci Dao and Qi Lang, hailing from military backgrounds, found themselves at a loss when faced with the helpless civilians. Du Ruo suppressed her urge to wield her hammer. Her invisible mental force rippled outward, rendering those it touched unconscious. The proximity of Ci Dao and Qi Lang meant they too felt the effects, but as Du Ruo targeted only the ordinary people. Her mental force was not overly potent, merely leaving them momentarily dazed. The dizziness ebbed from their minds like a receding tide. "How many abilities do you have left?" Qi Lang inquired in astonishment. "Just 7, Du Ruo replied. Without waiting for Qi Lang and Ci Dao to tally her abilities, she sprinted towards the direction indicated by the golden phoenixes. They ran that way, for Du Ruo was resolute in her intent to eliminate Yang Tao. In her previous life, Yang Tao had unleashed zombies for the sake of power. After Yang Guan and his men had subdued the zombies, Yang Tao callously directed his abilities at the ordinary citizens, compelling them to rush out of the base and into the jaws of the undead. Yang Guan, in a bid to rescue those people, charged into the horde of zombies. Had it not been for Yang Tao's betrayal, the situation would not have led to the deaths of Yang Guan and those who had accompanied him. It was then that Qi Lang awakened his fire abilities, fueled by grief and rage. Although Yang Tao ultimately perished at Qi Lang's hands, countless lives have been lost due to Yang Tao's machinations, including those comrades who had fought alongside Du Ruo on numerous occasions. Did I end this life? Du Ruo wished to avert such a scene. Meanwhile, mutated biting flies began to emerge throughout the base. These creatures, no larger than a sesame seed, blended into the pitch-black night, making them difficult to spot. Many were bitten, most unaware of what had stung them. They merely felt a sharp pain on their exposed skin, swatting at the air but catching nothing. The sites of the bites bore no redness, only an unbearable itch and ache indicating that they had indeed been bitten. The discomfort was deeply penetrating, prompting an instinctive urge to scratch. In no time, the skin was broken, oozing crimson blood, which in turn attracted more mutated flies. A portion of the crowd finally discerned the source of their plight, yet most did not recognize the insects. Only a handful identified them as biting flies. They scratched incessantly at their bodies while waving their hands in futile attempts to shoo them away. However, their efforts proved fruitless, and soon they noticed that the initially bitten areas were beginning to fester. As time passed, the rotting spread at an alarming rate, swelling to the size of a ping-pong ball within mere minutes. They were at a loss for what to do. The extreme itchiness and fear of the unknown caused many to cry out in despair. Fortunately, Yang Guan and his team arrived with mosquito repellent and assistance. They first sprayed the repellent on the injured, then placed numerous mosquito coils at various points. Although the quantity was not vast, it sufficed to cover the ground of the base for that night. As for the next day, they could continue to seek out more repellent. After applying the repellent, professionals would step in to excise the festering wounds, followed by another team to address bleeding and inflammation. For larger wounds, healers would provide treatment. Under Yang Guan's command, the rescue efforts proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the other half of Du Ruo's group had finally caught up with Han Shi and Yang Tao. However, the situation was far from optimistic. The previous Life S scenario was unfolding once more. Han Shi and Yang Tao stood with more than 20 remaining subordinates at the edge of the wall, facing a crowd of 200 to 300 who encircled them, all with predatory gazes fixed upon Du Ruo and her companions. These individuals had all been ensnared by Yang Tao's influence. "Do not advance any further, or I shall breach this wall and unleash these people upon the zombies," Yang Tao threatened. If to validate his words, the guttural roars of zombies echoed from beyond the wall. Qi Lang and Ci Dao glared at Yang Tao with gritted teeth. Had looks been lethal, Yang Tao and Han, she would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows by now. Yang Tao regarded Du Ruo and her companions, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Miss Du, while your mental power surpasses mine by a slight margin, your speed pales in comparison. You cannot catch me, and thus you cannot kill me." He positioned himself to flee at any moment, confident that the distance of over 10 meters between him and Du Ruo afforded him ample time to escape should she attempt to strike. "Miss Du, why not consider a transaction?" "What kind of transaction?" Du Ruo inquired, following Yang Tao's lead. She had yet to devise a swift method to eliminate him without allowing him to escape. If only the distance between them were shorter, or if there were not so many ordinary people in between. At present, She dared not act recklessly. Chapter 87. There's no escape. Fortunately, prior to the operation, he had already arranged a contingency plan at this wall, ensuring he still had a chance. Yang Tao declared, "You have slain Yang. Together we shall rule the base. Alternatively, I could breach the wall and unleash the zombies outside." He further threatened, "Once I release the zombies, you will be the murderer of these hundreds. At that point, you too shall find it impossible to remain in this base." What utter nonsense! Even if that were the case, you are the one who will bear the blame for their deaths. "Not Sister Hammer," retorted the impetuous Zidao. Yang Tao chuckled nonchalantly. "Is that so? These are all witnesses. Unless you choose to stand idly by and let them all become zombie fodder." As he spoke, a more sinister smile spread across his face. "If that happens, what difference is there between you and me? It would be better for us to join forces and rule the base together. In terms of strength, that old fool Yang wouldn't stand a chance against any of you." Qi Lang snapped, "You wretched creature, do not dare to compare us with yourself." Meanwhile, while the three were exchanging barbs, Du Ruo had conferred with the little mango in the space and devised a method. Du Ruo cast a look at Zidao, urging him to continue his tirade, while she issued commands to the mutated spiders within the base. Yang Tao inquired, "Miss Du, have you come to a decision?" He cast a subtle glance toward Han Shi, noting the hatred and murderous intent simmering in her eyes. "However, rest assured, as long as you join us, I guarantee that all grievances between you and Shi'er will be resolved. Today is unlike any other. I have heard that a level 5 healer can regenerate lost limbs. It's not a monumental issue. You two striking individuals might find that spending time together could lead to unexpected outcomes." Yang Tao's words trailed off as he laughed sinisterly. Han Shi, playing along, concealed her animosity and addressed Du Ruo amicably. "Only if Miss Du joins us will I forgive her." Upon hearing this, Du Ruo genuinely began to reconsider. Zidao, observing Du Ruo's expression, felt an urge to leap in frustration. "Sister Hammer, you mustn't listen to his empty promises. With your strength, you could topple the entire base with a single swing of your hammer." Du Ruo, finding Zidao's exaggeration somewhat amusing, couldn't help but smirked at Qi Lang, maintaining a serious demeanor, urged Du Ruo, "You need not wield your hammer. Our leader has previously stated that if you desire, he can hand over the position of base leader to you at any time." The juxtaposition of the frantic Zidao and the solemn Qi Lang elicited a chuckle from Du Ruo. "Well, you see, it appears I really don't need to conspire with you at this moment." Yang Tao realized that Du Ruo and her group were stalling for time. Yet, he remained confident they could not capture him. That's so. In that case, I shall simply push down the wall behind me." Yang Tao stood undaunted, signaling to his subordinate to prepare to breach the wall. "Move!" Almost simultaneously, 2 fire dragons erupted from Du Ruo and Qi Lang's hands, soaring into the sky toward Yang Tao. Bang! The wall was breached, and Yang Tao immediately dashed outside with Han Shi, under the cover of his subordinates. The two successfully escaped the encirclement of zombies. The horde of zombies surged in through the newly opened wall. The fire dragons did not pursue Yang Tao and Han Shi, but instead sealed off the wall once more. The leading zombies, caught off guard, crashed into the wall of flames, incinerated before they could even scream. Yet the crowd began to stir. Those under Yang Tao's control launched an attack against Du Ruo and her companions. Du Ruo unleashed her psychic power, stunning all of them into unconsciousness. They fled. Qi Lang observed that not worry. "They cannot escape that I wish to kill Yang Tao more than any of you," Du Ruo asserted. Qi Lang and Zidao were puzzled by the depth of Du Ruo's animosity toward Yang Tao, but they trusted her. Her demeanor clearly indicated that she had a backup plan. The zombies outside the firewall were unable to enter, shifting their focus toward Yang Tao and his group, roaring as they charged at them. The last stragglers found themselves forced into combat with the zombies. At this point, Yang Tao had already abandoned Han Shi. Sprinting ahead alone, in the darkness, a shadow darted swiftly, evading the approaching zombies. Damn it, how can there be so many zombies? Outside the base walls, lookout posts have been established to prevent large hordes of zombies from launching surprise assaults. However, Yang Tao, in a bid to secure his own backup, had already replaced the guards with his men. They had attracted a few zombies, but this was far too many to at this moment. He realized that his men must have faced some misfortune. Yet, the sheer number of zombies rushing toward him was overwhelming, as if some terrifying force were driving them forward. Young sprinted at full speed, concentrating intently to avoid the ever-increasing tide of zombies. He failed to notice the fine spider silk appearing ahead. By the time he realized it, it was too late to stop. He collided with the webbing, which severed his calves, propelling him forward. A horde of zombies swiftly engulfed him. A scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. As the zombies feasted upon him, Jin Feng and Jin Huang descended from the sky, ready for their midnight snack. Du Ruo's mutated spiders emerged from all directions, joining in on the gruesome banquet. The zombies sensed the danger and scrambled to flee, but they were ensnared by the spider silk. One by one, these trapped beasts were swiftly eliminated. Once the battlefield was cleared, Du Ruo, accompanied by Qi Lang and Si Dao, arrived at the site of Yang Tao's demise. At this point, only a skeletal frame remained of Yang Tao, the rest having been consumed by the ravenous zombies. Han Shi and the remaining subordinates of Yang Tao were bound like pretzels by the mutated spiders, dragged before Du Ruo and her companions. Without uttering a word, Du Ruo swiftly severed Han Shi's head from her body, blood spraying from the severed neck. Chapter 88. I have crystal cores. Those who followed Lu Ming and Yang Tao in their turmoil were subdued, with only a few stubbornly resisting that it was unwise to kill them, as both the ability users and ordinary individuals could still be of use. Due to the chaos and the invasion of mutated flying insects, nearly everyone was jolted awake, with no one feeling drowsy. Yang promptly gathered everyone in the plaza, which had once been the parking lot of a wholesale market. Before all, Yang made a clarification regarding Du Ruo's. For my part, I shall say no more. Wisdom lies in perception. However, regarding Du Ruo, I must say a few words. Many of you, myself included, have been saved by Du Ruo. Her character speaks for itself. After finishing his words, Yang signaled for Du Ruo to summon Jin Feng and Jin Huang. The night was pierced by two resounding cries as the two mutated golden eagles descended beside Du Ruo, affectionately leaning toward her. Du Ruo reached out to stroke Jin Feng and Jin Huang, her expression calm. The crowd stirred at the appearance of the two mutated golden eagles. Standing beside the two eagles, Du Ruo and Yang were dwarfed by their stature. Their beaks were capable of consuming Du Ruo whole without difficulty. Although this was not Yang first encounter with Jin Feng and Jin Huang, it was the first time he had come this close to them, which made him somewhat nervous. Steadying himself, he cleared his throat and spoke again. Additionally, I must inform everyone that these two mutated golden eagles have been tamed by Du Ruo. Previously, I'd asked her to help watch over them while you were out on missions. I believe many have been saved by them in recent days. People in the crowd began to murmur in agreement, acknowledging that many had indeed been rescued. Yang continued. Now, in this apocalyptic world, with communications severed and transportation paralyzed, do you understand what these two golden eagles represent? They signify our ability to establish contact with other regions. The times have changed, and soon, significant upheavals will arise. And they, Yang pointed at Jin Feng and Jin Huang, shall be the key to whether humanity can stand upon this stage in the future. The crystal cores we have obtained in recent days will be used to upgrade them to level 4. Afterwards, they will embark on missions that we assign, flying far and wide to help us establish contact with the outside world and our fellow human beings. What lies beyond the walls? I believe it is unnecessary for me to elaborate. You all are aware. Zombies, mutated beasts, aberrant flora, contaminated rivers and mountains. These are our enemies. Humanity was once a united front, but now we find ourselves divided by them. If we cannot join hands once more, we will inevitably march toward extinction. Some of you may believe that humanity possesses wisdom that other creatures lack, that we have relied on our intellect to maintain our standing on this stage. However, zombies possess brains, as do those mutated flora and fauna. It is only a matter of time before they acquire intelligence akin to ours. When that day comes, what shall we use to contend with them? To compete against them? Yang words struck a chord with everyone present, marking the first time they truly grasped the existential crisis facing humanity. This was their first realization. The apocalypse had not arrived, due to the emergence of zombies, nor because of mutated flora and fauna, nor because of the harsh survival conditions. Rather, it was humanity, once the mightiest species, that had been forced to fracture during such times, and even to turn against itself. From ancient times to the present, humanity has never been a solitary force of strength. The progress we have made as a species is rooted in our unity. For a moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence. After some time, Durual observed that everyone had nearly processed the information, and she retrieved all the crystal cores accumulated over the past few days from her spatial storage. The crystal cores formed a small mound on the ground. There were only 4 grade 3 crystal cores, while the remaining majority, a staggering 90%, were grade 1 crystal cores. Jin Feng and Jin Huang began to consume these crystal cores. Initially, Du Ruo had intended for Xiao Mongwa to extract the essence from all these cores for the 2 golden eagles, maximizing their utility. Perhaps what remained could aid Jin Yuanbao in growing a little larger. However, given the current atmosphere, the only option was for the 2 golden eagles to slowly absorb the cores in front of everyone. Unlike humans, who absorb energy slowly, most otherworldly beasts consume crystal cores directly to level up. Jin Feng and Jin Huang devoured a couple of 100 crystal cores in one go, only to pause and absorb the energy gradually. Without proper digestion, they could not consume more tea that moment. Zhou Yu and Jin Gang arrived. With Yang Tao's demise, all those under his control were naturally liberated. They were promptly rendered unconscious by Du Ruo, and their swift recovery was due to their relatively strong constitutions. Both bore expressions of guilt. Upon awakening, the battle had concluded. Before losing consciousness, they had been preoccupied with capturing Du Ruo, nearly jeopardizing everything. Particularly, they faced ridicule from Tsidao, Inyo, Daya, and Qilong, as well as disdain from Qianyi, Jiangnan, and Ning-Yi. Even Junjun turned her back on them in contempt. Du Ruo kindly explained that they had been too close to Yang Tao at the time, or they would not have fallen victim. This explanation only invited further derision from Tsidao and the others. Staying so close to the enemy is essentially delivering your own head on a platter. Despite the fact that Yang Tao had acted with astonishing speed, suddenly appearing beside them, Jin Feng and Jin Huang had successfully absorbed all the crystal cores in their bellies and resumed their feast. They alternated between eating and pausing until dawn broke, at which point all the crystal cores had been consumed, yet they still fell short of leveling up. Disappointment etched itself onto the faces of Yang Goen and Du Ruo. Relying solely on grade 1 crystal cores, it was still exceedingly difficult for them to ascend from grade 3 to grade 4. The individuals surrounding Yang Goen and those with Du Ruo had long surrendered all their crystal cores to her. Now, there were no additional cores available for them to continue absorbing. Du Ruo said, "I will venture out today to slay for another day. That should suffice." Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I have crystal cores," the person exclaimed as they ran forward, placing the cores before the 2 golden eagles. Subsequently, a chorus of voices followed. "I have some too. I have 13 cores. I possess a grade 2 crystal core." And individuals with crystal cores spontaneously raised their hands, presenting their offerings, lining up to place them before Jin Feng and Jin Huang. One by one, they contributed their cores until another small mound formed. At that moment, Yang Goen, a man who had dedicated half his life to his country, felt tears welling in his eyes. Zhou Yu, Qilong, and others, including Qianyi, shared in this sentiment. Du Ruo too felt a swell of emotion. At this juncture, she realized that everything she had done since her rebirth had been for the right cause. She had contemplated being more selfish, focusing on herself, her offspring, and those around her. Yet, in crucial moments, she had chosen not to. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, Jin Feng and Jin Huang simultaneously let out a piercing cry, soaring into the sky, bathed in the morning glow. Their feathers gradually transformed into a pale golden hue, radiating a brilliant light. They had grown larger, soaring majestically in the sky, casting shadows upon the land. Du Ruo inquired, "Xiao Mongwa, will they continue to grow larger?" She recalled that in her previous life, she seldom encountered such colossal otherworldly beasts. Xiao Mongwa replied, "No, not likely. Except for a few exceptional beasts, Most grow larger because they have not fully refined the energy within them. Once they refine all their powers, their size will stabilize. Later, you can bring them into the spatial realm, and I will teach them the methods of cultivation. Chapter 89. Master, come play. Jin Feng and Jin Huang had both ascended to grade 4. Exhilarated as they circled joyfully in the air. Suddenly, Du Ruo felt a surge of inspiration and summoned Jin Feng to descend. Jin Feng promptly flew to her side, generating a tremendous gust of wind that knocked several nearby individuals off their feet. Jin Feng landed beside Du Ruo, gently lowering itself. Anticipating what was to come, Du Ruo was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she applied her wind-based powers to her feet and, in full view of everyone, leaped lightly onto Jin Feng's broad back. That moment, she appeared diminutive, akin to the size of Jin Feng's head. Balancing herself atop Jin Feng, she grasped one of its feathers firmly. Jin Feng, fly, she commanded. Jin Feng let out a triumphant cry and ascended into the sky. In an instant, Du Ruo was lifted hundreds of meters above the ground, yet her unfamiliarity with riding a bird caused her to scream. The onlookers, initially taken aback by her audacity to fly without any protection, were further alarmed by her cries, as if their hearts had been seized by an unseen hand. Such audacity! Riding a bird into the sky unprotected was not merely bold. It was akin to seeking death, true to form. As Du Ruo's elongated scream echoed, her grip faltered against the force of the wind. She slipped from Jin Feng's back, initially propelled upward by inertia, only to be met with a sudden and overwhelming downward pull. She began to plummet. Shout, Du Ruo, sister hammer, girl. Miss Du, in mere seconds at a height of several hundred meters, Du Ruo would crash to the ground, shattered beyond recognition. Panic ensued among the crowd, with some covering their faces, unable to bear witness. Just as Du Ruo was a mere 100 meters from the ground, a resounding screech pierced the air. Jin Feng swooped down, catching Du Ruo securely. Realizing she had slipped from its back, Jin Feng swiftly adjusted its trajectory, though its massive size meant this took a few precious seconds. Thankfully, its speed was sufficient. Although Du Ruo was prepared to enter her spatial realm, the others were thoroughly shaken. All right? Yes, the crowd, having held their breath in worry for Du Ruo, finally exhaled in relief, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Even before Du Ruo had plummeted, Qian Yi, Zhou Yu, Qilong, and a dozen others had rushed to the spot where she was about to fall, hoping to catch her. Qian Yi, having come to a halt, leaned on her knees, inhaling deeply, wiping away tears that had escaped her eyes. That reckless woman. Just wait until I deal with you later. Ning, he lowered his hand from his chest, breathing out, phew. I want compensation for my emotional distress from Ruo. Sister Hammer, this was too reckless. Boss, hurry and buy me insurance, Si Dao remarked, poking his left side. Zhou Yu, wiping the sweat from his brow, shot a glance at Si Dao and replied, Where am I supposed to find you insurance? Insurance is out of the question. But we can look for some protection pills, Inyo chimed in. Has this woman always been this insane? Qilong added. Hey, hasn't Sister Hammer been pregnant? Dia queried. When Zhou Yu and his team initially received the mission to monitor and protect Du Ruo, they had been informed of her pregnancy. Yet, after spending considerable time with her, her demeanor hardly suggested she was with child. To the mention of pregnancy, Zhou Yu's expression soured, and Qilong, observing this, noted the change in his companion's demeanor. His own eyes dimming. Memories of that night on the villa rooftop surfaced unbidden, stirring a sense of unease within him. Perhaps the tests were erroneous, Jin Gang suggested. That is a possibility, Si Dao concurred, in the sky. As Jin Feng slowed its pace, Du Ruo managed to stabilize herself on its back. The morning breeze brushed against her face, carrying a hint of chill, tentatively lifting her head to survey her surroundings. She found the wind too fierce, rendering her eyes nearly shut. From her spatial realm, she retrieved a helmet she had carelessly collected earlier and donned it. Once the helmet was secured, she eagerly peered down below. Jin Feng was not flying particularly high, roughly at the same altitude as the helicopter she had once commandeered during the early days of the apocalypse. With her keen eyesight, she could discern the expressions on the faces of people below. Even from several hundred meters up, Jean Feng, "Let us explore a bit," she urged. Jean Feng first took her on a tour of the entire city of Jiangling. The post-apocalyptic Jiangling was devoid of the bustling traffic she once knew, replaced instead by wandering zombies and the distant cries of survivors battling for their lives. Aside from the Jiangling base, she noted several small survivor bases scattered throughout the more remote suburbs. Jean Feng also led her to Yuanbao Mountain in Xinjia village. The mutated willow tree, Lu Yi, sensing Du Ruo's presence, swayed its tender green branches as if beckoning her, resembling a performer enticing patrons at a brothel. "Master, come play quickly, Du Ruo." Upon reaching this place, beyond lies another city. Since she had already come this far, she resolved to take a look. In no more than 2 hours, she would instruct the base leader to prepare the supplies. Just to be safe, she had not allowed Jin Huang to accompany her, but instead left Jin Huang in Jiangling. This not only served as a precaution against unexpected situations, but also reassured the people of Jiangling, preventing them from thinking she had fled with 2 golden eagles. That Du Ruo also released Jin Yuanbao from her space, allowing it to stay with its mother for the time being, under the nurturing care of Xiao Monghua. Jin Yuanbao had grown considerably. Its feathers were now lush, and it was able to fly, although its skills were not yet refined, often tumbling when trying to stop it. It was just the right opportunity for it to learn from Jin Huang. Anshui City and Jiangling City were separated by Yuanbao Mountain. Crossing Yuanbao Mountain would lead to Anshui City. As Du Ruo rode Jin Feng across Yuanbao Mountain, she encountered a group of people fleeing towards the mountain. 4 men and 1 woman. All 5 were abilities users, with a horde of zombies trailing behind them. Each of them bore injuries to varying degrees. 1 man severely wounded, supported by 2 others. They appeared gaunt, their hair disheveled, and their clothes stained with blood, looking as if they hadn't bathed in over 10 days. Lin Fei, "Let me down, I can't go on." The man being carried, Song Ci, gasped, licking his cracked lips. "I would rather die than abandon you," replied the one carrying him, Xiao Lin, panting heavily. The temperature was at least 31 or 32 degrees, yet none of them had sweat trickling down their faces. They were parched. Having fled for over an hour, their hunger had reached a peak, and they were utterly exhausted, but they dared not stop. If they did, the zombies would tear them apart. Chapter 90. Ghosts at this rate. "We will all perish. I can't go on. Let me down. Perhaps you'll have a slim chance of survival." Song Ci's words brought tears to Lin Fei's eyes. Song Ci was his mentor, someone who had saved his life. He could not abandon him. Clenching his teeth, Lin Fei was about to speak when he suddenly stepped into thin air, tumbling to the ground along with Song Ci. The 3 leading the way halted upon hearing the commotion behind them. "Get up, the zombies are closing in." The speaker was a bespectacled man in his 30s, who was about to pull Song Ci and Lin Fei up when he was stopped by the only woman in their group. "Oh no, don't worry about them. We must run." The bespectacled man hesitated, his face betraying doubt, while another man had already turned to flee up the mountain. The zombies were upon them. The growls of the zombies were deafeningly close. The female ability user urged the bespectacled man, "Run, don't worry about them." Though reluctant, he steeled himself and abandoned his 2 teammates. "Song teacher, get up, just go, don't mind me." Song Ci desperately resisted Lin Fei's attempts to pull him up, shouting anxiously. Lin Fei ignored him. As Song Ci broke free from one of his grips, Lin Fei seized him with the other hand. After being freed again, he pulled harder, but the gravely injured Song Ci had no strength left to resist him. In just a few moments, Lin Fei had managed to hoist him onto his back. "I can't go on. I beg you, escape alone," Song Ci pleaded, spitting blood onto Lin Fei's neck. Lin Fei, at 19, couldn't bear to see himself be the cause of Song Ci's demise. Gasping for breath, he hoarsely declared, "If we are to die, let us die together. This will repay your life-saving grace." His eyes and nose felt unbearably sore. Yet due to his dehydration, he could not shed a tear. The fall had strained his back. While it initially hurt little, the pain intensified as he carried Song Ci. He gritted his teeth and trudged up the mountain. Before long, the zombies that had been pursuing them were almost upon them. Hearing their growls ringing in his ears, despair washed over Lin Fei. Song Ci could even sense the putrid stench of the zombie's breath behind him. He bore no fear of death on his face, Only regret for Lin Fei, he is still just a child, a T40. He felt he had lived long enough compared to Lin Fei. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, followed by a sudden gust of wind that knocked the two to the ground. As they fell, the ground trembled beneath them. Their first instinct was to think it was an earthquake, knowing the zombies were right behind them. They could not afford to ponder the strange occurrence or the popping noises surrounding them. Lin Fei, run, together! Lin Fei, with a choked voice, reached for Song Si, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a zombie in terror. He drew the dagger hidden on him and lunged at it, striking its head with a single blow. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. He didn't possess such skill. Zombies were not immobile wooden figures. How had he hit it so accurately? It seemed as though this particular zombie had been completely still. He squinted and noticed something protruding from the zombie's head. Recalling the earlier popping sounds, he suddenly realized something. Lowering his gaze, he saw that the zombie had been impaled by a soil spike, pinned to the ground. Looking around, he found that nearly all the zombies were motionless, similarly pierced through the skull. Teacher, we are saved, Song Si, still lost in regret over Lin Fei's life being sacrificed for his own, heard Lin Fei's words and gasped in surprise, noticing that the surrounding area had fallen eerily silent. The sudden gust of wind had ceased at some point. Just then, a girl descended from the sky, landing before them. It was Duruo. Earlier, she had controlled Jin Feng to lower and eliminate the zombies. But due to Jin Feng's large size, she had leaped onto a nearby tree before jumping to the ground. Ghost! Lin Fei yelped, startled by Duruo's sudden appearance, and instinctively shielded Song Si with his body. Given Song Si's severe injuries, Lin Fei's action nearly exacerbated his wounds, causing Song Si to faint at Yuran's wound, Duruo exclaimed. Lin Fei jumped up in fright, suddenly feeling no pain in his back. I am so sorry, teacher. Are you all right? Please don't die. I have medicine. Let me take a look. Maintaining a basic level of caution towards the suddenly appearing Duruo, Lin Fei scrutinized her. The girl before him was strikingly beautiful. Her gaze kind, and she carried the scent of morning and sunshine. Did you kill these zombies? Yes. Lin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank you. Realizing both he and Song Si were empty-handed, he glanced at the fallen zombies around them and lowered his guard. This woman was formidable. If she wished to harm them, it would be effortless. That Duruo stepped forward to examine Song Si's condition. Although she was not a healer, she had medicine and a plethora of books of every kind from the provincial museum. As she utilized her mental energy to probe Song Si's body, she communicated with Xiao Mangwa. There are scratches on the abdomen, somewhat deep. The intestines are ruptured. In the space, Xiao Mangwa, holding surgical texts. Quickly read through several books. Just a minute. Xiao Mangwa had perused over 10 volumes. Summary. Stop the bleeding and administer antibiotics. The abdomen requires debridement and suturing. You cannot do that. Jiang Nan can treat. Duruo retrieved some medicine from her space, briefly treating Song Si's wounds and administering a few painkillers. Xiao Mangwa's mention of Jiang Nan implied that only a third-tier healer or a skilled surgeon could save him. We have a surgeon at our base. However, as she bent down, a wave of dizziness hit her, nearly causing her to collapse. She produced a large bottle of water, a can of 8 treasure porridge, and a pack of biscuits, handing them to Lin Fei. Upon seeing the food and water, Lin Fei instinctively swallowed, but his throat was so dry that he could not produce a drop of saliva, causing him to cough up blood. Thank you, he managed to say before snatching the food and water, devouring them ravenously. Chapter 91. Guide Fee. While Lin Fei was eating, Duruo released. The sudden appearance of the mutated spider went unnoticed by Lin Fei, who was engrossed in his meal. However, when the mutated spider began wrapping Song Si in its silk, Lin Fei immediately sensed something was amiss. Beautiful lady, run, Lin Fei shouted at Duruo before dropping his food and water. Drawing his dagger to confront the mutated spider, Lin Fei's small eyes met the spider's large ones. A chill ran down his spine. This was the first time he had seen such a massive spider. In that instant of eye contact, the only thought in his mind was it's over 0.1 second past, 0.2 seconds passed. Half a minute passed. Lin Fei finally realized something was wrong, that he subtly turned his head to the left. Glancing at Du Ruo, while keeping his gaze fixed on Zhu, he quietly inquired of Du Ruo, "Fair maiden, why have you yet to flee?" Du Ruo, perched upon a stone, gazed with keen interest at Lin Fei's foolish yet innocent demeanor. In this post-apocalyptic world, such individuals are indeed a rarity, Du Ruo replied. "This is mine." Lin Fei retorted, "What does it matter where it came from? If you do not run soon, you shall meet your demise alongside us." Suddenly realizing something, Lin Fei's eyes darted back to Du Ruo. "Yours?" Du Ruo smiled and nodded. "Yes, it belongs to me." Lin Fei was skeptical, yet he could not provide a better explanation for why this mutated spider had not devoured him. Du Ruo elucidated, "His injuries are not suited for jostling. If you carry him down the mountain, he is likely to perish midway." She then pointed to the food and water discarded on the ground. "Do not waste provisions." Lin Fei's gaze remained fixated on the spider. Ultimately, he seemed to accept that the creature truly did not appear to be here for a meal. He hesitantly moved aside, retrieving the food and water, devouring them ravenously. With Lin Fei's obstruction removed, under Du Ruo's command, the spider ensnared Song Si in its silk, leaving only his head exposed, before placing him upon its back. Throughout this process, Lin Fei watched the spider intently, prepared to spring into action at the slightest indication of aggression, ready to sacrifice himself. If he could not save Teacher Song, then they would perish together. Upon seeing Lin Fei finish eating, Du Ruo rose and casually brushed the dirt from her backside. "I am Du Ruo." Lin Fei replied, "This is my teacher, Song Si. Let us proceed." Lin Fei, along the way, "Tell me about the situation in Anshui City." Only then did Lin Fei realize, "You are not from Anshui City." With no need for concealment, Du Ruo stated, "I hail from Jiangling City." "How did you arrive here?" "I crossed from the other side of the mountain." Upon hearing her words, Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he posed a rather naive question. "Is there no zombie presence over in Jiangling?" Unsurprisingly, the world is overrun with zombies. Lin Fei's expression dimmed as he took the lead down the mountain. From Lin Fei, Du Ruo learned about the current state of Anshui City. Unlike Jiangling, the leadership in Anshui City categorically disbelieved in the apocalypse. Even as extreme heat gripped the region, even after the emergence of zombies, Anshui City responded with basic preventive measures, confining everyone to their homes. The populace was utterly unprepared for the catastrophe. Consequently, when those around them turned into zombies, they quickly infected others. If Jiangling survivors were a mere 1 in 10, then Anshui City, much like in the last life, saw only a few among 100 remain alive, just as in the previous life. Even during the initial outbreak of zombies, when communications had not yet faltered, the majority of people, upon learning of the situation, remained skeptical. They placed their faith in the government and the nation, believing the crisis to be temporary, each waiting at home for rescue. By the time those in power comprehended that the apocalypse had truly descended, it was already too late. Du Ruo asked, "How many people are in your base now?" "It can hardly be called a base. It is merely a gathering of a few hundred individuals," Lin Fei replied, sorrow flooding his expression as he continued, his eyes reddening. "They are all gone. It is just us few remaining. The night before last, we were attacked by a horde of zombies, led by a third-tier zombie. Everyone perished. Only a handful managed to escape. Now, it is just Teacher Song, and me." Du Ruo offered no words of comfort. She silently followed Lin Fei down the mountain, dealing with the suddenly emerging zombies. Once she sensed Lin Fei had calmed down, she asked, "Are there many bases in Anshui City, which is the largest?" Lin Fei replied, "To my knowledge, there are over a dozen of varying sizes. The largest, the Anshui base, has several thousand people." After pondering for a moment, Du Ruo questioned, "Can you take me to the Anshui base?" "I wish I could, but the path is fraught with zombies." Lin Fei grimaced. "I have heard that the Anshui base provides basic living necessities, meat, vegetables, and water." A look of longing crossed Lin Fei's face. Who wouldn't desire to venture to the Anshui base? It seemed the situation in Anshui City was dire. In the previous life, Jiangling City had been similar. Smaller bases and teams found it exceedingly difficult to reach the Jiangling base. Once the Jiangling base was established, gathering all survivors was no easy feat. The city was teeming with zombies, making the rescue of individuals or the search for supplies a daunting task, Du Ruo stated. Take me to the Anshui base. I can guarantee your safety. Lin Fei opened his mouth, initially intending to dissuade Du Ruo from courting death, but he remembered how she had effortlessly dispatched dozens of zombies. Swallowing back his words to tea that moment, the despair that had enveloped him began to dissipate. This could be his opportunity. Only by reaching the Anshui base could they find safety. Yet, what about teacher Song? Song Si's condition was dire. His intestines were ruptured, and without timely surgical intervention, he would soon perish. He had been injured while rescuing Lin Fei when that third-tier zombie attacked. Why had he just stood there in a daze upon seeing the third-tier zombie? He truly was foolish. If only he had fled at the first sign of danger, Teacher Song would not have been caught in the abdomen by the zombie while trying to save him. Now, he had no choice but to change his mind. Consider it a guiding fee for Lin Fei. The Jiangling base had third-tier healing ability users. They could take him there. Lin Fei looked at the pallid Song Si and said, "It is too late," that Du Ruo replied. "I have a golden eagle. It is incredibly swift." She first signaled to Lin Fei before summoning the golden eagle, lest he panic again. The massive eagle swooped down from the sky, creating a whirlwind that left Lin Fei's legs weak. Once the eagle landed, he felt his knees, unable to rise. This was not his fault. Anyone encountering such a colossal creature, typically seen only in films, would feel their legs buckle. That Du Ruo instructed the spider to place Song Si onto the eagle's back, then used silk to securely bind him, ensuring he would not fall off during the flight. After completing these preparations, 2 men and 1 woman emerged from the woods behind them. "Wait, take us along." Chapter 92. Are beggars becoming so brazen? The 3 individuals who rushed out were the same ones who had previously abandoned Lin Fei and Song Si. Upon the eagle's arrival, they had taken notice of its grandeur. Aside from the severely injured Song Si and Lin Fei, who was bent over carrying him, no one could have missed such a sight. They had already been utterly exhausted. When the eagle descended, they had relinquished their desire to live, resigned to either being devoured by zombies or the eagle. Yet, the ensuing events unfolded contrary to their expectations. A girl jumped down from the eagle, a powerful Earth-based ability user, who effortlessly dispatched all the zombies with a mere wave of her hand. While Du Ruo was providing Lin Fei with food, they wished they could awaken some extraordinary ability to instantly transfer those provisions into their hands. That Du Ruo had no backpack. Witnessing the food and water materialize out of thin air confirmed to them that she was indeed a space-based ability user. Surely, her space contained a wealth of supplies. Had it not been for the timely appearance of Du Ruo's third-tier mutated spider, they would have long since rushed out to snatch the provisions. Initially, they had considered approaching for some food, but recalling how they had abandoned Lin Fei and Song Si, they feared returning empty-handed. Du Ruo was so formidable that they dared not attempt to rob her. Hearing that Du Ruo and Lin Fei were headed to the Anshui base, they conceived the idea of following them. Thus, when Du Ruo and Lin Fei descended the mountain, they trailed behind. When Du Ruo mentioned that the golden eagle could take the injured Song Si to the Jiangling base, they could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward, pleading to be included. That we are with them. We also wish to go to the Jiangling base. Du Ruo appeared tidy, her complexion rosy, and her figure unlike the gaunt survivors of Anshui City. She looked as though she had never endured hardship. They boldly speculated that the Jiangling base was nothing like the zombie-infested Anshui City. It must be brimming with food, with everyone living in comfort. Lin Fei regarded the 2 men and 1 woman before him with disfavor. However, he recognized that, in such dire circumstances, he might have made a similar decision. Yet, he was not a saint. He could not dismiss his resentment after being abandoned by his companions in a moment of crisis. He turned away from the trio, standing silently to the side. The bespectacled man, Young, expressed his apologies to Lin Fei. "I am sorry." The other 2, however, appeared indifferent, their gaze fixed on Du Ruo. Wang Li remarked, "Have your mutated spider bind us securely. We do not wish to fall off mid-journey." Another, named Lu Jiaming, added, "Lili, I assent this unsafe?" Wang Li elbowed Lu Jiaming, retorting, "You just saw me flying on a bird. What could possibly be unsafe?" Then, addressing Du Ruo without courtesy, she said, "We are hungry. Let us eat before we set off. I want a large bottle of water. I'm not fond of biscuits, so give me 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge. Or do you have any packaged braised chicken legs? I am craving meat. I haven't eaten any for almost half a month. A.S. Wongley spoke. She licked her cracked, bleeding lips. Another man named Lu-Jiaming said, "First give me water. If I don't drink, I'll either die of thirst or feel as if my throat is ablaze." The two approached Du Rual, extending their hands toward her. However, after waiting for a while, Du Rual remained utterly unmoved. "Hey, food and water, didn't you hear?" In front of them, Du Rual stood with her arms crossed, leisurely observing the two, wondering if beggars had become this brazen. "Who the hell are you calling a beggar?" Lu-Jiaming retorted, raising his feeble fist toward Du Rual. Wang Li, seeing this, swiftly pulled him down. They were no match for the woman before them. "You could at least give us a little," Wang Li thought. Recalling that Du Rual had not given Lin Fei much earlier, considering they might have been asking for too much, in the post-apocalyptic world, food and water were more precious than gold. They indeed could not be too greedy. "Let's just have a little to fill our stomachs for now. Once we reach the Zhongling base, we will surely have enough to eat and drink that in a few days she would regain her beautiful appearance, just like the woman before her." With this thought, Wang Li glanced at Du Rual, a fleeting flash of envy in her eyes that Du Rual, unwilling to acknowledge the two dimwits, lifted her foot to walk away. Wang Li seized Du Rual's hand. "Hey, what do you mean by this?" The grip on her right hand annoyed Du Rual. She swung her hand upward, breaking free. Upon noticing the gray handprint on her arm, Du Rual's gaze turned icy. Get lost that Du Rual's disdainful glare severely wounded Wang Li's pride. She too wished to appear clean and beautiful. "Are you going to watch us die without helping?" Wang Li demanded. "You clearly gave Lin Fei food and water before. Why won't you give us any? In this apocalypse, we should help one another." Lin Fei silently observed from the side, detached from the conflict he owned. Noticing Du Rual's displeasure, hurriedly intervened. "Perhaps this beautiful lady genuinely has no extra food. She's an ability user of the space type. I refuse to believe she has no food or water," Wang Li insisted. "I have plenty. I just don't want to give it to you," Du Rual replied, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her space, opening it, and pouring it directly over her arm to wash away the gray handprint left by Wang Li. Previously, they had abandoned their team out of necessity, which Du Rual could understand. However, they should not have approached her with such arrogance. If they had simply asked nicely, Du Rual would not have minded giving each a bottle of water and a pack of crackers. Watching the pristine mineral water cascade down her arm, only to be absorbed by the ground, Wang Li and her companions felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and catch it with their mouths. The expressions of Wang Li and Lu-Jiaming were filled with resentment. "How can you waste water like this?" Wang Li shouted, as if Du Rual had committed an unforgivable sin. Lu-Jiaming charged at Du Rual, attempting to seize the mineral water from her hand. With a gentle kick, Du Rual sent Lu-Jiaming flying 2 meters away. After cleansing her arm, she capped the remaining half bottle of water and, amidst their desperate gazes, tossed it to Hiyong. Without hesitation, Hiyong caught the mineral water, opened it, and began to drink voraciously. "Leave me some." Wang Li and Lu-Jiaming, seeing Hiyong obtain the water, rushed towards him, but in just a few steps, the bottle was already empty. Wang Li snagged an empty bottle, but it was promptly snatched away by Lu-Jiaming, who managed to get only a single drop. The disappointment of not drinking at all was one thing, but for someone already beginning to dehydrate, even a drop could be fatal. Lu-Jiaming threw the bottle down violently. "You bastard! What the hell was that?" "I'll kill you!" he yelled, though he dared not strike. "Why did you give him water and not us?" Wang Li pressed that. Du Rual patiently explained, because he just apologized to Lin Fei. With that, Du Rual commanded Jin Feng to take flight in her mind. Upon receiving the order, Jin Feng began to flap its wings. "Wait, we haven't gotten on yet," Wang Li exclaimed, but Jin Feng did not linger. Ascending into the sky, I could see that moment, an icy blade shot toward Jin Feng. Chapter 93. Anshui base, seeing that Du Rual had no intention of taking them along. In a panic, Lu-Jiaming launched an attack on Jin Feng that we can't leave. Why should that dying person get to go? The ice blade struck Jin Feng, shattering harmlessly. Jin Feng merely felt a slight chill, but it was enough to provoke its ire since it had been injured by an ice-type ability user before. It halted its flapping wings, its golden red eyes fixated on Lu Jiaming. Under the gaze of a third-level mutated beast, Lu Jiaming felt an icy dread creep down his spine. His legs suddenly felt as though they had turned to jelly. Collapsing beneath him, he stammered, attempting to defend himself, but his mind was blank. Surely it wouldn't eat him. Wang Li gulped, silently inching away. He Young attempted to step forward, but Lin Fei held him back. Don't go. If it attacks, you won't be able to save Lu Jiaming. Lin Fei regarded Lu Jiaming coldly. He had presumed that during their escape, they had exhausted all their abilities and were all at their wits' end. Clearly, Lu Jiaming had held back. Fine. The atmosphere grew tense. Du Ruo suddenly spoke. Wang Li and Lu Jiaming, hearing this, assumed Du Ruo had agreed to let the mutated golden eagle take them to Jiangling base. They were on the verge of reaching a food-rich and secure haven, and their excitement was palpable. Lu Jiaming's legs regained strength as he scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Jinfeng. With Wang Li closely following, not forgetting to remind, I want to lie in the middle. I have a fear of heights. Make sure to tie us securely, but don't keep me bound for too long. Meanwhile, Lin Fei wore a look of skepticism. Although he had only interacted with Du Ruo for a brief moment, he did not believe she was the type to repay kindness with malice. He Young, who was being pulled along by Lin Fei, sensed something was amiss as he observed Du Ruo's indifferent expression. Just as Lu Jiaming was about to reach Jinfeng's feet, Jinfeng lowered its head. Lu Jiaming and Wang Li interpreted this action as an invitation to climb aboard. Lu Jiaming approached Jinfeng, lifting his head, awaiting the creature to fully bow down for him to mount. The mutated eagle opened its beak above him and lunged forward to peck. Alarm bells rang in Lu Jiaming's mind as he realized the mutated eagle intended to eat him. Without time to ponder why, he stumbled backward in fear and fell to the ground. Jinfeng's beak landed squarely on his head. With a light peck, Lu Jiaming's head exploded, brains splattering everywhere. Wang Li, following closely behind, was caught off guard, and her face was splattered. The scream erupted from her, echoing through the air. This sound effectively directed the nearby zombies toward them, yet they dared not approach due to Jinfeng's intimidation, merely glancing around. Du Ruo covered her ears and silently commanded Zhu Yi in her mind to seal Wang Li's mouth. Zhu Yi swiftly climbed next to the screaming Wang Li and quickly silenced her with silk threads. Overwhelmed by fear, Wang Li lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Just before she fainted, she finally understood that Du Ruo's earlier okay was directed at Jinfeng, meaning you can kill. The world fell silent. With the troublesome individuals gone, Jinfeng departed with Song Ci. After landing, Jin Huang followed. Shortly, 2 minutes later, it arrived beside Du Ruo, who was now surrounded by dozens of zombie corpses. 2 mutated spiders were diligently excavating the crystal cores. Just as Jinfeng departed, the zombies, who had been lurking nearby, rushed in, but were quickly dealt with by Du Ruo. Soon, the mutated spiders had extracted all the crystal cores. That Du Ruo collected them all into her space, and then retrieved a bottle of water and a pack of crackers for Lin Fei to give to He Young's actions were not malevolent. It was merely human nature. She had ample supplies and did not mind performing a good deed. Thank you. Thank you, He Young said gratefully, trembling as he accepted the food, then began to devour it ravenously. Let's go. Lin Fei. Du Ruo climbed onto Jin Huang's back, ignoring He Young and Wang Li. Learning from previous experience, Du Ruo instructed Zhu Yi to secure them with a protective barrier on Jin Huang's back. Leaving windows on all sides, she produced 2 helmets, placing one on her head and one on Lin Fei's. Once they were settled, Zhu Yi fashioned safety belts for them with silk, under Lin Fei's guidance. They quickly located the Anshui base. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Du Ruo instructed Jin Huang to land several hundred meters from the base, and then they walked the rest of the way, like Jiangling base. Anshui base was surrounded by watchtowers and patrolled regularly, with virtually no zombies wandering about. They soon arrived at Anshui base. Entry did not require the surrender of any supplies, only passing a basic security check. After clearing security, Du Ruo did not register, but directly sought out the leader. I wish to see the leader of your base. The leader, Zhao Lin, was smoking as he regarded the newly arrived woman before him. Noting her clean appearance and youthful complexion filled with collagen, he concealed his disdain and impatience that in this apocalyptic world, a woman who can maintain such a dignified demeanor is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Even the wife of their base leader cannot uphold such an admirable image. He tentatively inquired. The base leader is quite busy. Ordinary individuals rarely get to see him. Are you an ability user? Duruo revealed her level 3 Earth-based ability. What the hell? Zhao Lin exclaimed, dropping his cigarette to the ground in astonishment, that I will take you to the base leader immediately. The Anshui base has only 3 level 3 ability users up till now. The woman before him is among the elite in the entire Anshui city. He dared not be negligent, delegating his current tasks to his subordinates, and respectfully guided Duruo to the location of the base leader. In contrast to the individuals from Jiangling base, the survivors at Anshui base appeared gaunt and emaciated, their bodies covered in dust. Most bore expressions of numbness and despair. Even the ability users did not seem fared much better. Occasionally seen gnawing on a small piece of jerky. This is the typical visage of survivors from the previous life. Had it not been for Xiao Monghua, Jiangling base would have been in a similar plight. The base leader's name is Yunting. When Du Ruo arrived, he was frowning while discussing resource allocation with other leaders of the base. The remaining supplies were scarce, and with the recent influx of numerous survivors, they were running low. There is a level 3 zombie in a nearby large supermarket, which has now attracted a multitude of zombies. We dare not venture too far at Algo, Yunting said, rubbing his temples. What did the Longhu gang say? Chapter 94. Departure. With the overwhelming number of zombies outside, their ability users were few, and their weapons were limited, making the clearing process relatively slow. There are no military bases near Anshui City or Jiangling City. Not only are the firearms insufficient, but a significant portion has been seized by others. Every time Yunting thought of the Longhu gang, the people at Anshui base were filled with a desire to dismember them. After learning that the Longhu gang had acquired most of the firearms, Yunting sent someone to negotiate. They were certainly unwilling to give them away for free, hoping to purchase them with crystal cores. However, the other party's price was exorbitant, and they were still haggling. Those brutes demanded a 30 increase. The speaker slammed his palm on the table in frustration, causing it to crack. Those scoundrels are taking advantage of the situation. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Yunting replied. Zhao Lin pushed open the meeting room door, eagerly bringing Du Ruo inside, that we have a level 3 Earth ability user here. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. Just like Zhao Lin, they could tell at a glance that this level 3 ability user was indeed genuine. Wonderful. Welcome. Du Ruo got straight to the point. My name is Du Ruo, and I've come from Jiangling base that I wish to discuss some matters with you. She directed this statement towards Yunting, with whom she was already acquainted in her previous life, unlike the frequent leadership changes at Jiangling base. The leader of Anshui base had always been Yunting, that he was originally the captain of the militia in Anshui city, who after the apocalypse, rapidly rose to prominence with a group of militia. Establishing the Anshui base, gradually he expanded, assimilating other smaller bases, and after 2 years he stabilized Anshui city. Anshui base was also the first to establish contact with Jiangling base in the previous life. They were now confined within the Anshui base, afraid to venture beyond a 20-mile radius. While Jiangling had apparently crossed city borders, was the disparity truly so great? Are you really from Jiangling base? How did you arrive? Let's discuss how I arrived later. I come bearing important news regarding the future of humanity. Observing Du Ruo's serious demeanor, Yunting placed his trust in her. He instructed Zhao Lin to leave and close the meeting room door once more. What does this matter? Du Ruo then explained the situation regarding the spiritual stones and spiritual veins, as well as the series of consequences that would arise from the revival of spiritual veins. You can send someone to verify the truth of my words. After she finished, the group fell into silence. Eventually, Yunting broke the silence. It's not that we don't believe you, but our current capabilities are limited, and we cannot venture that far, that Du Ruo nodded. Before she even reached the door, she overheard their conversation and understood their predicament. Reflecting on her previous life, Jiangling base had only managed to integrate all the survivors in Jiangling City after about 1.5 years into the apocalypse. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned 4 level 3 mutated spiders in front of everyone. Do not harm them. They will listen to me. The cramped space prompted the 4 mutated spiders to obediently climb to the corners of the ceiling. Do not be afraid. They are quite docile. Yunting and the others glanced up at the 4 large spiders above, their scalps tingling with apprehension. Once they confirmed there was no threat, they gradually retracted their abilities and began to lower their guard. They exchanged glances, seemingly coming to realize why Du-Rual was able to effortlessly traverse through countless zombies to reach them. Du-Rual continued. These 4 will remain at your base for the time being. They will assist you in clearing the zombies. The space here is too limited. I will also leave you 30 level 2 ones shortly. She then shifted the topic. Are you familiar with Yuanbao Mountain? Of course, we locals cannot be unaware. After sending off Jinfeng and Jinhua, Du-Rual planned to establish a base at Yuanbao Mountain. Once she secured Yuanbao Mountain, Jiangling City and Anshui City would be able to communicate and exchange resources. She already had a modest plan for the initial development ahead. Subsequently, Yunting and Du-Rual exchanged brief discussions. Half an hour later, Du-Rual left behind 34 mutated spiders, some in Jinhua, and, almost in front of everyone at Anshui Base, departed on Jinhua with Lin Fei. Those who speculated that Du-Rual might flee quickly silenced themselves that Du-Rual and Lin Fei landed safely. Upon disembarking, Lin Fei was taken to meet the now-awakened Song Si. With Jiangnan's treatment, Song Si had recovered significantly and was enjoying a bowl of vegetable meat porridge. Lin Fei expressed his gratitude to Jiangnan, his gaze fixated on the remaining meat in the clay pot. From now on, Jiangling Base will be my home. Huffed. Lin Fei's demeanor amused Jiangnan, who chuckled and served him another bowl. Eat up. If it's not enough, there's more. Meanwhile, at the square, Jinfeng and Jinhua were already fully prepared for departure. Yang Goen instructed his men to prepare 2 leather bags, placing the letters carefully inside before securing them to the feet of Jinfeng and Jinhua. 2 copies were made, just in case that in truth. It would be best to send someone along. However, the round trip would take at least 2 years that Du-Rual had many tasks to accomplish, and although Ningyi's ability was beast speech, he lacked combat prowess, making the situation too perilous. Most of the time spent flying above would take a toll on anyone. The others were unable to communicate with Jinfeng and Jinhua that Du-Rual held Jin Yuanshu, allowing it to nuzzle against Jinfeng and Jinhua, waving goodbye to them. Go ahead. You must return victorious. Return victorious. Jinfeng and Jinhua both let out a cry and soared into the sky, embarking on their journey amid everyone's hopes. As the crowd dispersed, Du-Rual turned to Yang Goen, saying, Uncle Yang, I just visited Anshui Base. The situation there is not promising that I intend to guard Yuanbao Mountain, which will serve as a link between the 2 cities in the future. No, you cannot go. We will send someone else. Qi Feng remained adamant, still opposed to Du-Rual leaving the base. Heaven knows how worried he had been when she rode the Golden Eagle before. After pondering for a moment, Yang Goen agreed. Very well. Take more people with you. Du-Rual replied. That area is primarily a vegetable greenhouse base, suitable for cultivation. I will take along with ability users. The 2 ignored Qi Feng's protests. Continuing their discussion, Chapter 95. Mission. After Du-Rual and Yang Goen conferred, they began preparing for departure. The day before they were set to leave, Yang Goen assigned Du-Rual a task. He was uneasy and wanted Du-Rual to send Jin Yuanshu to investigate. Du-Rual naturally accepted. Jin Yuanshu's flying skills had improved significantly. However, the news was not promising. The 20 individuals sent by Yang Goen were currently lying amidst a sea of flowers. Upon hearing this, Du-Rual understood that they had been ensnared by a mutated plant. The mutated plant was formidable, and Jin Yuanshu dared not approach to investigate further, uncertain whether those individuals were alive or dead. With a flicker of determination, Du-Rual volunteered for the rescue mission that it was time to find a partner. She declined Yang Goen's suggestion to take more people and proceeded with only Qian Yi. Under the guidance of Jin Yuanshu, Du-Rual and Qian Yi forged their way through obstacles, finally arriving at the flower sea the following morning. That it was a level 3 mutated plant known as Lingxiao flower. As it detached itself, it shook off the dirt and climbed onto Qian Yi's arm. Qian Yi named it Xiaohua. After inspecting the unconscious individuals, Du-Rual found that they were merely in a deep slumber. The fragrance of xiaohua could induce sleep, and it preferred the relatively pure spiritual energy over the flesh and blood of ability users, thanks to the deeper spiritual veins beneath the ground, which contained denser spiritual energy than that of Yuanbao Mountain. They had managed to survive. Upon discovering the spiritual veins, Yang Goen immediately arranged for a group to establish a base there. 3 days later, Du Ruo departed from the Jiangling base, accompanied by approximately 50 individuals. In addition to Qian, Yi, and the 2 others, there were 30 wood-type ability users. The rest comprised members of Zhou Yu's team, along with Tu Hong's family and several butchers. The group made their way to Qinjia village in a grand procession. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Du Ruo dispatched 1,000 mutated spiders. Before long, the zombies within a 10-mile radius, centered around the Qian family, were thoroughly eradicated. They were ensnared with spider silk, effectively sealing all entrances and exits, leaving only a single passageway on the main road. Half of the individuals present were villagers from Qinjia, with their homes situated within the defensive perimeter. Others were permitted to find accommodations as they pleased. Each household consisted of 2.5-story villas, despite the interruption of water and electricity. The living conditions were significantly improved. Du Ruo, Ning Yi, and Jiang Nan took residence in the Qian family home. The house was somewhat untidy, and just as Qian Yi's parents were about to tidy up, Du Ruo intervened. She summoned 6 zombies from her space to assist with the cleaning. In order to enhance their efficiency, Zai Mangwo upgraded these zombies to level 2 with remarkable agility. The cleaning was completed in less than half an hour. To ensure safety, Du Ruo also activated the base's security system. Once everyone was settled, they had a light meal. Ate the dining table. Du Ruo named the base Peach Garden. The group would rest for the day, with planting activities commencing the following day. Du Ruo had previously discussed with Yang Goen the relocation of the plantation and slaughterhouse to this site. The Jiangling base required supplies, sending individuals to retrieve them from here. After the meal, Du Ruo led the group into the mountains. The willows had grown even more luxuriant, seemingly on the verge of reaching level 4. In Yuangbao Mountain, there existed a route connecting Jiangling City and Anshui. However, rumors of pythons had deterred anyone from venturing into the mountains for over a decade. To facilitate travel to Anshui City, Du Ruo devoted several days to employing her Earth-type abilities to reconstruct a broader road. During this time, the Wood-type ability users, led by Qian Zhongming, had already begun planting. The Jiangling base, originally a wholesale agricultural market, did not lack for seeds. Tu Hong, on the other hand, led the butchers in daily cattle and sheep slaughter. With the processed meat stored in Du Ruo's space, supplies were transported from the Jiangling base every 10 days. A month later, during the 3rd supply collection from Jiangling base, Qi Feng presented Du Ruo with several large bags of crystal cores. Acquiring crystal cores had become increasingly challenging, as the Jiangling base itself was in dire need of them. After waiting a month for a batch of crystal cores, Du Ruo also ventured to the Anshui base to hunt. Using these crystal cores, she upgraded Jin Yuangbao, Chun Chun, and Jun Jun to level 4. Each of the 3 mutated beasts was assigned a task. Your mission is to establish your own factions and reign supreme in your respective territories. Jun Jun, being a terrestrial creature, was sent deep into the mountains. To ensure Jun Jun's loyalty, Du Ruo bound her with a contract. Chun Chun, the water python, had already been placed in the sea within her space a few days prior by Zai Mangwo, where it could eat, drink, and relieve itself. Jun Jun adapted well and would be contained in a cloth bag, with Jin Yuangbao transporting her to the ocean several hundred miles away, a plan Du Ruo had devised long ago. Mutated flora and fauna, along with zombies, stood in opposition to humanity. She aimed to weaken their forces while bolstering her own. Jun Jun, having cozied up to Qian Yi and Jiang Nan, ran into the mountains with a belly nearly dragging on the ground, having been well fed by the residents of Peach Garden. Meanwhile, Chun Chun begrudgingly squeezed into a large cloth bag, captured by Jin Yuangbao, and flew toward the ocean. The onlookers were filled with apprehension for the future of the 3 mutated beasts. Du Ruo reassured them. It will be fine. A month prior, she had already contracted Jun Jun. The 3 mutated beasts had long been placed in her space, where Zai Mangwo had instructed them in breathing techniques to accelerate their cultivation. In just 2 months since the apocalypse, it was rare to encounter level 3 zombies outside. They had all reached level 4, so there was no cause for concern. Point 1 at level 2, the others at level 1. Well done, Jin Yuangbao. The group lavished praise upon Jin Yuangbao, frequently offering him food. The most delighted of all was Ning. Kurua had mentioned her desire to establish communication through mutated birds, a task entrusted to him. Chapter 96. Rebuilding the maternal and child hospital. The issue of close-range communication was resolved. These mutated pigeons possessed little offensive capability, but their speed was remarkable, rendering them unsuitable for long-distance communication. Following Jin Yuangbao's departure, Durua shifted her focus to constructing Peach Garden. Thus far, aside from the inability to elevate their ability levels, all tasks assigned by Zai Mangwo had been completed. The homestead was established. And as for meals, Durua either dined at the Qian family home or at Tu Hong's, marking this as complete. Zai Mangwo remarked, "Mom, there are too few people in Peach Garden. We need to recruit new members." Recently, a considerable number of survivors had gathered outside Peach Garden. The Durua extracted some spirit stones from Yuangbao Mountain, upgrading the base's security system to level 4. This not only enhanced the security strength, but also expanded its coverage. Incorporating a 10-mile radius, the number of individuals joining Peach Garden swiftly reached 500. They could not be left idle, prompting Durua to establish a large-scale breeding farm, initially focusing on pigs. The plantation was also expanded, with planting and harvesting tasks carried out entirely by human labor, while wood-type ability users merely stimulated growth. The number of zombies in Jiangling City dwindled with each passing day. By the time Durua was 6 months pregnant, not only had the zombie presence in Jiangling City significantly decreased, but the Anshui side had also been largely cleared by personnel dispatched from the Jiangling base. Mom, the relationships among companions have a profound impact on the emotional development of our little one. There are too few children in Peach Garden. When Zai Mangwo issued a task, Durua was merely a month away from giving birth. Her large belly evident as she shared a meal with everyone. Observing her friend engrossed at her meal, Durua felt it was time to find her a partner. After dining, Durua penned 2 letters, attaching them to the legs of 2 mutated carrier pigeons, sending them to the Jiangling and Anshui bases respectively. A week later, a grand matchmaking event was held among Peach Garden, Jiangling base, and Anshui base. Women, often perceived as weaker, had been abandoned during the early apocalypse, leading to a scarcity of eligible partners. Watching Qian surrounded by a dozen suitors, Durua cradled her belly, smiling like a blooming flower. Have you considered finding a father for the child in your womb? Although Qi Lang was stationed at the Jiangling base, he personally led supply transports to Peach Garden every 10 days, staying for 2 to 3 days each time. His purpose was Zhouyu. Durua had long been aware of Zhouyu's feelings. Over the past 6 months, she and Qian had invested considerable effort in attempting to dissuade him. But to no avail. No was the succinct and decisive response. Watching Zhouyu leave in disappointment, Durua gently caressed her belly, eagerly anticipating the child's arrival. The title of father merely served as a role for the child, not an absolute necessity. Many around her were aware that the child's father was a scoundrel and had urged Durua to terminate the pregnancy. Had she not experienced her previous life, she would have acted immediately. However, after establishing a bond with her unborn child, Durua found herself unable to do so. The matchmaking event proved to be a success, with nearly all attending women finding someone compatible. For Qian, there was no resistance to this matchmaking endeavor. Xiaoruo, help me assess these 6. I think they're all quite good. Jiangnan suggested, Sister, why not spend a few days with each of them to see who suits you best? If all else fails, just take them all. Durua rolled her eyes in exasperation, catching a glimpse of Ning Yi, who seemed hesitant as he gazed at Qian. Approaching Ning, Durua inquired, when are you going to confess your feelings? She was not an oblivious young girl. She had noticed Ning Yi's unspoken affection for Qian months ago. Faced with Durua's directness, Ning Yi's face flushed crimson. Qian greeted him. Ning Yi, you're here. How are you? Have you met any girls you fancy? Durua exchanged a knowing glance with Jiangnan, and the two quietly departed, entering the conference room in Peach Garden. Yang Goen and He Yunting were already present with their respective leadership teams. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the discussion turned to the main topic. Yang Goen stated, we plan to form a team of ability users to venture 300 miles to Hongqing. Before the apocalypse, there was a military base there, which is likely well-stocked with weaponry. Enhanced weapons were the most effective means of combating zombies. However, the number of ability users remained insufficient. This was why. Despite Durua's mutated spider army, they had spent over 6 months clearing out the majority of zombies between the two cities that young added. It is expected that the situation there is stabilized in conjunction with ours. Durua interjected. Jean Yuangbao has previously visited there. The zombies have indeed been largely cleared, but resources are scarce. With Jiangling and Anshui now stable, it is time to connect with other cities. The formation of the ability user team was swift. Within just 7 days, a 500-member team departed from the Jiangling base, with Ning Yi following along with the 20 mutated birds contracted later. Qian Yi bid a reluctant farewell to Ning Yi. Although Ning Yi had confessed his feelings to Qian Yi, she took several days to ponder before accepting, precisely during a time of intimacy. Zai Mangwo remarked, "Mom, it's already 34 weeks. In half a month, the little one could arrive at any moment. Are the obstetricians prepared?" Durua fell into contemplation. The Jiangling base had 2 obstetricians, but Durua did not wish to bring them over. In Jiangling, there are also expectant mothers. She cannot afford to be selfish and will have to make her way to the Jiangling base when the time comes. Upon learning of Durua's thoughts, Xiao Mongwa exclaimed, "Mom, let us establish a maternal and child hospital." The Durua's eyes lit up at Xiao Mongwa's suggestion, and she resolved to take action. She approached Yang Goen and He Yunting. Articulating her vision, Durua envisioned constructing a large hospital akin to those before the apocalypse. Yang Goen doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. There are not enough medical personnel. The Jiangling base has only a medical room staffed by a few ordinary medical workers, while most healing-type ability users accompany teams on missions. After pondering for a moment, Durua declared, "Let us build it. We can recruit trainees and have the existing medical staff mentor them. Major ailments will be handled by the healing-type ability users, while minor issues can be managed by the trainees. We will keep healing-type ability users stationed at the hospital for any emergencies, ensuring prompt rescue if needed. In the near future, we will have wars to contend with, and healing-type ability users will surely be deployed to the battlefield. We cannot neglect the lives of ordinary people. Furthermore, healing-type ability users cannot solve every ailment. For instance, childbirth is beyond their capabilities. He Yunting proposed, we can temporarily establish a maternal and child hospital where both ability users and ordinary medical staff work together. Durua added, moreover, after deliberation, the trio decided to reconstruct the maternal and child hospital on the site of the old facility in Jiangling City. The zombie threat in Jiangling and Anshui cities had been largely mitigated, yet the population remained insufficient, and protective forces were limited. Thus, they continued to exist in the form of a base. Conveniently, the site of the maternal and child hospital was now located within the expanded Jiangling base. In less than half a month, the hospital was rebuilt, albeit lacking water and electricity, rendering many facilities non-functional. However, in a few months, energy resources would be available for extraction. Chapter 97. Spatial transmission. More than a month later, Durua safely welcomed her child into the world, naming him Du Qinghe, just as she had in her previous life. Within a couple of days, individuals from Hongchang arrived, accompanied by those from Jiangcheng. Prior correspondence between Durua and Hongchang had facilitated the opening of a passage, coincidentally meeting Jiangcheng along the way, where they assisted in clearing a significant number of zombies. Consequently, Jiangling, Anshui, Hongchang, and Jiangcheng were now interconnected. The leaders of the 4 bases convened and established an ability user training base in Taoyuan, simultaneously initiating trade, with the influx of survivors needing sustenance from the 2 newly joined cities. Xiao Mongwa found herself tirelessly occupied. "Mom, should we capture more zombies?" she suggested. Durua declined, advocating instead for the construction of additional large-scale breeding farms and plantations to survive. Restoring production was of utmost importance. They could not rely solely on Xiao Mongwa. Regarding the establishment of breeding farms and plantations, several Earth-type ability users completed the task within a day. "Mom, have you found a nanny yet?" Xiao Mongwa inquired. "I have found one. I wish to establish a childcare institution as well. It had been 2 or 3 months since the matchmaking event, and the number of pregnant women had increased in this post-apocalyptic world. Everyone was striving for survival, yet children also needed care. Previously, young.Observing had proposed a unified support system for children, as was done in the last life, but Duruwa was skeptical, believing it would be detrimental to the children's development. If you want to build it, then build it, Xiao Mongwa encouraged. 3 months later, not only was the child care institution established, but kindergartens, primary schools, middle schools, and high schools were also rebuilt. Universities were not yet reconstructed due to the low population, with very few capable of receiving higher education, and those who could were typically guided by various professors. In addition to the basic curriculum, courses on ability training were introduced, teaching the flexible use of abilities and maximizing the potential for awakening among those without powers. Children as young as 6 could awaken their abilities, while the chances dwindled significantly by the age of 18. In the previous life, people had already discovered ways to increase the likelihood of ability awakening. After compiling this knowledge, Duruwa shared it with others. Additionally, she rebuilt a library situated within the security perimeter of Taoyuan, where she retrieved all the books from the provincial library prior to the apocalypse. Subsequently, factories were established, creating more job opportunities. The leadership of the various cities agreed to abandon the previous currency system and the point system, as the crystal cores possessed attributes, with rarer attributes holding greater value. Thus, they did not use crystal cores as currency. Once the spirit stones were mined, they would serve as the new currency. The creatures had already reached level 5, yet their sizes had notably diminished, and the colors of their red flags had begun to fade. Duruwa detached a letter from one of them, unfurling a 2-meter-long scroll. 1, 2, 3, 314. Only 314. She questioned, let me count again. Indeed, it's 314. There were 700 cities at the county level and above in their nation, yet they had only received news from 314 of them. Moreover, a single city might not have only one base. Just after Duruwa finished communicating with Jin Feng and Jin Huang, young.Observing pulled her aside. Inquiring about the other cities, Duruwa replied, some are too well hidden, while others have perished. Not everyone believed the apocalypse warning I provided. Anshui City was a prime example. Without Duruwa's intervention, it would have remained overrun by zombies. Much like the previous life, a deep silence fell over everyone. Duruwa urged, lift your spirits. We have begun to extract some spirit stones, and the levels of ability users have significantly improved, with ample weaponry. I believe it is time to form more teams to explore and rescue in other cities. Duruwa merely initiated the discussion. The specifics were left to the leaders of the various bases to deliberate. All resources were designated for the security and communication of each base. Ning Yi, the only one capable of communicating with the beasts, initially found himself overwhelmed, constantly flying between cities. Fortunately, he later discovered a dozen individuals who had awakened the ability to communicate with beasts, allowing him some respite, as he could remain in Jiangling. He and his child had already turned 1 year old, granting him more time to spend with his offspring. Jun had reached level 6, yet appeared to weigh no more than 10 kilograms. Ning and Yin tugged at each other, but could not budge, so they pounced on Jun, pinning her down, and one took a playful bite at her ear. Her tail was seized by Du Qinghe, who held on tightly. Oh! Jun bore an expression of utter resignation. Qian Yi remarked, why is Jun still a lone commander? Duruwa explained, Jun claims all her followers are in the mountains. She has become quite formidable, reigning as the legitimate mountain king. In a primitive forest over 1,000 kilometers away, she has spent 2 years gathering 4,000 to 5,000 followers, hiding them in the deep mountains 200 miles from here to avoid scaring us. Not only did she have numerous followers, but Jun had also claimed several large spirit veins over the past 2 years. Thanks to these spirit stones, most of Jun's subordinates had surpassed level 4, with over 100 reaching level 5. When the leaders of the bases learned this news, their faces broke into deep smiles. The exploration teams were fully formed, comprising 10 squads. Duruwa, without reservation, contracted with all the beasts, allocating 10 level 5 beasts and 100 level 4 beasts to each team, thereby ensuring the safety of all. The remaining beasts were sent to mine spirit stones, continue searching for spirit veins, and gather materials for future teleportation stations at the age of 6. Du Qinghe awakened her ability. Spatial transmission. A month later, Duruwa elevated Du Qinghe's ability level to 7 using spirit stones. 3 days later, 2 teleportation stations were established in Taoyuan and Jiangling bases. Chapter 98. Activating the teleportation array one morning. Du Ruo accompanied her daughter, Du Qinghe, to the teleportation array in Taoyuan. Xiaomeng was stated. Due to the limited materials in this world, we can only use Qinghe's abilities to activate it. Du Ruo encouraged. Darling, it's your turn. The 6-year-old Du Qinghe, bearing a striking resemblance to Du Ruo, nodded earnestly. Following Du Ruo's relayed instructions from Xiaomeng, she summoned her ability and gradually infused it into the teleportation station. As her power entered the station, it slowly began to outline the teleportation array, emitting a faint golden glow. Within just a few minutes, Du Qinghe's energy was nearly depleted. Du Ruo hurriedly retrieved a substantial amount of energy essence from her spatial storage to replenish Du Qinghe's abilities. 1 hour, 2 hours, until 6 hours later, the first teleportation array was finally completed, radiating a brilliant light. In an instant, it fell silent, leaving only a black outline on the ground. That moment, Du Qinghe had collapsed. Exhausted, into Du Ruo's arms. Du Ruo's heart ached, and she swiftly transported Du Qinghe into her spatial realm. The next day, Du Ruo took Du Qinghe to the teleportation array at the Jiangling base. After another 6 hours, the second teleportation array was activated. Du Ruo entrusted the weakened Du Qinghe to the company of Qian Yi and the others before stepping into the teleportation array alone. She placed over 100 spirit stones into the array's grooves, and as the stones vanished, so did she, disappearing from her location. Upon re-emerging, she found herself in town. It worked. Du Ruo could hardly contain her excitement. Tears streaming down her face. It worked. The leaders of the bases surrounding the teleportation array, including Yang.Observing, also wept with joy upon witnessing Du Ruo's arrival. That evening, a grand celebration was held in Taoyuan. Yet the star of the occasion, Du Qinghe, remained fast asleep. As Du Ruo entered the space, Du Qinghe lay peacefully on the bed, cradling little Mangwa in a deep slumber. "How is Zai Zai?" she inquired. Little Mangwa replied, "She is simply exhausted. A bit more rest will do her good. It is imperative to elevate her ability level to the 9th rank." Du Ruo nodded in understanding. Zai Zai was still too young. Without an upgrade in her ability level, she would be trapped in a cycle of waking to work and then returning to sleep for an extended period, which could inflict irreversible harm on her growth and development. In the ensuing days, Du Ruo dispatched Jin Feng and Jin Huang to deliver a letter to all the bases, detailing the construction method for the teleportation array and the materials required for its establishment. Du Ruo planned to activate the teleportation array at each base half a month later, accompanied by Du Qinghe, using the Jin Yuan Bao. She also informed them that mutated avian creatures had begun to discover mutated marine life landing along the coastal regions, urging all bases to prepare for battle. Thanks to timely intelligence from Jin Feng and Jin Huang a few years prior, the majority of zombies on land had been eradicated, with only a handful of high-level zombies fleeing to remote mountains, posing no significant threat to humanity. Those high-level zombies, however, had been relentlessly pursued by the team led by Jun, effectively becoming lost souls. The Peach Garden and Jiangling base had been entrusted to Qian Yi's mutated plant army. While various cities had established defenses along the borders of their mountains and forests, the only remaining threats lay within the ocean. Over the next half-month, Du Ruo not only engaged in discussions with her companions about establishing a maritime defense line, but also sent Ning to lead the avian troops to nearby cities to gather a considerable amount of spiritual stones to enhance Du Qinghe's ability level. The increase in ability level became increasingly arduous as time progressed. By the time Du Ruo set out, Du Qinghe had barely managed to elevate her level to the 8th rank. They prioritized activating the teleportation stations in coastal cities. After 4 years, nearly all bases had constructed teleportation arrays, and a continuous, thick wall defense had been established along the coast. Ninghai City, one of the battlegrounds where land and sea clashed, was the closest city to the island nation. The ground was strewn with fully armed combatants and various mutated beasts, while the skies were perpetually filled with countless mutated avians on patrol. Each time, thousands of humans sacrificed their lives on the battlefield in Ninghai. In other coastal battlegrounds, at least half of those who survived the zombie crisis had perished over the years. The waters off the coast perpetually shimmered with a crimson hue upon her arrival. Durual was welcomed as an esteemed guest in Ninghai City. In this round of evolution, the vast majority of marine life had transformed into amphibious creatures, developing limbs similar to those of humans. They possessed brains equivalent to human intelligence and could adeptly wield abilities and various weapons. Over the years, marine creatures had repeatedly breached the walls, invading the land and attacking humans indiscriminately. Even attempts at communication with a few high-level mutated marine creatures that understood human language proved futile. Their hostility towards humanity was overwhelming, with an insatiable desire for extermination. Were it not for the teleportation stations established by Du Rual and Du Qinghe, along with the mutated beast and avian troops under Du Rual's command, humanity would likely have faced extinction long ago. Du Rual declined the welcome banquet set up for her and her son by Ninghai City, instead heading to the island nation with Du Qinghe, Jin Feng, and Jin Huang. Jin Feng and Jin Huang had already reached the 10th rank, becoming true overlords. Their aura alone sent mutations fleeing from over 100 miles away. Only a massive water python, accompanied by several 8th-rank mutated whales, swam upstream. That Shunsheng. Du Qinghe asked. That Dural looked down at the dark figure in the water, with 2 prominent bulges on its head, replying, "Yes, it has been 10 years since we've last met. I never expected it to evolve into this." This marked Du Qinghe's first encounter with Shunsheng, and she was filled with excitement as she leaped from Jin Huang's back, landing securely atop Qing's head, which was as large as a fishing vessel. "Mom, those bumps on Qing's head aren't horns, are they?" Du Rual, concerned for Du Qinghe, followed suit and jumped onto Qing's head. Little Mongwa chimed in, "Mom, they are indeed horns. Qingsheng is evolving into a dragon in just a few moments." Qingsheng brought Du Rual and Du Qinghe to the peak of Mount Fuji. Du Rual's gaze fell upon the dormant volcano, which continuously emitted waves of fire. Before entering the crater, Du Rual led Du Qinghe back into the space. Inside, little Mongwa reclined on a lounge chair, with a large fruit platter and various snacks set before her. She was ready to unveil everything. Simultaneously, Du Rual and Du Qinghe picked up forks and savored pieces of mango. The two shared an affinity for the fruit, showing no resistance. As Du Rual munched on the mango, she inquired, "What exactly lies within the volcano?" This visit had been strongly advocated by little Mongwa, who had not disclosed a reason for their journey until now. "What is inside is me," little Mongwa revealed. "What?" Both Du Rual and Du Qinghe gasped, dropping their forks in astonishment. "What are you exactly?" In both their past and present lives, nearly everyone had predicted that this evolution was triggered by a mysterious fireball that flew toward Mount Fuji. Yet now, little Mongwa claimed that what resided within was herself. Blue Star once had mythological civilization, if one could call it that. "You should be familiar with it," little Mongwa continued. Both Du Rual and Du Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. The emergence of spiritual veins and stones could attest to this. "I am a fire dragon left behind from that mythological civilization." Du Qinghe asked. "A fire dragon. Is it the same as the one in our totem?" Indeed, little Mongwa began her tale. Countless billions of years ago, Blue Star was home to a mythological civilization that boasted a myriad of gods and supernatural powers. Like the civilizations that followed, this mythological civilization also faded into obscurity over the passage of time. What remains from that civilization is a spark of fire, an egg of a dragon. It lay dormant for billions of years. 10 years ago, this dragon egg awakened. Upon awakening, it desperately required energy to break free from its shell. And being a fire dragon egg, it necessitated an immense amount of fire energy. However, pure fire abilities could only be found underground on Blue Star, with Mount Fuji on the brink of eruption. The energy within is precisely what it craves. This spark of fire is not merely fire. It represents spiritual energy that Du Rual interjected. "So, because of your awakening, the spiritual energy on Blue Star is revived. But what about the zombie virus?" Her tone grew icy at the mention of the virus. Little Mongwa hastily replied, "It seems like it's not just me." "What do you mean?" Du Qinghe inquired. Little Mongwa spoke with a hint of sorrow. "It is an ancient virus that brings only death. However, due to me and the resurgence of spiritual energy. When humans or animals die, their bodies still retain a semblance of life. Within these living bodies, new consciousnesses emerge, giving rise to what you refer to as zombies. In the initial stages, these zombies possess only basic instinct for feeding, but as time passes and their abilities enhance, their brains begin to recover, slowly regaining intelligence. As she spoke, little Mongwa's eyes turned red, threatening to spill tears. However, the revival of spiritual energy has accelerated their lethality towards you humans and animals. Little Mongwa's words plunged Du Ruo and Du Qinghe into silence. In the pre-apocalyptic era, humanity had speculated whether ancient viruses lay dormant within the ice layers and if rising temperatures would awaken them. Little did they know, it had already transpired. Though born after the apocalypse, Du Qinghe had some understanding of the events preceding it. That's how it is. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of defeat. They had previously lamented the island nation's karmic retribution. One could say that the zombies represented humanity's collective karma. Little Mongwa crawled toward Du Qinghe, seeking a comforting embrace. Du Qinghe gently cradled little Mongwa in her arms. I am merely a spiritual entity residing in this space. Little Mongwa nestled comfortably in Du Qinghe's embrace. In the last life, 5 years after the apocalypse, I was forced to break free from my shell. I wandered for a long time before entering your nation's land, where I came to know and befriend Why then, humanity was already hanging by a thread. I spent 2 years by Zai's side. Du Qinghe appeared to have already been aware of these matters. Showing little surprise, Du Ruo posed another question. What do you mean by forced to break free from your shell? Now, 10 years into the apocalypse, little Mongwa remained in her egg. I suppose I have a few days left before I hatch. In my previous life, I was compelled to break free because the island nation was destroyed by several overlords from the ocean. In this life, thanks to Chun Sheng and the little brothers protecting the island, I can safely absorb energy here. For 8 long years, Chun Sheng guarded the island nation, a task entrusted to her by Xiaomango under the instructions of Du Ruo. Heaven knows how frail she was as a premature infant, having hatched too early in her previous life, unable to contend even with a level 5 aberrant beast. Yet, as she was a dragon with resilient skin, she narrowly escaped becoming fodder for those monstrous creatures. She drifted in the ocean for an extended period, having been swallowed several times by mutated marine life, before finally reaching dry land. Believing the land to be a sanctuary, she soon discovered that the aberrant beasts were even more grotesque. When she encountered Zai, she was being toyed with by a level 7 aberrant beast, which, unable to bite her, treated her as a plaything. Some aberrant creatures possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. In their quest for cooked flesh, they used her as a source of fire. Others, avian in nature, seized her to fish for mutated aquatic species. Recount these events is to invite tears. It was during this tumultuous time that Zai rescued her from the jaws of the fish. With her draconic appearance, she naturally became a symbol of faith for humanity. However, her powers were too feeble to save them. She yearned to find a volcano to restore her strength, yet there were none in their vicinity. The nearest volcano was a distant journey, and the relentless assault by zombies and aberrant beasts, along with mutated marine organisms, had united against humanity. Survival was already a struggle, leaving no room to seek out a volcano. They found themselves at a standstill. After 2 years of companionship with Zai, their bond deepened. She learned of Zai's mother, Du Ruo, who loved her dearly. Zai, like her mother, had an insatiable fondness for mangoes, despite having only tasted one. Her name, Xiaomango, was bestowed upon her by Zai. Zai cherished being called by her affectionate nickname, yet during moments of anger, she would be addressed by her full name, Du Qinghe, in Zai's words. Every time her mother called her name, she would shiver thrice. Over those 2 years, she witnessed Zai leading humanity in countless battles against other mutated beings for survival. Eventually, having acquired human emotions, she resolved to seek out a volcano, together with Zai, whose extraordinary ability was spatial teleportation. They embarked on their quest. That time, humanity had reached a dead end, placing all their hopes upon the two of them. Their journey to find a volcano was akin to the legendary monk Tang Seng's pilgrimage for scriptures. They teleported countless times, narrowly escaping the clutches of aberrant beasts and zombies, until they finally discovered a volcano at the foot of the volcano, Zai, and she parted ways. Xiao Mango still vividly remembers Du Qinghe's words at their farewell. Xiao Mango, you are the future of humanity. Chapter 100. The conclusion. Xiao Mango remained within the volcano for 5 years. Regaining the strength she was meant to possess at birth at last, she was capable of protecting Zai. However, by then, Zai was no longer present. Subsequently, she spent several months gathering the remaining humans, totaling merely a dozen. How could these few survive amidst the predatory wolves surrounding them? Fulfilling Zai's final wishes proved to be an arduous task. She ventured once more into the volcano's core point 10 years later. Xiao Mango, harnessing the pure fire-based abilities within the volcano, matured into adulthood. She became the sovereign of Blue Star. With the knowledge gleaned from Zai about Du Ruo, she located her, or rather, she found a child within Du Ruo's womb. In order to ensure Zai's healthy development, she bound herself to Du Ruo under the guise of a system. Remembering that Zai adored pandas, she transformed into one, channeling more than half of her spiritual energy to create a space, along with 3 bottles of awakening liquid and a top-tier prenatal pill. Upon hearing this tale, both Du Ruo and Du Qinghe were moved to tears. Du Qinghe embraced Xiao Mango tightly, her voice hoarse as she said, "You must have endured immense suffering." Meanwhile, Du Ruo felt a profound sympathy for her own child, knowing the hardships she had faced in her previous life. The thought of her child being enveloped by despair for so long, forced to mature with an intellect beyond her years, felt like a vice around her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Upon hearing Du Qinghe's sobs, she could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace them both tightly. "Xiao Mango, thank you. Thank you for giving Zai a new lease on life. Thank you for granting me a new beginning. And thank you for bestowing new hope upon humanity." Half an hour later, Du Ruo exited the space alone. She did not take Du Qinghe with her. Instead, she leaped into the volcano, with her wind-based abilities at level 10. She was capable of flying with the wind, as her fire-based powers exceeded level 10. The heat of the volcano posed no threat to her. Du Ruo swiftly descended to the volcano's depths, where she discovered a massive golden egg atop the swirling magma. This egg was larger than her entire being. Placing her hands upon the egg, she extended her spiritual energy, quietly attuning to its essence. Thump, 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 the powerful heartbeat echoed, signaling the vitality within. She retrieved the egg into her space. As the egg vanished, the turbulent magma stilled, solidifying into darkness in an instant. Without pausing, Du Ruo soared upward an hour later. She arrived at a smaller volcano within the country, the very one where Zai had once secluded herself in her previous life. She released Du Qinghe and the egg. Xiao Mango had already fused with the egg. "Xiao Mango, go forth, my mother, and I will remain at the volcano's mouth, awaiting your return." Du Qinghe caressed the egg, recalling Zai Mango's words that after her emergence, there would be no one left to await her. A wave of sorrow washed over her. After Du Ruo had caressed the egg, it rolled into the volcano on its own. Although it had a few days left before hatching, Du Ruo and Du Qinghe wished for it not to emerge on the island nation. The domestic volcano, though smaller, would suffice for Xiao Mango to hatch within a month or two. They were willing to wait. 2 months later, in Qishui City, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the northwest, bathing the entire world in its glow. Approximately 5 minutes later, a beam of red light shot skyward from within the golden radiance, piercing the clouds. More and more red light emerged as the golden glow gradually dimmed. As the red light enveloped the world, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated. How do you know it was a dragon's roar? I cannot say for certain, but shortly after hearing that sound, a colossal red dragon appeared in the northwest sky. Indeed, we all witnessed it. The spectacle was beyond magnificent. Was it truly a dragon? Absolutely a dragon. Although it differed slightly from our totem, it bore a striking resemblance. And that sound, aside from the dragon's roar, I cannot attribute it to anything else. Just then, the birds circling in the sky emitted piercing cries. "Enemy attack! Quickly! To the walls!" Concurrently, monstrous sea creatures with limbs emerged from the water, their scales shimmering in the sunlight with iridescent hues. The sea surged wildly as more and more sea monsters advanced toward the shore, brandishing harpoons and with a sound akin to a horn. They hurled them toward the walls. As they approached, most of the harpoons became ensnared by the unassuming aberrant plants clinging to the walls. Fire! At the command, the cannons, already primed on the walls, were ignited. Whoosh, 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 they surged into the ranks of the sea monsters, the aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air. Earth-based abilities. Prepare. Stone spikes. Fire-based abilities. Rain of fire from the sky. In that moment, the entire world was awash with the brilliance of various powers. It was not just harpoons. A continuous barrage of water projectiles followed. Humanity was hard-pressed to respond, and in the distance, a colossal wave surged skyward, revealing several massive sea monsters frolicking atop its crest. The wave rapidly ascended, soon surpassing the walls. Humanity quickly became aware of the impending danger. As the deluge threatened to pour over the walls, the sea monsters would follow suit, while they could venture onto land. They were most formidable in the water. Kill them. Lacking a better strategy, they could only continue the slaughter. Just as the wave reached its zenith, poised to crash down, a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. Did you hear that? The sound from last night, that it is a dragon. A burst of red light erupted as a massive red dragon's head emerged from the thick clouds. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that collided with the boundless waves. In an instant, white vapor enveloped the scene, obscuring the entire world. What is that smell? So fresh. It resembles the fish soup my mother makes. After a while, as the vapor dissipated, revealing a clear world, the red dragon had vanished. Only the countless cooked sea monsters floating in the water confirmed that it was not merely a dream. Above the clouds, Du Ruo and Du Qinghe sat upon the back of the red dragon, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaomango, you are incredible. The previous night, Xiaomango's emergence had alarmed the sea monsters, leading to widespread attacks along the coastline. They had fought their way along the shore, this being their final stop in eradicating the sea monsters that Du Ruo. Next stop, the sea monsters' lair point 1 year later, the oceans and land signed a peace accord. Thus, Blue Star entered a new era, where myth and science coexisted harmoniously.